Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 4GP Chapter 118 Team Building Details. Is there anything else to add? Hearing Yamamoto Shigekuni's question, Kuchiki squinted his eyes and thought for a while, and then clapped his hands and said, I would like to add a little thought about leaving the team. 1. Well, let's hear it. Yamamoto Shigekuni nodded. Then Kuchiki-zan recounted what he borrowed again. Go-Day 13 does not have a resignation system. In fact, players who want to resign because of their own will are not recognized, but there is an exception, that is later generation Byakuya Kuchiki's grandfather, Kuchiki Yinling, the captain of the 6th squad, will be explained later. In fact, Kuchiki-zan doesn't want to talk about this point, but in line with an excellent organizational structure, there will inevitably be problems. Take Go-Day 13 as an example. Such an organization is actually very strict, so Kuchiki-zan feels that this one rule still have to be added, of course not in the form of the original. In the original book, the reasons for the establishment of Go-Day 13 are different, and because Go-Day 13 is recognized as a Noble 24 organization by the 46th room that manages Seirei-D, it is not allowed to allow incompetent members among qualified members to happen. The situation where a player has to leave the team due to personal reasons is called dismissal, and if the team cannot return to the team after a long period of time, they will be expelled. As for retirement from the team, it stands for special threshold, meaning compulsory control. Some members who are deemed dangerous in their thinking or behavior, or who have been declared to quit the team, will be forcibly housed in a special threshold. The maggot nest of later generations is also one of the 4 dangerous places at this time, wormhole. Once a member leaves Go-Day 13 or is promoted to a higher position due to reasons such as mutiny, death, retirement or expulsion, another member will be found to fill the position. There will also be special cases where members who were previously expelled due to fleeing are recalled to the Soul Society and returned to their posts. Speaking of this, the situation of Kuchiki Yinling has already been clarified, but it is true that he is dying of old age, so he handed over his position as the captain of the 6th division to his grandson Byakuya Kuchiki. In this situation, among the 6th divisions exclusive to nobles, it is a mode that is approved to exist. Therefore, the situation of Kuchiki Yinling cannot be regarded as breaking the rules. In fact, the resignation referred to here is nothing more than resignation similar to modern society. Such a situation is not allowed, and it may only exist under special circumstances, a possibility. Advertisement here. What Kuchiki-gen hopes is to inform Yamamoto of the model that he thinks should exist, instead of existing in such an inhuman form. After listening to Kuchiki-zan's departure agreement, mixed with personal opinions, Yamamoto Shigekuni stroked the beard that had begun to grow on his chin, and gave his own opinion after a while. What you said, the old man has thought about it. Indeed, once Go-Day 13 is established, there should be a strict rule, so the old man also agrees with what you said. For Kuchiki-gen's proposal, Yamamoto Shigekuni generally supports it, but it's just a specific analysis of the specific situation. Now it's just a preliminary discussion, and it's not yet time to build a team, so everything will have to wait for Go-Day 13 to be established before we can put ourselves in the same place. To consider the problem of Go-Day 13 itself, all organizations start to improve little by little because of imperfections and various defects in the initial stage of establishment, and then they become perfect. Therefore, Yamamoto Shigekuni knows the truth that one bite is not enough to make a fat man, and Kuchiki-zan also understands the truth. Clear. What the two of them are doing now is to make the organization that is about to be established take as few detours as possible. Oh, by the way, there is one more thing I want to say, that is about Go-Day 13's team funeral and pension issues. Kuchiki-zan added again. Team funeral. Hearing this word, Yamamoto Shigekuni frowned instinctively, not because he was dissatisfied with Kuchiki-gen's topic, but because he hadn't considered this issue before. As the leader of a powerful family like Yamamoto Shigekuni, it is naturally difficult for him to imagine the existence of such things as pensions. In the original book, it was only after thousands of years that Go-Day 13 gradually completed the issue of team burials and pensions. Of course, there are all the issues of Go-Day 13 salary distribution and resource utilization. Kuchiki-zan naturally knows that it is not a big problem to let Go-Day 13 appear now, but there are many problems that need to be solved. You know the problem, but Kuchiki-zan still needs to speed up some things in Go-Day 13. After all, time can be wasted, but the bloody battle of the Quincy can't wait. Advertisement. The issue of team burial is actually related to many issues. Kuchiki-zan's idea is actually very simple, that is, to use the issue of team burial to bring out the problem that Jingling is still in a big pot at this time. If this so-called big pot of rice is not resolved, and Go-Day 13 is not truly systematized and institutionalized, it is absolutely impossible to achieve the rules and regulations. Although these adjectives are a bit exaggerated, that's what Kuchiki-zan thinks. Feng Yuan cannot be achieved without rules. Since there are rules, there must be measures. How to come up with the measures is the most fundamental issue. Afterwards, Kuchiki 123-zan confessed his own thoughts, which also gave Yamamoto Shigekuni a new understanding of the kid in front of him. Team funeral. Pension. Salary. The mechanism of Go-Day 13. After listening to Kuchiki-gen's report, Yamamoto Shigekuni squinted his eyes and was thinking about the question raised by Kuchiki-general. As you said, the old man will think about it carefully, but the old man wants you to understand that some things cannot be accomplished overnight, and many things will take time. Yamamoto Shigekuni can naturally see the problem of Kuchiki-zan's proposal, but he is also very clear that what Kuchiki-zan said is too advanced, so far ahead that it may be impossible to complete the reform in a while, so Yamamoto Shigekuni is reminding Kuchiki General. Kuchiki-zan naturally knew that what he wanted and what he could actually implement were completely different things, so Kuchiki-zan didn't struggle with anything. I know all of these, so I can do whatever I can, and I don't have to force anything, it's up to you to decide. Kuchiki-zan shrugged and said indifferently. Well, it's best if you can understand. Yamamoto Shigekuni saw Kuchiki-zan's understanding, nodded and said with a little relief. Chapter 119 Selection Criteria. The 13th team is finished, so let's talk about the selection of the captain. How do you think the captain of the 12 teams will be selected? Yamamoto Shigekuni obviously didn't want to let go of Kuchiki-zan, already made coolly, and continued, said. Are you a tired idiot? Kuchiki-zan Yi uttered all the dialect of his hometown for a while, and then after obviously feeling something was wrong, he immediately continued talking and distracted his attention. I said, old man Yamamoto, you're wrong. I got the approval with all my might, and I gave you the plan to build a team. In the end, I don't want anything. You still don't want me to be idle, don't you? Authentic. Yamamoto Shigekuni didn't care about the famous quotes that Kuchiki-zan popped up from time to time, but showed a slight smile and said, there is an old saying that those who can do more work, as you said, the approval is obtained by you, and the plan is the same. What you gave, since that's the case, wouldn't it be good to just get the answers to the questions from you without bothering the two masters? You. Hearing Yamamoto Shigekuni's words, Kuchiki-zan was shocked. He never thought that the old man Yamamoto would be shameless one day. Soon Kuchiki-zan realized that something was wrong. Suddenly, Yamamoto heavy there is actually a reason for the country to do so. The starting point is actually that Kuchiki-zan did too many things privately, which made Yamamoto Shigekuni very uncomfortable, and now it is the disgusting Kuchiki-zan who thinks about the law. I see. Kuchiki-gen narrowed his eyes and looked at Yamamoto Shigekuni and said, you old man is avenging personal revenge, right? After finishing speaking, Kuchiki-zan stared at Yamamoto Shigekuni's face, hoping to see some clues of Yamamoto Shiguni's hidden thoughts, but what Kuchiki-zan never expected was that Yamamoto Shiguni was not prepared to cover up at all. Oh, you found out? Yamamoto Shigekuni said indifferently. Well, that's what this old man means. You kid, you have done so many things before, and now everything is according to your wishes, so this old man thinks, you little brat should put in a little more effort, degree. FK. Kuchiki-zan was speechless by what Yamamoto Shigekuni said, and could only eat Coptus chinensis dumbly, and burst out of foul language directly. Advertisement. Fortunately, Yamamoto Shigekuni didn't understand what shang meant, so he didn't delve into it. Stop talking nonsense, let's talk about your thoughts. Yamamoto Shigekuni was too lazy to continue wasting time with Kuchiki-zan. Kuchiki-zan also had no choice, because what Yamamoto Shigekuni said was the truth, and Yamamoto Shigekuni used this to express his dissatisfaction with Kuchiki-zan, although everyone was satisfied with the result. But in terms of practice, Shigekuni Yamamoto is very dissatisfied. It can be said that he has touched the bottom line of Shigekuni Yamamoto. To be honest, if not for the fact that Yamamoto Shigekuni has always trusted Kuchiki-zan for so many years, and Kuchiki-zan has always been on the front line of benefiting the Soul Society, which would also make Yamamoto Shigekuni's feelings for Kuchiki-zan very deep complex. First of all, Kuchiki-zan is a disciple of Yamamoto Shigekuni. Secondly, during the Noble Civil War, Kuchiki-zan not only saved Yamamoto Shigekuni, but also laid a solid foundation for the victory of the Civil War. At the same time, he also saved a lot of Soul Society vitality. Of course, the matter of saving Yamamoto Shigekuni remains to be verified. After all, if there was no Kuchiki-gen, the Onitsuka family might not have taken action against Yamamoto Shigekuni at that time. Of course, all of this is not important anymore. Even if the history is biased, it cannot deny Kuchiki-zan's contribution to Soul Society. Based on the above reasons, even if Yamamoto Shigekuni knows that Kuchiki General will do some weird things sometimes, he will behave a little strangely. But Yamamoto Shigekuni still trusts and values Kuchiki-gen very much in general, so even in Kuchiki-gen did go a little too far when forcing the rubbish in Central 46, and Yamamoto Shigekuni didn't condemn Kuchiki-gen on the surface. Respect and trust are mutual. Although Kuchiki-gen has gone too far this time, Yamamoto Shigekuni understands that if Kuchiki-gen doesn't do this, things will really go wrong. Sometimes some extreme measures are used, and Yamamoto Shigekuni can still understand of. It's just that understanding belongs to understanding, but this kind of practice is really not advocated by Shigekuni Yamamoto. This time, through the detailed discussions in the early stage of team building, Kuchiki's memory will be improved. This is what Shigekuni Yamamoto will do. Advertisement. Kuchiki-zan also understood Yamamoto Shigekuni's intentions, so he didn't talk too much nonsense, but got to the point. After all, he can be liberated sooner, right? Before, I mentioned that the position of the captain of the first team must be held by you, an old man. As for the deputy captain of the first team, it is up to you to consider. In my opinion, Go-Day 13 must set a high standard for the selection of the captain level. A character at the captain level must be a strong person who has successfully cultivated Bankai, that is, the minimum level is also above the 7th level to be able to serve, or to be nominated. Encourage the staff of Go-Day 13 to have enough motivation to make progress. Secondly, as for the vice captain level, I think it must be at least a 6th level character. As for the specific level, it is not so strict, According to this standard, the remaining 3 or more seats are determined by their strength. Gode 13 is not against competition, but encourages competition, so that people's enthusiasm and self-motivation can be mobilized. After talking about the selection criteria for the captain rank and the seat officer, let's talk about the functions of each team and the selection categories. I have just said the first team, because the task of the first team is relatively heavy, and it is an important hub for all 13 teams, so I have set up 2 vice-captain positions in the first team in my plan. The other fan teams are all 1, Mo Qian Zhao. In view of the old man Yamamoto, you will be the chief captain. The first vice-captain position will be given to your current little follower. I saw that guy. He has good talent, but he is a bit clumsy. You should train him well. It can be of great use. What Kuchiki-zan said is naturally Chojiro Sasaki, who left a scar on Yamamoto Shigekuni's head. To be honest, there is no problem with Sasaki's strength, but in the original book, the author, in order to set off the protagonist and the villain, there is no way to weaken Sasaki's strength infinitely. Well, the old man understands this. Let's continue. Hearing this, Yamamoto Shigekuni nodded his head in agreement with Kuchiki-zan's statement. Well, then continue. Kuchiki-zan also readily prepared to continue. After all, this is a hole he dug for himself, and he can only fill it in a little bit by himself. Chapter 120, The Captain's Candidate, Part 1. In view of the fact that there is already Yamamoto Shigekuni as the captain of the first team, Kuchiki-zan began to think about the functions of the remaining 12 teams and possible problems, and he focused on some known families. The second team, as I mentioned before, this team is the first team under the first team. I think it's better to make them a special operations team dedicated to certain things. The so-called special operations team is the special agent team. What they have to do is to collect intelligence and possibly assassinate. Drawing on the functions of the second team in the original work of later generations, Kuchiki-zan even said these words without being popular at all. The secret mobile team under the jurisdiction of the Zhongar team in the original book is actually independent of the 13th team together with the Kido people. In the original book, when Shihuan Yoruichi was the commander-in-chief, because he also served as the captain of the second team, the trend of secret maneuvering became a subordinate organization of the second team. In view of this, Kuchiki-zan wanted to directly make Shihuan's family the resident team of the second team, which would benefit both Jingling and Shihuan's family. I think it may be a good choice for Shihuan's family to work in the second team. After all, Shihuan's family is not only a great nobleman with the heaven-given armed forces, but also a member of the noble family. The family that is best at cultivating secret agents, Kuchiki-zan said lightly. Well, it makes sense. Let's continue. Yamamoto Shigekuni nodded and motioned Kuchiki 363-zan to continue. Next is the third team. Their responsibilities are the support team and the emergency reserve team. They support and supplement the casualties in the battle of other teams, as well as the gaps in missions. Therefore, as such a team, I think the captain not only requires high strength, but also needs the captain to be a person with strong ability to teach and lead the team. Kuchiki Xuan said after consideration. The fourth team is the healing team. As the name suggests, after all, Kido already has a systematic healing system Kido, and there are personnel with Ryotsu characteristics that are suitable for them. They can be trained towards this aspect. Of course, the strength of the players is not too rigid. It is required, but the captain must never make up for it. Oh, you must not just choose one at random. Advertisement. As for the fifth team, as a rescue team, the rigid requirements on strength cannot be lowered, but, I think, after all, the first, second and third teams in front are already belong to the nobles. If the fifth team, if such a key point team is still exclusive to the nobles, it will be a bit suspected of using power for personal gain. Therefore, I think that the selection range of the fifth team should be open to the public, so that all people from common nobles, commoners and poor areas, as long as they have ability, you can come to choose the captain of the fifth team. The reason why Kuchiki-zan said that is actually purposeful, and of course the purpose is not so strong. Among the captains of the fifth team he knows, there are almost no nobles who become captains. Of course, there may be, but Kuchiki-zan does not know, that's all. However, out of various considerations, Kuchiki-zan felt that for a team like the 5th Division, it would be better to select the captain from a wider audience. Of course, Kuchiki-zan is not afraid of any criticism, but because in an armed department, it is not a good phenomenon to be occupied by a large number of people of the same class for a long time. Kuchiki-zan purely considers for Gode 13 itself. It can be said that he has no selfishness at all. After all, Gode 13 established at this time as the first main force to face the Quincy after hundreds of years. If something goes wrong at the beginning, the consequences will be unimaginable. QG. Plus. % Similarly, Yamamoto Shigekuni also had the same thinking, so he did not disagree with Kuchiki-gen's suggestion. On the contrary, he thought it was an excellent phenomenon that Kuchiki-gen made such a suggestion. Continue. Then, the next is the 6th team. As I said before, as the team that handles all noble affairs, I think it is a good choice to hand it over to the 6th team. Of course, if you have a better proposal, old man, I don't care, said Kuchiki-zan. To be honest, this is actually based on the original work, but the problem is that Gode 13 should have been established earlier than the original work, CEFH, by about 500 years. Such a time difference is not long or short, maybe there will be some unexpected changes, so when Kuchiki-zan said this, he didn't say it dead. Advertisement however, things like the world's development line are still quite powerful. Regarding Kuchiki-zan's suggestion that the 6th team be handed over directly to the Kuchiki family, Yamamoto has no objection, can't understand. For the Kuchiki family, yes. Continue? Yamamoto Shigekuni motioned for Kuchiki-zan to continue. Kuchiki-zan nodded. Then the next is the 7th Division. In my prediction, the 7th Division should be formed as a guard team. He is responsible for the defense of Gode 13 itself and the protection of the captain. So for such a person, it is up to you to choose the old man. Hearing Kuchiki-zan's words, Yamamoto Shigekuni nodded again. Although there was no suitable candidate for Yamamoto Shigekuni for a while, Yamamoto Shiguni can be said to be full of peaches and plums. So he will be loyal when he chooses a team. It is not difficult for a person in this position, but the difficulty of this matter is that it is relatively difficult to find someone who is capable and loyal, who can also be the captain, and who is not a member of the great nobles. Well, the old man will think about it. After thinking for a while, Yamamoto Shigekuni signaled to continue. The 8th Division is an intelligence team. There's an old saying in Daxia, as the saying goes, the 3 armies are not moving, intelligence comes first. Intelligence is extremely important to an armed force. The captain in this position must not only have strength, but also you must have an absolutely useful mind and the ability to adapt to changing circumstances, because everything collected and analyzed by the 8th Division will determine the safety and success rate of other divisions when performing missions, so you must not be sloppy. Of course, it depends on you. How did you choose? In the original book, the captain of the 8th team is Jingling Court, a captain with considerable strength and intelligence. This guy even took over the post of captain temporarily after the old man Yamamoto was killed, and finally defeated the Invisible Empire. After that, he became the new captain. Moreover, throughout the entire plot, Jingling Court has always shown superhuman analysis and judgment abilities, and of course the powerful combat ability to kill a Rancor number. The most suitable candidate has always been Jingling Court, but now Jingling's family has emerged, but Jingling Court has not yet been born. Chapter 121 The Captain's Candidate, Part 2. Sometimes Kuchiki-zan thinks that during that period in the original book, although there were not many powerful characters, there were also quite a few absolutely top characters. Not to mention the 3 protagonists Kurosaki Ichigo, the psychopath Aizen Sosuke, and the ceiling in the ceiling Yamamoto Shigekuni. There are many other people who are outstanding. Kuchiki-zan sometimes really wished to gather all capable people to his side, but unfortunately, this kind of thinking can only be thought about. Withdrawing his thoughts, Kuchiki-zan continued to speak in plain language. The candidates for the 8th Division must be cautious. You must be very clear about this, old man. I won't go into details and continue to talk about the following. Then there is the 9th Division. Since it is an armed organization, there will be law enforcement and fighting indifferently. Sometimes when facing a target that is not guaranteed to be killed, it will naturally stay alive. If the target is not guilty of death, naturally, they will be locked up as a punishment. Therefore, I think the 9th team should be used as a prison team, that is, the team that guards the prison. As a prison team, the core issues are of course loyalty and obedience. It's up to you. Kuchiki General will generally not put forward specific intentions for teams that are not particularly sensitive. At least now Yamamoto Shigekuni has discovered Kuchiki Gen's law, but what Kuchiki Gento said is quite reasonable, so Yamamoto Shigekuni also agrees with Kuchiki Gen's thoughts. The 10th Division, it is used as a regional patrol and security team. I think it is better for such a division to be run by our own people. The Shiba family is good. Regarding the 10th squad, Kuchiki Gen didn't explain much. After all, one sentence is enough, and it's useless to say too much. Anyway, Yamamoto Shigekuni can understand what he means. Well, yes, the Shiba family can do it. Yamamoto Shiguni meant that he agreed with what Kuchiki-zan said. After all, the current nobles all came here for the Soul Society at the beginning. During the change of power, some of these great nobles who have made contributions must be considered more or less, otherwise it will be easy to be divorced, which is not what Yamamoto Jongwo wants to see. Of course, what Kuchiki General said is also one of the things that Yamamoto Shigekuni agrees with. After all, regarding internal defense work, it is better to entrust it to someone you know well than to a stranger. Of course, all of this is only temporary. When Gode 13 is completely on the track after hundreds of years, these positions are not impossible to change. Of course, the premise is that these families in power cannot make any major mistakes in principle. Advertisement, the 11th squad, that is, the full-time combat squad, the only requirement for such a squad is that the combat power is strong enough. Kuchiki-zan finally talked about the 11th team, which is the highlight of the 13th team. The 11th team is the most special team in Gode 13. Kuchiki-zan still values this team. In the original book, Kuchiki-zan, the first Kenpachi of the 11th team, remembered that this was the position of Sister Wa, Unohana Retsu, formerly known as Unohana Yachiryu, but later, Unohana Retsu buried the killing and did it with peace of mind. After becoming a doctor, he removed his Kenpachi name and his original name. The specific situation, Kuchiki-zan is not very clear, but because Unohana Retsu's approach is a little guesswork, of course, the current Unohana has not yet appeared, so naturally it cannot become the first generation of Kenpachi, but Kuchiki-zan is not going to let Shibachi. This tradition of the team was lost, so it gave its own proposal. I think, since it's a fighting team, choose the strongest one. Isn't there a legendary Kenpachi circulating in the Soul Society? Then our 11th team should follow this legendary as an example, so that they can become 11th the strongest of the captains of the squad, inheriting the title of the strongest swordsman Kenpachi. Of course, since the 11th squad is a combat team, we must open up the greatest fighting freedom, so that the 11th squad will become stronger and stronger, and become the sharpest spear in Gode 13. As for the specifics, it's up to you, old man, to think about it yourself. I won't go into details, let's continue to talk about it. Kuchiki-zan smiled lightly and left most of the troublesome things to Yamamoto, and continued to narrate. As for the 12th squad, I think it should exist as a technology development team. Don't underestimate this so-called technology development. Such existence can greatly improve the combat capabilities of members below the captain level. You have also seen it. When it comes to how much an epic-making invention can bring about changes in people, the Zanpakuto made by Naimea is the most significant representative. So, I think it's perfect to put a guy with good strength but strong development ability in this position. Yeah. Hearing this, Yamamoto Shigekuni nodded again and said, "You say so, I have a good candidate, very suitable for this position." Originally, Kuchiki-gen, who didn't expect Yamamoto Shigekuni to give any specific candidate, was taken aback when he heard this, and then subconsciously asked with squinted eyes, "Who is it?" "The daughter of the patriarch of a relatively small family named Shutara Senjumaru." Advertisement plus. Hearing this name, Kuchiki-zan swears directly from the bottom of his heart, because Kuchiki-zan was still thinking about where this big sister is nesting. After all, the current Soul Society does not have a deadly pretense. The current, Shinigami, the noun has just started to become popular, and there is no matching clothing yet. As the creator of the Shinigami workwear, Shiba suit, and the Ori Sho of the Zero Division, Shutara Senjumaru is still very important. But what Kuchiki-zan didn't expect was that at this juncture, Yamamoto Shigekuni knew about the other party's situation. Oh, let's hear it. Although Kuchiki-zan knows what kind of ruthless person this is, he still has to pretend to know nothing and speak up to Yamamoto Shigekuni. Well, nothing special, but she is already very young at such a young age. She seems to be doing something recently. I think that once this little girl succeeds, she will be taken to the Lingwang Palace like the kid from Ermaiwu's family. Come on. Well, they are all ruthless people, Kuchiki thought silently. Then, what do you mean? It's okay, if she wants to, let her be the captain of the 12th division for a while. After all, Ermaya is not here, she is the most suitable responsibility. Okay, boss, you have the final say. For such a proposal, Kuchiki-zan shrugged without any objection. Then, it's the last 13th division, Kuchiki-zan said solemnly, the 13th division, it's a little important. Chapter 122 Heart to Heart, second update, Squad 13 is arguably the most important part of the entire system, Kuchiki-zan said. What? Yamamoto asked in bewilderment. When Kuchiki-zan heard the question, he didn't give a direct answer, but asked instead, "Old man, what do you think is our duty?" Our duty? Yamamoto Shigekuni frowned slightly, and after trembling the eyebrows above his eyes twice, he said, "Our duty is to protect the Soul Society, and deal with the problem of the soul." Speaking of this, Yamamoto Shigekuni's eyes lit up and said, "You mean, the 13th division is dedicated to dealing with soul issues?" "That's right." Kuchiki-zan snapped his fingers, and then said, "That's what it means. The task of the 13th squad is the purification team, to be precise, the purification team of the present world. We have now begun to call ourselves Shinigami well, for human beings in this world. We are indeed doing this kind of work, so we must not be sloppy at all in the face of our greatest responsibility, which is why I said that the 13th division is the most important reason." "What is your specific idea?" Yamamoto Shigekuni naturally heard the meaning of Kuchiki's mysterious words, so he asked directly. "My idea is actually very simple, that is, the 13th squad, from the captain to the team members, are all required to have a compassionate heart," Kuchiki-zan said with a serious face. A heart of compassion. Yamamoto Shigekuni was also taken aback when he heard Kuchiki-zan's words. He really didn't understand what Kuchiki-zan meant this time. "Yes, it's compassion. Don't understand? Advertisement. Let's put it this way." Kuchiki-zan explained lightly, the so-called compassionate heart is to have kindness and compassion for any soul, because every soul, whether it is whole or virtual, is our soul. The objects that people in the society should save, although we have always had a hostile relationship with Shu, it was also formed based on Shu's flaws, so whether it is soul burial or clearing Shu, we should have a compassionate heart. After Kuchiki-zan finished speaking, he looked at Yamamoto Shigekuni with a serious face, because he knew very well that from the very beginning, Yamamoto Shigekuni had no such idea. After all, people in the Soul Society regard virtualization and wholeness as an item task, never have any compassion. What Kuchiki-zan, Jebi, did is not really hoping that people in the Soul Society can have a compassionate heart, but hoping that these people will subtly take these general tasks and bring personal feelings in the days to come. After all, no matter if it is a person, Jung, Shu, or Shinigami, they all have feelings. Even if Shu's feelings are missing a large part, it is undeniable that all people with power, what really inspires them to be more powerful is their feelings. The reason why Kurosaki Ichigo can become the protagonist is because he is not as cold as Shinigami, and of course it is also because he has combined the three major types of abilities to form an absolute comparison ability. Kuchiki-zan once heard a saying that, only with extreme emotion can one be extremely powerful with a sword. In fact, Kuchiki-zan agrees with this sentence very much. Only by expressing feelings more sincerely can he inspire himself to become stronger the power of. Therefore, Kuchiki-zan hopes to fundamentally change the mechanical nature of Shinigami's behavior. Only in this way can the combat effectiveness of Shinigami be effectively improved. Is that so? Feeling the power of Kuchiki-gen's words, Yamamoto Shigekuni was so solemn when facing Kuchiki-gen's words for the first time, because he felt Kuchiki-gen's heart. I understand what you mean. Seeing Yamamoto Shigekuni's expression move, Kuchiki-zan was excited, because this was his whim, pretending to be a comparison, but unexpectedly the effect was quite good. Even Yamamoto Shigekuni was shocked. Containing the excitement in his heart, Kuchiki-zan straightened his face, and then continued to speak. As for the 13th division, there should be 4 gates and guards. How do you say that? Advertisement. Because of Jingling, the current Soul Society has been divided into 2 parts, Jingling and Rukongai. Even if we want to eliminate differences and bring peace to the Soul Society, we must also pay attention to making the Soul Society. The distinction between Aborigines and Wandering Souls is not discrimination, but a compromise chosen to avoid conflicts. Kuchiki-zan said helplessly. Well, that makes sense, let's continue. Yamamoto Shigekuni has a deep understanding of this point. With the development of the present world, more and more souls come to the Soul Society every year, so it is inevitable that there will be in order to avoid conflicts with the Aborigines of the Soul Society. Yamamoto Shigekuni has established Rukongai outside the Jingling Court, where the original slums were located. Floating souls are the name people in the Soul Society refer to the souls who came from this world. Even the children born of the floating souls cannot be regarded as the Aborigines of the Soul Society. Regarding this point, Kuchiki-zan understands and does not understand. What he understands is that the Aborigines of the Soul Society are actually the blood of the Spirit King, and the family they have bred. Essential difference. Of course, this refers to the souls who were born in the Soul Society later. Kuchiki-zan is naturally aware of the difference in power, but the essential difference, Kuchiki-zan is powerless, really can't understand. However, even if he doesn't understand, it doesn't prevent Kuchiki-zan from understanding the conflict between the wandering spirits and the Aborigines, so Kuchiki-zan suggested that the real boundaries should be established in the early stages of team building, in order to reduce the conflict as much as possible. What I mean is, let Jingling Court have a wall and barrier that can completely isolate it from Rukongai. Kuchiki-zan said in advance the concept of later generations. It is very important for Jingling to isolate the souls from the outside world. At this time, Rukongai is not as comprehensive as the giant Yamato of later generations. According to the description in the original book, Seirei is located in the center of Rukongai, where Shinigami and nobles live, and is separated from Rukongai by the Seirei wall. The Sealing Gate is the gate that Rukongai must pass through to enter the Jingling. There is usually nothing between Jingling and Rukongai, but when someone prepares to enter Jingling from Rukongai without authorization, there will be a wall. The walls are built with murderous stones that can block spiritual power, release and decompose the fluctuations of spiritual power, produce a spherical protective cover, protect Seirei from all aspects from the air to the ground, so the soul of general spiritual power is invincible. 4 sealing gates are set up on the east, south, west and north sides of the wall, which are the 4 major sealing gates in the east, Qingliu Gate, the 4 major sealing gates in the west, Baidao Gate, and the 4 sealing gates. The south gate of Delingling Gate, Zua Gate, the north gate of the 4 great Lingling Gates, Hiling Gate. All 4 gates are guarded by guards who are selected from the whole Soul Society and are famous for their heroes. What I mean is very simple, build walls and barriers first, guard these things, you can put them later. Chapter 123 Team Building and Selection. Kuchiki-zan finished what he knew and thought, stopped talking, and just looked at Yamamoto Shigekuni quietly. Yamamoto Shigekuni began to summarize and analyze the many things that Kuchiki-zan said before, many of which cannot be done in a short time, and Yamamoto Shigekuni naturally knows that there is no rush, so Shigekuni Yamamoto finally realized that the establishment of Gode 13 is a long-term thing. I understand what you said, and you should also know that this is a long-term matter. I agree with what you said, but the difficulty of implementing it is really not small, Yamamoto Shigekuni said meaningfully. Both of them are smart people, so they don't need to speak too bluntly, and they both understand what the other means. Kuchiki-zan nodded, and said understandingly, it's natural, one bite can't make you fat, so I will work hard for you in the future. You little brat. Yamamoto Shigekuni shook his head helplessly and complained that he knew that there was almost no reason for Kakigi-gen to work anymore. As for me, I'm just making suggestions. As for how to implement them at that time, it will be a headache for you. As a branch house member of a big noble, you don't want to drag me into the water. Kuchiki-zan gave Yamamoto heavy weight in advance. Guo has been vaccinated, anyway, after this time, he is waiting to eat ready-made ones. Understood, you lazy brat. Yamamoto Shigekuni was helpless. Okay, old man, I'll be leaving first. Kuchiki-zan knew that his work was done. After hearing this, he got up and left. Yamamoto Shigekuni didn't stop Kuchiki-zan. After all, Kuchiki-zan had done everything that Kuchiki-zan was supposed to do, and beat him. Too much would be too much, and Yamamoto Shigekuni also knew how to measure. Advertisement with Kuchiki-gen leaving Yamamoto Shigekuni's house. It is also officially announced that the discussion, analysis and positioning work in the early stage of Gode 13 has been completed, and the next step is to start the implementation. On the 3rd day after Kuchiki-gen and Yamamoto Shigekuni had a detailed talk, Yamamoto Shigekuni and the 3 nobles, the soy sauce of the Suniyashiro family, announced to the outside world that the Seirei began to formally prepare for the establishment of the Godei 13th Division and selection of team members and captains. During the period, Yamamoto Shigekuni also specifically approached Kuchiki-zan for this matter, because Yamamoto Shiguni knew that it would be very difficult for Kuchiki-zan to see him again this time. Of course, the matter for Yamamoto Shigekuni to find Kuchiki-zan this time is very simple, and it is a matter of personnel replenishment. Kuchiki-zan also said very simply, "Oh, you also come to ask me such a simple matter? Why do you keep so many students from the Shino Academy of Spiritual Art? From now on, you will start your studies in 6-year rounds. After the assessment, you can directly enter Godei 13 after graduation, and you can be directly expelled if you are unqualified. Otherwise, why do you keep so many people? Besides, what do you think Godei 13 is for? Or are you planning to open a school instead of a college, church?" This sentence directly enlightened Yamamoto Shigekuni. His previous thinking was too simple. He thought that cultivating people would be considered as contributing to the Soul Society. In fact, it is not the case. There are many people who have been resting for a long time but have no achievements. Yamamoto thought of his affection and continued to take in this other party, but now that he thinks about it, doing so is really not the way, and it may not be beneficial to Soul Society. The method Kuchiki-zan said is very good. 6 years is around. You have learned all the things you should learn. The practice is up to you. As the saying goes, the master leads the door to practice in the individual, and the Soul Society in the future will not it may be like before. As long as you enter the school, you will be a member of the school for the rest of your life, which is no longer realistic. With this in mind, Yamamoto Shigekuni is ready to expand the Shino Spiritual Art Academy again, and this expansion is also accompanied by the biggest reform of the Shino Spiritual Art Academy, and it will become what Kuchiki General said, academy, models, instead of schools, and the like. Although Yamamoto Shigekuni may be a little bit reluctant, after all, whether it is Motojijuku or Shino Academy of Spiritual Art, he founded it all by himself. Do you think he has feelings for him? Of course there are feelings, but for the future development of Soul Society, Seirei and Godei 13, we can only let Yuenshuijuku become history. The news of the establishment of Godei 13 has spread, but the specific matters have not been announced. So far, Yamamoto Shigekuni and the 3 nobles have only announced the rules for the selection of Godei 13. Of course, only the captain and vice-captain level are selected. Standard. Advertisement. Asking for flowers. As for the selection of team members, Shigekuni Yamamoto has been ruthless and has incorporated thousands of students from the Shino Academy of Spiritual Art into Godei 13. As for which team to go to, this will be the selection of the captain in the future, after the official formation of the team thing. After all, not everything has to be done by Shigekuni Yamamoto himself. After each team has a captain, things will be much simpler. After announcing the official establishment of Godei 13, Yamamoto Shigekuni united the 3 nobles to gather the high-level nobles and all the lower-level nobles, and even some powerful common noble families. The purpose of doing this is to select the captains of the 11 squads from among all the nobles, because the candidate for the first squad is Yamamoto Shigekuni, and the captain of the 12 squads is Shutara Senjumaru. So there are only 11 teams left who have not yet decided on the captain. Before the official selection began, Yamamoto Shigekuni had united with the 3 nobles and notified the positions of the 3 teams that had already been determined. As the 4 oldest families in the Soul Society, Yamamoto and the 3 nobles, it is indeed worth getting more. Under this premise, other nobles have no objection. It is worth mentioning that any family related to Central 46 personnel is not included in the selection. For these 10 points, Central 46 is also quite helpless. However, even if they are given the chance to be selected, considering that most of them are lower-level nobles and some of them are common nobles, it is simply impossible to become the captain. Having said that, the attitude still needs to be given out. It is clear that Godei 13 does not want Room 46 to intervene, so Room 46 has no choice but to keep an eye on Godei 13 as much as possible, hoping that they will make mistakes. The topic is far away. After knowing that the 2nd, 6th and 10th divisions have been assigned to the Kuchiki family, Shihuan family and Shiba family, and after learning about the duties of the 3 divisions, they all agree. There is no objection. Chapter 124 The Captains of the First Generation, Part 1, 4th Change. Soon, the nobles' meeting officially started, and the meeting began under the auspices of Yamamoto Shigekuni, and because Kuchiki-zan was the initiator and planner, Yamamoto Shigekuni strongly asked him to attend. In the end, Kuchiki-zan had no choice but to attend. The first topic of the meeting is the selection of the captain. The captain is the soul of a team, and its importance to a fan team is self-evident, so the selection of the captain must be done in a fair and open manner, in a serious manner. Take the ownership of the 3 teams already obtained by the 3 major families. If there are no qualified personnel, then they cannot directly take the captain position. Therefore, it is very necessary to hold such a meeting. Although it is not completely open to the public, at least the attitude is seen by the people of the Soul Society. 383. Next, the old man will preside over the selection meeting this time. Although it is only a primary selection, if the applicants who report do not meet the most basic standards, then do not bring it to the meeting to speak, and this time the primary election, it is only tentatively determining their qualifications, rather than being directly selected as the captain of the fan team. The above, let's start the proposal of the captain of the fan team. Yamamoto Shigekuni didn't talk nonsense and went directly to the main topic of the meeting. I propose, Shihuan Ryuji. It was Shihuan Shenyi who was talking. At this time, the Shihuan family was in charge. When he knew that the second team was handed over to their family, he was very excited, but the following rules were to let Shihuan Shenyi for a while. He has a big head, and as the head of the Shihuan family, he is naturally a strong man who has reached the 7th level. Of course, he barely reached the 7th level. His Bankai is also the weakest group of Bankai, so he proposed his younger brother Shihuan Long-er. Shihuan Long-er is stronger than himself, but his strength is limited. Although the next generation of the Shihuan family has grown up, the mainstay of the Shihuan family is still their generation. And among this generation, the strongest member of the Shihuan family is Shihuan Husan, who has rarely returned to the Soul Society for hundreds of years. And Shihuan Husan's strength, after years of hard work in Hueco Mundo, has already far surpassed the two big brothers. Even if the three are on the same level, Shihuan Husan's actual combat power will crush the two big brothers. People, one is fighting in Hueco Mundo day and night, and the other two are in Soul Society. It is not the same at all. And after Shihuan Shenyi proposed Shihuan Dragon 2, Kuchiki-zan, who had always been in the shape of a salted fish, suddenly sat up straight, and then said, "I propose. Shihuan who equals." As soon as the words came out, everyone looked at Kuchiki-zan. After all, Shihuan Husan's identity is clear to everyone present as long as they are not idiots. Advertisement, but here comes the problem. Shihuan Husan is the second team leader of the expedition team, and he has stayed in Hueco Mundo for hundreds of years. He was suddenly suggested by Kuchiki-zan, and everyone didn't know what to say for a while. After all, Shihuan Husan is a member of the Shihuan family no matter what. This is an indisputable fact. Your Excellency Kuchiki-zan, Kozan, don't you still have a post in the expedition team? Shihuan Shen thought for a while and said slowly. Shihuan Shenyi did not ask any questions. After learning that his family can have the priority to appoint the captain of the second team, Shihuan Shenyi knew how this spot came about. He also knew that although he was expensive, he is the current head of the Shihuan family, but he does not have the right to appoint the captain of the second division. He only has the right to propose, so there is such a question. Well, that's a good question. Actually, Husan is about to retire from the expedition team, Kuchiki-zan said flatly. Retired? As soon as this remark came out, everyone present at the meeting was taken aback. After all, although they knew that some common members had retired from the expedition team, who was Shihuan Husan? Is that from common? That was Kuchiki-zan's right-hand man in Hueco Mundo. Now let Shihuan Husan retire and return to be the captain of the second team. Kuchiki-zan's idea is very intriguing. Thinking of this, everyone turned their attention to Yamamoto Shigekuni next to Kuchiki-zan, and Yamamoto Shigekuni's reaction made everyone puzzled. Because Yamamoto Shigekuni didn't respond to Kuchiki-zan's proposal at all, as if he didn't hear it. After a while, amidst the strange silence in the arena, Yamamoto Shigekuni suddenly said, "The second team's proposal, Shihuan Ryuji and Shihuan Husan, do you have any other proposals?" As soon as this remark came out, everyone knew that Yamamoto Shigekuni supported Kuchiki-zan, and they all stopped thinking about the previous problems. At this time, Yamamoto Shigekuni also looked at the slightly weird faces of the crowd, and then slowly said, "No matter who it is, as long as it is within the scope of the rules, it can be proposed. You must be clear, Gode 13's the position of captain. The one who is able should occupy it." As soon as Yamamoto Shigekuni seemed to explain, everyone at the meeting came to their senses. It seems that this time, the battle for the captain of the first-generation team of Gode 13th Division was based on the two basic principles of absolute fairness and meritocracy. Since there are no new proposers, the two candidates for the captain of the second team will be publicly judged in 3 days, Yamamoto said, seeing that no one proposed to make a decision. Next, the captain of the third squad, you can start making proposals. With Yamamoto's remobilization, people started their own proposals again. I suggest. Advertisement. Soon, 11 candidates for the captain were proposed. Candidates for the second team captain, Shihuan Long-er, Shihuan Husan. Candidates for the third team captain, Yamamoto Ishiba, Miyamoto Arashi. Candidates for the captain of the 4th division, Harada Junsuke and Suzuki Atomic. Candidates for team captain of the 5th division, Asano Saito, Motoda Makihara. Candidates for the captain of the 6th division, Kuchiki-zan, Kuchiki Ludu. Candidate for captain of the 7th division, Kogoro Ito. Candidate for the 8th captain of the 8th division, Shimura Taiga. Candidates for the captain of the 9th division, Shiro Yamada and Ryumu Kui. Candidate for captain of team 10, Shiba Ching Nu. Candidates for the captain of the 11th team, not yet. Candidate for captain of the 13th division, Taro Hasagawa. The above is the list of candidate captains for each team. Except for the captain of the 11th team, first generation Kenpachi, who is not easy to propose, the other teams have 1 or even 2 candidates. Among them, Kuchiki-zan was given by Kuchiki Aoda proposed, which made Kuchiki-zan feel dizzy for a while, but because of the rules, the person who was proposed, even if he didn't want to be the captain, still had to attend the review. Of course, except Kuchiki-zan, an old salty fish, no one would want to be the captain. After all, these are the 13 most dazzling people in Jinglingding in the future. Chapter 125 Captains of First Generation, Part 2. With the selection of candidates, the time for review will soon come. In fact, Yamamoto Shigekuni is not satisfied with some of the proposed personnel, but because there is no more suitable candidate, he can only agree temporarily. The reason is that the 3 major nobles plus the Yamamoto family, the four together have already obtained 4 captain seats, so out of fairness, it has been notified at the beginning of the meeting, except for the Yamamoto family, the other 3 noble families cannot serve as captains of other teams. Therefore, judging from the current form of the Soul Society, apart from these aristocrats, there are very few other families who can meet the standard. The most basic standard for becoming a captain is to reach the 7th rank, and to comprehend Bankai. The previous one reaches the 7th level, people may reach it with hard work, but to comprehend Bankai, although with Zanpakuto, the comprehension speed is much faster than the previous Soul Society. But this also requires a strong understanding, so this second rule stops many people. In addition to the 3 nobles, taking other high-level nobles and lower-level nobles as examples, there are very few who can be both 7th rank and have comprehended Bankai. Although there are some, compared to the 3 nobles, there are still a lot fewer than 24 cases of. The most typical ones are the Muyuan family, the Ito family, and the Miyamoto family. These 3 families are old high-ranking nobles, who rose after the nobles' civil war. It is not a strong person that you can take out. This situation also made Yamamoto Shikune realize that the previous training model was not enough, and it also strengthened Yamamoto Shikuna's determination to reform the Shino Academy of Spiritual Arts. Of course, these are all things to come. All that needs to be done now is to select the captains of the first generation as soon as possible, otherwise the 3 teams are fundamentally just a decoration. 3 days passed quickly, and the day of the captain selection of Go Day 13 also came. This time, Kuchiki-zan did not participate in the selection, failed. Soon, the captains of the 11 teams were selected. In fact, to put it bluntly, the candidates who can be nominated now are all people with sufficient strength. Like those nominated alone, as long as they are strong enough and have learned Bankai, they will be directly became the captain. Only when more than one person is proposed, after both candidates are qualified, an additional review of combat is added, so the review process is very fast. The captain of the first team also serves as the general captain, Yamamoto Genryusai, 8th level perfection, deputy captain, to be determined. Captain of the second team, Shihuan Husan, 7th level complete, deputy captain, to be determined. Captain of the third team, Arashi Miyamoto, male, lower rank of the 7th rank, deputy captain, to be determined. Advertisement captain of the 4th division, Suzuki Atomic, female, lower 7th rank, deputy captain, to be determined. Captain of the 5th team, Muyuen Yuentai, 7th rank upper rank, deputy captain, to be determined. Captain of the 6th division, Kuchiki Ludu, the 7th level middle, deputy captain, to be determined. Team 7th captain, Kogoro Ito, male, middle of the 7th rank, deputy captain, to be determined. Captain of the 8th division, Shimura Tei, male, middle of the 7th rank, deputy captain, to be determined. Captain of the 9th division, Yamada Shiro, male, the lower rank of the 7th rank, deputy captain, to be determined. Captain of the 10th division, Shiba Chingyu, 7th rank middle, deputy captain, to be determined. Team 11 captain, to be determined, deputy captain, to be determined. Captain of the 12th division, Shudora Senju Maru, the lower rank of the 7th rank, deputy captain, to be determined. Captain of the 13th division, Hasagawa Taro, male, 7th rank middle, deputy captain, to be determined. The above are the captains who have been selected by the 13th division. Although the captain of the 11th division is still vacant, the positions of the captains can be regarded as arranged in general. Low, but it can be regarded as officially employed. Regarding the issue of the captain of the 11th squad being still vacant, Yamamoto Shigekuni and a group of nobles have discussed it, and in 2 days there will be a Kenpachi selection, so that the problem of the captain of the 11th squad will be resolved. After all, the 11th team is different from other teams, and it is not easy to directly appoint the captain. As for the question of the deputy captain and the chief executive, it depends on the actions of the newly appointed captains. After all, it is the captain's right to accept the appointment of the deputy captain and the chief executive. So Shigekuni Yamamoto didn't have to worry about this matter anymore, and he simply started to be a hands-off shopkeeper. Kuchiki-zan is more comfortable, he doesn't care about the captain's selection. Of course, Kuchiki-zan also has his own troubles. Since Ryatsu entered the middle rank of the 8th rank, the promotion is slow. This is because he has various, as a result of, plug-in, assistants. Years of torture have also made him understand how Yamamoto Shiguo survived for so many years. Advertisement of course, when Kuchiki-zan was lazy, someone would not let him go first so easily. This is not right. After the captain was selected, Yamamoto Shigekuni visited Kuchiki-zan's small yard again. Hey, I said, old man, you are a bit too much, what's the matter with you? You came to me again just after the selection of the captain? Kuchiki-zan looked at Yamamoto Shigekuni, who was drinking tea by himself. With a face speechless, he said that he really didn't expect that Yamamoto Shigekuni would have such a naughty side. Yamamoto Shigekuni was unmoved by Kuchiki-gen's words and continued to drink tea from his teacup. Seeing Yamamoto Shigekuni's reckless appearance, Kuchiki-zan also had a black line on his forehead. I-540 said, old man, if you have anything to say, just say it, and I will do it if I can. Faced with Yamamoto Shigekuni's sloppy way, Kuchiki-zan had no choice but to compromise. After all, Kuchiki-zan knew very well that if he did not compromise, Yamamoto Shigekuni could just sit in his house forever. It's easy to say, easy to say. Hearing that Kuchiki-zan compromised, Yamamoto Shigekuni no longer maintained the posture of standing still, and immediately changed into a smiling face and said, speaking of which, don't beat around the bush. Kuchiki Gentoo knew Yamamoto Shigekuni, so he didn't talk nonsense and asked him directly why he came. It's nothing, I just want to give you two choices. It must be nothing good, tell me, Kuchiki-zan said helplessly. Either, be the vice captain of the old man, or the captain of the 11th team, you choose one, Yamamoto Shigekuni said. Are you kidding me? You want me to be the first generation Kenpachi? Kuchiki-zan didn't hear the first option of being Yamamoto Shigekuni directly. After all, Kuchiki-zan knows very well that since Yamamoto Shigekuni can use such a pair of oil, he forced himself to submit with the appearance of not being salty, which meant that the old man's purpose was not that simple. What vice captain? Kuchiki-zan didn't believe it at all. The captain of the 11th team, or first generation Kenpachi, is Yamamoto Shigekuni's goal. Chapter 126 First generation Kenpachi? Are you kidding me? Yes, the key point of Yamamoto Shigekuni is actually to let Kuchiki-zan be the first generation of Kenpachi. After all, in Yamamoto Shigekuni's opinion, Soul Society is currently able to be worthy of the so-called Kenpachi name. Apart from him, there should be only Kuchiki-zan one. Although, Shigekuni Yamamoto knew that Kuchiki-gen had no plans for these things, and he didn't want to get involved in these matters, but out of some considerations, Shigekuni Yamamoto still hoped that Gen Kuchiki could become the captain of the 11th team. That is first generation Kenpachi. And with the other team captains in place, except for the people brought out by Kuchiki-zan, the other captains have only just passed the qualifications. It is impossible to talk about how high the intensity is. The dignified Godai 13th squad, except for him as the captain, doesn't even have a powerhouse of the 8th rank. To be honest, Yamamoto Shigekuni is not very satisfied with this situation, but there is no other way. The current situation is like this. Maybe in 100 years or so, the situation will be better. But now, Yamamoto Shigekuni is very dissatisfied. Of course, this is also related to the turmoil of the Soul Society over the years. The internal friction of the Soul Society over the years has exhausted the high-end power of the Soul Society. Although with the appearance of Zanpakuto, the speed of people's cultivation and comprehension has become faster, but it also takes hundreds of years as a cycle to replace it, and there is no rush at all. Therefore, Kuchiki-zan has become one of the few strong players that Yamamoto Shigekuni sees. In any case, Kuchiki-zan's actual combat ability is there, and the record is also there. If he is the 11th as the captain of the team, no one should question it, and no one would easily challenge Kuchiki-zan. You know the situation of the Soul Society very well now, and I don't believe that you don't know the level of the captain selected now, so the old man thinks that only you come to be the captain of the 11th team. Can really secure Kenpachi's position. Yamamoto Shigekuni Akatsuki expressed emotion and reasoned. It's meaningless to say that, old man, although I know what you're talking about, but the problem is, once I sit in that position, let's not mention whether the management is not in charge, who can kill me when I sit there, becoming Kenpachi? Besides, I have no interest in the name of Kenpachi. Kuchiki-zan spread his hands and said, it's not that Kuchiki-zan boasted, even if it's the first generation Kenpachi's Hana Yachiryu in the original book, even in its heyday, it's definitely not Kuchiki Xuan's opponent now. Let's not talk about those abilities, even if it's a real fight. Hana, this royal sister, is not necessarily the opponent of Kuchiki-zan now, let alone other people. This old man knows that there is no one in the Soul Society who can say that he dares to beat you, not even me, but special circumstances are treated specially, and this old man can promise that if there is a suitable candidate, this old man will definitely approve you to step aside. Yes. Yamamoto Shigekuni said again. Hearing this, Kuchiki-zan narrowed his eyes slightly, trying to think about the feasibility of this method. If it is true what Yamamoto Shigekuni said, once he has a successor, he can step down, then this matter is not unacceptable other side. Besides, today Yamamoto Shigekuni made it clear that he would not leave unless he got the answer he wanted, so Kuchiki-zan also had to think about how to deal with this guy in front of him. Well, old man, don't say I don't give you face, I will definitely not be the captain, but you don't worry, just listen to me. Kuchiki Xuanshu pressed his hands and stabilized his ready to speak. Yamamoto Shigekuni continued. Listen to my proposal first. Since you want me to be the captain of the 11th team, that's fine, but my condition is that I'm only the acting captain, and I won't inherit the title of Kenpachi. When there is a suitable candidate, after the other party, let the other party become first generation Kenpachi, so it is considered to be in line with the rules, isn't it? Advertisement. After Kuchiki-zan finished speaking, he looked at Yamamoto Shigekuni, and Yamamoto Shigekuni was lost in thought. Originally, what he meant was that he wanted someone with sufficient qualifications to be the captain of the 11th team. Kuchiki-zan was naturally the most suitable candidate, but Kuchiki-zan has long revealed his desire not to become the captain, and Yamamoto Shigekuni can understand this. Now Kuchiki-zan has put forward such a suggestion. Generally speaking, it can indeed solve the current troubles of Yamamoto Chongguo, and it can also make the whole thing sound better and more in line with the rules. Why is it so difficult for you kid to be the captain? Although Yamamoto Shigekuni had already moved towards Kuchiki-zan's proposal in his heart, he still resented Kuchiki-zan. Hey, old man, don't you know what kind of person I am? You let me be the captain who handles affairs every day, and I'm not bored to death. Don't worry, Kuchiki-zan said with a disgusted face. Forget it, I don't plan to persuade you anymore, I just do as you say. I agree, Yamamoto Shigekuni also said helplessly. But on the whole, the ending is pretty good. After all, he, Shigekuni Yamamoto, has already prepared for a long-term struggle, but he did not expect that Kuchiki-zan compromised a little quickly, which can be regarded as in line with Shigumi Yamamoto's wishes. What? Is it because I agreed too quickly and you are not used to it? Kuchiki-zan looked at Yamamoto Shigekuni's face and said with a mean expression. HMPH, that's fine, I will report to the Ichiba team in 2 days' time. Shigekuni Yamamoto is no longer ready to talk nonsense. After all, he has achieved his purpose of coming to find Kuchiki-zan, so there is no need to talk about other nonsense. It's alright, let's go, you old man will come to see me for nothing. Kuchiki-zan drove Yamamoto Shigekuni away with a look of disgust. Yamamoto Shigekuni finally drank the tea in the cup, then got up and left. If it wasn't for Li Wang's to make Kuchiki-zan compromise, he wouldn't waste so much time, you know he is very busy all. Sending Yamamoto Shigekuni away, Kuchiki-zan also heaved a sigh of relief. After all, if Yamamoto Shigekuni must let him take full powers as the captain, he really has no good reason to refuse. After all, Gode 13 has just been established, and a lot of waste is waiting to be done. As the initiator of the establishment of Gode 13, if Kuchiki-zan does not fully support it, it is a bit unreasonable. Hey, it's really troublesome. I want to be the captain of the 11th team? This is a big deal. Kuchiki-zan thought and complained. No matter how he thought about it, he felt that he was at a big loss, but there was no way. Who let him? Shigekuni Yamamoto has found a way to deal with him. Kuchiki-zan is not afraid of Yamamoto Shiguni putting on airs to show his identity. He is afraid that Yamamoto Shiguni will play tricks on him, so Kuchiki-zan has nothing to do. Chapter 127. On the right track. 2 days passed in a flash. Kuchiki Xuan got up early and walked towards the location of the first team's team building. Along the way, he met Shinigami, who was in a hurry. The reason why Kuchiki-zan knows that they are Shinigami is because they are still wearing the uniforms of the Shinigami Academy, because Yamamoto Shigekuni has revealed before that the students of the Shinigami Academy will be merged into Gode across the board. Among the 13, Yamamoto Shigekuni still thinks that there are not enough common players in Gode 13. In the past, when many students joined the team, the ceremony was very brief. A simple swearing-in ceremony was considered to be an official entry into the team. After all, it was a time with a lot of things to do, and there was not much time to welcome these common soldiers into the team, so everything can be kept simple. Because everything is simplified, it is normal for the former students who are already official members of the Gode 13 to still be wearing the uniforms of the Shino Academy of Spiritual Arts. Kuchiki-zan, who was not surprised by this, walked towards the team building of the first team without any haste. Although it was not fast, it didn't take long to arrive at the team building of the first team. Kuchiki Xuan looked at the familiar and unfamiliar team house, feeling a lot of emotion. Unknowingly, Kuchiki Xuan has been in Soul Society for more than 900 years. Although there is no deviation in memory, time has passed. Kuchiki Xuan took a look at the information of the system, and found that except for the age and identity changes, other things have not changed at all, which also made Kuchiki Xuan sigh again that it is too difficult to improve the Ryotsu level. Walking in the all-wooden corridor, I greeted the passers-by from time to time, and soon came to the captain's meeting room in the original book. It's not that Kuchiki-zan knows the way, but to show that everyone is concentrated here, including Yamamoto Shigekuni, no one is suppressing their breath at all. A group of characters above the 7th rank gathered together, and released Ryotsu without any disguise. Even blind people can find them by following their Ryotsu. When Kuchiki-zan arrived at the destination, he opened the door directly and saw the people standing in the room. It seemed to have a bit of the taste in the original book, but at this time, the Shinigami had not yet pretended to be domineering, nor did they have a group of captains like the ones in later generations. Gathered visual impact and pressure. After Kuchiki-zan opened the door, everyone also focused their attention on Kuchiki-zan, who was at the door. Kuchiki-zan didn't care about everyone's eyes, he walked to the end of the team and then settled. Seeing Kuchiki-zan standing on his position so consciously, Yamamoto Shigekuni nodded slightly, and then said, "Originally, today I am going to specially select a captain of the 11th squad, but a few days ago, I visited Kuchiki-zan. After persuasion, Kuchiki-zan agreed to take the position of captain of the 11th team temporarily." Advertisement. Originally, the old man thought that the prerequisite for the election of the captain of the 11th team is to be able to inherit the title of Kenpachi, but the old man looked at the Jingling Court. Except for Kuchiki-zan, no one can bear the title of Kenpachi, so the old man persisted in inviting Kuchiki-zan to temporarily act as the captain of the 11th squad. I believe everyone has no objection to the old man's decision, right? None. No. No disagreement. After hearing Yamamoto Shigekuni's words, everyone also expressed their opinions. Jokingly, one side was Yamamoto Shigekuni's proposal, and the other was Kuchiki-zan's echo. Who dares to have an opinion in such a combination, and who can have an opinion? Since everyone has no opinion, then this matter has been decided in this way. The captain of the 11th team will be temporarily replaced by Kuchiki-zan, and Kuchiki-zan will be the acting captain of the 11th team. When the strong man is worthy of this title, Kuchiki-zan will automatically give way. Above. Hearing Yamamoto Shigekuni's summary, everyone nodded in agreement with this decision, and Kuchiki-zan naturally did not have any opinions. Today's captain's first meeting. The first topic is naturally the issue of the acting captain of the 11th squad, and the second question is whether you have decided on the candidates for the vice captains of each squad that the old man mentioned before. Yamamoto Shigekuni leaned on Ryujin Jako with both hands on the floor, knocking on the floor, and said, "Seeking flowers. Oh. We already have a candidate for the second team, Your Excellency the captain. The one who spoke was naturally the captain of the second team, Shihuan Husan, who had completely changed. Well, good. What about the other captains? Has anyone been chosen? Yamamoto continued to ask. With the captain. Yes, Mr. Yamamoto. Advertisement. It's been chosen, Captain. After everyone had announced that they had candidates, Kuchiki-san suddenly said, I don't have any candidates yet. Well, I know. You just became the captain today. After that, you can go back to the team and choose by yourself. You don't have to participate in this topic. Yamamoto Shigekuni glanced at Kuchiki-san and said. Oh. Hearing Yamamoto's words, Kuchiki-gen shrugged. Soon, the candidates for the vice-captains were also reported. The following is the list of candidates for the captains and vice-captains of each team, read out by Yamamoto. The captain of the first team also serves as the general captain. Yamamoto Genryusai, 8th level perfection, vice-captain. Shojiro Sasaki, 7th rank middle, vice-captain, to be determined. Captain of the second team, Shihuan Husan, 7th level complete, vice-captain. Omeda Temple Sorata, 6th rank median. Captain of the third team, Arashi Miyamoto, male, lower rank of the 7th rank, vice-captain. Baiga Nagano, lower 6th rank. Captain of the 4th division, Suzuki Atomic, female, lower 7th rank, vice-captain. Shihuan Wa Nayuan, lower Lujia, female. Captain of the 5th team, Muyuen Yuentai, 7th rank upper rank, vice-captain. Makihara Sorai, 6th rank median. Captain of the 6th division, Kuchiki Ludu, the 7th level middle, vice-captain. Kuchiki Kiwa, 6th rank upper rank. The list of the first 6 teams has been released. Next, Yamamoto Shigekuni breathed a sigh of relief, changed a letter and continued to read. Chapter 128 Team Building Rewards. Yamamoto Shigekuni opened a new letter, which has recorded the rest of the list that has not been read out. Team 7th Captain. Kogoro Ito, male, middle of the 7th rank, vice-captain. Okita Kazumi, 6th rank median. Captain of the 8th division. Shimura Tei, male, middle of the 7th rank, vice-captain. Izuma, lower rank of 6th rank. Captain of the 9th division. Yamada Shiro, male, the lower rank of the 7th rank, vice-captain. Yamada Yuhezi, lower 6th rank, female. Captain of the 10th division. Shiba Chingnu, 7th rank middle, vice-captain. Takashi Matsushita, 6th rank upper rank. Captain of the 11th team. Kuchiki Zan, 8th rank upper, deputy captain, to be determined. Captain of the 12th division. Shudora Senju Maru, the lower rank of the 7th rank, vice-captain. Kanyue Temple, 6th rank upper rank. Captain of the 13th division. Taro Hasagawa, male, 330, the 7th level middle, vice-captain. Jashiro Juzo, 6th rank upper rank. So far, apart from Kuchiki Zan's 11th team, the captains and vice-captains of the other teams are complete. Oh yes, there is still a vacancy for the vice-captain of the first team. After Kuchiki Zan got to know the characters on the list, he lost interest in most of them, because Kuchiki Zan knew very well that from now on, Jingling has just reached the outbreak period of geniuses and monsters, will soon be eliminated. Not to mention anything else, but the few 6th level high-ranking guys in the vice-captain are all members of the new generation. The potential of these people is stronger than that of the older generation, even the captain-level characters. These people are used to it will be a matter of time before the captain who fills up the number is replaced. Advertisement. Although the other teams do not challenge and change as frequently as the 11th team, there are also rules for challenging the upper ranks, so Kuchiki Zan can be sure that the captains you see now will soon be replaced. Replaced several faces, so Kuchiki Zan didn't bother to deal with these people. It's not that Kuchiki Zan doesn't like these people, but that there's really no need for these people to have deep friendships. The strength of the 7th level seems to be quite strong. To be honest, after more than 500 years, the Quincy division will attack. Such combat power, that is to say, the stronger cannon fodder, the captain level without 2 brushes, is really just delivering food to the enemy. Of course, this is just Kuchiki Zan's own thoughts. As for how strong these guys are when the Quincy strikes, Kuchiki Zan doesn't know. Anyway, Kuchiki Zan estimates that it will definitely not be as strong as the 1000-year bloody battle chapter in the original book. The Quincy team in it is weak. After the captain meeting, Kuchiki Zan slowly returned to the team building of the 11th team. Because the 11th team had no captain before, they did not select the vice-captain and the officers at all levels from the team members. This matter things are what Kuchiki Zan has to do right now. Because since the establishment of Godai 13 was announced, Kuchiki Zan has not received the rewards given by the system at this point in time. Kuchiki Zan is wondering whether there is no reward for participating in historical events like this, or because Godai 13 is not yet fully established. If it is because of the incomplete establishment of Godai 13, then the reason must be that I am the acting captain of the 11th squad. After all, although the captain of the 11th squad has an agent. However, the official organization of the 11th team has not yet been formed. There is no vice-captain, no chief officer, and no combat teams. It can be said that the current 11th team is basically a mess, so Kuchiki Zan believes that the problem lies in this. Therefore, the first thing Kuchiki Zan did when he returned to the 11th team was to call up a group of students who were assigned to the 11th team, who were originally at the upper end of the Mao Academy of Spiritual Arts and who were more aggressive, or should be called team members now. When all the personnel were assembled, Kuchiki Zan stood at the front of the 11th team's martial arts arena, looking at the more than 100 team members in messy clothes in the west at this time, frowning slightly. Indeed, the Shinigami at this time did not have a uniform costume, which made Kuchiki-zan look really messy enough, and there was no sense of beauty and chill in the uniform costume in the original work. Kuchiki-zan adjusted his emotions, and then said loudly, "Hello, members of the 11th team, I am the acting captain of the 11th team. Kuchiki Xuan. Advertisement, before, maybe some people have heard of me, maybe some people haven't heard of me, it doesn't matter, the important thing is that now I am your captain. I believe that before you joined the team, you all knew many rules of the Godai 13th Division. One won't go into details here. I'm calling everyone here now to select the vice captains and various officers of the 11th team. I believe everyone is very clear about what the duties of our 11th team are. That's right, our mission is to fight. Since it is a combat team, the first criterion for selecting the vice captain and the chief is the combat power. Whoever is stronger will win. If you have enough strong guys, you can also challenge me." Speaking of this, Kuchiki-zan's eyes suddenly became sharp, and the Ryotsu on his body also began to swell, just releasing the fur of Ryotsu, stunned the hundreds of people below. Seeing that the effect had already appeared, Kuchiki-zan said again, "It's totally possible to challenge me, but you have to be clear that the 11th team is different from other teams. When the 11th team challenges the captain, people will die. Yes. You better remember that." After finishing speaking, Kuchiki-zan withdrew the slightly agitated Ryotsu, looked at many team members who were already in cold sweat, and the expression on his face returned to indifference. "What should be said? I have said it all. Although I am the acting captain, I will always be your captain until there is someone who is suitable to be the captain of the 11th team. You have to remember it. I don't want some people disobey the orders I issue in the future, because such consequences are beyond your ability to bear. Okay, from now on, those who think they are capable can go out to select the vice captain and chief executive. 2.0 in 2 hours, 7 people with the strongest strength stood out from more than 100 people. These 7 people became the vice captains of the 11th team to the 8th seat. As for the future seats, because there is really no one with more outstanding strength, they are temporarily shelved. With the appearance of the vice captain and 6 seats, Kuchiki-zan finally got the long-lost random sign-in reward for team building. The gold content of the reward is not low, it is basically the same as the Jingling reward I got before, but as long as a bit is added to everything, there will be a turning point. Yes, there was indeed a turning point in the matter, but this turning point was not turning in a direction that Kuchiki-zan did not want, but turned in an unknown direction. Chapter 129. If something goes wrong, there must be a demon. Yes, this time the reward is a reward style that Kuchiki-zan has never seen before. How do you understand this? All the previous rewards of Kuchiki-zan were rewarded with substantial things, and this time the reward can be regarded as another. It set a precedent. D. Host successfully participates in the establishment of Jingling Godai 13 feed to change the history, and rewards random special sign-in rewards. Beep. The special random sign-in reward has been issued, please check the quality quickly. Beep. Remind host, you have a special reward to confirm, please check it quickly. When Kuchiki Xuan received such a prompt, he was immediately caught in the circle. He had never encountered such a direct reminder from the system. Kuchiki-zan hurriedly entered the system to check the special reward, this time. D. The special reward host has received. Hey, please be careful, host, this time because of the special event, the sign-in rewards have also become special. Hey, this time the rewards are divided into instant collection type and superimposed reinforcement type, please pay attention to the details, host. Hey, host, please note that the first option for the special 24 rewards this time is instant claim type. Instant claim type rewards, like other rewards, are directly issued by the system as a one-time ability reward, but because it is a special event, there have been special changes in the rewards. If the host chooses the instant reward, then it is unknown what system will appear. The second choice type is superimposed reinforcement. If the host chooses this type of reward, then the reward of the host this time will be clear, and the next time, whether it is a random sign-in or a fixed sign-in reward, it will be greatly improved. Hey, please pay attention to the host. If the host chooses superimposed and enhanced rewards, no matter what kind of rewards will appear next time, it will be greatly strengthened, and the superimposed and enhanced rewards can be accumulated across the world. Advertisement. As Kuchiki Xuan read all the prompts, Kuchiki Xuan was immediately stunned, not to mention the inexplicable appearance of this kind of reward, the choice of which also made Kuchiki Xuan stunned. However, Kuchiki-zan understood the explanation of the two rewards. The first reward, it is possible to directly reward a big one like the previous Jingling establishment sign-in, but this is something uncertain, maybe the reward is not used, or it conflicts with this world, directly blocked, this is very likely to appear. And the second option is very intriguing. The so-called superimposed rewards, let alone how much it will strengthen the next reward, just the last sentence of the explanation, can be accumulated across the world, makes Kuchiki mysterious, do not understand. After all, Kuchiki-zan has complained about the fact that the ability of the system cannot cross the world for almost 1,000 years. This is the most important star point for Kuchiki-zan's kind of cross-world party. However, now there is a reward method in the system, which can cross-world. The so-called cross-world should be understood by everyone. This superimposed reward can also be carried over, which will greatly strengthen the first reward of the hypothetical world traversed. Just when Kuchiki-zan was about to analyze what was going on with this broken system, the system reminded him again. Hey, please host to choose the reward mode as soon as possible. If the host has not selected within 1 minute, then the system will directly select the instant reward for the host. This system prompt directly brought Kuchiki-zan back to reality. After Kuchiki-zan quickly waited, he also quickly and directly chose the stacking and strengthening reward mode. With the selection of Kuchiki-zan finished, the prompts from the system finally stopped appearing, and Kuchiki-zan was relieved. After all, being chased by the system like that reminds Kuchiki-zan, it is also a headache. As the system fell silent, Kuchiki-zan began to analyze the strange reward mode again. Originally, Kuchiki-zan thought that there were only a few types of reward modes in the system, but as Kuchiki-zan get along with the system for a longer time, he has found that there are more points that the system does not know. Advertisement. This made Kuchiki-zan feel very bad. After all, the system has been with him for almost 1,000 years. For such a long time, the system will show its presence when there are occasional rewards. At other times, it is almost a salty fish. State of the king. Therefore, Kuchiki-zan didn't know much about many things in the system, such as the selective rewards that suddenly appeared this time, and the superimposed and enhanced rewards, which appeared inexplicably. If it weren't for Kuchiki-zan to have a huge fixed reward right away, maybe Kuchiki-zan would not dare to choose this stacking and strengthening reward. If Kuchiki-zan doesn't understand the system, it's not entirely true. At least Kuchiki-zan is very clear that the so-called fixed rewards are given according to the difficulty of fixed sign-in, so Kuchiki-zan is not afraid of this kind of reward at all. What's wrong? As for this superimposed enhanced reward, since it dares to be called enhanced, it must be right to superimpose it to the next fixed reward. If there is no fixed reward of 173 times, Kuchiki-zan might choose the instant claim type. After all, if it is to strengthen random sign-in, Kuchiki-zan would not dare to gamble on it. Then the fun will be great. That is to say, Kuchiki-zan is sure that in a short period of time, there will be no more weird random check-ins, so he will choose this superimposed and enhanced reward to gamble. If the bet succeeds, it is really a big profit, and it is very likely that Kuchiki Xuan will turn himself into the master and become the uncrowned king of this world. At that time, Aizen Sosuke and Yuhabak will all be **ed by lousy. Because the success rate of gambling is too high, Kuchiki-zan really can't find a reason not to gamble. Even if there is any accident, there is a guarantee of fixed rewards, so Kuchiki-zan is not afraid at all. Of course, there is another point that Kuchiki-zan is more concerned about, that is, there is an extra suffix after Kuchiki-zan's name on the data. Kuchiki-zan has never seen a state appearing in the name column. Other rewards have always been either in the space or already in his own ability. This state appearing directly behind the name is really the first time it has appeared. Chapter 130 Interlude. One of the heroines is about to appear. Please ask for flowers and rewards. Although the rewards appeared strangely and abruptly, but over the years, Kuchiki-zan has long been used to the urine of the system. As long as it doesn't happen suddenly, Kuchiki-zan thinks there is no problem. After looking through the system again, he didn't find anything wrong. Kuchiki-zan put this matter behind him. All he had to do was to wait for 1,000 years to come. At that time, Kuchiki-zan knew what is this new type of reward. In any case, the current matter can be said to have come to an end, and the rest is for Jingling to move forward naturally. Kuchiki-zan also plans to hang around like this until the Millennium sign in time, but the idea is always good, and before Kuchiki-zan Shenyu a day, the vice captain he just elected, Shadowblade Indoro, came to find trouble for himself up. At this time, Kuchiki Xuan was sitting in his captain's position speechless, looked at the middle-aged uncle with a sincere face in front of him, and said helplessly, I said Indoro, I said I would not accept disciples. Why do you have to send your daughter to me as a disciple? Isn't that the Mao Academy of Spiritual Art with old man Yamamoto? Just send it somewhere. The middle-aged man named Indoro is a native of the Soul Society over 500 years old. As a commoner, it is most suitable for him to join the 11th team as a 6th level high level. After hearing Kuchiki-zan's words, Shadowblade Indoro's serious face was also full of helplessness. Captain, it's not that the subordinates are trying to embarrass you. In fact, the subordinates can't help it. The subordinate's wife is a poor man, and the subordinate is not a nobleman. Therefore, no matter how talented the subordinate's daughter is, it is impossible for her to enter the Zhenyang spiritual art. It's from the academy, that's why this subordinate has the cheek to beg the captain, Indoro explained helplessly. Hearing this, Kuchiki-zan was also speechless, but he understood the reason. Before the Zhenyang Academy of Spiritual Arts had not been formally reformed and became a real academy with an academic year system, there were indeed very strict admission rules. People with insufficient status were not allowed to enter the academy. Wait, you said it's your daughter, backquote? Kuchiki-zan realized at this time that the vice captain he couldn't choose was referring to his daughter, not his son. In the Soul Society of this era, the strength of the female Shinigami has not yet been revealed, and there are even fewer powerful women, so Kuchiki-zan really didn't pay attention to Indoro's rhetoric for a while. Advertisement, yes, it's a daughter. Indoro became more nervous because of Kuchiki-zan's culture. After all, although Gode 13 has several women, they are all selected under special circumstances. Except for the 4 captains and vice captains, almost few female Shinigami exist. Indoro was very worried at this time. Originally, his daughter was very talented, much better than his father who had lived for hundreds of years, and his wife died early, leaving only one daughter, although at this time his daughter is over 100 years old, but she is still in her infancy, normally under 12 years old, so Indoro judges from this that his daughter's talent is much stronger than him. You must know that those who have not yet grown up in 100 years, or even grown into teenagers, are the growth models of the descendants of nobles with strong blood and strong talents. Just like Indoro himself, his growth rate was relatively fast in the early years, and it slowed down a bit until his strength became stronger. His daughter grew slower than him, which also made him respect his daughter. Talent has a basic cognition. How old is your daughter this year? Kuchiki Yun asked. 103 years old this year, still young, Indoro said nervously. Well. Regarding Indoro's words, Kuchiki Zan couldn't refute. Compared with his age and even Yamamoto Shigekuni's age, he is more than 100 years old, which is about the same as a newborn baby. What Kuchiki Zan wanted to ask was how his daughter grew up, not really how old she was. The age of the people in Soul Society is just like a decoration. Seeing the speechless look on Kuchiki Zanyi's face, Indoro also realized something, and said suddenly, "Oh, my daughter is about 10 years old now." 10 years old? Hearing Indoro's words, Kuchiki Zan immediately squinted his eyes. The appearance of 100 years old to about 10 years old, judging from this growth rate, is no less talented than the children of the noble families. Of course, the specific situation depends on need-specific test talent level to be able to determine. Advertisement. But what Kuchiki Zan can be sure of is that Indoro's daughter's talent is only above the 6th level talent, otherwise there will be no slow growth. Although the innate situation cannot determine the acquired achievements, how high the upper limit can go has a lot to do with the innate talent. It's interesting. Kuchiki murmured, he had no intention of accepting disciples. After all, teaching disciples is what Yamamoto Shigekuni likes to do. However, Kuchiki Zan wanted to set up his own team a long time ago. Although Shihun Huzo, Makihara Motoda and others are indeed his team, after all, they still seem very weak. Not to mention other things, Shihun Husan and others are already very old, and Shiba Iron Owl is even older. Although they all look middle-aged now, not everyone has the strength of Yamamoto Shigekuni. The old man, it looks like it can live for 1,000 years. Kuchiki Zan's consideration is very simple. Shihun Husan and others are actually not bad at this time in terms of strength and age. With Kuchiki Zan's encouragement, their strength will only become more solid, and their relative life expectancy will be longer. However, this is the current situation. What if 500 years later? You know, at this time Kuchiki Xuandu is almost 1,000 years old. Shiba Iron Owl is about the same age as him. Shihun Husan and Ma okay. Yuan Yanda is 100 or 200 years older than his little brother, but also it's about to be 1,000 years old, and 500 years later, it will be the 1,000th year of Jingling, and they will all be old guys who are 1,000 years old. At that time, Kuchiki Zan doesn't know how much strength they can exert. Miscellaneous. Thinking of this, Kuchiki Zan looked at the Vice Captain Indoro and said, "Tomorrow, bring your daughter here to test her talent. If the talent is really good, it will not be difficult for me to accept her as a disciple." Hearing this, Indoro's previous apprehension and nervousness disappeared, replaced by excitement. After all, the person who said this sentence in front of him was not from common, but Kuchiki Zan. "Thank you, Captain. Thank you, Captain." Shadowblade Indoro bowed suddenly in gratitude. "Okay, stop bowing. Do whatever you want. Don't be an eyesore here." Kuchiki Zan waved his hand and said. Chapter 131 Shadowblade Naomi. After getting Kuchiki Zan's permission, Shadowblade Indoro went back again with gratitude, and Kuchiki Zan was also speechless to this person. However, Kuchiki Xuan can understand a father's expectations for his children, especially gifted children. After all, his father himself is a common-born man who managed to make it through. Now he has the opportunity to let his children. It is natural to rack one's brains to join the sect of the strong. And it is normal to be overjoyed when you get the opportunity. Although Kuchiki Zan is speechless about this, he will not say anything more. After all, everyone is born by parents. Early the next morning, Kuchiki Zan met Shadowblade Indoro and his daughter in his captain's room. Kuchiki Zan sat on his seat, looked at Indoro with a strange expression, then at his daughter, then at Indoro again, and after looking back and forth several times, he opened his mouth. "This is your daughter?" Kuchiki asked with doubt and uncertainty. Because the gap between the two is too big. Indoro the Shadowblade is a typical Oriental middle-aged face. Although he is tall and powerful, he is his daughter. It can be said that it is indescribable. Because his daughter is a typical mixed-race girl. Although she still looks like a little girl, she already has the shadow of bringing disaster to the country and the people when she grows up. The girl has 570 heads of pink and white semi-long hair, loose in the back of the head, and such a pair of red eyes. Eyebrows are also pink and white, a small pointed nose, and a small pointed chin, just like a little fairy. As for Indoro himself, as he said before, an ordinary Oriental face does not look like someone who can give birth to such a daughter. And this little girl with a delicate face that was not human, blinked a pair of big red eyes, and stared at Kuchiki Zan seriously, as if she wanted to engrave Kuchiki Zan's appearance in her mind. Kuchiki Zan didn't care about the little girl's sight, he was still more interested in the little girl's life experience. Advertisement Indoro also seemed to see Kuchiki Zan's doubts. He smiled, and said awkwardly, "Captain, this is my daughter, his name is Naomi, Shadowblade Naomi, it is her mother's name, and she looks the same." Indeed, he completely inherited his mother's appearance, completely unlike me. Hearing this, Kuchiki Zan once again looked at the little girl named Naomi who was about 10 years old. Her mother is a foreign soul? Kuchiki Zan probably guessed this and asked, "Sepha?" Yes. Indoro said brightly. No wonder, Kuchiki-zan wondered. No matter in appearance or name, Naomi does not look like an Oriental person. If it is the soul of a foreign race, it can be explained. After all, the Soul Society is also eclectic. In the original book, Tusen Kanami, the captain of the 9th Division, has a Yamato name but a black man. Isn't this a typical eclecticism? So Kuchiki-zan thinks it is understandable for Indoro to find a foreign soul as his wife. Kuchiki-zan felt the breath between Indoro and Naomi, and after discovering some of the same characteristics, he no longer doubted the father-daughter relationship between the two. Soul Society wants to confirm whether a person is the blood of this family. The method is very simple, just like verifying DNA in the real world. Among the blood relatives with spiritual power in Soul Society, you can feel more or less from the characteristics of Ryotsu. This is the bond between two people who have less of the same quality. Things like Ryotsu are closely related to bloodlines. If the family has too many strong people, the probability of strong people appearing in the offspring will increase. The necessary traits to discern whether someone is a descendant of a family. Humans in the Soul Society are different from common human beings. Humans in the Soul Society are made up of spirits, which is different from the cells in common people. Therefore, when testing whether a person is similar to another person, the Soul Society has to test it as the similar quality in the spirit, not the genetic factor of the common people. With Kuchiki-zan's sensing ability at this time, he can slightly distinguish the characteristics of Ryotsu between those who are not strong, so after a rough observation, he identified the relationship between Indoro and Naomi. Father-daughter relationship. Advertisement. In her Ryotsu, I sense the same Ryotsu characteristics as you. She is indeed your daughter, but... Kuchiki-zan said with a frown. What's the matter, Captain? Indoro was a little apprehensive when he heard Kuchiki-zan's words. The little girl Naomi is not as nervous as her father. Although she has been facing the big man in her father's mouth, her foreign personality inherited from her mother makes her very strong in character even though she is a girl. There is still a slight discrepancy in the straight appearance. Actually, it's nothing, but I feel that most of your daughter's talent should not come from you, but probably from your wife. Kuchiki-zan and the little girl Naomi looked at each other and said. My wife? My wife should be a common soul, right? I have never felt any Ryotsu in her, and many years ago, about 10 years after my daughter was born, she had passed away. If it is a soul, a powerful soul should be more than that. Shadowblade Indoro explained with a strange expression. Really? Kuchiki-gen also frowned. According to his observation, the little girl's talent is indeed better than Indoro's, and it's not a little bit better. If Indoro's talent can barely reach the 7th level, then Naomi's talent is terrifying. It is definitely possible to reach the 7th level. As for the 8th level, it is not impossible. Don't think about the 9th level or something. Until now, Kuchiki-zan has also seen Yamamoto Shigekuni, who is suspicious of the 9th level talent. Even Kuchiki-zan's own talent can't reach the 9th level. The reason why the system's data is the 9th level talent is thanks to the existence of the system, otherwise Kuchiki-zan would feel very headache. Naomi has such a talent, and it should have nothing to do with his current father who is not high enough or low enough, so Kuchiki-zan concluded that this influence should come from Naomi's mother. However, Indoro also explained that Naomi's mother passed away very early. If it was a soul with strong spiritual power, Indoro should not be unaware of it at all. Of course, things can be said exactly like that. After all, there are other possibilities. For example, when Naomi's mother met her father Indoro, she was a powerful spiritual power user who had been seriously injured and was about to lose her spiritual energy, is also extremely possible. Chapter 132 Kuchiki-zan's speculation is not aimless. If a strong Ryotsu level above the 7th level receives a chronic injury, there will be a period of time like a common soul before completely losing Ryotsu. During this period of time, the strong man's state will be completely like a common soul, and then within a certain period of time, the spirit will completely dissipate and pass away, just like the common soul dissipates. This kind of time usually lasts for several years or even 10 years. It all depends on how deep the foundation of the strong man was before he was injured. The more powerful the soul, the longer the period of time. Through Indoro's explanation, Kuchiki-zan analyzed that Naomi's mother is likely to be a powerful soul that has reached the 7th level or above, in the state. Later, in this state, Naomi's mother met Indoro, and after the two gave birth to Naomi, Naomi's mother passed away because the time was up. This makes perfect sense, but all of this is entirely Kuchiki-zan's guess. The deceased is dead, and Kuchiki-zan is too lazy to ask whether Naomi's mother is a strong person, even if a strong person can do it. Passing away means turning into a spirit son and returning to the Soul Society, so all this is not important anymore. The most important thing right now is whether or not Kuchiki-zan wants to accept Shadowblade Naomi as his disciple. Kuchiki-zan has already recognized Naomi's talent, but it's just that. The little girl is so beautiful, isn't she the first disciple of her own? Will something be inappropriate? Thinking of this, Kuchiki-zan's face became weird. Although he had lived for almost 1,000 years including his previous life, he really didn't have much contact with women, and his emotional experience was even more messy, almost equal to no, so sit wax at this point. When Kuchiki-zan fell into self-struggle, Indoro staring at Kuchiki-zan saw Kuchiki-zan's face was strange for a while, normal for a while, normal for a while, and strange for a while, which made Indoro, who was already uneasy, even more at a loss. On the other hand, Naomi, a little girl, is much better than her father. Although she is only about 10 years old, her thinking is already very mature. Girls mature earlier than boys. Although it is a soul society in this special place, the biological instinct cannot be changed. But soon, Kuchiki-zan finished his struggle, and looked at Kei Indoro's father and daughter with a calm face. Naomi's talent, I've already recognized it, as for your request. Speaking of this, Kuchiki breathed a sigh of relief and kept it a secret. Advertisement, what about Captain? Indoro seemed extremely nervous at this time. After all, it is impossible to enter the Zhenyang Academy of Spiritual Art. If there is no good teacher, he is afraid that his own ability will delay his daughter's future achievements. Kuchiki-zan looked at Indoro's nervous look, and then looked at Naomi, who was very calm. He decided not to play with the Vice Captain Indoro in front of him anymore. Okay, don't be too nervous. I recognize Naomi's talent, so I decided to accept her as my disciple. Kaishin's great disciple. Kuchiki-zan said flatly. After hearing this sentence, Indoro, who was originally as nervous as a groundhog, suddenly changed his expression from apprehension to ecstasy. Ha 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 ha, thank you, Captain. Our family Naomi is really lucky to be able to learn from the captain. Okay, I told you not to get too excited, look at your appearance, how decent. Kuchiki-zan waved his hands in disgust and said. Starting from today, Naomi has become my direct disciple. From now on, she will share everything with me in food and daily life. Do you have any doubts about this? Kuchiki-zan specifically stated his request. Well, hearing this, Indoro was taken aback suddenly. After all, if you have to eat and drink together, as a girl, wouldn't it be too, so what? Thinking of this, Indoro looked at his daughter, and when he met his daughter's eyes, the maturity and aura in Naomi's eyes dispelled many of Indoro's doubts. After all, he was the one who asked Kuchiki-zan to accept him as an apprentice. After Kuchiki-zan agreed, he naturally had his own way of teaching disciples. Although Naomi was a girl, she could not become an obstacle between master and apprentice. And Kuchiki-zan has been observing the expressions of Indoro and Naomi. He said these words specifically. Of course, his way of teaching is indeed like this. Passing on the Austrian stuff is just like going to school and leaving school. That kind of teaching will always only be on the surface, at most it will lay a foundation. Ask for flowers. The original intention of Kuchiki-zan's subordinate Naomi is actually to make Naomi the leader of his future forces. After all, his identity is quite sensitive, and there are many things that he may not be suitable for. Naomi is different. Even if he is his disciples, when the time comes, they will be able to leave him completely in whatever they do, and they will not be easily hindered by various aspects in whatever they do. Advertisement. Therefore, what Kuchiki-zan hopes is to be able to teach Naomi well, to make her a powerful Shinigami on her own. What Kuchiki-zan said is also a test for Indoro and Naomi. The test is whether they can completely trust themselves. 0. If you don't even have the most basic trust, then it doesn't matter if the master and apprentice don't do it. Soon, Indoro got his own answer in the firm eyes of his daughter. Captain, I have absolutely no objection to your proposal. Indoro bowed respectfully. Very good. Kuchiki-zan nodded. So Shadow Blade Naomi, what do you mean? After Indoro gave the answer, Kuchiki-gen asked Naomi again. Indoro and Naomi didn't expect that Kuchiki-zan would ask for Naomi's opinion, and Indoro felt extremely guilty for his hesitation and doubts before. And Naomi was taken aback. Originally, she thought that although her own will was very important in such an occasion, there was no room for her to speak, and Kuchiki-zan's question also made her a little girl froze on the spot. Kuchiki-zan found that the little girl looked at him suddenly, frowning slightly, and asked again softly. Naomi Shadowblade, do you have any opinions on the method I just proposed? Or if you have any ideas, you can speak out. Me? Naomi was awakened by Kuchiki-zan's question again, suddenly looked at Kuchiki-zan's handsome face, her cheeks suddenly flushed, and asked in her nice and crisp voice. Chapter 133 Master and Apprentice. Yes, you can say whatever you have in mind, Kuchiki-zan said again, seeing that Naomi finally responded. On the other hand, Naomi was blushing, and secretly glanced at the young and handsome Kuchiki-zan who, as if she had made up her mind. My lord. Naomi has no opinion, it's all up to my lord. Okay, since there is no opinion, then this matter is settled. I will find a good day for the old man Shigekuni Yamamoto to take Naomi under his family. After Kuchiki-zan got the answer, he made a decision directly. Huh? It's so formal. Indoro didn't expect that he would have to pick a date for a teacher apprenticeship ceremony. After all, in the Soul Society at this time, the master-student relationship can be said to be a very formal relationship, which is as important as the father-son relationship and the blood relationship, especially for those who formally apprentice through the February 17th ceremony. The relationship is even more important. Indoro didn't expect that Kuchiki-zan would be so solemn that he would choose a date for the apprenticeship ceremony. In this way, after passing the ceremony, Naomi could consider herself half of the Kuchiki's branch house, that is to say, Naomi ascended to the sky and became a nobleman. Why, isn't it better to be more formal? Besides, shouldn't my first disciple be more formal? Kuchiki-zan looked at Indoro and asked. Big. Your lord. Is there any difference? Naomi's expression on the side had returned to normal at this time, and it was the first time that Naomi took the initiative to speak after she was able to speak. You don't need to call me an adult. Although you haven't formally apprenticed yet, you can call me teacher now. Kuchiki-zan said kindly. After all, he was his first disciple. Although he taught Muyuen Yando with him before, but that he is taught in a brotherly relationship, not a master-student relationship. Naomi is his first disciple in the true sense. Okay, teacher, Naomi called out boldly. Well, very good. Kuchiki-zan nodded. As for your question, I actually don't know much, so I'll just tell you what I know. Advertisement. As for the relationship between master and apprentice, in fact, the relationship is also very complicated. For example, I just said that you will be formally accepted into the school by holding a ceremony. This kind is the highest level of master-student relationship among all master-student relationships. This is what it means to be a father for life. Similarly, after the ceremony, you will be half of my Kuchiki family, that is to say, you will have the status of a noble or even a great noble in the future, and you will no longer be a commoner. Kuchiki-zan said lightly. Wow. Although Naomi is young, he is also aware of the hierarchy of the Soul Society. She did not expect that after formal apprenticeship, there would be such a level of support. It really shocked her. This is just one of them. Kuchiki-zan said, the next level of master-student relationship, just like the old man Yamamoto Shigekuni, and many disciples of Yuan-juku, although it is not a formal apprenticeship ceremony, the effect is similar, and they are all master-student relationships who have kowtowed and drank tea. Although they don't know how to promote their status, they can be regarded as the personal inheritance of old man Yamamoto. Up. As for the last level of relationship, it's like me and the old man Yamamoto Shigekuni. Everyone in the Soul Society knows that Yamamoto Shigekuni taught me, but I have never been a teacher, so I can only be regarded as a registered student of Yamamoto Shigekuni, that's all. The above are the 3 master-student relationships in Soul Society, get it? Kuchiki-zan patiently explained to Naomi. Disciple. Understood. Naomi nodded half understanding. Okay, today you go back with your father first, and I will inform you when the time of the ceremony is confirmed. Kuchiki-zan nodded and said to the 2. Yes, Captain Heavenly Man, his teacher. After finishing speaking, Indoro took Naomi out of Kuchiki-zan's room, and Kuchiki-zan sat on a chair with a rather strange expression. Advertisement. After a while, Kuchiki-zan got up from the chair, left his captain's room, and walked in the direction of this team. The 11th team's building is the farthest from the first team's building, because the responsibility of the 11th team is to fight, so the team building is at the outermost edge of Gode 13, so that when there is a battle on the front line, the 11th team you can send people there quickly. As for the internal warfare of Gode 13, if it is not specially approved, the 11th team cannot intervene. After all, there are 10th and 7th teams, so there is no need for the 11th team. Although it was a long distance, with the footsteps of Kuchiki-zan, he arrived at the first team's team building very quickly, and then directly came to the door of Yamamoto Shigekuni's office. While in front of the door, he was stopped by a young guy. The meaning was simple. Kuchiki-zan came directly to the captain's room without an appointment or notification, which was against the rules. Kuchiki took a closer look, and naturally knew who was blocking him. Looking at the white hair and the hairstyle on the back, he was naturally Yamamoto Shigekuni's die-hard fan Chojiro Sasaki. Now that he knew who it was, Kuchiki-zan was not angry, but joked, "Hey, you are Sasaki, the kid who left a scar on old Yamamoto's head, right? Not bad." While talking, Kuchiki-zan also patted Chojiro Sasaki on the shoulder, directly covering Chojiro Sasaki, but soon Chojiro Sasaki reacted, and immediately changed his attitude and said, "Ah, you are His Excellency Kuchiki-zan. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Chojiro Sasaki. Please give me your advice." "Oh, yes, please come in. The captain did say that if it's you, you don't need to report." "Yeah, young man, you are very promising. I am optimistic about you." Kuchiki-zan patted Chojiro Sasaki on the shoulder again, then opened the door, and walked into Yamamoto Shigekuni's house 1.2, leaving Chojiro Sasaki alone excitement outside the door. To be honest, Kuchiki-gen didn't know that Yamamoto Shigekuni had given such an order, nor did he know that Chojiro Sasaki treated him so well. Because he and Chojiro Sasaki are indeed unfamiliar. When Sasaki followed Yamamoto Shigekuni, Kuchiki General was still in Hueco Mundo. After Sasaki followed Yamamoto, he has been dealing with Yamamoto Shigekuni's internal affairs and rarely showed his face outside, and Yamamoto Shigekuni's Yenjijuku, which later became the Mao Lingshu Academy, also needed someone to take care of it, so Kuchiki-gen and Sasaki hadn't met each other for hundreds of years. If it weren't for Gode 13, this Chojiro Sasaki might not have appeared in front of people, because he is the kind of person who wants to be Yamamoto's shadow, so don't be too surprised. Chapter 134 Ceremony. Open black lens bracket. Ask for flowers and evaluation. Close black lens bracket. Kuchiki-zan entered the room and found that Yamamoto Shigekuni was correcting some documents. He didn't care so much, and sat directly on the chair in the room. Yamamoto Shigekuni's exclusive room is large enough to accommodate all the captains and vice-captains sitting around the fire for a meeting. Yamamoto Shigekuni was quite surprised when he found Kuchiki-gen's arrival, because if Kuchiki-zan had nothing to do, he would never come to him on his own initiative. "You kid, why did you come here suddenly?" Captain Yamamoto lowered his head again, and asked while dealing with work. Of course you only come here if you have something to do. Who will come to you if you have nothing to do?" Kuchiki-zan knew his position very well, so he said directly to Shigekuni Yamamoto. "Finally, what can I do with this old man?" Yamamoto Shigekuni put down a document in his hand, looked up at Kuchiki and asked. "Oh, I've taken a fancy to a little girl and I'm going to take her as my disciple," Kuchiki-zan said flatly. Originally, when Yamamoto Shigekuni heard the first half of Kuchiki-gen's sentence, especially the half sentence, "I fell in love with a little girl," Yamamoto Shigekuni almost thought that Kuchiki-zan wanted to get married, but with the appearance of the second half of the sentence, Yamamoto Shigekuni realized that he had misunderstood, and quickly took back what 24 was about to blurt out. In order to hide his embarrassment, he even took a sip of the tea that had long been out of tea. Oh, are you going to accept disciples? The formal ones? After covering up his embarrassment in the past and finding that Kuchiki-gen didn't respond, Yamamoto Shigekuni spoke again. After all, he knew very well that Kuchiki-gen would not come to him if it wasn't for a formal ceremony. Yes, it's the formal one. I want you to choose a date for me, and then notify everyone. Kuchiki-san nodded, and said without going around the bush. This is a good thing. Yamamoto Shigekuni nodded. After all, he has been with Kuchiki-gen for almost 1,000 years. In the past 1,000 years, Yamamoto Shigekuni hopes that Kuchiki-gen can recruit more disciples and contribute to the Soul Society. Although Kuchiki-san taught a boy from the Muyuan family at the beginning, but it was an informal teaching, so it can't be counted. Now that Kuchiki-san has suddenly accepted an apprentice, Yamamoto Shigekuni, Kuchiki-san's chief teacher, is also quite gratified. Where did you find the little girl? Shigekuni Yamamoto was still concerned about this matter, and asked veiledly. Oh, the girl from my newly elected vice-captain's family, a commoner, Kuchiki-san said indifferently. Advertisement, yeah. Really lucky girl, Yamamoto Shigekuni concluded. Isn't it good luck? A girl from a commoner family can formally worship under Kuchiki-san's sect, not to mention reaching the sky in one step. The former is a big change in identity. At least the identity has been released from the shackles of the commoner. The strength depends on the individual's talent, but as for identity, if there is no help from outsiders, it is really difficult to make changes to you. It's okay, the talent is good, so I accept it, Kuchiki-san said. Why did you suddenly think of taking apprentices? Yamamoto Shigekuni still felt that the matter was sudden. It's nothing, I just accept it if I feel like it, and my vice-captain asked for it on my own initiative. Seeing the girl's talent is good, I accepted it. Kuchiki-san spread his hands and explained. Okay, the old man will choose a date for you. Yamamoto Shigekuni stopped asking, picked up a thick book and began to flip through it. Well, 7 days later, it's a good day. Okay, just 7 days later. Where do you choose to do it? The Kuchiki family has a big place there, Kuchiki-san said. Okay, I'll help you notify the nobles tomorrow. Yamamoto Shigekuni nodded. Okay, let's go, I'll go first, please leave the other things, I still need to go to Kuchiki's house. Kuchiki-san nodded to Yamamoto Shigekuni, and walked out without waiting for Yamamoto's captain to reply. Yamamoto Shigekuni looked at Kuchiki-gen who had already walked out, snorted coldly, and continued to do what he was doing. If Kuchiki-gen hadn't arrived, Yamamoto Shigekuni would not have let go of his work. After all, Go Day 13 has just started operating. There are many things that need to be approved by him as the captain. Therefore, Yamamoto Shigekuni finally knew why Kuchiki-gen didn't want to be the captain at all, or even the captain. Advertisement. Did this little brat know how tiring it is to be a captain? Yamamoto Shigekuni couldn't help thinking. When Kuchiki-san left from the first team and half a day after leaving Kuchiki's house, the entire Jingling Court was also closed. The god tier of Kuchiki-san was about to accept disciples, and the acceptance was the formal ceremony. This time, all the big families in Jingling Court were very busy. After all, they had to prepare congratulatory gifts for such a formal invitation. Although the congratulatory gifts did not have to be expensive, it was a matter of etiquette. Soon, 7 days passed by, and Kuchiki-san's acceptance ceremony will be held today. The place where Kuchiki-san accepts apprentices is set at the Kuchiki family. After all, after Kuchiki-san accepts apprentices, his disciples will become half of the Kuchiki family. Although there is no need to change their names, they will also be included in the Kuchiki family tree, so it is also in accordance with the rules to hold this ceremony in the head of the Kuchiki family. Soon, the grand ceremony began, and today's protagonist, Shadow Blade Naomi, was also dressed up grandly and beautifully by the Kuchiki's family. It can be said that she is the focus of the audience today. His father, Shadow Blade Indoro, was also in the audience, so excited that he couldn't help himself. As the ceremony progressed, after about 2 hours of tedious procedures, the ceremony finally came to an end, and the master-student relationship between Kuchiki-san and Shadow Blade Naomi was officially established. From now on, Naomi Shadowblade has also officially become a member of the Kuchiki family, of course, a member of the Kuchiki family Tachung branch house. After the ceremony was completed, the bigwigs from various families who came to participate also left one after another, even Naomi's father Indoro left. And Naomi stayed at Kuchiki-zan's house, because from now on, Kuchiki-zan will start teaching Naomi personally. Personal teaching is a traditional teaching method of the Yamato people. It is the initial stage when the teacher guides the student, that is, when laying the foundation, he takes the student close to his body, and then imparts all his foundations to this student. You can say anything a disciple who can receive personal teaching is the best time to absorb basic knowledge during this period of time. If this time is not cherished, anyone will regret it in the future. Kuchiki-zan looked at the disciple who had changed into casual clothes at this time, who was a little tired and excited, and said gently, "Okay, Naomi, you are tired today. Go to rest early, ask the servants to cook whatever you want to eat, starting tomorrow, it will be your official practice career." "Yes, teacher." After Naomi performed a solemn master-student ceremony, she slowly exited Kuchiki-zan's room. Chapter 135 The beginning of cultivation. Open black lens bracket. Seeking flowers. Close black lens bracket. The next morning, when Kuchiki-zan got up, he found that his first disciple Naomi had prepared breakfast and was kneeling by the door of his room, which made Kuchiki-san quite embarrassed. "Naomi, why did you come to my door so early? You didn't wake me up?" Kuchiki-san said slowly after hiding his embarrassment. "How can a disciple disturb the teacher's rest?" Naomi said with a serious expression on her small face. Seeing Naomi's expression, Kuchiki smiled knowingly and then asked, "Have you had breakfast?" Although it is said that people with spiritual power in the Soul Society must eat to survive, but there is no need to be so particular about 3 meals a day, but because Naomi's body is still immature, it is better to eat on time, so Kuchiki Xuankai had such a question. Naomi nodded and said, "The people in the Kuchiki family are very nice. Those big sisters got up early and made breakfast for me, and after I finished eating, they prepared breakfast for the teacher and asked me to bring it over." "Hey, these guys are still so serious." Kuchiki-san shook his head and laughed when he heard what Naomi said. These maids are actually descendants of the Kuchiki-san family from generation to generation. The servants will change a lot, so ordinary nobles seldom pay attention to the situation of the servants, and the servants seldom show up in front of outsiders. "Don't talk about them, come in, I'm going to teach you officially from today." Kuchiki-san let Naomi into the room, and Naomi first brought the table and breakfast into the room, and then sat down. When I arrived at the guest seat, I was waiting for Kuchiki-san to be seated. Advertisement Kuchiki-san sat in front of the main seat where the breakfast was already set, and then slowly said, "Since I have made it, then I will give you some basic common sense while eating." As soon as Naomi heard that Kuchiki-san was about to start giving a lecture, she immediately sat upright, waiting for Kuchiki-san to speak. Saying that, Kuchiki-san breathed a sigh of relief again, and said so much in one breath, even Kuchiki-san couldn't help feeling dry mouthed. As for boxing, it is the so-called white hits, which uses a special way of using spiritual power to carry out powerful melee attacks. People who practice white hits generally have extremely terrifying melee combat, and their speed is generally very fast. With the development of the times, our fighting methods have evolved from the original Zhanshuan Zaogui to the current Zanpakuto. Zanpakuto is the Zanpakuto mentioned before, and it used to refer to the spirit knife. The application and kendo are now simply expressed as Zanpakuto. Kuchiki-san glanced at the small table in front of him. On it was what he always ate. There were 2 small steamed buns, a stack of side dishes, and a bowl of snow-white porridge. The cultivation of spiritual power will be based on personal talent, that is, the ability to cultivate the ability to compress spirit seeds. The better and faster the compression, the more spiritual power in the body, which means the stronger the talent and the stronger the strength. The stronger you are, the more you will form your own unique fighting style. Spiritual power is a synonym for energy. The higher the density, the stronger the power. Spiritual power is our most basic Shinigami energy, and it is also the root that enables us to fight. And Ryatsu can also be understood as the pressure similar to gravity, which acts on external, and the composition of spiritual power acts on our body, one inside and one outside, thinking and cooperating, forming our Shinigami unique fighting system. First of all, what you need to understand is how things like spiritual power come from. Let's go, it's Shunpo. Shunpo is a special step passed down from the Soul Society since ancient times. It can move at a very fast speed, and can also go to a long distance at one time. Of course, it can also dodge in a small area. It is our Shinigami combat must learn the pace. Advertisement, of course, there are more in-depth things about Ryatsu and spiritual power, which are not things you should learn at this stage, and you will come into contact with them in future studies. 21. Of course, this is what it used to be called, and in the past, it took a lot of hard work to manifest a spiritual knife Not every person with spiritual power can manifest a spiritual knife, but the current process is called for Ouyang Xuan, the knife god. He worked hard and finally created Zanpakuto. Zanpakuto is an epic-making work that binds our already born spiritual knife to the inherent blade with a physical blade. After Zanpakuto, the spiritual knife can be realized more easily, and it does not need to consume spiritual power when maintaining the form. Oh, in the past, when there was no Zanpakuto, the spiritual knife that people manifested, if you want to maintain the external display form, will continue to consume spiritual energy. Kuchiki-san picked up the bowl and took a sip of porridge, moistened his throat and said, "First of all, to practice, you must first know what Shinigami's practice is all about." To be continued. Next, what I want to say is that our Shinigami, the most basic means of fighting, Zanpakuto. Speaking of the way of fighting, at the current stage, it is actually a Ryatsu competition between people. The so-called Ryatsu refers to the density of the soul of the person who cultivates spiritual power. This is determined by the person who cultivates spiritual power. It is determined by the foundation of a person's spiritual power. Some of the people we live in the Soul Society are born with extremely high spiritual power. This kind of people used to be called spiritual power people, but now they don't call it that way, but the same explanation for spiritual power people it has not changed, and you should be able to find that because you have spiritual power, you will be hungry, while people without spiritual power do not need to eat. This is the difference. As for, what is the reason, simply put, it is because your constitution is suitable for cultivating spiritual power, or in other words, your constitution is a constitution that is close to spirits, so your body is composed of high concentration spiritual particles, and high concentration spiritual particles the formed body represents a much stronger physical quality than common people, and it will also consume a certain amount of spiritual energy in the body. Therefore, we who practice spiritual power need to eat and replenish some spiritual energy, because Soul Society the concentration of Ryotsu in the atmosphere is not strong enough to directly replenish the Ryotsu consumed by the human body. Zanpakutō is actually a term that only appeared in modern times. In the past, this thing was called a spiritual knife. Well, it means the blade in the soul. That is, the knife born from our soul. Speaking of this, Kuchiki-zan breathed a sigh of relief. After eating a mouthful of steamed buns and a mouthful of porridge, he observed Naomi's reaction, and found that even with such simple common sense, Naomi listened very seriously, and she was very serious. After nodding secretly, Kuchiki-zan continued to tell. Chapter 136 Kuchiki-zan's Way of Teaching Disciples Open black lens bracket Seeking Flowers Close black lens bracket. This time, after Kuchiki-zan directly finished all the breakfast, he spoke again. Naomi, do you remember what I just said? Naomi nodded quickly when she heard Kuchiki-zan's question. I remember the teacher, but what? Kuchiki-zan asked while wiping his mouth. Teacher, you said that our Shinigami's 4 basic fighting abilities are punching and walking ghosts. What is that ghost? Naomi asked with a full face of doubt. Damn it, it's Kido. Kuchiki-gen raised his head and said. The existence of Kido actually did not exist long ago. After many years of research, some psychics who have no melee combat ability have created an attack method that uses Ryotsu combined with spells and singing. It was circulated in some small-scale families, but with the integration of Soul Society, the appearance of Shino Academy of Spiritual Art, and the emergence of Godei 13th Division, Kido has become a unique system of attack and other usage methods. Kido is divided into Hado, Bakudo, and Kaido. Hado, as the name suggests, is the Kido of the main attack, and Bakudo is a functional Kido, which can be used to trap the enemy or communicate. Kaido is for the team members need to practice the special Kido, which can heal the unique injuries of spiritual power users. These, the more detailed things, you will come into contact with gradually in the days of cultivation. Kuchiki-zan said slowly after he finished describing Kido. Naomi nodded. Anyway, in the current situation, Naomi will listen to whatever Kuchiki-zan says. Oh, by the way, although it is not clear which path you are suitable for, as my disciple, you must know everything, at least at the basic stage. Kuchiki-zan said lightly. Yes, teacher. Naomi said respectfully. Okay, let's go to the martial arts arena at the back. Kuchiki-zan got up and said, then picked up the long knife beside him, and walked out of the room first. Naomi also followed behind Kuchiki-zan step by step, and soon the two arrived at the small martial arts arena in Kuchiki-zan's backyard. Advertisement. First of all, the teacher will show you the 4 most basic things, the fist and the ghost. As he spoke, Kuchiki-zan raised the wooden knife in his hand, then slowly pulled out the sheath, and began to sing slowly. The fire of karma is burning, clear away the chaotic world. Purify it, Enma. As Kuchiki-zan chanted, the long sword ignited Black's flame, and then as the flame covered the entire blade, it became Black's, Enma. Naomi looked at Yanmo in Kuchiki-zan's hands with bright eyes. Her eyes were full of envy and longing. Kuchiki-zan doesn't care, after all, she is a little girl from a commoner background, and it's normal to desire power. Ouyang Xuan, who was once a commoner, isn't greedy for all kinds of power in the two-dimensional world. Although Naomi is now, the environment is different from that of Kuchiki-zan at that time, but the essence is the same. This is your teacher, my Zanpakutō, Yanmo, Kuchiki-zan introduced. Teacher, what is your Yanma ability? I heard from my father that Zanpakutō doesn't have the same ability, right? Naomi asked with glowing eyes. That's right, everyone's Zanpakutō is different, because every Zanpakutō is born from people's soul, because everyone's soul is different, so the ability of each person's Zanpakutō is also different, and you are always my Yanmo. Your ability is the black flame on the sword. The ability of the black flame is to devour and burn all things that contain spirit particles, for example. While talking, Kuchiki-zan dropped the black flame on Yanmo onto the floor a little bit, and then under Naomi's shocked eyes, the black flame started to burn the floor little by little, and then followed the pothole on the floor expanded, and the volume of the black flame became larger and larger. This scene shocked the little girl Naomi. Teacher, Heian, who was so small just now, has actually grown bigger. That's right, black flame can not only devour spirit seeds, but also absorb a small part of spirit seeds, CEC, to strengthen itself while devouring. Of course, black flame's ability is not only that, you will know more in the future, now I just to show you. As he said that, Kuchiki-zan took back the black flame on the ground, and restored Yanmo's to the shape of a long knife with a wooden handle. Teacher, can I have a look at your Bankai? Naomi saw that Kuchiki-zan retracted Shikai, her eyes moved, and then she asked full of longing. Advertisement, you girl. That's fine, my Bankai is not suitable for display. If you have a chance, you will see it in the future. Kuchiki patted Naomi's head lovingly and said. Naomi stubbornly avoids Kuchiki-zan's big hand, and curls her lips in disappointment, making her look even more cute and cute. Okay, continue to demonstrate the remaining 3 combat abilities, Kuchiki-zan said nonchalantly. Upon hearing Kuchiki-zan's words, Naomi immediately put away her emotions and began to concentrate on listening to Kuchiki-zan's explanation. Zoquan Zogui's fist is white hits. White hits is bare-handed fighting. White hits can be divided into 2 categories, one is boxing, and the other is wrestling, that is, fighting abilities such as judo and wrestling. The white hits of Soul Society is the white hits method based on boxing. To be honest, white hits is actually not very adaptable in Soul Society, because Zanpakuto's combat style is still the main method in Soul Society, whether it is Kido or Shunpo, they all exist to assist Zanpakuto. This is also one of the reasons why Kuchiki Zan admires the strong white hit series in the original work. Whether it is Shihuan Yoruichi or Sui Feng, their white hits ability is quite outstanding. In particular, Shihuan Yoruichi, in Zanpakuto's Soul Society, was able to rank among the powerful captains with pure white hits. No. Sui Feng is a lot more balanced, at least his Zanpakuto is also one of her important abilities, so on white hits, he is as pure and powerful as Yoruichi. Mu Zan also does not intend to train Naomi to be a man like Shihuan Yoruichi, so he does not intend to let Naomi develop in the direction of white hits. What Kuchiki Zan has to do is to cultivate Naomi into a beautiful, attractive, and very powerful female Shinigami, so we must start with Zanpakuto, Kido or something. Kuchiki Zan doesn't like that kind of thing very much, because if Ryotsu is stronger than you, with Zanpakuto's versatility, you can still bridge the gap, but if you only count on Kido, there is no hope of the weak defeating the strong in this life. Chapter 137 Years Open Black Lens Bracket Ask for Flowers Close Black Lens Bracket Kuchiki Zan has, roughly, made a plan for teaching Naomi. Why the quotation marks are probably added, in fact, there is no detailed plan. For Kuchiki Zan, he doesn't have any good experience in teaching others. He is a modern person, and sometimes it is really difficult to put himself into this era. So many times, Kuchiki Zan is a people, he doesn't adapt to this era, and he doesn't want others to see his incompatibility. Of course, the so-called incompatibility is all about minor things, because Kuchiki Zan knows very well that if he doesn't integrate into the world, it will be difficult for him to survive. Back to the topic, when Kuchiki Zan was teaching Naomi, he took the time to look at his own ability level. System host. Kuchiki Zan, real name. Ouyang Xuan, open black lens bracket superposition enhancement reward accumulation close black lens bracket. In the world. Shinigami world Kuchiki Zan found that some changes had taken place in his profile. The original identity was divided into identity and position, and, one more relationship. The so-called relationship, after Kuchiki Zan understands it, is actually the interpersonal relationship in the Soul Society. Of course it is a relatively intimate relationship. For example, his relationship with the old man Yamamoto Genryuzai as a teacher and friend, and his relationship with Naomi as a mentor. Kuchiki Zan conjectured that the change shown in the data this time was actually a change that occurred after he accepted Naomi as his apprentice, otherwise, Kuchiki Zan could not find the reason for the data change. But these don't matter, anyway, it's not an important thing, and what Kuchiki Zan wants to look at is the concrete manifestation of his own ability. Among the four abilities of Zhanshuan Zhaogui, the worst is Kido, which only has a secret plus sign, and the strongest is naturally Shunpo. Although only 4 plus signs are displayed, Kuchiki Zan knows very well. Advertisement after obtaining Flying Thunder God and fully mastering it, Kuchiki Zan's Shunpo ability can definitely reach 6 plus, so he is the strongest in Jingling and even the entire Soul Society at this time, and it is not even the best in the Shinigami world exaggerate. After a long time of detailed consideration, Kuchiki Zan finally worked out a preliminary training plan for Naomi. Yes, it was preliminary, and it was formulated after a long time of consideration. Then, time passed slowly while Kuchiki Zan was half out of tune. In the process of teaching Naomi, more than 90 years of time slipped away in a hurry, and it slipped away without Kuchiki Xuandu noticing. If it wasn't for Kuchiki Zan, he found that Naomi had grown up many, and then glanced at the system time, he didn't know that it had been so long. System host. Kuchiki Zan, real name. Ouyang Xuan, open black lens bracket stacking and strengthening reward accumulation close black lens bracket. In the world. Shinigami world venue, Soul Society Seirei. Zanpakuto. Yanmo, Shikai, Bankai, Great Yanmo Great Destruction Space. Liberation language. The fire of karma is burning, clean up the chaotic world. Purify. Yanmo. Position. Chief Captain of Hueco Mundo Expedition Team, Acting Captain of the 11th Team. Time. 597 of the Seirei calendar, to be continued. Ask for flowers, advertisement 1000 years old, not only that Kuchiki Zan has finally reached the level of a 1000-year-old monster, but also means that Kuchiki Zan will soon get the super fierce fixed sign in reward, and there is another point, that is, the cumulative superposition strengthening reward. Kuchiki Zan seems to know what kind of super reward he will get when the time comes. System level. Qualification talent. Level 7, subdivided into perfect, upper, middle, lower, etc. Supersensory talent additional level 2. Real level 9 upper. Strength level. 8th level upper, spiritual power level 28%, subdivided into perfect, upper, middle, and lower 4, etc. Status. Noble Kuchiki family branch house owner abilities. Kendo, secret plus 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 plus, white hits, secret plus 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 plus, Shunpo, secret plus 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 plus, Kido, secret plus plus, space ability, secret plus plus. I don't know if I don't see it, but I was shocked when I saw it. Kuchiki Zan found that his age had already stopped at 999, which is a number on the trademark of a certain pharmaceutical company. This is also an extremely sensitive number, because soon Kuchiki Zan will be 1000 years old. Time difference. Shikai. Bankai. Tampering domain 1 type. A game of minorities 2 type. Deathmatch of mortals. Liberation language. 4 directions, 100, infinite. Let's change it, time difference. Relationships. Yamamoto Genryusai, teacher and friend. Kagura Naomi, teacher and apprentice, etc. Age. 999, soul. To be honest, the closer we get to this deadline, Kuchiki-zan is really a little excited. It has been more than 500 years, and Kuchiki-zan has no serious reward income. Before getting the Flying Thunder God, it was unprecedented luck. Kuchiki-zan doesn't think that the so-called random rewards can be randomized with the practical and buggy ability of Flying Thunder God every time, so Kuchiki-zan pins all his hopes on this Millennium check-in. Reward ability. Super Sensing Talent, Shunpo level promotion, Immortal Soul Body, Soul Derivation, Space Affinity Body, Perception Space Bonus, Space Travel Bonus, Destruction Space Bonus, Super Healing Body, Flying Thunder God, Full Solution. Besides, the one who has changed the most is Kuchiki-zan's little apprentice. Oh, it's not young anymore. After nearly 100 years of Kuchiki-zan's training, Naomi has not only become much stronger, but also because of spiritual power training. Because of this, she has grown from a 10-year-old girl to a slim, protruding and backward-looking beauty who is about 18 years old. Calculating the time, and counting it all, there are only a few months left, and he will be able to get this so-called Millennium sign in reward. Chapter 138 Naomi's Knife Open Black Lens Bracket for Flowers Close Black Lens Bracket. Naomi's change was actually a bit beyond Kuchiki-zan's expectations. He was not very clear about the difference between women and men in Soul Society. It turns out that the females of the Soul Society, especially the females with strong spiritual power, in the initial situation, their growth rate is about the same as that of males, but once the females start to practice spiritual power, they will grow in a very short period of time. She has grown into a slim young girl in her 28th year. And this situation will last for a long time with the strong spiritual power of women, which is also the preferential treatment for women with strong spiritual power. Generally, strong women in the Siren Court will maintain their most perfect age, and then they will not show their old appearance until they reach the end of their lives. These are some common sense that Kuchiki-zan chose to understand after discovering that Naomi had developed too fast. Of course, this 170 is also the reason why there are not many powerful women in the Soul Society before. After about 100 years of teaching, besides the physical changes, Naomi's strength changes are more obvious at this time. At this time, Naomi already has a 6th level spiritual power level, which is better than that of 100 years ago. His father, Shadowblade Indoro, was even stronger. And Naomi did not disappoint Kuchiki-zan. Naomi is also quite strong in Kendo and Shunpo, which is one of the reasons why Kuchiki-zan laid Naomi's foundation very firmly. It can be said that Naomi has perfectly inherited the two advantages of Kuchiki-zan. As for Kido and White Hits, of course, she has also dabbled. Although the level is not high, it is enough to deal with enemies of the same level. Of course, the enemies of the same level here refer to the kind of enemies that are not exclusive to Kido and White Hits. At least they will not be weaker than the non-specialized enemies of the same level. Naomi, who has already completed the 6th level, has already obtained her own Zanpakuto. Her Zanpakuto is called Blade Shadow King Kong Nightblade. The Nightblade can be divided into a big black sword with a length of 1.3 meters, black Yao, and a 60 centimeter Snow White Little Teide, Baishian. This is a double sword, but a different kind of double sword. Naomi's Baishin is more maneuverable than their mobile devices. There are many things that can be done. As far as Kuchiki-zan understands it, it is very comprehensive. Once Obsidian and Baishin cooperate with each other, even Shikai's, but Kuchiki-zan, who has suppressed Ryotsu to the 6th level of perfection, will become very embarrassed in the face of such Naomi. Of course, the premise is that he does not know the ability of Naomi, a pair of Zanpakuto. So Kuchiki-zan believes that doing so is good for Zanpakuto, who is relatively difficult to control like Naomi. Kuchiki-zan is also quite envious of Naomi's ability to have two knives with such different abilities, but it's useless to be envious, he just doesn't have it. At the same time, Kuchiki-zan also believes that after Naomi and Zanpakuto Bankai, the ability will definitely be very powerful and practical. Advertisement. The ability of the Nightblade is very special. The abilities of Naomi's two knives are different. Obsidian's ability is very simple, powerful destructive power, that's all. Don't underestimate this point. Obsidian's ability is actually very powerful. It can unleash a slashing ability several ranks higher than the Ryotsu output by Naomi. If the opponent chooses to resist such an attack, it is likely that after knowing the strength of Naomi's Ryotsu, he will be directly attacked by such an attack. Maybe kill it. At first, Kuchiki and Naomi competed for the purpose of letting Naomi get acquainted with Zanpakuto 0.0 ability, but Kuchiki found that if he didn't show some strength, he really couldn't do anything to Naomi. To be continued. First of all, after Naomi ran out of Ryotsu every day, she cultivated her spiritual power faster, which is why she was able to reach the consummation of 6 knots so quickly. Secondly, because of Naomi's Shikai form, if Naomi doesn't do this, it will be difficult for her to find the rhythm of the battle immediately after Shikai during the battle. If it is Shinigami of Kuchiki-zan's age, it will not appear. In this case, but how old is Naomi, a newcomer who hasn't even been developed by Bankai? Even if she is strong, she can't change the problem of adaptability. Yes, it is weird. Baishin, as the name suggests, is that this small sword can produce a string with nails that can be launched far away from the sword body. This string can attack, defend, and auxiliary. And Naomi's pair of double swords are two swords with fundamentally different shapes. Because of the particularity of the Shikai, from the moment Naomi got the Zanpakuto Shikai, Kuchiki Zan consciously let Naomi Mi has always maintained the state of Shikai. Although this state is a burden on Naomi, as Naomi's strength becomes stronger, she also discovers the benefits of Kuchiki Zan letting her do this. Finally, there is the problem of Bankai. Kuchiki Zan believes that doing so will benefit the possibility of Naomi directly reaching the second level after comprehending Bankai. After all, not everyone's Bankai goes from the first level to the second level and then to the third level. Yes, some people are good enough to learn Bankai, and they may be in the initial stage of the first order in their whole life, and some people may be in the initial stage of the second order as soon as they understand Bankai, but this stage will last for a lifetime. This reminded Kuchiki of the one-step anime I watched before time travel, the one called Titan. The people on the facade have a kind of motorized device, which uses gas, nails and steel wires to move quickly. Although he also has a second Zanpakuto, it was provided to him by the system, and it is not a Zanpakuto with two knives with different abilities, which cannot be compared at all. With the guidance of Kuchiki Zan, Naomi, who is about to be promoted to the 7th level, has already begun to comprehend her own Bankai at this time. Kuchiki Zan believes that as long as Naomi enters the 7th level, then Baji is a certainty. Naomi's Nightblade has a very strong ability. Although there is no Messi Keto type strengthening effect, the offensive ability of the two knives, black obsidian, and white string, can definitely be used in Soul Society at this time. Zanpakuto from Zanpakuto ranks in the top 10. You must know that this includes Kuchiki Gens, Yama, and Yamamoto Shigekunis, Ryujin Jaka. Oh, of course this refers to the situation of Shikai, Bankai is not included. When Naomi got the Nightblade, Kuchiki Zan was really shocked. It was the first time for him to have a double sword with different blades. You must know that in the original book, there are two pairs of double swords, which are Jingle Chunshui's wa Tiankwangu and Jashiro Yukataki's Sogyo no Katori, but these two pairs of double swords have the same blade, which means that the appearance of each pair of double swords is the same. And Shodachi Baishin's ability is much more complicated than that of Obsidian. Obsidian's ability is simple and practical, while Baishin's ability is powerful and weird. Chapter 139 The 7 Great Sages of the Sanctuary Open black lens bracket Ask for flowers close black lens bracket. As Naomi's strength became stronger and stronger, Kuchiki Zan had already begun to gradually form his own forces. None of Kuchiki Zan's subordinates before was prepared to be drawn into the new organization. Because Kuchiki Zan thinks very clearly, such as Makihara Motoda and Shihuan Husan, who are already the captains of Gode 13, if they are allowed to join their new organization at this time, it is the same as Kuchiki Zan. The original intention was somewhat contrary to the original intention. Of course, Kuchiki Zan also had other considerations, so when forming this organization, these old friends and subordinates were not included. Kuchiki Zan had completed the planning of the new organization decades ago, and he named his organization Sanctuary. The so-called Sanctuary means that the people there are all saints. In Kuchiki Zan's conception, the Holy Master of the Sanctuary is naturally him, and of course he can also hold a position at the same time, and 7 positions are set up under the Holy Master. These 7 positions are called 7 Great Sages by Kuchiki Zan, and they are indeed the 7 Great Sages mentioned in a certain myth. The names of the 7 Great Sages, Kuchiki Xuanian used 24 names in mythology, namely, the Great Sage of Pingtian, the Great Sage of Covering the Sea, the Great Sage of Huntian, the Great Sage of Yishan, the Great Sage of Exorcism, the Great Sage of Ventilation and the Great Equal to Heaven. Holy these 7. And under the 7 Great Sages, 12 positions have been set up. This is of course a later story, because what Kuchiki Zan has to do now is to find candidates for the 7 Great Sages. In his mind, the one in Hueco Mundo, that is, after Kuchiki Zan returned to the Soul Society, he still kept in touch with him intermittently, the first Manos Grande he met at the Vasto Lord level, God Kelish. In Kuchiki Zan's cognition, Kamui's strength and ability can completely assume the position of a great saint, not to mention that this guy should have been properly independent of Arankar for hundreds of years. Advertisement Kuchiki Zan knew very well that Kamui was too strong back then, and if he could independently Arankar, his strength would be even stronger, so Kuchiki Xuanden gave him a high-level position in his organization. Of course, when the two of them communicated before, Kamui also revealed his intention to agree to join Kuchiki Zan's organization, so it should be no problem. The position given to Kamui by Kuchiki Zan is the Great Sage of the 7 Great Sages. Although there is no distinction between the 7 Great Sages, they also have the right to speak. Kuchiki Zan intends to let Naomi take the position of a Great Sage. Of course, this is not to say that Naomi's strength has reached the position of the Great Sage, because in many cases, Kuchiki Zan will hide behind the scenes, and Naomi is his mouthpiece in the sanctuary, so the Great Sage who overwhelmed the sea the location, Kuchiki Zan has already reserved for Naomi. If it weren't for the fact that Naomi would be stationed in the sanctuary, on behalf of herself, Kuchiki Zan would not have specially given Naomi the position of a great saint. After all, in Kuchiki Zan's cognition, only the strength is above the 8th level median, only the strong ones are qualified to become the great saints in the sanctuary. Although Naomi's aptitude is good, there is still a long way to go to reach the strength above the 8th rank, so out of other considerations, Kuchiki Xuan still gave Naomi the position of great sage overturning the sea. As for the positions of the remaining great sages, let's not talk about the position of the great sage Pingtian. The Great Sage Yishan has not yet been decided, but there are already a few target characters that Kuchiki-zan knows, but because the target characters have not yet appeared, so temporary vacancy. Kuchiki-zan had already given the position of the Great Sage of Exorcism, and the position of the Great Sage of Ventilation has also been given. The owners of these two positions are Ulquiorra West of the 4th Espada, a member of the original Espada, and the 4th Espada in the original book. One Espada's Coyote Stark. Why did Kuchiki-zan give two positions to these two people so early? When reading the original book, Kuchiki-zan liked these two people very much, and the imaginary characteristics of these two guys. It is definitely a sharp weapon against the Quincy division of the Invisible Empire that has been strengthened for thousands of years. Advertisement so, no matter what, Kuchiki-zan will not let these two people escape from his palm. Of course, these things need to be considered after Kuchiki-zan has spent the first bloody battle that will happen in hundreds of years. As for the last remaining position of the 7 Great Sages, the position of the Monkey King, Kuchiki-zan has not yet thought about it, nor does he have any obvious goals. What kind of strong people have existed in the era that did not appear in the original work, so it is difficult to select all the candidates at this time. Naturally, Kuchiki-zan also thought about cultivating some strong people by himself, but it is not so easy to cultivate strong people, let alone those who are above the 8th level, not counting those who are later generations of the original book. There are no more than 21st order powerhouses, let alone Kuchiki-zan cultivated a few 8th level powerhouses. From Kuchiki-zan's point of view, among the 7 Great Sages, except for Naomi, everyone else must be a powerhouse above the 8th rank. Otherwise Kuchiki-zan Ning would like to leave the seat vacant. As for the positions under the 7 Great Sages, there are not such rigid requirements, but in line with the principle of preferring lack over abuse, Kuchiki-zan will not be assigned to these positions if his strength is too weak. Leaving aside the remaining positions of the 7 Great Sages, after the 7 Great Sages, Kuchiki also set up 12 positions similar to the small bosses. Such positions are naturally different from the 7 Great Sages, and are called by Kuchiki mysterious name, 12 Sages. The sages here are different from the group of sages in Central 46, because they have to be called differently from the 7 Great Sages, so these 12 positions can no longer be called sages, and Kuchiki-shuen, Xian, was used once. And under the 12 sages, it is the position of common member established by Kuchiki-zan. As a common member, Kuchiki-zan has no special requirements, as long as he is loyal to blocking, loyal to Kuchiki-zan, and has no intention of harming the Soul Society will suffice. Although there is no special requirement for the strength of the members of the common, the original intention of Kuchiki-zan to set up this organization is not to do other things, but to deal with several major crises of the Soul Society, so the people in the entire organization must be combatants, because the mission of the entire sanctuary organization is to fight. Regarding the issue of common members, Kuchiki-zan has already thought about it. After receiving the reward of the Millennium, Kuchiki-zan will start to train personnel. Although the position of the 7 Great Saints is a bit difficult to train from now on, but the positions of the 12 sages and common members can be selected through training to select excellent talents, so how to train their own team is also a question that Kuchiki-zan needs to consider carefully next. Chapter 140 The Millennium Reward, Comprehensive Gift Pack. Open black lens bracket. Ask for flowers. Close black lens bracket. As for the time, when Kuchiki-zan was using it to the east and the west, it all slipped away. If it wasn't for the system prompt, Kuchiki-zan would not have noticed that he is already 1,000 years old. Please note, host has been in the Soul Society for 1,000 years. Hey, host, please pay attention, you have survived the Soul Society for 1,000 years. Hey, host, please pay attention, you have fulfilled the check-in conditions. Hey, host, please pay attention, your regular check-in rewards will be sent. Hey, host, please pay attention, your enhanced sign-in reward has been sent, please pay attention to check it. A series of 5 reminders directly made Kuchiki-zan break away from his own affairs, forcing his attention to focus on the system. After Kuchiki-shuen deepened his consciousness into the system, the first thing he saw was that the accumulated enhancement reward on his profile was gone. Presumably it was directly used for this Millennium sign-in reward enhancement. At the same time, there were some changes in his profile. The organization, Sanctuary, which had just had a template, was also included in the system's own profile. It seems that the system recognized his identity as the leader of the organization. No matter how many other things there are, Kuchiki-zan turned his attention to the very sacred reward in the system space, with a feeling of anxiety. This reward is a little different from the previous rewards. It is an 8-sided box-like thing. It is the first time Kuchiki-zan has seen such a thing. When Kuchiki-zan put his attention on this 8-sided box, the name and annotation of the box made Kuchiki-zan almost fail to come up and pull it over. Advertisement. It's not that the rewards are too cheating, but that the rewards are too powerful. Yes, the rewards are very powerful. I saw a few large characters written on the 8-sided box, Zongman Lucky Draw Gift Pack. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The more important thing is the annotation made by the system on this box. Zongman Lucky Draw Gift Pack is the most difficult reward to obtain among the super large fixed sign-in rewards. It is the ultimate reward of the highest super large fixed sign-in reward, along with Comprehensive Movie Lucky Draw Gift Pack and Infinite Lucky Draw Gift Pack. The reason why the host can draw is because the original sign-in reward has been strengthened by the superimposed strengthening reward option, so that this gift bag can be obtained, and of course it is also a manifestation of the character of the host. Comprehensive Lucky Draw Gift Package is a lottery gift package made by the system based on the collection of various abilities in the comprehensive animation world. This gift package can draw a permanent practical ability from it at regular intervals. Of course, the source of the ability they all come from various animation worlds, and what you can win depends entirely on the personal luck of the host. This is a very long note, and Kuchiki-zan chewed it slowly before he understood the meaning. To put it simply, Kuchiki-zan got a lottery perpetual motion machine, but this perpetual motion machine has an unknown CD, and what is drawn depends on Kuchiki-zan's own situation. Although the uncertainty already exists, its powerful functions still make Kuchiki-zan look sideways. You know, the system has said that all the abilities in this gift package are practical abilities, and it will definitely not appear to Kuchiki-zan. This world does not have the ability to help. For example, in the Shinigami world, it is impossible to give Kuchiki-zan a captive gourmet cell. Even if there is, it is the ability that has been modified by the system. It will definitely give Kuchiki-zan useful abilities in the current Shinigami world. As for the extent of the ability, it depends on Kuchiki-zan's luck. Although the uncertainty is strong, Kuchiki-zan is very content. At least it is much better than the ghost randomness of the system. At least he will not give Kuchiki-zan a useless skill, or a second chance to travel. What a deceitful thing. Kuchiki-zan doesn't want to work hard in the Soul Society for 1,000 years, and then 10 people accidentally get drawn into this kind of class again. As for whether he can get his favorite ability, such as a powerful skill like Flying Thunder God technique, Kuchiki-zan is not worried at all. As long as he is still alive, as long as this gift bag is still there, then Kuchiki-zan is not afraid I can't get the practical ability that I like. Thinking of this, Kuchiki-zan didn't delay any longer, and directly sank his mental power into the system space, and directly opened the lucky draw package with 8 sides, just like an i9 chip packaging box. As soon as Kuchiki-zan's mental power touched the box, a text was displayed on one side of the box, which means, D. Zongman draws a lottery. Glad to serve you. Currently you have 2 chances to draw a lottery. Do you want to draw a lottery? As the word appeared, it was followed by 2 words, de jiao jiao. One is, yes, and the other is, no. It seems that this is the way to make Kuchiki-zan choose. Seeing the emergence of these words, Kuchiki-zan was overjoyed again. Although he saw the note before, this gift package had a so-called CD. Now it seems that the number of draws for these 2 times should be part of the rewards given to him by the system. Thinking of this, Kuchiki-zan didn't waste any more time and directly chose yes. When Kuchiki-zan chose yes, the side of the word that appeared originally disappeared immediately, and then one picture after another emerged. As more and more pictures appeared, the pictures began to flash at a faster speed, and with Kuchiki-zan's eyesight, it was no longer clear what appeared. Chapter 141 Ultra Infinite Healing Body, Max, open black lens bracket for flowers close black lens bracket. As the screen began to flicker at a speed that Kuchiki-zan could not see, Kuchiki-zan knew that this was the official lottery draw, so Kuchiki-zan began to wait patiently. After the screen flickered for 15 seconds, the speed began to slow down. When the speed was close to Kuchiki-zan's naked eyes, the screen suddenly froze on a color picture. When this color picture appeared, Kuchiki-zan was petrified, and the reason for the petrification was that Kuchiki-zan recognized the characters in the color picture. This character is very famous, and Kuchiki-zan liked it very much at the beginning, but he never expected that he would meet him at this time, and, in Kuchiki-zan's cognition, isn't the so-called Zongman the Yamamoto series? What, will this big brother come out? Kuchiki-zan didn't understand. He didn't understand why this person appeared, and he also didn't understand what substantial improvement this ability could bring him. Because, the person in the picture is wearing a yellow uniform, with a mask on his head, and 3 metal spears in his left and right hands respectively. Brother Wolverine. Yes, that's right, you 583 read that right, that is, Wolverine Logan. It's true that Kuchiki-zan likes him very much, but he doesn't understand what Wolverine's ability can bring to him. The most powerful ability of Wolverine is nothing but the self-healing ability. As for the Steel Claw, yes, it all appeared the day after tomorrow, and it is not within the scope of Wolverine's ability. If you insist, then only Bone Claws can be regarded as ability. The appearance of Wolverine is already outrageous. If it is really to give Kuchiki-zan a Bone Claw ability, it will be outrageous to the point of no reason. Fortunately, Kuchiki-zan knows that since the system has said that it will not give unhelpful abilities, then Kuchiki-zan can be sure that Lao Shizi's Bone Claws will never appear. Sure enough, after the reward appeared, a line of words appeared again, congratulations on drawing Wolverine Constitution. Seeing this line of words, Kuchiki-zan felt relieved, CECJ, but Kuchiki-zan still didn't understand, what's the use of Wolverine's Constitution for him? He is a spirit body, spirit constitution, and he needs a physical body to heal. What can you do? Kuchiki-zan was thinking about it, and suddenly the system gave a prompt. Hey, I found that the host has the ability to fuse, and now start to fuse. Hey, the integration is complete, please check the new ability directly in the host file. Advertisement following the prompt given by the system, Kuchiki-zan immediately checked his profile. Kuchiki-zan discovered that the super healing body that he already existed had been replaced by the fused constitution, becoming a super unlimited healing version. Wolverine Constitution Enhanced Version D, Max, Special Edition. Although Kuchiki-Xuan can't see any specific changes, at least the name is much better than before. As for the effect, it will be verified later. As for the so-called Special Edition at the back, Kuchiki-zan didn't understand what it meant, and the system didn't give an explanation. Zan has one good point, that is, ask if you don't understand, and don't ask if you can't figure it out. Since he couldn't figure it out, Kuchiki Zan simply didn't bother with this issue. Anyway, the things given by the system were either inexplicable or messy. Kuchiki Zan was used to it. But now, the problem that Kuchiki Zan is considering has shifted from this ability to the Zongman lottery gift package, because Kuchiki Zan didn't use it for another lottery draw. And the box also gave a hint, asking Kuchiki Zan whether to continue to use the lottery. Kuchiki Zan is a bit entangled, he doesn't know whether to smoke or not. After all, Kuchiki Zan feels that he is a bit dark at this time and has the potential to be an African chief. So Kuchiki Zan is a little undecided now, whether to smoke or not. Of course, there is another point that Kuchiki Zan struggles with, that is, if he does not draw the second reward, then he will not know when the interval between the next lottery draw will be. So Kuchiki Zan will not be able to figure it out. Is this lottery package a CD that is calculated independently, or a CD that is calculated comprehensively? What is independent calculation or comprehensive calculation? In fact, Kuchiki Zan wants to know whether the gift bag will enter the CD cooling before the number of draws is used up. If not, it means that if Kuchiki Zan does not use this time when the number of lottery draws is used up, the time before the start of the next one will not start to cool down. In this way, Kuchiki Xuan will have to wait for a long time invisibly. And if it is calculated independently, that is to say, even if Kuchiki Zan does not use up the number of draws, the cooling time will start to be counted. As for how to distinguish, it is actually very simple. The comprehensive calculation must be that the time displayed or prompted when Kuchiki Zan has used up the number of draws must be an integer, and if it is calculated separately, then the time displayed must be an irregular number. Kuchiki Zan was originally a guy with difficulty in choosing. Although he has changed a lot in the past 1,000 years, he still hesitates once this time comes. Chapter 142 The application of mental power. Finally, after struggling for a long time, Kuchiki Zan finally decided that he would also use up the second lottery draw. After all, Kuchiki Zan also wanted to understand, if the cooling time is really calculated comprehensively, then he does not need to lose the number of lottery draws, which means that the time of the next lottery draw will be delayed by a large amount, which is not worth the loss. Moreover, Kuchiki Zan has a feeling that the probability of the time of the lottery draw is calculated comprehensively, not separately. Why do you say that? It is actually very simple. Don't look at the fact that Kuchiki Zan had 2 chances to draw a lottery before, but one of them it is the extra number of times rewarded by the system, not the regular number of lottery draws for gift packs. So Kuchiki Xuanrong believes that the number of draws for this lottery gift pack cannot be superimposed. Since they cannot be superimposed, the CD time between the number of draws will never be separate computational. Therefore, Kuchiki Zan decided to use up this second lucky draw chance as well. Now that the decision has been made, Kuchiki Xuan didn't want to waste any more time, and directly chose the yes option. After Kuchiki Xuan chose yes, the Zongman lottery package also started to operate again. After another process of flickering pictures that was said to be long but not long, and neither long nor long, the lottery draw for the Zongman lottery gift pack has also been completed this time. When Kuchiki Zan saw the animated character that appeared, the expression on his face became even weirder, because this is also an acquaintance, or the kind of acquaintance who is very familiar with an acquaintance. Professor X. Kuchiki Zan Yi complained with a speechless face, aren't you always busy with lottery packages? This is American comics, or even an X-Men lottery package? It's no wonder that Kuchiki Zan made complaints like this. Just now, he got Wolverine in a lottery and didn't say anything. Here's another Professor X. Isn't this what the American comics gift pack is? Could it really be the X-Men gift pack? But things are already like this. Even if Kuchiki Zan complains, it's just complaining, it won't do anything. But Kuchiki Zan really wants to ask why this gift pack is so easy to come out of American comics. What should happen has already happened, and the rewards that should be drawn have also been drawn. Now it can't be changed. Kuchiki Zan can only look at the abilities of these rewards. How to match your existing abilities is a serious matter. It doesn't matter if you look at it this way. Kuchiki Zan found that not only is there an additional spiritual power, primary application, in the reward ability, but after this ability appeared, even the level of the original ability has changed a little. Originally, Kendo was supposed to be an evaluation between 3 and 4 plus signs in secret, but now it has become godlike, and there are no other symbols, and white hits is because it is lower than Kendo, so it has become godlike, a minus rating. Advertisement. But Shunpo is different. Shunpo's previous evaluation of Kuchiki Xuanji is secret, 5 plus, but with the assistance of other abilities, Shunpo's actual ability is definitely more than 5 plus. This time, after the evaluation was changed, Shunpo's subsequent evaluation became a plus sign of godlike. As for the remaining Kido and space ability, they are still 2 plus signs of secret transmission, without any change. Discovering this situation, Kuchiki Zan immediately thought that it should be because he had obtained a spiritual strengthening, which caused some qualitative changes in some of the original abilities. That's why the system's evaluation of its own abilities has changed. Asking for flowers. And this godlike evaluation, after a comprehensive evaluation of several abilities, Kuchiki Zan felt that if he wanted to achieve a godlike evaluation, he could be rated as a godlike with 3 plus signs, and less than 4 plus. If it exceeds 3 plus signs, it should be a normal evaluation of godlike. As for the evaluation of godlike plus, at least 5 plus signs in secret can be achieved. Don't think that such an evaluation is easy to achieve. In fact, once each ability reaches the level of secret, it is already very good. It is difficult to improve, not to mention 4 or 5 plus signs. It is not easy to improve the evaluation of 1 plus and 2 plus signs. 0. Kuchiki Zan is the best example. You must know that he has various abilities to assist in his cultivation. With such a speed, it took him more than 800 years to upgrade an ability from secret to godlike. How difficult it is to improve the evaluation of cognitive ability. Kuchiki Zan estimated that among the people in Soul Society, the only one who can improve certain abilities to godlike evaluation is the old man Yamamoto Genryusai. Others, Kuchiki Zan can't think of it for the time being, and in the original book, not to mention the boxing and the like, but Shunpo, there are not many who can reach the level of the secret. Except for the old man Yamamoto, Shihu and Yoruichi should be in secret pass between 1 and 2 plus signs. Other powerful captains, such as Jingle Chunshui, should be between secret pass and 1 plus sign. Byakuya Kuchiki is similar. Sui Feng should be the same, but higher of the 2 or 3 pluses. Kuchiki Zan couldn't think of anyone coming. Chapter 143 New Things. One thing that makes Kuchiki Zan very strange is why the system updates the next stage of ability evaluation after getting the primary application of spiritual power. Why before, it would rather use so many plus signs instead. Don't choose update either. On this point, Kuchiki Zan also asked the system, but the system was still as cold as ever, and did not give any answer to Kuchiki Zan at all. Kuchiki Xuan chose to ignore the urine nature of the system. After all, he was used to such a system. If the system answered his question well, Kuchiki Xuan would feel uncomfortable. Putting this problem aside, Kuchiki Zan refocused on the newly acquired ability, the so-called primary application of spiritual power, psychic power. Kuchiki Zan didn't know how primary it was, but with the ability to 477. With the appearance of power, Kuchiki Zan has discovered the changes in himself. Originally, Kuchiki Zan's perception ability was very powerful, and the range he could cover was astonishingly large hundreds of years ago, but perception ability and spiritual power are different things. Perception is just perception, just like when you radiate perception, you will perceive what you want to perceive, anything is fine, but mental power is different. The perception of mental power, or should be called scanning, is more accurate. If you have to use easy to understand words, perception is like the reversing radar in a modern car. It will not tell you what is behind the car, but when you are about to touch something, it will remind you that there is something. Let the driver know, oh, you are about to touch something, and let you have an idea. The mental power scan is like a reversing image, which not only tells you that there is something behind the car, but also lets you know what is behind the car, allowing you to see whether it is a person, a dog, or a stone behind your car. Such a comparison, in fact, the gap is very obvious. In fact, long ago, Kuchiki Zan was not very clear about the difference between mental power scanning and perception. Even before he got the application of mental power, he did not know the difference between the two. But now that Kuchiki Zan knows, the difference is huge. Although perception can also be applied to mental power, perception does not fully use mental power, and the utilization rate of perception to mental power is quite inefficient. After learning how to use mental power, Kuchiki Zan found that the efficiency of his use of mental power has improved a lot. If Kuchiki Zan's large-scale perception was like a radar in the past, he could find out how far away he was and where someone was guarding him. Then now with the application of spiritual power, Kuchiki Zan will be able to, based on the information previously known by perception, you can see what the other person looks like, what their characteristics are, etc. It's like installing a camera on the radar. It used to be guessing, but now it's just watching, are essentially different. Originally, Kuchiki Zan didn't quite understand the difference between mental power and perception. He thought that perception was actually mental perception, but in fact it wasn't. At least now he has understood the difference between the two. Advertisement. Kuchiki Xuan released his mental power, and the situation of the entire 11th team building appeared in Kuchiki Xuan's eyes. It's like watching the entire 11th team with the eyes of the sky. Of course, Kuchiki Zan can actually expand the range of mental power scanning, but in this way, the accuracy of the scanned data will decrease as the scanning range expands, and in the end it will become the same as perception, and only a vague idea can be obtained. Withdrawing his spiritual power, Kuchiki Zan felt that the harvest this time was not bad. The newly fused super healing body and the current application of spiritual power are not extremely useful abilities for Kuchiki Zan, but in general they are not too bad. Although, the two rewards seem to be more useful than the super healing body, but who can say that they will not be used in the future? So Kuchiki Zan's mentality is still very peaceful. However, one thing that made Kuchiki Zan unhappy was that he finally knew that the cooldown of the Zongman lottery gift pack was calculated comprehensively, not separately, and the cooldown time was still very long. When Kuchiki Zan used up the last lottery draw, he found that there was an extra waiting time behind the column that said, "Always busy lucky draw package," in his profile, which is the so-called cooling CD. It's a bit long, a full 50 years. Although it is said that the time of people in Soul Society is not time, 50 years is a bit too long no matter how you look at it, but even so, Kuchiki Zan has no choice. After all, it is the time stipulated by the product of the system, and he has no choice but to protest. And to be honest, Kuchiki Zan is actually understandable. After all, if the cooling time is too short, it can be drawn once every few years. After hundreds of years, Kuchiki Zan will have more than a dozen or even dozens of abilities, which is not the original intention of the system. The original intention of this high-cold system is to let Kuchiki Zan struggle with his own efforts. The function of the system is only auxiliary, so most of the abilities produced by the system are passive abilities, and the occasional bug-level abilities. Flying Thunder God seems to be a powerful killing ability, but its auxiliary ability is much stronger than its direct killing ability, so this kind of ability can actually be counted as auxiliary ability. After so many years, Kuchiki-zan has not had much time to get along with the system, but in general, he has figured out the system's uniqueness, and it is more appropriate to say that it is a system rather than an auxiliary plugin. It is because of the understanding of the original intention of the system that Kuchiki-zan has always lived a life that is more Buddhist than 4.5, but the premise of the Buddhist system is to be able to survive. Kuchiki-zan is also very helpless. The seemingly calm and safe soul society actually has everywhere an inevitable disaster, so Kuchiki-zan had to find ways to become stronger. Moreover, not only does he become stronger, he also wants to create a sanctuary of strong people. Only in this way can everyone's strength be gathered. Kuchiki can feel a little bit of. Speaking of which, Kuchiki-zan has already begun to prepare to focus on the sanctuary in the future, because if it is fully planned, it will be more than 400 years before the war between Jingling and the Quincy. During this period of time, Kuchiki-zan must improve his own strength as much as possible, and at the same time keep the sanctuary on the right track, so that he can better deal with the Quincy's attack. Chapter 144 Promotion to Team Zero. Just when Kuchiki Xuan received his Millennium Award and was about to start to arm his sanctuary, a big event suddenly happened in Jingling. This big event is, someone is going to be promoted to the Zero team. This news was reported to Kuchiki-zan after Naomi hurriedly came back from the outside. When Kuchiki-zan heard the news, he was stunned for a while. After all, Kuchiki-zan couldn't think of anyone who could be promoted to Team Zero at this time. Wrong. There is one person who should be able to do it, and this person is the captain of the 12th Division, Shutara Senjumaru. Kuchiki-zan actually doesn't know when this future Orisho joined the Zero team, but Kuchiki-zan can be sure that the opponent definitely did not join the Zero team because of the deadly costume. Why do you say that? It's actually very simple. To put it bluntly, the Shinigami costume is just the standard costume of the Shinigami. Although Yamamoto Shigekuni handed over this matter to Shutara Senjumaru a long time ago, but for so long, it is still there was no movement, which showed that the other party's mind was not in this regard. Therefore, Kuchiki Xuanqi is 24 sure that if Shutara Senjumaru was promoted to Team Zero this time, then this guy must have been promoted with other inventions. In fact, the reason is also very simple. Kuchiki-zan knows that the conditions for promotion to the Zero Division are very strict. Similarly, when someone is promoted to the Zero Division, the promotion conditions of the promoted person may not be made public. Of course, Ermaiwu Wangyue is an exception. After all, the things he invented are intended for the public, so there is no difference whether they are public or not, but other people's creations are different, like the Quantong Ghost. Qilin Temple Tianshiro, he is indeed famous for his medicinal baths, but Kuchiki Gen doesn't know exactly why he entered the Zero Division, because the Soul Society has not made it public, and Kuchiki Gen doesn't dare to ask Yamamoto again country. Advertisement. There are other people, such as Ichibe Hayasubi, who also don't know why the other party entered the royal family's spies. In the original book, there is a slight mention of the creation of Hikafuna Kiryu. Hikafuna Kiryu is Urahara Kazuki's previous generation 12th Division captain. Because of her promotion, Shihuan Yoruichi nominated Urahara Kazuki as the 12th Division captain. Hikafuna Kiryu, the manager of Lingpanli Hall and Crouching Pig Hall, who is titled King of the Valley. Urahara Kazuki's previous captain of the 12th Division was also the object of respect for Sarugaki Hiyori, nicknamed Hiyori, Lil Hiyori, and Hiriko Shinji respectfully called her Miss Kiryu. And the reason why she joined the Zero Division was that she was invited to be promoted to the Zero Division by the Royal Secret Service because she developed the technology to put the temporary soul into the body, thus laying the foundation for the development of the Yihun pill. Become a member of the Royal Family Secret Service. To be continued. It's not very clear, at least Kuchiki-zan thinks that wearing the captain's cloak or haori is indeed very handsome and fashionable. After all, whether it is easy to use is second, and being handsome is a lifetime thing. Shutara Senjumaru, titled Original Show, is also the creator of the deadly costume. The Soul Society's existing vigilance system, Shutara Rank, is derived from her surname. As Go-Day 13 became more and more lively, the personnel from Team Zero who came to pick up Shutara Senjumaru also came to Jingling. Shuru and Ermaiwu Wangyue, in fact, among the Zero team, the one who is the most idle is this Yamato Sho. Others are much busier than his wife. As for the others, Kuchiki-zan really doesn't like it. In 100 years, Go-Day 13 has indeed changed a lot of people from the captain to the vice captain. Those with strength can challenge at any time. In other words, that is, Naomi has completely mentioned his father Indoro and became the vice captain of the 11th team. Advertisement. Speaking of this, Kuchiki-zan has to recall the information of Shutara Senjumaru again. After all, for these old guys who don't appear much, Kuchiki-zan doesn't know much information. According to the few materials of Kuchiki Genna, this Shutara Senjumaru should have joined the Zero Division before Hikafuna Kiryu, except for Hikafuna Kiryu, she is the most junior member of the Zero Division, but these are all. It doesn't matter, since a long time ago, Kuchiki-zan has not planned to conduct too much analysis on the time that did not appear in the original work. After all, this is a thankless task. It is certain that this Shutara Senjumaru was a member of the Technical Development Bureau before he was selected for Team Zero. It stands to reason that this person should appear in later generations, and now he has been killed because of Kuchiki General. The reason is that it appeared in advance in Godei 13, which has already appeared in advance. This is probably the so-called butterfly effect. Soon, the fact that the 12th Division Captain Shuda 690 Luo Senjumaru was promoted to the 0 Division team has spread throughout Seirei. For this, Kuchiki-zan does not have any opinion. Anyway, it is to promote the development of Godei 13, and Kuchiki-zan is not very satisfied with the strength of the captains at this time. At this time, Godei 13 is basically on the right track, and everyone knows that it is a very honorable thing to be recognized by the 0 team of royal agents, out of due envy. It is worth mentioning that a few years ago, Naomi, the only disciple of Kuchiki-zan, had defeated his father and became the veritable vice-captain of the 11th team, but his father was specially approved because of his health, go home to retire. Of course, this is temporary. After some people appear, Kuchiki-zan will not be the acting captain. As for Naomi's position, Kuchiki-zan will also adjust her to other places. Team, it's better for Naomi not to stay. As for Kuchiki-zan, there is not much fluctuation. In Kuchiki-zan's mind, after Shutara Senjumaru is promoted this time, it shouldn't be long before the Death Fighter outfit should be available. After all, the current Godei 13 team uniform it has not been fully determined, and the cloaks and feathers worn by the squadron leaders in the original book have not yet been rigidly popularized, which makes Shu Moshuen a little unhappy. After all, compared with the costumes in the original book, the current costumes are really different. Nice. Now that the Soul Society has already developed like this at this time, it is meaningless for Kuchiki-zan to forcibly search for the so-called original track. Then, through the above analysis, Kuchiki-gen can be sure that the person who will be promoted to Team 0 this time should be Shutara Senjumaru. Chapter 145 Preparations. With the arrival of Ichibei Hayasubi, the monk of the real name, it means that Shutara Senjumaru will leave Seirei in Godei 13, and it also means that the captain of the 12th division will be vacant. Kuchiki-zan didn't expect that someone would be promoted to Team 0 even before his acting captain was resigned, which also made Kuchiki-zan feel sad. The position of captain of the 12th division has been vacated, since a new captain of the 12th division is to be selected. Now that Godei 13 is on the right track, the selection of the captain will not be the same as when Godei 13 was first established. Then choose casually. Everything now has to go through the process in accordance with the rules. The first is the nomination of the captain. After the nomination, it must be approved by more than 3 captains including the chief captain before being able to serve as the captain, or more than 6 captains. Only when the other captains have no objection can they serve as the captain. In this way, it is not an easy task to find a candidate that everyone approves of. As for how Urahara Kazuki passed the approval of the original junior high school, Kuchiki-zan does not know. Anyway, he does not worry about the candidate for the captain of the 12th squad. This problem. What he has to worry about is his own efforts to stop the sanctuary. After all, the current sanctuary has only one framework, and the real members are only him and Naomi, and of course Kamui may be added. The state of the sanctuary is now Holy Master, Kuchiki-zan, in place. Pingtian Da Sheng. Vacant, Great Sage covering the sea, Shadowblade Naomi, in place. God of War. Kamui Cleese, in place. The Great Sage who moved mountains. Vacant. Exorcist. Vacant, Ulquiorra West Buddha, not in place. Advertisement Ventilation Master. Vacant, Coyote Stark, not in place. Monkey King. Vacant. Even if Kuchiki-zan temporarily took the position of Pingtian Da Sheng. Then out of the remaining 6 positions, only 2 positions have candidates, and the remaining 4 positions are all vacant, although 2 of them Kuchiki-zan already has candidates he likes, but at this moment, Kuchiki-zan has no way to recruit them into the group. So the top priority now, Kuchiki-zan wants to expand the personnel reserve of the sanctuary. Of course, he does not insist on the position of the 7 grade Ding Sheng, at least to supplement the position of the 12 sages, below. These 12 sages are Aries Sage, Taurus Sage, Gemini Sage, Cancer Sage, Lion Sage, Virgin Sage, Sagittarius Sage, Scorpio Sage, Libra Sage, Capricorn Sage, Aquarius Sage, and finally, Pisces Sage. That's right, Kuchiki-zan's title to the 12 sages is the title of the zodiac. Anyway, he has already borrowed the 7 great sages, so he might as well borrow the zodiac again. Just how come? Among the 12 sages, there are already candidates for 2 positions, but compared to the remaining 10 vacant positions, the candidates for these 2 positions seem too thin, and one of them is still in prison. Yes, one of them is in prison, and Kuchiki-zan personally sent it in. Maybe some people have already guessed who this person is, but let's not talk about it now, let's keep it a secret. Among the 2, the only one who can move freely is the Aries Sage, Shiba Hongshao that Kuchiki-zan has already decided. That's right, it is the Shiba Red Owl who once fought against Hueco Mundo with Kuchiki-zan, who is now staying in the old aristocratic area of the Shiba family's old clan, and is also the younger brother of the current Shiba family head Shiba Qing. Because of Shiba Hongshao's status as the second son, he is doomed to be impossible to walk in front of others. Kuchiki-zan just took advantage of Shiba Hongshao's convenience and let Shiba Hongshao join his sanctuary, and let others become one of the 12 sages. Shiba Red Owl can be said to be brought out by him alone. This person has a gentle personality, kindness, good strength, and is not too old. Go to Hueco Mundo, so Kuchiki-zan can completely trust Shiba Red Owl. Moreover, because Shiba Hongxiao is known to be in the old aristocratic area, Jingling control over him is very weak, so Shiba Hongxiao's actions are much more convenient. Advertisement as early as a few years ago, Kuchiki-zan had informed Shiba Hongxiao to start paying attention to the information of some orphans in the Soul Society. Although the incidence of orphans is very low in the aristocratic and common areas, it is much higher in the poor areas and the newly emerged Rukongai. There are many reasons for this, one of which is that any child with spiritual power will live much longer than his parents, so among the civilians who become Shinigami, few have relatives. It is this group of people that Kuchiki-zan asked Shiba Hongxiao to pay attention to. Because of the existence of Ryotsu, they either boiled their relatives to death, or directly crushed their relatives to death without knowing it. This is the case with Hitsugaya Dashiro, the captain of the 10th Division in the original book. When he awakens his spiritual power, he will unconsciously release a powerful Ryotsu, and let his grandmother who raised him bear such a huge Ryotsu for no reason. One day he will dead. Common soul cannot withstand the Ryotsu formed by high-strength spirit particles. It is like a person who is used to the gravity of the earth and suddenly has to withstand several times or even dozens of times of gravity every day. This is simply impossible. Therefore, Kuchiki-zan told Shiba Hongxiao to start slowly, gather up these orphans with spiritual power who may appear, start to find a secret place, and slowly train them. After they take shape in the future, these people it will be the cornerstone fox of Sanctuary. Because, Kuchiki-zan can't guarantee that there won't be a genius, Nuo Qianhao, among these children. Once there are one or two, let alone the position of the 12 sages, it is not impossible. Although Kuchiki-gen didn't expect that this method of casting a wide net could get a genius like Hitsugaya Dashiro, at least a few levels short of a genius, there should still be hope. So Kuchiki-zan asked Shiba Hongxiao to prepare a long time ago. After several years of sneaky actions, at this time, there is already a training base in a hidden area somewhere in the old nobleman. This base is far away from the population, and will not be easily discovered by people. At this time, this secret training base has taken in more than a dozen such children, all orphans with spiritual power and no relatives. Shiba Hongxiao was able to recruit more than a dozen orphans in such a short period of time. For such work efficiency, Kuchiki-zan still gave a high evaluation and affirmation. Chapter 146 Good thing as Shutara Senjumaru was taken away by the real monk who, this time the event of being promoted to the 0 division ended, and Seirei once again regained its calm. Kuchiki-zan now hopes that the Jingling Court will be peaceful every day. After all, only when the Jingling Court is quiet can he do something, be found. Of course, Kuchiki-zan didn't make any moves. The ones who made moves were from the old aristocratic area, so they wouldn't be noticed easily. However, Kuchiki-zan just wanted Seirei to be quiet. Well, Kuchiki-zan admitted that he was lazy, he didn't want to do anything when he was free, and he couldn't do anything about it when he had something to do. While Kuchiki-zan was enjoying the peace, Yamamoto Shigekuni sent someone to inform him and asked him to go to the first team. Kuchiki-zan had no choice but to wander towards the first team's team building. As for what Yamamoto Shigekuni was looking for at this time, Kikiki-zan had no idea at all. Sometimes the salted fish has been salted for too long, and the bones of the body are lazy. Kuchiki-zan is in such a state at this time, so he does not want to go to Yamamoto at this time, but the old man Yamamoto has sent people, and he can only bite the bullet and pass. Half an hour later, Kuchiki-zan Yi appeared in Yamamoto Shigekuni's exclusive big room 427. When Kuchiki-zan Yi entered the room and saw Yamamoto Shiguni's clothes, his eyes suddenly lit up. "Hey, old man, your bundle of divine adornments is not bad." Kuchiki-zan grinned and praised, because the Yamamoto Shigekuni that Kuchiki-zan saw at this time was wearing the death bully outfit and captain's cloak in the original book. "Well, I called you here today because of this matter. Please sit down first." Yamamoto Shigekuni has already begun to show his old age at this time, and the beard on his chin has grown a lot after hundreds of years have passed. It has already started to be fixed with rope. And Shojiro Sasaki, who was standing beside Yamamoto Shigekuni, has also begun to develop towards the appearance of a middle-aged man. After Kuchiki-gen came in, Sasaki bowed slightly as a greeting. After all, Yamamoto Shiguni was by his side, and the two of them you can't talk directly either. Advertisement Kuchiki-zan heard Yamamoto Shigekuni's words, and probably guessed why Yamamoto Shigekuni came to him, so he quickly took a seat, and said, "Old man, just tell me what's going on." That's it. Yamamoto Shigekuni was not polite, the two of them didn't need any politeness, and went straight to the point. The outfit that the old man is wearing at this time, the black one is called Death Basket, and the white one is the captain's cloak. This is the idea that Shudara had already had before he was promoted to Team 0. After all, the old man has entrusted this matter to her for many years. Today, 1 month before she was promoted to Team 0, the mature plan was given to the old man, and the suit that the old man was wearing at this time was the finished product she made for the old man a few days before going to the Lingwang Palace. The old man feels that this kind of attire has a sense of solemnity and seriousness, and at the same time it does not affect the normal battle. It is better than the Taoist uniforms and strong clothes we used to wear, so the old man wants to make this set. How do you think the bundle will be extended to all 13 teams and become our Shinigami official attire? Yamamoto Shigekuni said all the key points of calling Kuchiki-zan this time in one breath, and then waited for Kuchiki-zan to speak. After listening to Yamamoto Shigekuni's words, Kuchiki-zan began to deliberate pretendingly. In fact, he was already very happy in his heart. I think, old man, what you said is right. Moreover, I have seen what you are wearing on your body. It is indeed not bad, at least it is better than our current attire, so what about this? Death Tyrant outfit, right? I support the popularization of this Death Tyrant outfit. It's up to you, old man, how to promote it. Kuchiki-zan said lightly. He didn't dare to show too much enthusiasm, otherwise the old man would be asked to do something if he didn't keep everything in order. Finally, Jebi, there are few things to do now, and most of the work of the 11th team is handed over to letting Naomi deal with it. Kuchiki-zan could easily slack off. If there is something revealed about this matter, it is really possible that the Yamamoto country will arrest him. Kuchiki-zan knew very well that Shigekuni Yamamoto was looking for him, not just to listen to his opinions. After all, Shigekuni Yamamoto knew him, or they both knew each other. Both of them are the type of going to the Three Treasures Hall for nothing. As long as they find you, there must be some things for you to do, otherwise you will not be used. Advertisement. Well, it's good if you support it. Of course, the old man asked you to come. Apart from this opinion, the old man also wants you to see if there is anything that needs to be modified in this deadly costume. Yamamoto Shigekuni said, holding the manuscript of Kuchiki-zan was pushed in front of Kuchiki-zan. Kuchiki-zan frowned, stretched out his hand to take the manuscript on the table, and began to recall all the details of the Death Warrior costume in his mind. The Shiba suit is Shinigami's work uniform, tailor-made, the whole body is black, the upper part is like a kimono, and the lower part is pants with extremely wide legs, which are long to the ankle and close. The overall style is uniform, and only differs slightly in details depending on the wearer. In addition, the captain also has a long feather weave with the formation number written on the back, and the vice captain has a sub-team badge, which is usually worn on the arm, but of course it can also be hung in other places. These details can be adjusted according to personal preferences. Arrange it at will, as long as it is generally not out of line, there is no problem. There are only so many materials in Kuchiki-zan's memory, so he frowned and picked up the manuscript to read it. After a while, Kuchiki-zan put the manuscript down. After reading this manuscript, I feel that there is nothing to modify. Since it is a uniform, there should not be too many messy things. Of course, the small details can be decided according to personal preferences. That's all. Kuchiki-zan pushed the manuscript back to Captain Yamamoto and said, well, you have the same idea as the old man. Although the old man gives outsiders the impression that he is rigid and stubborn, but the old man is not a person who does not know how to adapt. Then, according to what you said, start tailoring for everyone in Go Day 13. Captain Yamamoto nodded and said, well, I agree, Kuchiki-zan said cheerfully, seeing that there seemed to be no trap on Yamamoto Shigekuni's side. Shojiro, shouted Yamamoto Shigekuni. Captain, Shojiro Sasaki on the side immediately bowed in response. Send this matter to each team, and then ask the team to report the personal data of the team members, and then hand it in. Yamamoto Shigekuni ordered. Chapter 147 Underground Prison and Three Evils. Yes, Your Excellency, Commander. Shojiro Sasaki immediately turned around and went out to give the order after receiving the order from Yamamoto Shigekuni. In the room at this moment, only Kuchiki-gen and Yamamoto Shigekuni were left, and Kuchiki-gen had a bad feeling. Brat. After a while, Shigekuni Yamamoto said, what old man do you want to say? Kuchiki Xuantong said the same thing. The old man thinks that you are different again. What's different? Kuchiki-zan asked. It feels different, the old man Yamamoto said in a spirited voice. Hearing this, Kuchiki-zan naturally knew why, but Kuchiki-zan didn't say much, but asked again. Old man, if you have something to say, just say it. You are not tired of beating around the bush? Okay, then the old man will just say it directly. Yamamoto Shigekuni knew that it was useless to talk to Kuchiki-zan by beating around the bush. Recently, Shiro Yamada from Division 9 came to see me and told me about the big prison. Yamamoto Shigekuni said with a strange expression on his face. Kuchiki-zan knows the big prison. The full name of the big prison is Underground Big Prison, or Crypt Space Big Prison. It is the largest prison in the household soul world built on the basis of 4 dangerous places. The 9th Division is the prison team, so any issues related to the prison are under their control. Before the emergence of Jingling Court, the largest prison in the Soul Society was the Underground Prison. Prisoners who are extremely vicious and have committed the most heinous crimes will be imprisoned in the Confession Palace instead of going to the Underground Prison. After all, the large Underground Prison was built in the Crypt Space, one of the 4 dangerous places. The danger factor here is very high, so only repeat offenders will be imprisoned here. Kuchiki-zan also knows some secret things, that is, there were many villains who fought against Shiokuni Yamamoto back then, and after being defeated by Shiokuni Yamamoto, those who died, and those who managed to save their lives were thrown into the ground by Shiokuni Yamamoto among the big prisons. 3 of them are the most famous. They are all powerful men who were in great power for a while, and they are also villains. Advertisement. These 3 villains are called the 3 evils in the crypt, which means the 3 evils in the big prison in the crypt. They are Oki Dakaku, who is called Evil Demon, Feng, who is called Scythe Executioner, and Jin Saburo, who is called Crazy Swordsman. These 3 people are strong contemporaries of Yamamoto Shigekuni. They are powerful, and they brought incredible pressure to the contemporary Yamamoto Shigekuni. And Shigekuni Yamamoto stood up to the pressure of these 3 people and became the #1 in Soul Society. It was because of Shigekuni Yamamoto's record of eliminating the three of them that Shigekuni Yamamoto became legendary in Soul Society. Kuchiki-zan knew that the three of them had powerful strength above the 8th level in the beginning, and all three of them met Yamamoto Shiguni when they were at the peak of their strength, and they were defeated by Yamamoto Shiguni and thrown into the underground university prison. As for whether what Yamamoto Shigekuni and Kuchiki-zan said has anything to do with them, Kuchiki-zan is not sure. What kind of thing? Kuchiki-zan thought for a long time before asking this sentence. Yamamoto Shigekuni glanced at Kuchiki-gen. He knew that Kuchiki-zan knew about his young deeds, so when Kuchiki-zan asked this sentence, Yamamoto Shigekuni was quite relieved. He doesn't know the specific situation. After all, with his ability, he doesn't dare to go too deep into the cave space. Yamamoto Shigekuni said lightly. Then what does he mean? Kuchiki-zan didn't think there was anything wrong with Yamamoto Shigekuni's words. He also knew that in places like the crypt space, if the strength is not strong enough, it is too deep and it is easy to get out. The crypt space is a special space that has existed in the Soul Society since ancient times. The characteristic of the space is that it has a fatal suction for souls without spiritual power. The higher the quality of the soul, the stronger the strength and the resistance to suction. The stronger it is, it also means that it can go deeper into the depths of the cave space. Another point is that once the crypt space is entered, the spiritual power of the entrant will be consumed all the time. Once the spiritual power is insufficient in it, it is very dangerous. The reason why the crypt space was built as a prison by the ancestors is to allow the crypt space to consume the spiritual power of the detainees all the time, and play a certain role in punishment and detention. Of course, these are what Kuchiki-zan learned from the materials. He has never been to the crypt space since he was born 1,000 years ago. Advertisement. Asking for flowers. The meaning of Yamada is very simple. There is a problem in the crypt space, or there is a problem in the big prison. Yamamoto Shigekuni answered Kuchiki Xuanwan's question. Then what do you want to do? Kuchiki-zan asked back. He didn't really want to get involved in the issue of the big prison, although one of his people was imprisoned in it. Aren't you the one who was imprisoned in Jashiro's family before? You go and bring him out, and check what happened in the big prison by the way. Speaking of this, Yamamoto Shigekuni's eyes suddenly became sharp and deep. What happened in the big prison has something to do with those three guys. The old man allows you to take action. Hearing these words, Kuchiki-gen suddenly realized that Yamamoto Shigekuni wanted Kuchiki-gen to take a look instead of him, and as for bringing Jashiro Ayuzo out, it was actually a matter of piggybacking. Zero. Are you afraid? The problem of the crypt space is caused by those three guys? Kuchiki-zan asked. Not exactly. But the old man hopes that this matter has nothing to do with the three of them. Fade out and didn't kill these three guys, not the exaggeration in the rumors. The reason for such a reputation has a lot to do with their lawless style, because they are not so evil as Ultimate, so the old man spared their lives. Speaking of this, Yamamoto Shigekuni, his face became serious. But, if they don't know how to repent, I don't mind. I will kill them and let them turn into spirit sons and return to the embrace of the Soul Society. Hearing this, Kuchiki-zan nodded. This is the Yamamoto Shigekuni he knew, killing decisively and showing no mercy. I understand, then I'll go. Kuchiki-gen agreed to Yamamoto Shigekuni's request. Well, be careful in everything. If you can't do it, don't force it. Yamamoto Shigekuni nodded and said. Kuchiki-zan understands what Yamamoto Shigekuni means. Although Yamamoto Shigekuni wants Kuchiki-gen to solve the problem of the crypt space, but if things are not that simple, according to what Yamamoto Shigekuni said, Kuchiki-gen can give up everything as long as others are safe. The return is enough. Chapter 148, Killing two birds with one stone. Don't worry, I will judge according to the situation. If something is really impossible, I will return it. Kuchiki-zan nodded in response. That's good, you go too, go back early, Yamamoto Shigekuni said. Okay, then I'll take my leave. Kuchiki-zan nodded and stood up, then left Yamamoto Shigekuni's big room with a slight bow. On the way back to the 11th team, Kuchiki-zan began to consider the feasibility of this trip in the crypt space. After all, it was not only because of Yamamoto Shigekuni's commission, but also because of the problem of Jashiro Ayuzo. Jashiro Buzang was the captain of the guard team who was blocked on the only way when Kuchiki-zan took people to Central 46 to give advice. But, in fact, the real identity of Jashiro Ayuzo is a person of Kuchiki-gen. Yes, Jashiro Buzang is Kuchiki-gen's 827. He joined the guard team of Central 46 at the behest of Kuchiki-zan. Similarly, Kuchiki-zan nodded and agreed to stop him on the only way. As for why Kuchiki-zan personally shot Jashiro Ayuzo unconscious, and then threw him into the underground prison for this moment. When Kuchiki-zan first met Jashiro Azu, Jashiro's family was not well established. He took a fancy to Jashiro Azu's talent, and then taught Jashiro Azu for about half a year. After he taught some basic things, he started left. No one knew about this relationship except Kuchiki-zan and Jashiro Buzang himself. Afterwards, Jashiro Buzang became Kuchiki-zan's person and has been preparing for Kuchiki-zan's affairs. Finally, after the establishment of Central 46, Jashiro Buzang saw his opportunity to contribute to Kuchiki General. Then, after Kuchiki-gen's careful consideration, Jashiro Buzang successfully got the appreciation of Central 46 as a new nobleman and joined the so-called guard team. What happened after that was what was shown in front of people. Kuchiki-zan then went to Central 46 to speak out and threw Jashiro Ayuzo directly into the big prison. Advertisement at the beginning. Kuchiki-gen's idea was very simple. Through this series of operations, everyone realized that Jashiro Buzang and Kuchiki-gen were not fellow travelers, and that Jashiro Buzang, offended. After acquiring Kuchiki-gen, even if he comes out of the big prison, no one would dare to risk offending Kuchiki-gen to use Jashiro Buzo. In this way, Kuchiki-gen's goal is achieved, and no matter what Jashiro Ayuzo does, no one will pay attention to it, and these things will not be linked to Kuchiki General. As a result, Jashiro Ayuzo can safely help Kuchiki-gen to do things, because once Jashiro Azu stands on the opposite side of Kuchiki-gen, then he will be marginalized by everyone, even if it is his. The family is no exception. The reason why Jashiro Buzang sacrificed so much to help Kuchiki-gen is actually very simple. When Jashiro Buzang was young, he was not a popular child. Even his father and family didn't like him until Kuchiki-zan's appearance. The appearance of Kuchiki-gen is like a bright light, illuminating the way forward for Jashiro Azang and giving him a direction in his life. As the saying goes, a scholar dies for his confidant. Kuchiki-zan is not only Jashiro Buzang's confidant, but also his bowl. His talent is indeed very good, even surpassing Shihuan Husan of Shihuan's family, but without Kuchiki-zan's guidance, his talent may not be fulfilled. Therefore, it is not surprising that Jashiro is willing to give everything for Kuchiki-zan. Moreover, after Kuchiki-gen revealed part of his plan, Jashiro Ayuzo was even more impressed by Kuchiki-gen's strength and courage. He did it willingly. Kuchiki-zan doesn't like to force others, so everything Jashiro Azang is willing to do, and because of this, Kuchiki-zan completely regards Jashiro Azang as his own, and arranges him in the 12 sages among. Jashiro Buzang's talent is good, but the reason why Kuchiki-zan did not rank him among the 7 great sages is also due to strength considerations. Advertisement. In other words, Jashiro Azu's talent can indeed make him reach the 8th level, but after reaching the 8th level, he can only stop at the most common 8th level powerhouse, that is, the middle of the 8th level is Jashiro Azu's in the end. With such potential, no matter how close the relationship between Kuchiki-gen and Jashiro Buzang is, Kuchiki-zan will not put him among the 7 great saints. After all, there has been a special case of Naomi before, and Kuchiki-zan does not want to another exception. Of course, Kuchiki-gen didn't have time to tell Jashiro Azu all this, because Jashiro Ayuzo went to prison one step earlier, and Jashiro Ayuzo didn't know anything about the arrangements Kuchiki made after that. This time, what Kuchiki-zan has to do is to bring Jashiro Ayuzo out when dealing with the problem of the crypt space, because it is already time. Before, throwing Jashiro Azu into the large prison in the crypt space was also out of tempering Jashiro Azu. With his current age and strength, he has entered a moderate bottleneck period. If there is no external help, that is only hundreds or even thousands of years of hard work. Kuchiki Schwenki didn't have so much time to wait, so he threw Jashiro Ayuzo into the big prison to harden it. Of course, for a man like Jashiro Ayuzo, Kuchiki-gen made the arrangements mostly inadvertently. As for Kuchiki-gen, he really started to make arrangements from now on. Kuchiki-zan quickly returned to the room belonging to him in the 11th team. He did not rush to the crypt space. The reason is very simple. Kuchiki-zan is not stupid. First, he has never been to the crypt space. Second, he is not a reckless man who doesn't know anything. He just drills in if he doesn't know anything, and he has to do some preparations before going there. 3.8 Kuchiki-zan returned to the captain's office just a moment later. He found his proud disciple, Naomi, who was already slim, came to the door of the room, and then knocked on the door. "Come in." Kuchiki-gen called. Creaking, the door was pulled open, and a beautiful figure appeared at the door. It was the Shadow Blade Naomi, who was about 1.7 meters tall, with a curvy figure and a delicate and beautiful face. Naomi quickly entered the room, then turned around and closed the door, and came to Kuchiki-zan's desk. Kuchiki-zan looked at Naomi suspiciously, not knowing why Naomi came to him at this time. "Is there something wrong?" Teacher, do you have any mission for the captain?" Naomi asked after some consideration. Chapter 149 Strategy? "Why do you ask that?" Kuchiki-zan asked instead of answering Naomi. "Because I know the teacher. You will not go to the chief if you are fine, and the chief will not go to the teacher if you are fine," Naomi said seriously, pushing the brown glasses on the bridge of her nose. Because Naomi has foreign blood, her eyes are beautiful red, so she has received a lot of strange eyes before, so as the years go by, Naomi, who is becoming more and more beautiful, also wears a pair of the brown frameless sunglasses covered her red eyes, and at the same time covered part of her beautiful face, which seemed to be a disaster for the country and the people. "HMPH, you know it very well," Kuchiki snorted. He also knew that his disciple would not come to him if he had nothing to do. Of course, Naomi is stronger than both of them. She is not as thorough as Kuchiki-zan and Yamamoto Shigekuni. At least she is more clingy to Kuchiki-zan. Just because she is attached to Kuchiki-zan, Naomi will appear in front of Kuchiki-zan when she has nothing to do, dangling in front of Kuchiki-zan, to show her sense of existence. After hearing Kuchiki-zan's words, Naomi's eyes lit up and she asked, "Then teacher, do you admit that you have a mission? Take me there, take me there." "No." Kuchiki-zan frowned, and rejected Naomi directly, but Kuchiki-zan knew what Naomi was thinking, and because of knowing, he refused. "Why?" Naomi immediately asked with a puzzled face after being rejected by Kuchiki-zan. "Why? You said why? This time old man Yamamoto came to me, but he asked me to do a private matter, not the whole team's business. How could I take you? You and I have left. Who will handle the matter of the 11th team? Kuchiki-san said with a serious face. This. Naomi's face became embarrassed when she heard Kuchiki-san's words, and she couldn't find any other reason to refute Kuchiki-san for a while. Advertisement after all, she also knows that she handles all the big and small matters of the 11th team now, and that her teacher is really a hands-off shopkeeper, and now that Naomi wants to come, did Kuchiki-san take her as his apprentice in the first place just to find a helper? He handles team affairs. Thinking of this, Naomi raised her head and said again, Teacher, I don't care, you leave the team affairs to me. I haven't gone out to play for a long time. This time, I will go with you no matter what. Don't make trouble. Hearing this, Kuchiki-san said helplessly, This time it's not going out to play. This time the place to go is very dangerous. With your strength, you may not be able to get out if you go in. Liar. Naomi obviously didn't believe Kuchiki-san's statement. It's true. Kuchiki-san had no choice but to deal with Naomi's nonsense. The mission location this time is in the crypt space, which is a special area where the underground prison is located. With your strength, it's easy to get in. Lost. Really? Hearing Kuchiki-san's words, Naomi asked with a look of doubt. It must be true. When did the teacher lie to you? Kuchiki-san said helplessly. Okay. Since it is true, Naomi is also a person who knows the importance, and she will not mess around in business matters. In addition to the business, there are also things related to the sanctuary, so I went in with a purpose, and you, just guard the Jingling Court obediently. Kuchiki-san said seriously. Got it. Naomi said with an unhappy face. Okay, next time if I go on a mission, I will take you with me, but this time it really won't work. Ouyang Xuan comforted, What about you? Now go and send me the data of the crypt space, and get ready. I'm leaving. Yes, teacher. Naomi immediately bowed and went to work. Advertisement is the main battle team. The 11th team has detailed information on these special areas that require combat power to deal with. Soon Naomi brought the documents back. After putting the documents down, Naomi realized that she had nothing to do, so she withdrew from Kuchiki-san's office. She couldn't stand Kuchiki-san reading the documents. She would rather go out and find people, discuss, and don't want to follow Kuchiki-san to read materials in the office, because it is too boring. Kuchiki-san didn't care what Naomi was doing when he went out. He took the materials that Naomi put down and started to read them. The crypt space is one of the 4 dangerous places that have existed in the Soul Society since ancient times. Together with the wormhole, the dead forest, and the abyss of the soul, it is called the 4 dangerous places of the Soul Society. Each of the 4 dangerous places has different dangers. The wormhole is the chaos of time, the dead forest is easy to get lost in it, and the soul abyss is a dangerous creature that will affect the essence of the soul body and transform the affected soul into a spiritual place. And this time, the large underground prison that Kuchiki-san is going to is also built in the crypt space, and indeed the space is also the largest among the 4 dangerous places. Up to now, the Soul Society has never detected the boundary of the crypt space. In the crypt space, the spiritual power of the entrant will be continuously consumed. If the entrant's strength is not enough, it will be easily left in the depths of the crypt space by the crypt space, and there will be no way back from now on. Until the spiritual power was exhausted, it finally turned into spirit particles and was absorbed by the cave space. The underground prison is built in an area of the crypt space that has been explored and understood by the Soul Society. This area is relatively safe, and the consumption of the spiritual power of 860 is within an acceptable range. So long time ago, the ancestors of the Soul Society established a big underground prison here, which was specially used to detain some prisoners in the household soul world. The 3 underground evils mentioned before were one of the strongest prisoners who were defeated by Shigekuni Yamamoto and imprisoned. Since the establishment of the underground prison, countless prisoners have been locked in, because once they are locked in, unless someone specifically releases them, no one will care about their life and death. The strong ones may live in the underground prison for a long time longer, weaker ones will naturally consume their spiritual power quickly after being imprisoned and then die. This time, Yamamoto Shigekuni asked Kuchiki-san to go to the underground prison, because the captain of the 9th team reported some changes in the underground prison, but the common people did not dare to stay in the underground space for too long, and generally sent prisoners after being thrown into the prison. It came out immediately, so no one knows what happened to the underground prison. After reading all the information about the crypt space and the large underground prison, Kuchiki-san has a solid mind. With his strength, although he dare not explore the crypt space unscrupulously, at least with his 8th level upper-class strength, within the known crypt space, can move freely. Chapter 150 Arrangement and Secret Technique. After reading the materials, Kuchiki-san drew up a plan in his mind, put down the materials, and began to prepare for departure. After leaving the 11th team's garrison, Kuchiki-san quickly left in the direction outside the Jingling Court. The location of the crypt space is relatively far to the south of the old aristocratic area. In order to save time, Kuchiki-san directly used the space coordinates of Flying Thunder God technique after leaving the scope of Jinglingding, and returned to his own small courtyard in the old aristocratic district Kuchiki-Tachung branch house. Kuchiki-san, who was still outside the Jingling Court for a moment, made a swish, and returned to the small courtyard that he hadn't returned for a long time the next moment. The small yard is still taken care of by servants every day, so this is over, and his small yard still maintains its original appearance. I still feel better here. Kuchiki-san looked at the familiar room and said lightly. But then, Kuchiki-zan left his yard, but he had a mission, and it was not suitable to cherish anything at this time. Leaving his yard quickly, Kuchiki-zan started to drive at the fastest shunpo speed. In the shunpo integrated with the Flying Thunder God technique, Kuchiki-zan can snap a super long distance with every step, which is not ordinary at all. Shunpo can be compared. Under Kuchiki-zan's ultra-high-speed movement, he soon came to a plain area where no one lived. The entrance to the crypt space was on this plain. According to the information seen, Kuchiki-zan quickly found the entrance and exit connecting the crypt space and Soul Society. This entrance and exit is reinforced by Soul Society, so they can maintain a stable entrance and exit for a long time. Kuchiki-zan didn't delay, and directly entered the enchantment gate, which seemed to be a portal, but in fact it was a simple gate through the world. Advertisement. After passing through the portal, the scene in front of Kuchiki-zan has completely changed. Although there was no scenery in the past, the plane has now become a piece of gray from top to bottom, which means that the crypt space has arrived. The data of the crypt space mentions that the crypt space is a place filled with gray from top to bottom, although it is not as foggy as the soul abyss, but because sky and earth are both gray. Yes, so in the crypt space, this is also a point where it is very easy to get lost. Kuchiki Xuan found that he came out of a cave-like place on the mountain wall. He looked back and found that the channel for preaching the precepts behind him was still there. After being able to sense it, Kuchiki-zan was completely relieved. Before, the reason why he agreed with Yamamoto Shigekuni to come to the underground prison to investigate was also to see if he could still sense the coordinates of the Flying Thunder God in a place like the crypt space. In this way, Kuchiki-zan felt a lot more at ease. After all, with Flying Thunder God around, Kuchiki-zan would not be afraid of being trapped. Of course, if it was confined by space, then Flying Thunder God might be restricted. At that time, Kuchiki-zan the ability to escape will be curbed. Of course, this is all Kuchiki-zan's own thoughts. After all, in terms of the current environment, there are very few enemies that can threaten his life, so there is really no need for Kuchiki-zan to be so cautious. Originally caring about the original perception ability, Kuchiki-zan could not find such abnormality at all, but through the release of mental power, Kuchiki-zan found the abnormality, which shows how powerful this environment is for deceiving the normal perception of the human brain. First of all, in the initial stage of this secret art, practitioners must have a Ryotsu level above the 7th level of perfection. This point has wiped out many people, which is also the reason why there are so few inheritors of the secret art. After identifying the direction, Kuchiki-zan began to walk cautiously in the direction of the large prison given in the information. In fact, these boulders were brought here artificially. These are the prisons specially built by the predecessors of the Soul Society. The huge stones are specially made prisons one after another. The root of this secret technique is actually a secret technique that speeds up the absorption of free spirit particles and speeds up the recovery of Ryotsu. After using this secret technique, it will be several times faster than the normal natural absorption of spirit particles. Even it is more than 10 times, the speed of absorption is related to the strength of the individual. Kuchiki-zan released the spiritual power, and then Kuchiki-zan frowned, because just after Kuchiki-zan released the spiritual power, he discovered that the environment of the crypt space would suppress the spiritual power to a certain extent, and Kuchiki-zan also frowned. It was found that although the concentration of spiritual particles in the crypt space is not bad, it will be very difficult to absorb. The reason is still related to the environment of the crypt space. Advertisement. Of course, it's not that Yamamoto Shigekuni doesn't want to pass on this secret technique, and he's not that kind of person either. Yamamoto Shigekuni doesn't know what it means to be self-preserving with a broom, but it's just because this secret technique is required in its infancy. It is very high, so there are not many people who can learn it. Discovering this situation, Kuchiki-gen frowned slightly, because reishi absorption and supplementation is extremely important for Shinigami. Although, with Kuchiki-zan's current strength, he can act freely within the known range of the crypt space, but Kuchiki-zan still feels that he should be more careful. After all, he has already known that there are unknown problems in the crypt space. Whether it is a man-made or a natural problem, it is up to Kuchiki-zan to investigate. To be continued. Moreover, even if ordinary people have reached the standard of cultivation, Yamamoto Shigekuni has to consider whether this person is worthy of his teaching this secret technique. Therefore, Kuchiki-zan felt that he should be careful when sailing the 10,000 years boat. Secondly, it is the essence of this secret technique. In fact, this secret technique is very simple to explain. It is to forcibly draw and absorb free spirit particles with a strong personal soul density, and then play a role in quickly recovering Ryotsu. If he is not the most trusted person of Yamamoto Shigekuni, he will not pass on this secret, no-no-jiao, technique. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the unique environment of the crypt space will cause people in the space to have a perceptual misleading. This misleading acts on the brain. After the force, the situation is discovered by simultaneous detection by two senses. Kuchiki-zan experienced once again that after absorbing spirit particles with normal abilities, he increased the power of absorbing spirit particles. This method of absorbing spirit particles was exclusively taught to him by Yamamoto Shigekuni, and it was a part that Yamamoto Shigekuni figured out by himself. A secret technique. When Kuchiki-zan began to operate the secret technique, the spiritual particles in the cave space that had no reaction at all, really began to be absorbed by Kuchiki-zan. After walking for about 5 minutes, Kuchiki-zan saw a place lined with boulders. These boulders appeared quite a brew. Chapter 151 Evil Ghost. Kuchiki-zan began to operate the secret technique to absorb the free spirit particles, and it did have some effect. Of course, the effect was much worse than outside the crypt space, but it was better than not absorbing at all. But just after Kuchiki-zan just started to absorb, a voice sounded suddenly. "Little ghost, stop your secret technique. The spirit seeds here are not so easy to absorb." The sudden appearance of the sound transmission made Kuchiki-zan immediately frown, and then looked in the direction where the sound came from. At this time, a tall and thin figure appeared squatting on the top of a huge stone cage. Kuchiki-zan looked carefully, and found that this person was very thin, and he could almost be described as a shapeless figure, but Kuchiki-zan didn't dare to underestimate this one who appeared suddenly. Kuchiki-zan stopped the operation of his secret technique while being wary of the tall and thin figure that suddenly appeared. "Not bad. If you can listen to the words, that guy Yamamoto can teach his apprentices," the tall and thin figure said hoarsely. Hearing this, Kuchiki-zan knew the possible identity of the guy who suddenly appeared in front of him, and only the person who was most familiar with Yamamoto Shigekuni would say this. "Your Excellency." "Who is it?" Kuchiki asked with his hand on the handle of the 500 knife at his waist. Hearing Kuchiki-gen's question, the figure jumped down from the top of the tall boulder prison with a swish. It wasn't until he jumped down that Kuchiki-zan could see the guy's face clearly. The face of this person is quite terrifying, with a flat nose, 2 nostrils facing straight ahead, 2 deep-set eye sockets, prominent cheekbones, and a skull face as a whole. Seeing this terrifying face, Kuchiki-zan finally guessed who was coming, but before Kuchiki-zan could speak, the other party had already spoken. "See, I look like this, can't you guess it?" said the tall figure with a terrifying face. "Advertisement, are you, evil ghost?" "Okita." Kuchiki-zan frowned and looked at the other party. "Ha ha ha ha. Does anyone in the Soul Society know me? It's really an honor," said Okita with a scary face and a height of about 2 meters. Hearing the other party's answer, Kuchiki-zan narrowed his eyes slightly, and relaxed his grip on the handle of the knife, and began to look at this guy who thought he was evil ghost Okita. The evil ghost Okita in front of him, in the eyes of Kuchiki-zan, had a miserable life. The clothes on his body were already tattered and worse than the beggars on the street, but the aura of the other party made Kuchiki-zan a little bit admiring. The strength of the 8th level median, if placed in the Soul Society at this time, is definitely the strongest among the strong. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that this is the crypt space. Years later, not only did he not die, but his strength remained at the middle of the 8th rank, which was quite shocking. After observation and analysis, Kuchiki-zan confirmed that the guy with the tall grid and terrifying face in front of him was the evil ghost Okita back then. The reason is very simple, because he didn't find the other party's knife, and the only strong people who are locked in the big prison and don't use a knife are only 10 people, the evil ghost Okita. Yes, the demon Okita doesn't use a knife, he is a master of white hits, very tall. Kuchiki-zan has seen some secret information. The evil ghost Okita back then, you said how evil he is, but it's nothing, it's just that he looks scary and uses his fists. Apart from smashing to death a few noble patriarchs abruptly, he didn't do anything bad. As for me, when I first came to this place, I didn't know much about the situation here, and as time passed, because I couldn't absorb the spirit, my strength became weaker and weaker. Then one day, I thought of a way. I began to forcibly absorb the spiritual seeds here, and later, I really succeeded, and then by virtue of the method, I escaped from the prison. It's just that as I got out of trouble and absorbed more and more spiritual particles, I also discovered the biggest hidden danger of absorbing spiritual particles in the crypt space, that is. To be continued. Advertisement, is there a way to solve it? After all, people in the crypt space, if they don't absorb the spirit particles, they will dissipate one day. Kuchiki-zan asked Okita, looking at the evil ghost who was not much different from him at this time. After finishing speaking, the evil ghost pointed to his head and looked at Kuchiki-zan with a serious face. Assimilation? Kuchiki-zan asked in surprise. The evil ghost squatting in the distance grabbed his messy hair twice, then looked at Kuchiki-zan and said, the kid is quite polite, so let me tell you, this is what Lousy brought here, long time discovered. As long as the spirits enter the crypt space from the Soul Society and any other places, they will be contaminated with this kind of breath. This, crypt breath, is what makes the spirits very strange, and once we absorb more this kind of breath will be slowly assimilated by the crypt space, and finally turned into spirit particles to replenish the crypt space, do you understand? Hearing the explanation from the evil ghost Okita, Kuchiki-zan finally understood what was going on. For a moment, Kuchiki Xuandu was speechless. If he knew that the other party would definitely not be a time traveler, Kuchiki Xuandu would think that he was some Beijinger who had time traveled. However, one must know that the Soul Society is ruled by nobles, and his actions like this are definitely provocative, not to mention that he was born as a commoner. Of course, there is no solution, but it needs a lot of strength. For example, I am in the process of being assimilated. I can't solve this problem. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to live now, right? The evil ghost pointed at himself and said. After all, the sentence, after discussing white hits, I was defeated by Yamamoto Shigekuni with all my strength, is worthy of scrutiny. You must know that Yamamoto Shigekuni's white hit strength is absolutely ridiculous, but after discussing white hits, you have to use it was only with all his strength that he defeated the opponent, which shows how terrifying the strength of this evil ghost Okita is. Therefore, at that time, he met Shigekuni Yamamoto, who was already well known in the Soul Society. After the two had discussed white hits, Yamamoto defeated him with all his strength. Your Excellency, why do you prevent me from absorbing the spiritual seeds here? Kuchiki Zanyi looked at the other party for a while and couldn't find a topic, and asked a question that he didn't understand just now. When Kuchiki Zan saw this, his expression became very strange. This sentence in the information made Kuchiki Zan a little concerned. After thinking about the information of this evil ghost Okita, Kuchiki Zan looked at him again, and found that the other party was just squatting there. Yes, it's assimilation. The evil ghost said to Okita, there is a strange thing about the spirits in the crypt space, and I can't tell what it is. Anyway, it's something unique to this poor place like the crypt space. I call it, Breath of the Crypt, Chapter 152 Problems and Conditions. Kuchiki Zan naturally discovered the situation of the evil ghost Okita, so he asked this question. What he wanted was the method for the evil ghost Okita to resist assimilation, or it is also possible to start from which aspect to solve the problem. The current situation is that if Kuchiki Gen doesn't figure out the assimilation problem of the crypt space, there is no way to pay attention to other things. At most, he will take Jashiro out of hiding before Ryotsu is exhausted. Kuchiki Gen is not afraid that during this period of time, Jashiro Ayuzo will be assimilated or completely consumed. You must know that for every powerful Shinigami, there is a difference between the external Ryotsu available and the Ryotsu that forms its own. Being seriously injured by the enemy, or dying, the consumption itself is an extremely slow process. Prisoners in common can resist for a long time in a large prison, not to mention a powerful Shinigami like Jashiro Buzang. Even if you let him stay for hundreds of years, there is no problem. The only thing that makes Kuchiki Zan uneasy is the so-called assimilation of this crypt space. Then can I ask you, how did you resist the assimilation of space? Kuchiki Xuan asked cautiously. Now he doesn't want to know how the imprisoned evil spirit Okita appeared outside the cage. He just wants to know how to solve the problem of assimilation. Hey, kid, are you Yamamoto's disciple? The evil ghost Okita asked with a horrifying smile on his face. Not really, the old man Yamamoto taught me some basics, I'm not his disciple. Kuchiki Zan knew that the other party knew that he had a relationship with Yamamoto, but he didn't expect him to ask so directly. Of course, Kuchiki Zan didn't think about telling lies to fool the evil ghost Okita in front of him, because it was unnecessary and meaningless. Is that so? But what I said is true. Although you have the secret technique of that guy Yamamoto, but you don't have his shadow. Interesting. The evil ghost Okita looked at Kuchiki carefully, Zan said. Kuchiki Zan didn't speak, he was waiting for the next words from the evil ghost Okita. The evil ghost Okita scratched his messy and dirty hair with his skinny fingers, and said, actually, it's okay to tell you, it's not even a problem to let me help you grasp it directly at a very fast speed, as long as but. I have one condition. Advertisement, what conditions? Kuchiki Zan had already prepared, so he was not surprised. Hey, it's a very simple condition. The evil ghost Okita said with a terrifying smile again, as long as you accept me as your teacher, I will teach you. Hearing the conditions of the evil ghost Okita, Kuchiki Zan was directly surrounded. This is. What do you mean? Can you tell me the reason? Kuchiki Zanyi was a little confused about the situation, so he asked this question. The reason. When asked the reason, the evil ghost said with a rare expression of seriousness on Tien's ugly face, old man. The time is coming, and the old man hopes to die before he dies. I can pass on this old man's skills. Kuchiki Zan was startled when he heard this reason, and asked with a frown, are you dead? Why doesn't it look like that? The evil spirit Okita tilted his head and looked at Kuchiki Zan and said, this old man is a contemporary of Yamamoto. Although this old man beat him once, in the final analysis, this old man who was born as a commoner has no matter what his talent is. Nothing is as good as him. After so many years of suffering in this ghost place, is it hard to understand that the old man is about to run out of fuel? Hearing these words, Kuchiki Zan also felt that there was nothing wrong with what the other party said. Even if the other party's strength was as high as the middle 8th rank, it could not withstand the erosion of time and the torment of the environment. Why me? Kuchiki Zan asked again, although Kuchiki Zan did not reject learning, but Kuchiki Zan still had his own ideas about apprenticeship. Why did I choose you? How should I put it? The evil ghost said with a frown, first of all, there are not many people I can admire in this place, and besides, the people here will either die earlier than me, or will die sooner or later. What's the point of me passing it on to them? Secondly, I think your age should not be too old, and your talent should be good. Without Yamamoto's full teaching, you can reach this level, at least better than my talent. As for whether you will surpass Yamamoto, no one can guarantee this. So, I've been waiting here every day to see if anyone worthy of my entrustment will come over. Now, I'm squatting down to you. The evil ghost Okita said, pointing at Kuchiki Zan. Ask for flowers advertisement. Well, Kuchiki Zan felt a little speechless for the words of the evil ghost Okita. What can you teach me? Kuchiki Gen asked after a moment of deliberation. What can I teach you? The demon Okita scratched his head again. You should know about the battle between me and Yamamoto back then, right? Yeah. Kuchiki Zan nodded, of course he knew this. It's fine if you know it. Back then, when I ran amok in the Soul Society with boxing techniques, after killing a few so-called nobles, Yamamoto Shiokuni was sent out to stop me. The appearance of Yamamoto Shiokuni was actually due to myself. It was expected, so I was not too surprised. On the contrary, it was Yamamoto. After knowing that I was famous for fighting with fists, he proposed to fight with me. In fact, There were no spectators in this fight, but in the end remember, I really don't know how to spread it. The evil ghost Okita said with some doubts. 0. If Yamamoto and I fought with all our strength at the beginning, I was indeed no match for him, but in terms of boxing, he was still a step behind me. In the end, I was slightly better in the final fight with boxing. Afterwards, boxing it's also been compared, he will naturally fulfill his original duties and directly defeat me with all his strength, and then I'm here. Having said so much, I actually want to tell you that I was able to beat Yamamoto Shigekuni before my boxing skills were great, and over the past 1,000 years, although my overall strength has not improved, my boxing skills have not improved. It's already a great achievement. I think my great boxing skills are enough to teach you, the evil ghost Okita said seriously. Kuchiki-zan heard that the evil ghost Okita said that he had not completed the boxing method that defeated Yamamoto Shigekuni, but now he has completed his own boxing. It sounds that this evil ghost Okita's boxing method should not be simple. But just to be on the safe side, Kuchiki-zan still asked, then, what do you think is the difference between your mastered boxing skills and the previous one? How much is the difference? Hearing this question from Kuchiki-zan, the evil ghost Okita laughed again, and then said, it's not the same. Chapter 153 Magic Fist. The two cannot be compared, said the evil spirit Okita. Is the gap so big? Kuchiki-zan was a little unconvinced. Let me tell you this. When I sparred with Yamamoto Shigekuni, my boxing skills were only half developed. Now I have completed it, and I have studied it for nearly 8,000 years. Do you think it should be different? How much? The evil ghost Okita asked indifferently. Kuchiki-zan nodded and did not dwell on this issue. After all, he believed that even if the actual situation was not as exaggerated as what the evil ghost Okita said, it would definitely not be too bad, so Kuchiki-zan changed the direction and continued to ask questions. Then, Your Excellency, with your current situation, why don't you go back to the Soul Society, where there are so many choices? Hearing the question that Kuchiki-zan asked again, the evil ghost Okita took a deep look at Kuchiki-zan with his small eyes, and sighed 13 times. Going back to Soul Society. I can't go back. As for why, this involves the issue of assimilation, so I won't answer you now. I want to know the answer. Please ask me as your teacher, inherit my martial arts, and I will tell you. Hearing that the evil ghost Okita was not going to explain to him again, Kuchiki-zan frowned slightly. Kuchiki-zan instinctively felt that this problem of assimilation is definitely the root of solving the problem of the crypt space, so the way to deal with assimilation is what he must to get. This junior asks one more question. The answer to the question will affect whether this junior will worship you as a teacher. Senior, please give me an answer. Kuchiki-zan said after considering it. Ask, if it doesn't involve the question I just said, if I know, I will answer you. The evil ghost Okita glanced at Kuchiki-zan, as if he felt that the guy in front of him was really difficult to deal with, so he calmly replied. The younger generation would like to know if something happened in the crypt space, or, if there is any change, whether this change is man-made or formed naturally by the environment. The biggest doubt of the task. Advertisement. I really know how to ask. The evil ghost said with a slight smile. The answer you want, I know, there are indeed some things that happened here, both man-made and the environment itself. What? This answer, I will only tell you after you become a teacher. So that's the case. The junior knows. Hearing what the evil ghost Okita said, Kuchiki-zan's face became uneasy, not because the evil ghost Okita didn't give him a specific answer, but because the last thing he wanted to see was that the problem of the crypt space was artificially assembled things that come out of the environment. If it is purely human or environmental factors, it is actually easy to solve. If it is artificial, deal with people. If it is environmental, solve the environment, and if it cannot be solved, avoid the environment. It's that simple. But once it is man-made plus the environment, then things will be many times more complicated. After all, once someone participates, it means that this is a premeditated thing. If you don't want to solve the human and environmental problems together, then the matter will never end. However, thinking of this, Kuchiki-zan's eyes suddenly lit up, looked at the indifferent evil ghost Okita, and asked again, Senior, what you said just now means that you have a solution to this matter. Almost. The evil ghost Okita did not rush to force Kuchiki-zan to express his opinion, and after answering Kuchiki-zan's question vaguely again, he stopped talking, as if he was wondering whether Kuchiki-zan would worship him teacher. I don't care about it at all. Kuchiki-zan, who got this vague answer, now thinks not so simple, because Kuchiki-zan found that only after he apprenticed to the evil ghost Okita, all problems can be solved, whether it is the problem of assimilation or the occurrence of the underground space. The problem. Kuchiki-zan is not afraid that the evil ghost Okita will lie to him. After all, as a person who is like a master of the generation, there is no need to lie to him. Judging from the way the other party speaks and does things, although the other party may have reservations, the other party should not be able to do such things as cheating. Besides, even if the other party cheated him, in the final analysis, it was Kuchiki-zan who got the benefits. Not to mention other things, as far as the other party's boxing is concerned, it must be stronger than Common's white hits. This is certain, and secondly, after apprenticeship, he can be solved by the other party or the way to control the assimilation is Kuchiki-zan's advantage. Even if the other party can't help him solve the problem of the crypt space in the end, on the whole, Kuchiki Xuania still makes money. This junior agrees to be a teacher. Thinking of this, Kuchiki-zan chose to be a teacher without hesitation. Advertisement. Hearing Kuchiki-gen's words, the evil ghost Okita finally reacted, stood up from the ground, and laughed happily. Ha ha ha, okay, great, You will never regret this decision you made, the evil ghost Okita said while grinning. You know, in order to fight against the sword-wielding Soul Society, this old man specially created this magic fist. Don't worry, kid. After learning the old man's magic fist, you will definitely not be as powerful as when you hold a knife. That's it. Now, Kuchiki Xuania finally knows what the boxing or boxing art created by the evil ghost Okita is. In Kuchiki's mind, this fist should be very powerful. Then how do you worship a teacher? What kind of ceremony should you do? Kuchiki-zan asked the most crucial question. You don't need to be so cliched. I don't like those cliches. You call me teacher, I'll teach you disciple. Let's count it as etiquette. Come and call. Horror. But Kuchiki-zan could also feel his happiness and joy. It's just that Kuchiki-zan didn't expect that the other party would be like this about apprenticeship. Regardless of section 3.2. Of course, as a teacher, he doesn't stick to trifles, so Kuchiki-zan has no reason to stick to the rules. He immediately bowed and saluted, and called out, teacher, very respectfully. Hearing Kuchiki-zan's words, as well as Kuchiki-zan's attitude, the smile on the evil ghost Okita's face became even stronger, and he kept saying, okay, don't be too polite, don't be too polite. By the way, boy, you haven't told me your name yet. Teacher, the disciples are Kuchiki's family members, each name is a Zan character, Kuchiki-zan respectfully said, because he is a very traditional person, since he has recognized the other party's teacher's identity, he will be very polite. Because from the moment Kuchiki-zan decided to become a teacher, he was not prepared to fool the other party, because this is not Kuchiki-zan's way of life. He can't do it to ignore Hiroto for the sake of profit. Chapter 154. Teaching? Okay. The Kuchiki family is a nobleman, not bad. The evil ghost Okita was very satisfied with Kuchiki-zan's attitude and identity. Not much nonsense. Next, I will teach you the magic fist. Although there are not many twists and turns in the old man's magic fist. You will know when you learn it. The way of boxing will definitely not be weaker than those of you with swords and swords. The evil ghost said confidently. Students naturally believe it. Kuchiki-zan also complimented. Okay. Don't talk nonsense, the business is important, I will tell you what the magic boxing method is. The evil ghost Okita straightened his face and began to describe. The magic boxing method is a fighting method created by the old man with his whole life's painstaking efforts based on the white hits of various schools and factions. The specific routines and moves of the old man's magic boxing way no, some of them don't know the special way of exerting power, or the mode of using spiritual power. As long as you learn this, then the magic boxing can be regarded as an introduction. Hearing this, Kuchiki-zan's eyes lit up, he is suitable for people who know the goods. When he heard that the so-called magic boxing method of 24 is actually a method of exerting strength, he understood that this magic boxing way is definitely like as the evil ghost Okita said, it is not a simple thing. To put it bluntly, in the Shinigami world, there are almost no skill-based things in combat. Except for a Shunpo who dodges and dodges, the others are head-to-head combat with overwhelming force. Whoever has the strongest Ryotsu will be awesome, this is the truth of the Shinigami world. So things like the method of exerting force, Kuchiki-zan, in this world, can't even think about it. The so-called method of exerting power is to use the power or energy of 1 to exert a destructive power of 5 or even 10, which is the same as Zanpakuto's Bankai, but the method is different. Of course, the level of Bankai is different, because Bankai is using finally, it is an all-round improvement, and the so-called method of exerting force can only increase the pure destructive power. Magic boxing, the core of all, has only 3 ways of exerting force, which my old man calls, breaking style, and, shocking force. Episode, Death of Heart, situation, continued to explain. The so-called, breaking style, is the most primary application skill in Magic Fist. After mastering this core, every punch and every kick you make will increase the destructive power by 3 to 5 times. Advertisement in the next advanced, Genji Shi, although the effect of the improvement is not much different from the previous, broken style, but it has added the inherent skills of the attack, so the destructive power will also increase accordingly. And the final, Death of Heart, is the most core and most powerful move in Mokuan Dao. I don't recommend using Death of Heart until the moment of life and death. After all, the old man created this style to use desperately. After using it up, can you survive? I can't guarantee it when I get old. After speaking, the evil ghost Okita looked at Kuchiki Nuclear with a burning light. I'm done talking. Next, I'm going to teach you the specific things. You have to remember it carefully. I don't have much time, which means I don't have much time to teach you. If you can't learn it, the old man will die with regret. Similarly, you don't want to waste time on studying. After all, you still need the old man to help you solve problems, don't you? Yes, the students will study hard, Kuchiki-zan respectfully said. The evil ghost nodded to Tien. All right, come with me, this is not a place to talk. After all, the evil ghost Okita took the lead and walked away from the giant stone cage, and Kuchiki-zan did not doubt that he was there, and followed directly behind the evil ghost Okita. Soon, the two came to a bare stone wall, and there was a cave on the stone wall that looked like it was dug by hand. Here, this is my current residence. The crypt has a lot of space and there are many strange things. Originally, this stone wall didn't exist when the old man just came in. But it exists now, isn't it amazing? The evil ghost Okita said, pointing at the stone wall. Well, it's amazing. Kuchiki-zan looked at the stone wall and said it was a stone wall because he couldn't see where the height was, and even its outline couldn't be seen at all. After all, Once he looked into the distance in the crypt space, regardless of whether the eyes are good or not, what you see is gray. Okay, let's start here. The evil ghost rushed to the entrance of the cave, sat on a big rock, and pointed to another stone. Kuchiki-zan came to sit opposite the evil ghost Okita and waited for the teaching of the evil ghost Okita. Advertisement. Next, you must listen carefully to what I'm going to explain. This is the foundation of Mokuan Dao. Don't be careless. The evil ghost Okita once again instructed. Yes, teacher. Kuchiki-zan nodded. The root of Magic Fist, to put it bluntly, is actually the application of spiritual power. People in the Soul Society have always been used to applying spiritual power to spiritual knives. He doesn't know what Zanpakuto is, it didn't exist in that era, and has always been it as a rough use, almost where the spiritual power is squandered by the spiritual knife, and people will use the spiritual power there. As for me, I don't like knives by nature, although I have condensed the spiritual knife, I finally gave it up. He began to create Magic Fist, which lasted for 800 years, and finally achieved the great success of Magic Fist, which means that no one in the Soul Society will be able to use 750 spiritual powers better than this old man. Afterwards, the evil ghost Okita told Kuchiki-zan bit by bit how to use the spiritual power of his Magic Fist. Soon, the day passed. A day later, genius, absolute genius. Evil ghost Okita looked at Kuchiki-gen, who was able to use the breaking style at this time, and said in shock. Teacher, am I using the right method? Kuchiki Shuangdong punched a fist-sized hole in the stone wall with an extremely low-strength punch, and then asked the evil ghost Okita. That's right, you little brat, you are indeed a talent to be made, and I'm worthy of your shame. I'm going to teach you the Magic Fist, from the bottom of my heart. The evil ghost Okita said with a little embarrassment. Teacher, what should I do next? Kuchiki-zan felt the power of broken style, and he really felt that the evil ghost Okita who can create such a secret technique of power is definitely a rare one. Genius. Next, the next step is to practice. I have also told you the cultivation methods of the momentum of the shock and the death of the heart. For the rest, you only need to follow the steps step by step to succeed in cultivation. You must use it with caution. The evil ghost Okita once again instructed with a serious face. Chapter 155 Everything known by the evil ghost Okita. Yes, disciple, remember, Kuchiki-zan said with a slight bow. Before, he always bowed big and was criticized by the evil ghost Okita, so Kuchiki-zan's etiquette was a little lighter. Well, just remember. The evil ghost Okita nodded in satisfaction. Okay, I don't have much time left, so it's time to say something you want to know. The evil ghost said lightly as he leaned against the stone wall. Teacher. Kuchiki-zan looked at the evil ghost Okita, frowned slightly, and said hesitantly. Okay, I know what you want to ask. The evil ghost Okita waved his hand. He knew that Kuchiki-zan wanted to ask him how much time he had and what solution he had, but if so, the evil ghost Okita would not force Kuchiki-zan be his disciple. The old man is very clear about the matter of the old man, so don't worry about it. What the old man wants to tell you now is the purpose of your coming here. First of all, the problem I want to talk about is to solve the problem of assimilation. Before, you also asked me why I didn't go back to the Soul Society to find disciples. To tell you the truth, I can't go back to the Soul Society. If I dare to step on it now, one step out of the range of the crypt space, and the old man will turn into spirit particles and dissipate in an instant. The evil ghost said about his life and death with indifferent eyes, as if he was someone else. Kuchiki-zan was shocked for a moment and asked, what's going on? Don't worry, this old man will tell you bit by bit. It's useless if you are anxious about this kind of thing. Besides, you need to help me to solve the problem in the end. The evil ghost Okita comforted Kuchiki-zan and said. Actually, the so-called assimilation of the crypt space is to assimilate all the spirit particles existing in the space into things of this world, and those of us who were born in the Soul Society are naturally built on the foundation of the Soul Society's spirit particles. Once our life form enters the crypt space, it's fine if we don't absorb the spirit particles in the crypt space. In this way, the crypt space has nothing to do with us, because our own spirit particles have already solidified. Space does not affect us. Advertisement, however, if we once absorb the rich spiritual particles in the crypt space in order to extend our lives, then these unknown spiritual particles that have been assimilated by the crypt space will become the trigger for the crypt space to assimilate us. When these spirit particles enter our soul, they will start to affect our own solidified spirit particles little by little, to achieve the purpose of solidifying us. This is what the old man discovered after studying for a long time. After all, the old man said before that no one in the Soul Society can surpass me in the application of spiritual power. The old man noticed something, but there is absolutely no way for the old man to understand it thoroughly. Of course, it is impossible for people who have just entered the crypt space to absorb the spirit particles in the crypt space. Only when their own spirit particles are extremely depleted, or their own strength is extremely high, can they forcibly absorb the crypt space. Spirits. The old man belongs to the second type. As for the assimilation of the crypt space, the old man had no way at first, but as time went by, with the help of the giant stone cage, the old man was able to try to absorb the spirits of the crypt space. Sons, and minimize the degree of assimilation they bring. After many experiments, the old man discovered that it is indeed not easy to minimize the difficulty of assimilating Chengdu. After hundreds of years, the old man has gained very little. In the end, the old man found another way and prepared to start with the assimilated self. Of course, the premise still needs great power. Speaking of this, the evil ghost Okita breathed a sigh of relief, glanced at Kuchiki-san, and then continued. Strength is the major premise of everything. With your strength surpassing this old man, it is not difficult to do such a thing, and the old man's this method, the sooner you use it, the better the effect. This is why the old man stopped you before the old man taught you the method. It is definitely not a wise move to absorb the spirit seeds in the crypt space. Thank you for your reminder, teacher, Kuchiki-san said respectfully again. It's okay, based on your strength, even if you absorb a little more, it won't have much effect. Unlike the old man, before the old man created a way to resist assimilation, the degree of assimilation of the old man was already very deep. Even if the old man relied on the method of resistance, after surviving for so many years, he has consolidated his strength and perfected the magic fist, which cannot conceal the fact that the old man has been deeply assimilated. The current state of the old man is almost the level before being assimilated and absorbed by the crypt. If the degree of assimilation is further deepened, the old man will be decomposed and absorbed by the crypt space. This is also the most important reason why the old man cannot get out of the Soul Society. The old man once tried. The moment his fingers touched the world transmitting gate, his fingers turned into spirit particles. Since then, the old man knew that it was impossible for the old man to return to the Soul Society in this life, and as he continued to absorbing spirit seeds, although the old man can resist most of the assimilation, but the degree of assimilation of the old man is too deep, and his own assimilation is already irresistible. So, I am telling you that my time is running out, and I am not joking with you. With the current degree of assimilation of the old man, I don't know how long it can last, maybe a year, maybe a month, maybe a day, I can't say for sure. Advertisement. Speaking of this, the evil ghost sighed slightly at Tien and said, Boy, I am convinced that I can meet you. Although a kid was sent in more than 100 years ago, the kid's qualifications are not good, so I didn't directly find you. Besides, the place where he is occupied by that kid, Feng. I don't have much time left, and I don't really want to conflict with him, so I can only continue to wait. Maple? Scythe Executioner? Kuchiki-san asked. Well, it's that guy with a bad personality. I really don't know why that guy Yamamoto kept him. The evil ghost Okita said with a disgusted face. Regarding this, Kuchiki-san did not answer. After all, he also felt that Yamamoto Shigekuni could indeed get rid of this person directly. Okay, let's not talk about this disgusting thing. I'm going to tell you how to resist assimilation. Only if you learn how to resist law enforcement, can you do what you want to do next. Said the evil ghost Okita. Good teacher. What Goblin Okita likes the most is Kuchiki General. He likes to study and has an attitude of serious study, which is really rare. Soon the evil ghost Okita taught Kuchiki-san his own regional method. It turned out that this so-called resistance method is actually to use his own spiritual power to reverse the assimilation of the spiritual seeds that are about to assimilate himself. Chapter 156 Roots. This method is easy to say, but in practice, it is really difficult. Kuchiki-san tried it himself. After absorbing a certain amount of crypt spiritual seeds, Kuchiki-san began to assimilate with his own spiritual power, or it's something unique to banishing crypt spirits. After the experiment, Kuchiki-san found that if he had not learned the magic fist of the evil ghost Okita, such a defense would be relatively difficult even if he knew the method, but after learning the magic fist, such the process of resisting and expelling is relatively simple. However, there is one thing that the evil ghost Okita said is right, that is, there is no way to completely resist assimilation. With Kuchiki-san's strength, although he has gone all out to expel more than 90% of the assimilation breath, but there will still be a few percent left, and there is no way to completely remove this. Therefore, Kuchiki-san also knows why the evil ghost Okita has created a method of resistance, and it is still so assimilated. The creation of the method of resistance is only one aspect of it. The most important thing is the so-called resistance and expulsion. There is no way to complete it 100%. After more than 1,000 years of assimilation, the evil ghost Okita can last for such a long time, which is already considered extremely powerful. After the evil ghost Okita confirmed that Kuchiki-san had mastered the method of defense, he finally let go of 723's heart. He didn't want the disciple he just accepted to be assimilated by this broken space. That's right, your comprehension is indeed very high. Apparently, the evil ghost Okita recognized Kuchiki-san's learning ability very much. It's better to be taught by the teacher, Kuchiki-san said. Okay, don't be hypocritical and polite to me here. Since you have learned everything you need to learn, I should also tell you some things you are interested in this space. Okay, teacher. Oh yes, before that, I would like to ask, if you don't know how to resist, how long can the kid you sent before be lower? Kuchiki-san asked a person related to him. After all, the evil spirit Okita said that the person who sent it before should be Jashiro Ayuzo. Advertisement. You mean the kid you sent earlier? With his strength, he can last for 200 to 300 years without absorbing spirit seeds. If he absorbs spirit seeds, he can last even longer. As for the degree of assimilation, it's fine. He is still within the safe range for 200 or 300 years, so why is he one of yours? The evil ghost Chongtian is an old man, so he naturally guessed the original intention of Deadwood Zan to ask this question. Well, he was specially thrown in by the disciple. Kuchiki-san didn't deny it. Well, it doesn't matter, he can last for a while. You saw those giant stone cages before. Although that thing restricts people's movements, the presence of those cages can be regarded as a layer of protection for those who are imprisoned. How do you say that? Kuchiki asked, scratching his head. I only found out about this question later. It's true that everything in the world is born and restrained by each other. The raw materials of those giant stone cages should be relatively restrained from the assimilation of substances in the crypt space. I don't know what age the predecessors were and where they got them from. As long as you are in the cage will purify some of the spirit particles that float into the cage. Although the degree of purification is not high, the slightly purified spirit particles will be easily absorbed by those who are not strong, and the degree of assimilation is many times lighter than that of spirit particles that directly absorb the crypt space. The evil ghost Okita said with a little emotion. Is there such a thing? Kuchiki-zan said in surprise. Of course, otherwise, why do you think there are so many prisoners in the big prison of the crypt space? With the normal speed of assimilation, most of them will die within 100 years. The evil ghost Okita took it for granted, said. I see. Kuchiki-zan also knew the secret of the underground prison. Okay, let's get down to business. The evil ghost waved his hand at Tien and said, you asked earlier, what happened to the crypt space? Yes, old man Yamamoto just asked me to see what happened in the crypt space, and at the same time let me see if I can solve this problem. Kuchiki-zan, CEAB, nodded and said. Advertisement, it's like this. The evil ghost Okita nodded. Originally, the change in the crypt space is a normal environmental change, but since that disgusting monkey with a sickle got out of trouble, this change has been taken advantage of by that disgusting guy. Teacher, can you be more specific? Kuchiki-zan said. Well, good. Originally, I came here more than 100 years earlier than him. During those more than 100 years, I have figured out the laws of this broken place, the crypt space. What about the crypt space itself? Every 100 years, there will be a devouring tide, which is when the crypt space swallows spirit particles. The crypt space itself is a mysterious subspace, it is an incomplete world, but this space feels like a living creature. The appearance of the devouring tide is like the cycle of a person's breathing, but the cycle of the crypt space is 100 years, and the swallowing time lasts about a month. Before, I discovered that when the crypt space swallowed spirit particles, the crypt space would become unstable. It was not just such a simple change. Every time the spirit particles were spit out, not only were there not many substances assimilated, the quantity is extremely huge, and the matter itself comes from these highly concentrated spiritual particles. 200 years ago, the monkey with the sickle got out of trouble at some point. Not only did he get out of trouble, he also found the law of space swallowing and exhalation, and then devoured the spit out high purity spiritual particles wantonly, allowing it to assimilate with a high level body. He got a chance to breathe. In 200 years, he swallowed twice, because space throughput is a law, and it is also the instinct of space. When it is spit out and cannot be taken back, some chaos will naturally occur in the space, and after the space is chaotic, there will be some unknown changes from time to time, which is why the crypt space becomes very strange. The narration of the evil ghost Okita is very simple, but it is also very comprehensive. Let Kuchiki-zan clearly understand the whole story of the matter. The Soul Society is not clear about the matter of the crypt space, and Kuchiki-zan is also thinking that he will report this matter to Seirei from time to time. As for why Kuchiki-zan is entangled in this matter, the reason is very simple. Just now, the evil spirit Okita has said that during the inhalation period, there will be many spiritual seeds that have not assimilated substances, but are of high purity. Such spiritual seeds can be effective. This is why the Scythe Executioner started plotting these spirits 200 years ago. This is exactly what Kuchiki-zan is worried about. If this matter is found out by people with good intentions, then there will be no peace in the crypt space. Chapter 157 Sickle Executioner Fung. In the end, Kuchiki-zan decided that only Yamamoto Shigekuni was told about the fact that the crypt space was able to swallow spirit seeds, and no one else would know. The less the better. Of course, these are things for later, and we need to wait for Kuchiki Schwenpingen to return to the Soul Society. The most urgent task now is how to deal with the abnormal problem of the crypt space. Kuchiki-zan also understands that there are established rules for the throughput of the crypt space every 100 years. Now that it has been spit out, it will naturally be taken back. As for why, the evil ghost Okita did not say, and he probably does not. Clearly, Kuchiki-zan is even more ignorant, but one thing, Kuchiki-zan has already affirmed that if the crypt space spit out the spirit, then when it cannot be taken back, there will naturally be a bad situation, which is the source of the space mutation. Although from the current point of view, although the space has changed, it is not serious, and it can be regarded as within the controllable range. As long as the source problem is solved, the space will naturally return to normal. Then, how to solve the source of the matter lies in the monkey with the sickle mentioned by the evil ghost Okitaguchi. The monkey with the sickle is actually the executioner with the sickle hyphenation point maple. For this guy's information, Kuchiki Genya only knows a rough idea. The main reason is that the appearance of Fung, the scythe executioner, was too abrupt. It took only a few years for the other party to appear, become famous, and be defeated by Yamamoto Shigekuni. In the past few years, this scythe executioner can be said to be the peak when he debuted. He used his scythe to challenge everywhere and kill people everywhere, but he was all opponents killed during the challenge, and there was nothing he could do. However, as this guy killed more and more people, he also became more and more unruly, until finally the nobles invited Yamamoto Shiguni, who had just defeated the evil spirit Okita, to take action. After Yamamoto Jongwo approached the scythe executioner, the strange thing is that this person ran away directly, and did not fight Yamamoto country at all. When he was young, Yamamoto Shiguni had a bad temper. When he saw the enemy running away, he immediately started chasing him. After 3 days of chasing, Yamamoto Shiguni finally caught up with the Scythe Executioner, and then Yamamoto Shiguni gave the opponent 2 hours after a break. He used the knife in his hand to defeat the opponent with serious injuries. Of course, the fighting situation is quite fierce, and the surroundings of the scene where the two are fighting have almost been destroyed, which shows how terrifying the destructive power of the two is. Originally, based on the intention of the nobles in power at the time, they asked Yamamoto Shigekuni to kill the Scythe Executioner directly, but Yamamoto Shigekuni did not know why he spared the opponent's life, and then threw the seriously injured Scythe Executioner Fung into the go-to jail in the big underground prison. Advertisement. It can be said that this Scythe Executioner was thrown in by Yamamoto Shigekuni not long after the evil ghost Okita was imprisoned in it, so although the evil ghost Okita didn't know much about this sickle executioner, he still knew it. "Teacher, what is the strength of this Scythe Executioner?" Kuchiki asked. "That sickle monkey." Hearing Kuchiki-zan's words, the evil ghost was taken aback for a moment, and then said, "When I first came in, my strength was a little worse than that of the old man. As for now, it's not easy to say." "Why?" Kuchiki-zan was a little puzzled. "Didn't you say that he swallowed 200 years worth of spiritual seeds, and after swallowing the spiritual seeds, his strength is naturally much stronger?" The evil ghost Chang Tian spread his hands and said as a matter of course. "What is the throughput of this crypt space?" Kuchiki asked with a frown. A lot, the demon Okita said uncertainly. "There is always a standard." Kuchiki-zan was speechless. "If you have to say it, it's not much different from what you are now." The evil ghost Okita thought for a while and said, "That's okay." Hearing this, Kuchiki-zan was slightly relieved. "Oh, by the way, don't be too happy." The evil ghost suddenly thought of something and said to Tien, "Now you are in the crypt space, but you can't exert your full strength." "Ah, why is that?" Kuchiki-zan Yi asked in surprise. "It's very simple, it's still a matter of assimilation," the evil ghost Okita said. Advertisement. The higher the degree of assimilation we have, the stronger we will be able to exert in the cave space. With your degree of assimilation, even if the knife in your waist is liberated, it will not be able to exert its strength. Don't believe it? You try. Ask for flowers. The demon Okita pointed to the knife on Kuchiki-gen's waist and said. In order to verify the extent of his ability to exert his strength, Kuchiki-zan immediately took off the knife from his waist, then pulled the knife out of its sheath, and chanted a sentence of liberation. With the appearance of black fire, Yan Mo had been liberated. Following Yan Mo's own side, Kuchiki-zan's brows also frowned, because he felt that not only was the black flame burning hard, but even its power had dropped a lot, but in general, the weakened power not too much. This is also thanks to Heian's attribute of devouring all spiritual particles. But with the devouring of the black flame, Kuchiki-zan also noticed that the black flame, which originally devoured and transformed the spiritual particles very quickly, was particularly difficult when it devoured the spiritual particles in the crypt space, at least in terms of the speed of swallowing and transforming. It was faster than common Lingzi was several times slower. How about it? Did you find the gap? The evil ghost Okita said lightly after seeing Kuchiki-zan's face. Yes, teacher, it is indeed a lot weaker. Kuchiki-zan retracted Yan Mo, and said with a bad face, because he knew that once the facts were like this, then fight. He really has to suffer a lot. HMPH, this is just your situation. With the improvement of the degree of assimilation, we can use the assimilation spirits in the crypt space. In this way, one will be stronger than the other. Do you think that guy will be stronger than you or not? Is it weaker than you? The evil ghost Okita said lightly. As far as I know, based on his current level of assimilation, on the basis of his full strength, it is still no problem to increase each 10%. The strength that is already about the same as yours can be increased by another 10%, and you are still in the can you kill him while weakened? Kuchiki-zan heard the analysis of the evil ghost Ken Tanaka, and he had no choice. Although he had a lot of cheats, he couldn't play them under the constraints of the environment, and he didn't have the cheats to face such an environment. Then teacher, what should I do? Kuchiki-zan asked. After all, the evil ghost Okita said before that the place where the most prisoners are now held is the site of Scythe executioners. Even if Kuchiki-zan wants to be a person who can't see or hear those who arrived, wouldn't Yoshiro Buzo bring it out? This is completely impossible, so this battle is inevitable. 5GP Chapter 158 How did the crazy swordsman go crazy? What should you do? I don't know either, the evil ghost Okita said lightly. Hearing the words of the evil ghost Okita, Kuchiki-genya was speechless for a moment. To be honest, if it's not necessary, I don't really want to face that monkey with a sickle. To be honest, after swallowing a lot of spiritual seeds, that monkey is almost more difficult to deal with than that lunatic. Tell the truth. Crazy? Kuchiki was puzzled. Ah, it's the guy that Yamamoto sent last, the one called the Mad Swordsman. The demon Okita scratched his head and said. Crazy Swordsman Jingaro? Kuchiki-zan suddenly popped out such a name. That's right, that's him. The evil ghost nodded at Okita, but the expression on his face was a bit unnatural. Kuchiki-zan knows that the crazy swordsman and even 470 Guro are the most difficult of the so-called three evils in the crypt. This guy has the most information, the most records, and the most deeds in the Soul Society, and he is also the guy who makes Yamamoto Shigekuni the most headache among the three. Why do you say that this guy is the most difficult to deal with? It's really because this guy is not only powerful, but also a lunatic. When Shigekuni Yamamoto was still young, there were only 2 people in the Soul Society who could match him in kendo. One was Bai Linjai, who was the #1 swordsman in the Soul Society before Shigekiko Yamamoto, and the other was the Lanjian. How? Swordmaster Bai Linjai passed away shortly after Yamamoto Shigekuni became #1 in Soul Society, and the only one left who could wrestle with Yamamoto Shiguni was Crazy Swordsman. Advertisement among the 3 evils in the crypt, the Crazy Swordsman Jingoro was also the last one to be thrown into the big prison, and he was also the one that the evil ghost Okita didn't understand the least, but was the one he feared the most. At the beginning, after Yamamoto Shiguni threw the evil spirit Okita and the Scythe Executioner into the big prison one after another, Yamamoto Shiguni's reputation became even more prosperous. Of course, Yamamoto Shiguni himself didn't respond to this. After all, it was Yamamoto Shiguni, right? Other people. However, because of this, the Crazy Swordsman Jingoro didn't know why he was insane. 10 years after the Scythe Executioner was thrown into the big prison, he began to challenge the strong members of the Soul Society crazily, one after another, one after another. In the end, the Crazy Swordsman became more and more crazy as he challenged, and he naturally got the title of Crazy Swordsman. The Executioner is killing people indiscriminately, but Crazy Jianao alone is fine, but the dojos of many schools have been destroyed, people are fine, and their homes are gone. This is the consequence of being challenged by Lan Jianao. In the end, as a last resort, the nobles invited Yamamoto Shigekuni. The records of that battle are in the Soul Society's materials, and Kuchiki-zan has seen it more than once. In the duel of Kendo, Yamamoto Shiguni lost. Yes, that Yamamoto Shigekuni lost. Yamamoto Shigekuni also told Kuchiki-zan that he had lost twice in his life, once with punches and once with swords. These 2 times are still fresh in his memory. Kuchiki-zan knew before that the sword was lost to the Crazy Swordsman, and now he also knows, the fist was lost to the evil ghost Okita. In the previous battle, Yamamoto Shigekuni did lose in the Kendo competition, and he also admired the Crazy Swordsman's Kendo, but in terms of hard power, Sanbin Daxia is better, and the 8th level mid-level is about to reach the toppling the level of power, in that era, was basically invincible. Coupled with Yamamoto's powerful Ryujin Jaka, the Mad Swordsman was not wronged, or the 3 evils in the crypt were not wronged. As for why Crazy Swordsman is Crazy Swordsman, after he lost to Yamamoto Shigekuni, he suddenly couldn't accept that he lost to Yamamoto Shiguni who was not as good as him. While destroying the Soul Society, he regained his title of being the strongest, and then became a sword master. In this way, Yamamoto Shigekuni had no choice but to hit the Crazy Swordsman directly, and then threw him into the big prison. After all, although Jingoro intended to destroy the Soul Society, it was only in the imaginary stage and had not yet caused substantial damage. For the destruction, Yamamoto Shigekuni naturally relented for a while. Advertisement in this way, the 3 evils in the crypt have been thrown into the big prison, and the 3 most important achievements of Yamamoto Shigekuni's life in the first half of his life have also been completed. Hey, you have to be lucky, this time it was the sickle monkey who made the trouble. If it was this lunatic, I can't help you. The evil ghost Okita said rather sadly. Huh? So, teacher, you have a way to help me? Kuchiki-zan is very good at grasping the point of the topic. No, he caught the point of what the evil ghost Okita said. That's right, didn't you say it before? This time, without my help, you can't solve it. Of course, it's still the same sentence. If Crazy Jianao is doing something, it's useless for me to help you. Fortunately, it's just that sickle monkey. That monkey has nothing but swallowed some spirit seeds. The evil ghost Okita said with disgust. Then what is your solution, teacher? Kuchiki-zan asked with a slightly better mood at this time. After all, it is a good thing to have a solution. The specific method, now is not the time to talk about it, you will know when the time comes. The evil ghost said flatly. How about you? If you are familiar with what I teach you, we will set off in half a day. Okay, teacher. Kuchiki-zan nodded, and then honestly began to practice what the evil ghost Okita had taught him before. With the practice of Kuchiki-zan, the use of broken style has become more and more proficient, and the method of resistance is also improving in the progress of broken style. Soon, Kuchiki-zan completely mastered the Pojishi, and then started to attack Genjishi. Compared with Pojishi, Genjishi does not have much advantage in 2.1, but in terms of attack effect, the destructive ability of Genjishi is definitely several times that of Pojishi. The principle of broken style is only to increase the damage by several times on the basis of the original attack destructive power, but earthquake potential is different in terms of similar destructive power. Genjishi has added the principle of shock when attacking the opponent's surface defense. At the same time, it can also transmit a certain force to the opponent's interior, causing attack and damage to it. There is a saying that is good, it is difficult to repair what is crooked, and the fierce man who cultivates both internal and external like in martial arts novels almost does not exist in the world of anime. In the original work, he is as strong as Ulquiorra, and the fragility of internal organs is also visible to the naked eye. Therefore, the attack on the inside is even more terrifying. Chapter 159 Departure. As Kuchiki-zan began to study the power of earthquake, Kuchiki-zan suddenly got a reminder from the system. Hey, host has obtained the first self-comprehension ability, please check the information in the details. This reminder directly startled Kuchiki-zan who was practicing. It was the first time Kuchiki-zan saw such a reminder. Therefore, Kuchiki-zan immediately sank his mind into the system and checked it. In the data, not only the location has changed, it has become a cave space, but also the relationship between the master and apprentice of the evil ghost Okita has been added to the character relationship, and the most important thing is the newly appeared self-understanding compatibility in this world. In this newly released information, there is only one ability, and that is the Magic Fist, that has just mastered the pose style. It also shows the pose style that has been practiced and the Genji that is being cultivated. There is also the death of the uncultivated heart, which can be said to be very comprehensive. Kuchiki guessed that when he first started to practice, the system did not prompt him that there was a new ability, but the system only gave a reminder after he completed the practice of breaking the style. After thinking about it, if he wants the system to recognize it, he must have completed a certain amount of self-comprehension. After the system determines that this ability has been mastered, it can be included in this so-called self-comprehension combat ability. Just when Kuchiki-zan was immersed in the system, the evil ghost looked at him and said, "Well, your kid has completely mastered the breaking style. That's good, that's the case, let's go." Kuchiki-zan was awakened by the evil ghost Okita's words, quickly shut down the system, stood up and said, "Okay, the teacher thinks it's time to go, then let's go. Let's go." The evil ghost stood up unsteadily, afraid of patting the apparently non-existent dust on his tattered clothes. He took the lead and walked towards the way he came. Kuchiki-zan followed behind the evil ghost Okita and continued to practice the power of shock while on the road, because Kuchiki-zan felt that the most useful thing for him in the whole Magic Fist was the power of shock. No matter how strong the death is, it is not a conventional method, so there is no power of shock to attract Kuchiki-zan. What's more, Kuchiki-zan's basic combat power is actually on the Zanpakuto, and the power of shock can only be used at a certain time in the future. That's all. Soon, the two returned to the place where a large number of giant stone cages could be seen. After the two passed the place where they met, they continued to walk deep. As he went deeper into the cage area, Kuchiki-gen could more and more feel the difference of Ryotsu, and many, strong or weak Ryotsu. Advertisement at the same time, at the core of the cage area, a man who is short in stature, at most 1.6 meters, but very strong, with disheveled hair and two short scythes, is squatting in front of a cage, facing inside the cage. A figure with his back to the mouth of the cage was speaking. "Hey," I said, "it's been so long, I've been talking for so long, you can give me a response, I've said it all, I have a way to make you stronger, as long as you listen to me, go back to Seoul. It is not difficult for the society to take revenge, hey you guy, let me just say something." The man roared towards the cage for a while, making the two short scythes on his shoulders tremble. And after hearing this roar, the figure in the cage finally moved a little. The figure in the cage finally turned around, revealing that thin and old but expressionless face. "Go back to Seoul Society?" The figure was obviously interested in the sentence of returning to Seoul Society, and repeated it. And the figure carrying a short scythe outside the cage saw that the other party finally had a reaction, and immediately said excitedly, "Yes, as long as you listen to me, you will be absolutely fine." "He, the sickle monkey. Don't fool me, what can you do? Go back to the Seoul Society? Let Yamamoto defeat him again?" the figure said slowly. "Hey." Hearing what the figure said, Feng, known as the 523 sickle monkey and actually one of the three evils in the crypt, who was trained enough to travel, had a sinister smile on his face, and then said, "Since I said it, then I have a way, look at me, I have also been in this ghost place for so long, my strength has not declined but increased, this is the way I said, as long as you listen to me, you will definitely be able to return to the Seoul Society to find Yamamoto Shigekuni revenge." It's kind of interesting. Human Shadow didn't make a decision or agree, but said such a sentence. I said, "Little lunatic, what do you mean to give me a happy word?" Feng, the sickle executioner, said obviously unhappy. "You're in such a hurry. For what? Let me guess, isn't it? Your business has been exposed and you have been noticed by the Seoul Society?" The figure in the cage is the crazy swordsman, Jingoro among the three evils in the crypt. As soon as he said this, the expression of the scythe executioner outside the cage immediately changed, obviously it was said to the pain point. Chapter 163 Evils Meet, HMPH, I really can't hide it from you, crazy swordsman. The sickle executioner restrained his abnormal smile, and his face with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks became rare and solemn. "Don't treat other people as fools. The three evils in the big prison, the old guy, the evil ghost, has long since gone to play, and you have been planning something. Although I came in the latest, what do you want to do?" "Can't stand me," Jingoro said calmly. "So what if you know? The old devil is missing, just because he knows he can't stop me, and you can't stop me either. To be honest, if I haven't been sure until now, I don't need to waste so much time to win you over," said the sickle executioner, holding the sickle in his hand. "Of course I know this. You are afraid of Yamamoto, and the evil spirits are afraid of Yamamoto, and I am also afraid of him," Jingoro said calmly. "Ha ha ha, the lawless and crazy swordsman actually admits that he is afraid of Yamamoto Chungwo?" As if hearing a big joke, the scythe executioner began to laugh up to the sky. "Don't laugh, what I'm saying is just the truth. I believe that no one will not be afraid of Yamamoto Shigekuni after fighting with all his strength." Jingoro's tone was equally calm. Hearing this, the scythe executioner immediately restrained his smile, and then said with a serious face, "You are right, indeed no one can stop being afraid of Yamamoto Shigekuni after fighting with all his strength, but it's about overcoming fear, even if it means uniting with other people." "Ha ha ha, you are so ridiculous, can you overcome fear with the help of others?" Jingoro said mockingly. Then don't worry about it, you just need to tell me if you want to go out and get your revenge. The scythe executioner continued to ask with an uneasy expression. However, before the mad swordsman Jingoro could answer, a voice from the side answered the scythe executioner first. Ha ha ha, just you? 10 cowardly disgusting monkeys? Go out and kill Yamamoto? Stop making people laugh? As soon as the voice appeared, it immediately attracted the eyes of the scythe executioner outside the cage and the crazy swordsman Jingoro inside the cage. After seeing the person coming, the face of the sickle executioner changed, and he said, "Is it you, Okita? What do you mean by that?" Crazy swordsman Jingoro also saw the evil ghost Okita approaching slowly, and at the same time said, "Okita Daiso, Grand Master, long time no see. Don't dare to be that, don't dare to be called Dazong in front of the mad swordsman." As for the scythe executioner's words, the evil ghost obediently ignored him, but hurriedly waved his hands to the name of the mad swordsman. Advertisement, it's worth it. When you create a unique boxing technique, you will be known as a big sect, Crazy Jianao said persistently. With his devotion to martial arts, such things belong to the Tien branch office. As long as you're happy. The evil ghost Okita didn't retort anymore and said casually. Huh, old guy, after hiding for so long, he finally showed up? Huh? The scythe executioner was about to taunt because of the evil ghost Okita's ignorance, but suddenly saw the evil ghost wearing aristocratic clothes. Kuchiki-zan's expression changed immediately. Also changing color is the mad swordsman Jingoro. Nobility? The smell of Yamamoto, who are you? Crazy swordsman Jingoro looked at Kuchiki, who was following behind the evil ghost Okita, and just showed his figure and shouted. Everyone, just pretend that I don't exist, I'm just here to watch the show. Kuchiki-gen, who appeared from behind the tall evil ghost Okita, said with a light smile. While talking, he searched around, hoping to find Jishiro Ayuzo figure, but unfortunately nothing was found. Someone sent by the Soul Society, the scythe executioner said with an ugly face. Haha, you monkey, don't you know what you are doing? Isn't it a matter of time before you are found? The evil ghost pointed at the sickle and taunted the executioner again. The scythe executioner ignored the evil ghost Okita, but glanced at Kuchiki Xuanao, turned his head again and said to Crazy Jianao. How? Do you want me to help you out? No need. Crazy Jianao looked at Kuchiki-zan with burning eyes at this moment. Somehow, he saw the shadow of Yamamoto Shigekuni in Kuchiki-zan. Boy, what is your relationship with Shigekuni Yamamoto? Enough. Kuchiki-zan looked at the executioner with the scythe, and then said helplessly, didn't the teacher just say that? Don't you know what you are doing yourself? Or is it that people like you have no brains? The executioner with the sickle immediately reacted, and said with a ferocious face, haha, old guy, you don't have much time, right? Among the three of us, you are the most assimilated. Now it seems that you have rushed to the doctor for a sudden illness, and you have received it at will. Is this apprentice finished? Getting Zhao, advertisement. The two were about to talk again when they were rudely interrupted. Asterisk, enough is enough for you two, don't pretend that lousy doesn't exist. The scythe executioner suddenly shouted, imp from the Soul Society, what did Yamamoto send you here for? Wait a minute. Crazy Jianao said from the side at this time, boy from the Soul Society, I feel that you are really similar to Yamamoto Shigekuni when you were young. I want to compete with you. Try it if you don't believe me, the evil ghost Okita also said with a smile. HMPH. You're not ashamed to speak out, the scythe executioner said with a sneer as he flicked the scythe in his hand. Teacher, Crazy swordsman Jingoro. Hello senior, I learned some basic things from Yamamoto Shigekuni when I was young. As for the relationship, my friend, Kuchiki-zan looked at the scythe executioner, feeling that this guy is really related to the evil ghost Okidasho said the same, looks like a monkey, and then said to Crazy Jianao. Why don't you believe it? The disciple I just accepted is not bad, right? The evil ghost Chongtian looked at the astonished expressions of the two, and said that he enjoyed it very much, and said complacently. Senior Crazy Swordsman, can you not add to the chaos? Kuchiki looked at Crazy Swordsman in the cage speechlessly. He knew that Crazy Swordsman was an out-and-out lunatic, the kind crazy, who destroys the world. To be honest, Kuchiki-zan really doesn't want to talk nonsense with him, and doesn't want to have any intersection with him. That's right, I'm running out of time, but it's still more than enough to deal with you. The evil ghost Chongtian didn't have the rage that the scythe executioner imagined, but was very calm. Not master and apprentice? Crazy Jianao frowned. Chapter 161 Kuchiki-zan vs Crazy Swordsman. It's up to you, the Crazy Swordsman Jingoro said unmoved. The next moment, the Crazy Swordsman was in his right hand, and slowly took out a sword from behind the robe that was still in good condition. Quite an old-fashioned knife. I want to fight, you can't stop me. When Crazy Jianao said this, his movements were not slow at all, and he directly pulled the knife out of the scabbard. The next moment, the light of the knife in Crazy Swordsman's hand flashed, and there were 3 crisp sounds, and the cage in front of Crazy Swordsman was cut into pieces by him, and Jingoro walked out of the cage slowly. Huh. What a hassle. Kuchiki-zan looked at the old man and walked out slowly, his face became ugly. It's okay, you deal with the Crazy Swordsman, and I'll deal with the disgusting monkey. The evil ghost Nakata said with the same solemn expression. Hey, you're not ashamed of your words, the scythe executioner said with a sinister smile after glancing at the Crazy Swordsman beside him who had already stepped out of the cage. Hey, why bother? You can talk about something, why do you have to do it? Kuchiki Xuan complained helplessly. He really didn't want to fight with Crazy Jia now, a scythe executioner who was in good condition and had bonuses already. It's a headache. And now I add a crazy swordsman whose strength is not weak at all, although the 770 is not in its heyday. Kuchiki Zan is almost one head and too big. But this is the end of the matter. Kuchiki Zan has to fight if he doesn't want to. In this case, don't blame me for disrespecting seniors, Kuchiki Zan Yi said while slowly pulling out his own wooden knife. That's right. Crazy Jia now nodded, just like what he said. He wanted to fight someone, and no one could stop him, not even Yamamoto, unless he was killed. Alright, I just happened to ask my senior about the way of swordsmanship, Kuchiki Zan said calmly. With that said, the two of them had already set up their posture and were ready to fight. Advertisement at this time, the evil ghost Okita and the executioner with the scythe next to the two also stood face to face at this time. Old ghost, do you want to die early? The scythe executioner held the short scythe in one hand, licked it around with his tongue, and said with a grinning smile. Well, maybe you died before the old man. The evil ghost Okita held his right wrist with his left hand, moved his joints, and said calmly. The sickle executioner sneered, turned the two three-bladed short sickles in his hands like windmills spinning at high speed, and said, Old ghost, it seems that you have been assimilated here and gone crazy. Can you say it yourself? HMPH, sickle monkey, it's beautiful until the last moment, don't think that things are doomed. The evil ghost Okita countered with a similarly terrifying smile on his face. As the two talked, they began to enhance their own ryatsu and condense it. Obviously, the battle was about to break out. On the other side, Kuchiki Zan was holding a knife in his hand at this time, but he didn't release it, so he just confronted Lan Jia now. Young man, your sword is good. Crazy Jia now glanced at Kuchiki Zan's out-of-body long sword, and said after rubbing the sword in his hand a few times. Nature is a good knife. Kuchiki Zan was non-committal. What's your name? The crazy swordsman Jingoro asked again. Enma. Kuchiki Zan didn't hide anything. Yanmo? It's Haki's name. Jingoro nodded, then raised the sword in his hand, and said, My sword is called Yintianwen. It took me a long time to manifest the sword from my soul. You have to be careful, although my Indian pill has no special ability, but it is very sharp. Hearing crazy swordsman's words, Kuchiki Zan frowned. After all, this scene of explaining the characteristics to the opponent at the beginning really made Kuchiki Zan a little worried. Advertisement. And after the crazy swordsman Jingoro finished this sentence, he obviously didn't intend to say more, but silently raised the knife in his hand, and slowly made a classic offensive posture with a horizontal knife next to his face. With the appearance of the crazy swordsman's posture, the ryatsu of Jingoro's ink green began to soar unrestricted, and soon the gray atmosphere in the cave space was forced back a lot. Kuchiki Zan looked at the crazy swordsman who was obviously about to strike with all his strength, and raised the long knife in his hand with an uneasy face. He dared not underestimate this crazy swordsman, although the absolute ryatsu of this crazy swordsman is not among the three the strongest one, but Kuchiki Zan knows that, in terms of difficulty, this is definitely the most difficult one among the three. At the beginning, the battle between Shigekuni Yamamoto and this mad swordsman was inextricably fought. If Yamamoto Shiguni's Zanpakuto was not too strong, this crazy creator would not have been taken down so easily by Yamamoto Shigekuni. There are many records of that battle back then, and Kuchiki Zan is not difficult to find, so Kuchiki Zan still knows the situation of that battle very well, and because of knowing, Kuchiki Zan knows how difficult this mad swordsman is, so now facing the mad swordsman, Kuchiki Zan did not dare to take it lightly. As ryatsu of the crazy swordsman on the opposite side became stronger and stronger, Kuchiki Zan also began to exude pure black ryatsu. In the process of gradually strengthening, ryatsu also drove all the gray aura to one side, and swallowed the gray aura absorption trend. Kuchiki Zan also immediately discovered this situation. After startling himself, he immediately stopped his ryatsu's unconscious devouring behavior. After all, this kind of swallowing will also speed up Kuchiki Zan's assimilation in the crypt space. Kuchiki Zan don't dare to play like this. Crazy Jia now also seemed to have discovered the situation of Kuchiki Zan, and said in a posture, Young people, it is right to do this. If you absorb too many spirits from this ghost place, then it will not do you any good. Although the old man has been here for so many years, he had to absorb the spiritual seeds here, but the old man is different from the old ghost. Evil ghost Okita, and the sickle monkey, the sickle executioner. Both of them have absorbed too much assimilated spiritual seeds, and I have always been careful to absorb those spiritual seeds with a low degree of assimilation, so now, the degree of assimilation of the old man is much lighter than both of them. Of course, there is still some suppression of strength. The former is stronger than you, so, in the next battle, you still need to be careful. Don't stop the old man with a few stabs and die. That would be boring. In the first half of this remark, Kuchiki Zan still felt that there was nothing wrong with it, but after this remark, Kuchiki Zan heard more and more wrong. Crazy swordsman, as expected of a crazy swordsman, he speaks so crazy. The clay figurine is still angry, not to mention Kuchiki Zan. Kuchiki Zan is really angry at the obviously contemptuous words of the crazy swordsman. Old man, you too, don't be killed by a junior like me, or it will be too embarrassing. Of course, it is not your face, but the face of that old man Yamamoto. If it is really like that, I will do it for you. He's been ashamed of him for fighting a man like you for so long. Chapter 162 The Crazy Swordsman's, Crazy, hee hee. The mouth is quite powerful. If it were someone else, when they heard Kuchiki-zan's words, they would definitely be furious, but the person talking to Kuchiki-zan was the crazy swordsman, who just smiled and didn't take it seriously. It can be seen that the other party's way of thinking is how strange. In that case, the old man is here. After all, before Kuchiki-zan could answer, the crazy swordsman disappeared in place with a whoosh, and appeared in front of Kuchiki-zan the next moment. With such a terrifying moving speed, Kuchiki-zan couldn't see him at all. A dying old fellow. Kuchiki-zan was taken aback by the speed of the crazy swordsman, and immediately retreated. While retreating, he also raised his sword in response. But Kuchiki-zan's work was fast, and the crazy swordsman Jinguro's movements were even faster. He slashed towards Kuchiki-zan from an extremely tricky angle with the drinking 327 Tenmaru tied to the handle of green in his hand. That angle made Kuchiki-zan, who was about to let go, feel a headache. It was too tricky. With the size of the Enma sword in Kuchiki-zan's hand, it was difficult to effectively resist the attack from this angle. Kuchiki-zan's brain was running at high speed, because Crazy Jianao hacked ordinary common to death, but Kuchiki-zan had already discovered its horror. While Kuchiki-zan was preparing to defend, he found that although Mad Swordsman seemed to be cutting upwards from Kuchiki-zan's left rib, Kuchiki-zan found that if he blocked the sword forcefully, he would be mad at the next moment. Jianao's knife will change from cutting to the left rib, to a diagonal cutting, and then attack his lower abdomen. If Crazy Jianao really changed like this, it would be difficult for him to make an effective defense at that time, and he would definitely suffer this blow. Because of seeing through this point, Kuchiki-zan knows that this knife can only be avoided, not blocked. Ryotsu made a quick decision, and Kuchiki Xuan's Ryotsu huffed and puffed, and Shunpo was launched instantly, and he withdrew a large distance to the rear. This is also because Kuchiki Xuan's Shunpo has high attainments. It is impossible to use it in such a critical situation if it is replaced by other people's Shunpo dodges. While retreating, Kuchiki-zan also dodged Crazy Jianao's slash. Crazy Jianao was also taken aback. He didn't expect Kuchiki-zan to defuse his erratic slash in such a way. Yo, it's not bad, you avoided my knife. Crazy Jianao didn't pursue immediately, but said in a little shock. Advertisement in Kuchiki-zan, who retreated, looked at the crazy swordsman who didn't make any next move. His eyes gradually became more serious and dangerous. Just now, Kuchiki-zan already knew the number of swordsmanship of the crazy swordsman. No wonder his swordsmanship can be compared with Yamamoto's swordsmanship. Why do you say that? Let me first explain what crazy is. The crazy swordsman's swordsmanship is crazy. Kuchiki-zan knew it a long time ago, but he didn't know that it was such a crazy method. The slash of Mad Swordsman just now seems to have a tricky angle, but if someone who is familiar with his swordsmanship will attack his vitals with more dangerous moves before he attacks. Jianao must take back that knife, if not, exchanging injuries for injuries would be the lightest result. This is the characteristic of crazy in it, and of course this is just a manifestation of crazy in the Mad Swordsman's kendo. Next, let's talk about epilepsy. This epilepsy probably means that people are confused, and they don't stick to one pattern in small details. The reason is actually that in the older generation of Soul Society, the kendo practiced by people is any school of Zhongjun Pinj, but Crazy Jianao is different. This road. In other words, his way of swordsmanship is very evil, and evil means evil, which means it is not the way of the sword. Ha ha ha, young man, this is just the beginning, don't let this old man down. This guy Yamamoto also had a headache for this old man's kendo back then, Crazy Jianao said with a nonchalant smile. As expected of a crazy swordsman, the way of the sword is crazy, Kuchiki-zan said with a frown as he looked at the crazy swordsman Jinguro. Crazy swordsman exerted his strength and pulled the blade clamped by Kuchiki-zan out from Kuchiki-zan's ribs, stepped back a few steps and asked, why? The instant pain made Kuchiki-zan's eyes widen suddenly, because he didn't understand why he was stabbed. After all, Crazy Jianao rushed towards Kuchiki-zan again with his weird, fast-moving steps that looked both like Shunpo and not like Shunpo. Advertisement Yamamoto Shigekuni is one of them. Yamamoto Shigekuni's Yuanlu is also an upright swordsmanship. It was very hard to fight. However, the school created by crazy swordsmen cannot be evaluated as an outright, evil way. That's why no one likes the swordsmanship of the crazy swordsman. This is one of the reasons why the crazy swordsman wanted to challenge all sects and sects, because he wanted to prove that his swordsmanship could become the strongest, and his swordsmanship could help him become the juggernaut. This time, with the awareness in advance, Kuchiki-zan saw the opponent's trajectory, and since he saw the opponent's trajectory, then Kuchiki-zan has the confidence to point out the opponent's 10 forces. The next moment, Kuchiki-zan stared at his left ribs, the blade clamped by his muscles, and the blood gurgling down, and asked in surprise, why? To be honest, until now, Kuchiki-zan has not thought of how to deal with the crazy swordsmanship of the crazy swordsman. Yes, the ideal of the crazy swordsman is to become a swordmaster. After the death of the previous swordmaster, Bai Linjai, the crazy swordsman took becoming a swordmaster as his ultimate goal. Originally, the crazy swordsman could do it, yes, but his sword is evil and crazy, so he is not recognized by the world. Therefore, the title of swordmaster has no chance for him. Seeing that the crazy swordsman attacked his ribs again, Kuchiki-zan just raised the long knife in his hand to defend, and the next moment Kuchiki-zan found himself hit by the knife, 5.8. Kuchiki-zan glanced at the wound on the ribs, and the next moment he felt that the wound had healed and stopped the bleeding. It seemed that his passive stack of constitution was still very useful. To be continued. Peeved. Of course it's why you cut me. Kuchiki-zan raised his head and asked. This is also the biggest reason why he eventually became a crazy swordsman. People who are persistent are often the most dangerous. But it is undeniable that when everyone is going right, he created evil, and this evil can restrain most of right. Chapter 163 The Unstoppable Sword, The Unstoppable Knife. Why did you hit you? Crazy Swordsman said with a half-smile on his old face. Of course it was because the old man wanted to hit you, so I hit you. What's so strange about that? Nonsense, that's what I asked. Hearing Crazy Jianao's answer, Kuchiki-zan rolled his eyes and said. Young man, did the old man say it before? Why didn't you remember the old man's knife? You were told? The Crazy Swordsman Jingoro didn't answer directly, but said the words again. Hearing this, Kuchiki-zan frowned. What do you mean? Is this the ability of your sword? Kuchiki-zan couldn't understand it, so he could only classify this ability as Zanpakuto's ability. After all, no matter how he recalled the knife just now, he found that this knife appeared on his ribs strangely. Before, it was obvious that Kuchiki-zan had already captured the trajectory of the Crazy Swordsman, saw the movements of the opponent's hand, and had corresponding countermeasures, but at the moment when he was about to defend, the knife had already appeared in his at the ribs. The strange thing is that, without any warning, the knife fell on Kuchiki-zan's body so easily. Crazy Jianao looked at Kuchiki-zan, also noticed the healing of the wound on Kuchiki-zan's waist, and frowned slightly. You young man is not simple. I have never seen a person whose wound healed so quickly. HMPH, there are still many things you don't know. Go ahead, since you don't want to talk about it, then I will personally find out your ability, Kuchiki-zan said disdainfully. Okay, I will wait and see, Crazy Jianao said again. Immediately afterwards, Crazy Swordsman rushed towards Kuchiki-zan again with his weird steps, and Kuchiki-zan also captured Crazy Swordsman's movement trajectory and the traces of his strikes again. Only this time, Kuchiki has mastered metaphysics. He is not going to confront the mad swordsman head-on. This time he dodged again. Advertisement however, the effect after dodging is also not ideal. Although Kuchiki-zan had already dodged in advance, the blade in Crazy Swordsman's hand still barely brushed Kuchiki-zan's cheek. A shallow wound was left on his left face, and bright red blood flowed out, but in the next moment, the wound healed and stopped bleeding. Crazy Jianao watched the wound on Kuchiki-zan's face heal quickly, and said again, well, this healing speed is really a bit abnormal. Kuchiki-zan wiped off a little bit of bloodline on his face, and snorted coldly, how can my healing ability be compared with your weird sword skills? Yes, after Kuchiki-zan was injured again, he found a little bit of reason why Gang Jianao's attack must hit. That is, every time after Crazy Swordsman draws his sword, at the moment before Kuchiki-zan is about to dodge or defend, the knife in Crazy Swordsman's hand will suddenly and strangely perform an exaggerated acceleration as if there is no obstacle. It was the blade in Crazy Jianao's hand that moved forward for no reason, as if the blade had teleported, making Kuchiki-zan watch helplessly as the blade passed through his defense and passed through the time and space, cut to his body. As for the process, Kuchiki-zan discovered it, but Kuchiki-zan is still at a loss as to what caused it, and it can only be attributed to the ability of the Crazy Swordsman Zanpakuto. What? Still don't understand. Crazy Jianao looked at Kuchiki-zan, whose expression was still very strange, and said, ha 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 ha, I'm not too stupid. I reminded you long time ago, the old man's knife is a bit strange, so you should be careful, Crazy Jianao said obviously happily. To be continued. Yes, I still don't understand. Is it the ability of your sword? Kuchiki-zan admitted generously. As Crazy Swordsman's condition, better and better, Kuchiki-zan's brows became more and more wrinkled, and he dodged 3 times again, and after being hit 4 times, Kuchiki-zan found that Crazy Swordsman's strangeness increased again. As the battle progressed, under the observation of Kuchiki-zan, the mental state of the Crazy Swordsman became more and more unconscious, which made Kuchiki-zan frown again. After all, the more crazy a person is, the more troublesome he is. Advertisement, damn sheepy. This madman. Kuchiki-zan cursed after being stabbed again. At that time, Kuchiki-zan will be completely finished, because at the speed of Bankai's devouring spiritual particles, he will soon assimilate. Once he starts to assimilate, he will have no way to reverse this situation, which is a calendar that is not worth the candle. However, there is no effective way to deal with the knife of the Crazy Swordsman who can't defend, stop and avoid, which makes people very sad. After Crazy Swordsman let out a sinister laugh, Kuchiki-zan found that the Crazy Swordsman in front of him has completely made up a person. Seeing that Kuchiki-zan was indifferent, the Crazy Swordsman came again and started to attack Kuchiki-zan continuously. Kuchiki-zan also began to dodge with all his strength and think of ways to deal with it. After the new wound, Kuchiki-zan still didn't think of any way to break the game. Just like now, Kuchiki-zan clearly knows the opponent's ability, but he has no way to deal with it. You can directly release Zanpakuto's ability to fight swords. Kuchiki-zan also tried it before. Under the limitation of the cave space, Yanmo the Shikai's ability is suppressed very uncomfortable. You say Bankai, Kuchiki-zan doesn't dare to Bankai at all. Releasing Ryotsu with all his strength will start to devour the surrounding Ryotsu. Once Kuchiki-zan Bankai, The huge space will swallow the crypt space continuously, the spirit sun in. Kuchiki-zan knows very well that this kind of ability has no advantage at all in a simple competition against Ryotsu, but if it is compared to Kendo, it will take advantage of the old nose. Can't figure out how to crack the old man's sword, can you? Don't be surprised. At the beginning, Yamamoto Shigekuni had no way to take the old man's sword. In the end, he defeated the old man with his strong strength. How about you? It's still far away, Crazy Jianao said with a smile. Crazy Jianao has admitted that the reason why Kuchiki-zan will be cut no matter how he blocks or avoids is because he cares about the ability of the opponent's sword. But Kuchiki-zan guessed it, and the opponent also admitted it, but the problem is that Kuchiki-zan can't find a solution for the opponent at the moment. The method of this ability can be said to be helpless, and it is not an exaggeration. Ha ha ha, young man, you are very good. You can stand up to so many knives, and you can be considered a strong man. This old man likes fighting strong men the most. Really? Kuchiki-zan 110 asked indifferently, and did not express anything to Crazy Swordsman, who said that he was far from Yamamoto. Hey, young man, you're about to be unstoppable. Kuchiki-zan was a little puzzled by the sudden excitement of the Crazy Swordsman. After all, the mentality of a madman is different from that of a normal person, and Kuchiki-zan didn't have any thoughts about it. Chapter 164 Broken Arm. This B****** D lunatic, the crazier he gets, the stronger he gets. Kuchiki-zan had a serious face at this time, and he was still cursing, but it didn't help. There was no improvement in the situation of dealing with the Crazy Swordsman. Of course, Kuchiki's choice is not completely helpless. He actually has 2 or 3 options, but one of them has been rejected by him, and the most reliable one is the silver headband on his head, up. Silver headband is his second Zanpakutō, jet lag. He has not used this knife for a long time. Generally, Kuchiki-zan does not want to use this knife unless it is absolutely necessary. He only hides it. Only by means can he be called the second hand. Kuchiki-zan does not want to expose all his means to others. Kuchiki-zan remembers that the last time he used the hair rope was during the civil war among the nobles. At that time, the 3 nobles headed by the Onitsuka family united to deal with the old man Yamamoto. That was the first time Kuchiki-zan used jet lag in the battle. Naturally, it was quite successful, and at the same time, jet lag came into the eyes of Yamamoto Shigekuni. Although Yamamoto Shigekuni never asked about the matter afterwards, Kuchiki-zan still found that sometimes when they met, Yamamoto Shigekuni would not realize it. He looked at his silver headband. This also means that although Yamamoto Shigekuni didn't say anything, he always knew and remembered that he had 2 Zanpakutō in his heart. Regarding this point, Kuchiki-zan has never regretted it. After all, in the original situation, if he did not use the ability of jet lag, both of them might fall. After all, the other party was a trap specially set for him, targeting Yamamoto Shiga. In some cases, it may just be a matter of piggybacking. In that battle, the opponent dispatched a very strong combat force, not to mention other things, the guy who used the Zanpakutō ability against him and Yamamoto Shigekuni before, that is, the owner of Fungwo. What is his name? Kuchiki-zan has long forgotten. The main reason is that the ability of this Zanpakutō directly restrained the Zanpakutō abilities of Kuchiki-gen and Yamamoto Shigekuni completely. As a last resort, Kuchiki-gen took out the bottom of the box, jet lag. The final result is good. In the situation that everyone can't use Zanpakutō's ability, the 3 opponents are simply not enough for Yamamoto Shigekuni. The final result is that they die, Kuchiki-zan and Yamamoto Shigekuni live. Except for that one time, Kuchiki-zan never used jet lag again. As for this time, Kuchiki-zan has not made up his mind whether to use jet lag or not. Just when Kuchiki-zan was full of tangled thoughts, the Crazy Swordsman's attack became faster and sharper, making Kuchiki-zan flustered for a while, and accidentally filled 7 or 8 spots of different shades on his body. Wound. Of course, the wound healed quickly, but the clothes on Kuchiki-zan's body had been cut into tatters, and the originally gorgeous aristocratic clothes have become a model of the trend. Brushed up. Advertisement. Suddenly Crazy Jianao's attack slowed down, caught off guard. Kuchiki-zan couldn't react to the opponent's sudden change of rhythm for a while. After an extra dodge, Kuchiki-zan revealed a huge opening to Crazy Jianao. The next moment, a sick smile appeared on Crazy Jianao's face, and the next second, Kuchiki-zan was laid, the bitter fruit of inattention. Pooh. Kai. Sound. Crazy Jianao slashed Kuchiki-zan's left arm at a speed exceeding all previous attacks. When the blade instantly cut into the muscles and bones of Kuchiki-zan's left arm, Kuchiki-zan showed a shocked expression on his face. Originally, although he was a little lost in thought, in fact, Kuchiki-zan had already urged his own Ryotsu to ultimate, just to prevent his own Ryotsu from being distracted and suddenly severely injured by the opponent. The many injuries he suffered before fully showed that as long as Kuchiki with Zan's Ryotsu in place, it is impossible for the opponent to cause huge damage to him in an instant. Very good, 1,000 years. I have lived in Soul Society for 1,000 years. During these 1,000 years, I have experienced the noble civil war, killed countless old ghosts who wanted to kill me, although I was also injured, but I have never been hurt so badly like today, and it reminded me that there are so many weird abilities in this world that I am still arrogant. Kuchiki-zan said, looking at the Crazy Jianao whose face was gradually going crazy. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. You. Not bad, really good. Crazy Swordsman has been completely insane, and it's just a conversation with Kuchiki Xuanlu that doesn't match his lips. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The next moment, Kuchiki-zan paid a heavy price for his mistake. The blood left from the broken arm of Kuchiki-zan's left arm dripped drop by drop on the gray ground, and the pain from the wound made Kuchiki-zan's face very ugly. I die? I can't die, I can't die, Crazy Jianao said with a smile. Advertisement under the severe pain in his left arm, Kuchiki let out a muffled grunt, and then stepped back instantly. The crazy swordsman who had achieved such a record did not continue to pursue, as if the blow just now used a lot of his strength. That's right, that's it, Crazy Jianao continued to say insanely, you're good, it's a pity to play with me for so long, you're going to die. Really? That's not necessarily the case. In order to repay your kindness, let me see it for you. Feeling the pain from the wound on his arm, and seeing the severed arm thrown into the distance, Kuchiki-zan showed a smile on his face. Really, I'm going to die? Kuchiki-zan heard the announcement of Mad Jianao, and said coldly, maybe, it will disappoint you? Maybe you're going to die? Since crossing to Soul Society, Kuchiki-zan has never been in such an embarrassing situation, and he has never even suffered a serious injury, let alone a serious injury such as missing arms and legs. Your knife is not simple, definitely not just a kind of ability, Kuchiki-zan said with a gradually cold face. Ouyang Xuan came out 10 centimeters from the shoulder, and they all snapped off. He was thrown up in response, and his entire left arm flew out. However, it turns out that Kuchiki was wrong. Ha ha ha. Smart. My knives, one by one, will soon gain your experience, Crazy Jianao explained to Kuchiki-zan even though he was insane. To be continued. So that's it, it's no wonder. Li Liao Jiao. Kuchiki-zan squinted his eyes, glanced at the left arm that had stopped bleeding, took a breath, and continued. I couldn't defend against your knife before, but it didn't cause me too much damage, that is, you only used, quick, one of the two abilities of your spiritual saber, and just now you took advantage of my distraction and directly chopped off my left arm. Chapter 165 Deathmatch of Mortals. In order to repay you for reminding me not to be too arrogant, let you see it. Saying this, Kuchiki-zan stuck the knife in his hand to the ground, and then used his remaining right hand to grab the silver headband used to tie his hair. Bankai. Following Kuchiki-zan's words, the silver hair rope held by Kuchiki-zan instantly burst into a blazing white Ryotsu light, filling the huge space around in an instant. Even the evil ghost Okita and the scythe executioner who had already started fighting in the distance beside him startled. Of course, because Kuchiki-zan had been avoiding the attack of crazy swordsmen before, the distance between the two sides of the battle had been widened, so for a while, the evil ghost Okita and the scythe executioner didn't know what happened to Kuchiki-zan. Following Kuchiki-zan's bankai, crazy swordsman's face became more crazy, and at the same time, stimulated by Kuchiki-zan's violent and huge Ryotsu, crazy swordsman also put the knife in his hand in front of his face and started laughing and shouting. Ha 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 ha, it's so exciting, bankai, me too, bankai, cutting blade. As crazy swordsman roared, the spiritual knife in his hand still glowed with ink green light, but just when the ink green light was about to burst out, Kuchiki-zan's voice sounded again. Bankai. Realize the realm's second style, Mortal 217's deathmatch reform. As Kuchiki-zan's voice fell, the spiritual knife that was already on the edge of Bankai in Crazy Swordsman's hand stopped abruptly in an instant, and was beaten back to its original shape. This scene made the Crazy Swordsman, who was already in a state of madness, suddenly sober up. He yelled. This. What happened? Not metaphysical. Yes, Bankai's sword, which was already about to hit, was abruptly stopped. This obviously subverted common sense, and the mad swordsman instantly regained his sanity, which shows the exaggeration of this situation. Advertisement. Just when Crazy Jianao couldn't figure out why, Kai White's enchantment suddenly appeared and enveloped Crazy Jianao's body suddenly. As Crazy Jianao was covered, the spiritual knife in his hand also turned into a knife shape. The imprint was branded on the back of his hand. What's the situation? Shocked by the sudden situation again, Crazy Swordsman immediately raised his head to search for the trace of Kuchiki-zan. When he saw Kuchiki-zan, who was also standing in the barrier and had no Zanpakuto in his hand, he immediately knew the strange event. The source of it is the young man who has broken his arm. It's you. Crazy Jianao asked uncertainly. Yoa, are you awake? Kuchiki-zan grinned, showing his teeth and grinning, and then said, yes, I did everything in front of me. Your Bankai and your sword were all suppressed by me. Impossible, unless the Bankai was broken. The old man has never heard of being interrupted during the Bankai process. What did you do? Crazy Jianao obviously recovered completely at this time. Rational. What you say is much more rational. What did you do? Just like your knife, it has a unique ability, and mine also has a unique ability. This is one of them, the death barrier of mortals. Ouyang Xuan said indifferently, you feel it, besides your Bankai and knife, what else have you lost? Huh? Hearing Kuchiki-zan's reminder, Crazy Jianao immediately checked himself, and after a while, Crazy Jianao said in surprise. Except for Ryotsu, the old man can't use anything? Yes, all of this is due to the death struggle of mortals. I won't tell you how I did it, because in order to repay you, I am going to make you die, Kuchiki-zan said maliciously. No. How is it possible? Hearing Kuchiki-zan's words, Crazy Swordsman immediately panicked. And when Crazy Swordsman was about to use his evil steps to dodge habitually, he found that he couldn't use Zu. A deathmatch of mortals? Crazy Jianao chanted the name of Bankai that Kuchiki-zan said, His face became extremely ugly, because since he is called Crazy Gia now, all his strength is on that knife. Without the knife he is like a toothless tiger who can't do anything. Advertisement, because he knows very well that without the sword, although he still has some combat power, it is definitely not enough to fight against enemies of the same level, let alone fight against Kuchiki Zan, whose basic combat power is above him. As for the ability of this enchantment, I still want to tell you, it's actually very simple, that is, in this mortal fight enchantment, whether it's you or me, you can only use the most basic Ryotsu to fight, whether it's a knife or anything else, as long as it's not your own, it will be sealed, and the knife-shaped imprint on the back of your hand is the best proof. Although, due to the suppression of the environment, Kuchiki Zan can't use his full strength to even out the gap with him and the crazy swordsman, but don't forget that Kuchiki Zan has mastered the broken style, a person without the fighting power of a sword, it is not the same at all. What Kuchiki Zan said is correct. Before that, Kuchiki Zan tried to keep Mad Swordsman neutral, and didn't want him to participate in this matter. However, Mad Swordsman didn't listen, and insisted on going his own way with Kuchiki Zan. The young people in the village are fighting to the death. When Crazy Gia now was about to say something, he found that a huge fist was coming towards him at an extremely fast speed. As for the road, people choose it by themselves. Since the crazy swordsman learned from it before and walked in muddy water, what greets him now is the consequence of his own choice of road. To be continued. Just like what Kuchiki Zan said, before Kuchiki Zan was suppressed in all directions, of course not by the crazy swordsman, but by the environment, so Kuchiki Zan has been passively beaten, and now the situation is just the opposite. Kuchiki, how could Zan let the mad swordsman go? It's just right, I just learned his boxing skills from Mr. Evil Ghost, and it's good to try it out with you. Kuchiki Zan said with a happy smile on his face at this time, and walked towards Crazy Sword while talking. No. You don't come here. Hearing Kuchiki Zan's words and seeing Kuchiki Zan's actions, Crazy Swordsman completely panicked. Nothing is impossible. When you decide to be my enemy, your end is doomed, Kuchiki Zan said calmly. After all, Crazy Swordsman looked at Kuchiki Zan like a monster, and asked, how did you do it? What 5 are you? Kuchiki Zan looked at Crazy Gianao's face, smiled slightly and said, just now, didn't you feel good bullying me? Taking advantage of your ability and environment to bully me, now it's my turn. Chapter 166 Heaven Defying Super Infinite Healing Body. Open black lens bracket for flowers. Please subscribe. Close black lens bracket. The punch used the fist of the broken style, and it was directly printed on the face of the mad swordsman. With a puff, the face of the mad swordsman was beaten with blood, and flew out directly. With a thud, Crazy Swordsman hit the edge of Kai White's barrier, and then fell to the ground with a thud. His miserable face was really too horrible to look at. It must be known that Kuchiki Zan didn't hold back his punch, and directly exploded with all his strength in a piercing style, hitting the crazy swordsman's face. You know, Magic Fist Do was created by the evil ghost Okita. Compared with Bankai's powerful fighting skills, and the white hits moves that can head-to-head with Bankai, Soul Society is really rare, at least Kuchiki Gen only knows 2. Kuchiki Zan took a look at Crazy Gianao, who was struggling on the ground, and with a smirk on his face, he walked quickly to the front of Crazy Gianao, looked at the mangled face, and opened his mouth mockingly. Ha ha ha. You are quite thick-skinned. Pojashi's punch is just like this, Ying. After Kuchiki Zan finished speaking, before Crazy Swordsman could make any reaction, he punched the opponent's face again with a bang, and Crazy Swordsman knocked his head to the ground with a bang, splashing out a lot of blood. This punch was made because of your madness, as Kuchiki Zan said. He opened his right arm again and drew his bow to the full. The casserole-sized fist continued to greet the mad swordsman's face, muttering while hammering. You take one, I take one, 2 children take the plane. Say a punch, and Crazy Swordsman twitches when you punch a punch, and Kuchiki Zan will say another sentence. You take 2 shots, I take 2 shots, 2 children, what are you doing? Forget it. Just like punching down with punches, the Crazy Swordsman soon stopped moving, and found that the Crazy Swordsman had no response. Kuchiki Zan glanced at his blood-stained right fist, and snorted coldly. Advertisement. Stand up slowly. It's cheap for you, old thing. After finishing speaking, Kuchiki Zan spat at the dead body of the Crazy Swordsman who had no reaction in Ryotsu. Shaking the blood off his fist, Kuchiki Zan looked down at his broken left arm, frowned, because he could feel the strangeness coming from the wound, and at the same time said, Master, this has become Yangguo? Kuchiki Zan has seen the power of his constitution before. Originally, he thought that the so-called constitution ability should be applied to the physical body, but it is not the case. Even if he is a soul body, composed of spiritual particles, the super constitution ability it can also play a role, if it is not for the bonus brought by the super healing body. Deadwood Zan may not be able to hold the crazy swordsman, then he can't prevent it. For example, now, if it is not because of environmental problems, Kuchiki Zan cannot receive a large number of spiritual seeds. Otherwise Kuchiki Zan feels that the broken arm of his left arm should have started to grow new tissues at this time. Thinking of this, Kuchiki Zan suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and then turned his head to look at the place where his broken arm fell, and then quickly came to the broken arm, and picked up the piece of his left arm. Kuchiki Zan looked at the remaining left arm under the left shoulder, and at the still very fresh arm in his hand, and fell into a tangle. He once read a comic called Dragon Ball, in which there was a green-skinned man named Piccolo who was a villain in the early stage and a decent man in the later stage. In addition to making Dragon Ball, it has a powerful regenerative ability. Kuchiki-zan remembers that he saw a scene at the beginning, that is, after the arm was sucked dry by the enemy. Piccolo tore off the dry arm by himself, and then quickly regenerated a complete arm, which shows how powerful his regenerative ability is. Even more than Wolverine or even Deadpool in American comics. Of course, Kuchiki-zan knew that his current regeneration ability should not reach the opponent's level, but the ability to heal the fracture, Kuchiki-zan thought, he should have it. Putting the jet lag on his lap, Yanmo stood aside, and then the jet lag was lifted after a long absence. Shikai's status was reapplied from a hair rope to a short sword with a white handle. With the appearance of the silver headband, Kai White's enchantment also disintegrated, and then Kuchiki-gen's Zanpakutō Yanmo reappeared. After all, Kuchiki-gen used the jet lag Bankai mortal deathmatch before. Not only it was Crazy Giannao's spiritual knife that was sealed, and even his own Zanpakuto was sealed into a mark that appeared on the back of his hand. After struggling for a long time, Kuchiki-zan felt some remaining Ryatsu in his body, and finally chose to try whether he could directly connect the severed arm back. Advertisement. This kind of situation makes Kuchiki-zan have a more intuitive understanding of his own recovery ability. The tissues that have been separated from the body can still heal. It can be seen how vital Kuchiki-zan's own cells are. It is simply the captive of food. Those perverts with gourmet cells. Ouyang Xuan picked up the jet lag that looked like a short sword, and was going to retreat the healed wound on his left arm. He also wanted to treat the broken arm, because the wound on that arm had also healed. Holding the short sword jet lag in his right hand, Kuchiki-zan gently cut open the healed left arm wound. In order to make the wound better contact, Kuchiki-zan carefully manipulated the short sword in his hand, and the next moment Kuchiki-zan stunned. And Kuchiki-zan has a feeling that if he returns to the Soul Society, it won't take long for his own arm to be reborn. He is simply a fool. Kuchiki-zan looked at the short sword in his hand, and then at his own wound. With the release of Bankai, Kuchiki-zan's Yanmo appeared again in his hand, and the crazy swordsman had been beaten to death by Kuchiki-zan, so his spirit knife probably would never appear again. Before that, Kuchiki-zan also became rigid in his thinking, jet lag. Originally, Shikai's ability is change. This point has been forgotten by Kuchiki-zan because of long-term use. The next moment, the short sword in Kuchiki-zan's hand turned into a modern scalpel. A knife of this size can better handle the wound in a subtle way. Although it is not easy and risky to do this because of environmental problems, Kuchiki-zan does not dare to try to regenerate the arm directly. To be continued. Asking for flowers. Do what you think. First Kuchiki sat down cross-legged, then put the half-amputated arm on top of the legs, and then waved his right hand to recombine the blazing white enchantment that filled the sky into a silver headband emitting white light. So he wants to try it now, whether this method can be successful. After all, Kuchiki-zan at least knows the powerful healing ability when he fought with the crazy swordsman before. Chapter 167 Evil Ghost vs Scythe. Open black lens bracket for flowers. Please subscribe. Close black lens bracket. Time goes back to before the war between the two groups. Kuchiki-zan met Crazy Swordsman, and the two just started fighting, and they fought farther and farther, and they hit a place quite far away from the evil Ghost Okita and the Scythe Executioner. The evil Ghost Okita and the Sickle Executioner watched Kuchiki-zan and Crazy Giannou go away at the same time, and they both knew in their hearts that now is the moment for the two of them to have a real one-on-one moment. It's just right, they left, so as not to get in the way, otherwise I really wouldn't be able to use all my strength to kill you, a disgusting monkey. I have long disliked you, the child's frightened face said with a sneer. Hey, old ghost, it doesn't matter if you talk big now. When you start fighting, you really have to be as strong as you said yourself, otherwise this kind of battle will be too boring, and what's more. After Lousy, 593, swallowed so many spiritual seeds, he hasn't really shot once with all his strength, and this time I just use you to try my hand, so I think it's the preparation before revenge, the Scythe Executioner also grinned said. Just you? Are you looking for Yamamoto to take revenge? It's not that the old man looks down on you, you will never have this chance in your life, because you will die here, the evil Ghost Okita said disdainfully. HMPH. Hearing this, the Scythe Executioner snorted, and he was not going to talk nonsense with the evil Ghost Okita anymore. After all, Kuchiki-zan and Crazy Giannou had already started fighting, and he didn't plan to waste any more time. Because he knows very well that although the Crazy Swordsman is very powerful, he has a feeling that the Crazy Swordsman should not be able to come back. It is precisely because of this feeling that the Sickle Executioner wants to solve the problem quickly and quickly. He killed the evil Ghost Okita in front of him, and then went to help Crazy Giannou deal with the kid from Soul Society, Kuchiki-zan. This kind of thought flashed through the mind of the Scythe Executioner, and then his body and hands moved respectively. The Sickle Executioner squatted slightly to put the body in a state where it was easy to exert force, and then the two short sickles in his hands began to rotate slowly. As the movement of the Sickle Executioner's hands became faster and faster, the two short sickles the speed of rotation is also getting faster and faster. The evil Ghost Okita on the opposite side of the Sickle Executioner saw that his opponent had already started to prepare, so naturally he would not be indifferent, and began to do some pre-battle preparations. Advertisement. Of course, to say it is preparation work, it is better to say that it is a kind of habitual action although it has no effect. Although the evil Ghost Okita was moving his hands and feet, his eyes never left the Sickle Executioner, and the eyes of the Sickle Executioner were also always focused on the evil Ghost Okita. Both of them seem to be preparing for something, but they both know that they are actually waiting for an opportunity to attack, but they can't find the other's flaw for a while. The sickle executioner didn't attack first, mainly because he didn't know the evil ghost Okita. He didn't know how hard this old guy who was famous for his fists was. Will do some unsure things, especially after being defeated by Yamamoto Shigumi. As for the evil ghost Okita, although he has some understanding of the sickle executioner, in the final analysis, he still doesn't have enough understanding of the sickle monkey in front of him. Why are you so shocked? Don't be so shocked, because something more shocking is coming, the evil ghost said calmly after blocking the scythe. What's more, he doesn't think that the evil ghost Okita is stronger than himself at this time, and he has absolute confidence in himself who has swallowed 200 years of spiritual seeds. When the scythe executioner heard the words of the evil ghost Okita, he had already rushed in front of the evil ghost Okita, even if he knew that this flaw was specially sold to him by the evil ghost Okita, but the matter has come to this point, he can only bite the bullet, wield a sickle to attack the evil spirit Okita. To be continued. The two are just facing each other like this. Although it is just a confrontation, if someone thinks that the two of them have done nothing, it is wrong. Although the two of them seem to be relaxed, their spirits have been highly concentrated along with the confrontation, and the confrontation is also consuming the physical strength of both sides. Time passed by every minute and every second, as the battle between Kuchiki-zan and Crazy Gia now progressed. A blazing white barrier appeared in the distance. Advertisement, HMPH, Old Ghost, don't be complacent, the battle has just begun. The scythe executioner didn't care about the momentary disadvantage, and said in a counterattack. Ha ha ha, sickle monkey, although your strength has improved now, you don't know the old man's boxing skills at all. Because of this, you will never win the old man, those who followed it said. And the evil ghost Okita, who showed such a flaw, saw the scythe executioner rushing towards him, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Yes, the flaw of the evil ghost Okita is specially sold to the scythe executioner. The reason is very simple, after preparing for a quick battle, he went to support Kuchiki-zan. He knew very well that the strength of the crazy swordsman was definitely beyond the reach of ordinary people. Although he had confidence in Kuchiki-zan, the ability of the crazy swordsman was a bit too scary. Because there are scruples on both sides, they are not like the pair of mad swordsmen in Kuchiki-zan, who can start fighting as soon as they meet. After all, not everyone is crazy, and there is only one mad swordsman. The next moment, the scythe executioner's eyes burst out with a breathtaking light, his feet burst out with ultimate speed, and he waved a short scythe to attack the evil ghost. You got fooled. With a bang, the sickle executioner attacked the short sickle on the neck of the evil ghost Okita with his right hand, but was blocked by the evil ghost Okita with his left arm. Naturally, the sickle executioner was not a vegetarian. The sickle in his left hand returned to defense quickly, and directly blocked the right fist of the evil spirit Okita, but after he blocked the evil ghost Okita's punch, the sickle executioner's palm and arm were also somewhat paralyzed, showing that the evil spirit how terrifying is the power of ghost Okita's punch. This turn of events shocked the two of them slightly, and then the evil ghost Chang Tien showed a slight flaw, and was caught by the scythe executioner. Immediately afterwards, the evil ghost exerted a slight force on Tien's left arm, and directly shook the sickle close to his left arm. At the next moment 4.8, his right fist rushed towards the executioner's face with the sickle at an extremely fast speed. What? Feeling the touch from his hand, the scythe executioner was shocked. He didn't understand how the evil ghost Okita could do this with his flesh and blood. You must know that the sword in his hand is not commons. Something. This is Shikai of his spiritual knife. Curtain scythe. Chapter 168 The Death of the Heart. Open black lens bracket. Please subscribe for flowers. Close black lens bracket. The sickle executioner naturally didn't have such a little strength. The Kuden sickle in his hand began to spin rapidly again, and brown Ryotsu began to be released from his body. The evil ghost Okita watched the scythe executioner begin to release his own Ryotsu, and his face became serious in the next moment. His tall and thin body leaned forward, with both hands clenched and fisted on both sides of his body, and then his arms and fists began to release Ryotsu faded out of purple. The sickle executioner also noticed the movement of the evil ghost Okita, and looked at the light purple Ryotsu film covering the opponent's fist and forearm, like a pair of thin gloves, protecting the evil ghost Okita's fist and arm. Seeing the appearance of this pair of gloves, the sickle executioner changed his face again and again, because in his feeling, this pair of gloves is quite dangerous, even more dangerous than the general Zanpakuto after liberation much. It has even caught up with the feeling Bankai brings to him from ordinary people, but this feeling is sharper and more threatening. Because he felt threatened, the original body movements of the scythe executioner slowed down a beat, and this simple change was already seen by the evil ghost, and he knew what was going on after a little thought. Ha 24 hectares ha, you still have a keen sense of hearing, monkey. The evil ghost Okita yelled at the scythe executioner, turning his fists with gloves. Cut. The scythe executioner knew that the natural reaction of his body just now was noticed by the evil ghost Okita, so he didn't say much, but observed the evil ghost Okita more carefully. The punch that the evil ghost Okita gave him before felt very bad, but now it is obvious that the evil ghost Okita's tactic is break through. In this way, the cunning temperament of the scythe executioner will naturally not let him easily risk himself. The scythe of the dried 10 in the hands of the executioner keeps spinning. This is his habit of looking for opportunities. The scythe of the dried 10 in his hand is also very powerful. Although it is not as buggy as the Mad Swordsman, it can be regarded as a practical and powerful ability. But no matter how powerful he is, if he can't hurt the enemy, everything else is vain. After all, the ability of the sickle in his hand must hit the enemy to be effective. Advertisement. Now the evil ghost Okita obviously won't let him cause damage easily, so his sickle ability can't be highlighted, which also makes the sickle executioner have nothing to do. Although the evil ghost Okita's thinking at this time is different from that of the scythe executioner, his situation is not good, because he has already activated the ability that the high-level Kuchiki Zan could not easily use at all, the death of the heart. It is the first stage after the activation of the passing of the heart. But the consequence of the powerful destructive power is that the user has to pay a very serious price, such as vitality, or even the user's own life. Immediately afterwards, the evil ghost Okita took another look at the cunning and wretched executioner with a scythe, and frowned slightly. He was not sure whether he would be able to deal with the opponent in 3 minutes, and in these 3 minutes, he had to drive directly to the third. The death of the heart in the stage is not so easy. While starting the death of heart, the evil ghost Okita felt his own state, and thought, in my current state, this form lasts for 3 minutes at most. The death of the heart, as the strongest esoteric art of Magic Fist, is naturally an extremely powerful move, and it is a powerful ability that is activated in the form of self-mutilation. If it is really based on simply strengthening combat power, it is stronger than Shihuen Yoruichi in the original book. The instant coaxing, used by Sui Feng, is many times stronger. The death of the heart, with the powerful life force, stimulates the spiritual energy to form a powerful forbidden move of the fatal level. At this time, it has been activated by the evil ghost Okita, and the glove like Ryatsu in his hand. Before, when the evil ghost Okita took Kuchiki Gen as his apprentice, he actually had the idea of using death of heart. To be honest, after he created the complete Magic Fist, he never used death. All costs are theoretical. There is no better way except that he used death of heart to force one to exchange. That is to say, from the very beginning when teaching Kuchiki Gen Magic Fist, the evil ghost Okita had already made up his mind to give up his life. Advertisement. The death of the heart is divided into 3 stages. The first stage is to wrap the fists and arms, the second stage is to protect the torso, and the final stage is to cover the whole body with violent Ryatsu, forming a layer of Ryatsu that looks like armor. If the power is greatly improved, even the speed and defense will also be greatly improved, but this state exists for a very short time, and the ultimate price is the user's life. Of course, the evil ghost Okita has also known for a long time, and he has also thought about it. Without his help, Kuchiki Zan would not be able to solve the problem of the crypt space anyway. His strength can be said to be unsolvable in the crypt space. Oni Okita's death of heart is different from instant hits. Instant hits is actually a combination of white hits and keto, but what Oni Okita created from the very beginning is purely using Ryatsu's boxing, so the two there is an essential difference between. The change of the evil ghost Okita had already been discovered by the sickle executioner, who watched the evil ghost Okita directly enter the third stage of the death of the heart without taking any action. This is also the reason why the evil ghost Okita's Magic Fist, death of heart, consumes so much the energy to crush all enemies directly. This is the essence of death of heart. Therefore, the evil ghost Okita simply completed his own state development. To be continued. It's not that the sickle executioner doesn't want to do anything, but that he can't do anything. As the state of the evil ghost rushes to the field, the evil ghost Changtian feels more and more dangerous to the sickle executioner. I can watch the evil ghost Okita directly complete the 3 stages of the death of the heart. Of course, there are also factors that the scythe executioner doesn't understand the evil ghost Okita. Thinking of this, the evil ghost glanced at Kai White's enchantment wall, took a deep breath, and said to himself, HMPH, what are you thinking about so much? Anyway, you've already put it all together, what do you worry about so much? Just go all out. After all, the evil ghost Okita seemed to have let go of some shackles, and the Ryatsu on his body began to explode instantly. With the massive explosion of Ryatsu, the evil ghost Okita's body was originally only the layer of Ryatsu that wrapped his fists and arms, and began to explode at an extremely fast speed. His shoulders are covered, then his torso, then his neck and waist, and finally after his head is fully covered, his legs and feet are also covered. Chapter 169 Aggrieved Open Black Lens Bracket. Please subscribe for Flowers Close Black Lens Bracket. The evil ghost Okita took advantage of the cautious and cunning character of the scythe executioner, and directly completed the development of the 3 stages of the death of the heart, which can be said to be quite smooth. This is actually the first time that the evil ghost Okita uses the death of heart after he completely created his own boxing. Of course, some people may think this is nonsense, but it is not the case. Although the death of heart is very powerful and dangerous, but as mentioned earlier, the death of the heart has 3 stages. If it is not after entering the second stage, it is only in the first stage to fight. In fact, the price is not so huge that one must sacrifice one's life. It's just that the sacrifice in the first stage is also huge, but compared to sacrificing life, this price is still acceptable. As for why the evil ghost Okita directly entered the third stage, the reason is also very simple, because his time is running out. The evil ghost Okita has explained to Kuchiki Zan before that his current state is very helpless. Although he should be able to survive with his strength, but because of the environment and the space of the cave, he is not retreating, nor is it. If he wants to advance, he needs to absorb a large number of spiritual particles. In this way, his degree of assimilation will inevitably soar, and the consequence of the soaring degree of assimilation is forcibly absorbed by the earth and wood space. Although he has a way to resist assimilation, the current situation is that the method of resistance has no effect on him, and the method of resistance needs a lot of Ryotsu as the foundation, which is the most deadly for the evil ghost Okita at this time a little bit. And if he retreats, then the evil ghost Okita will continue to consume his own basic spirit particles. Once the basic spirit particles are consumed too much, it means that he will die completely. Therefore, the current evil ghost Okita is in a rather embarrassing situation. If he wants to save his life, he must absorb a large number of external spirits to accept assimilation. At this time, his degree of assimilation has entered the danger zone, and if he goes any further, he will be completely destroyed. The same out. If he doesn't absorb the spirit seeds, he can't last long with the only remaining spirit seeds. Therefore, the evil ghost Okita has only one idea now, and that is to use the remaining heat to help his disciples and solve the current situation in the cave space. All questions. It was too late to say it, and then it was too late. After the evil ghost Okita completely stabilized the final stage of the death of the heart, he rushed towards the scythe executioner, and the speed of the evil ghost Okita who had passed the final stage of the death of the heart was already fast. It's astonishing. In the blink of an eye, the evil ghost rushed to the sickle executioner. Even though the sickle executioner had been extra careful, he never thought that the evil ghost was so fast. He had no time to react. Next, it is in front of you in an instant. The evil ghost rushed to the field without any nonsense, and directly punched the face of the sickle executioner. The sickle executioner was shocked and could only take half a step back in panic, and then quickly greeted the evil spirit with the two sickles in his hand. Okita's right fist. But Okita's fist was really too fast. Even though the scythe executioner's scythe returned to the defense as much as possible, it still couldn't block the purple fist. Advertisement, of course. What the scythe executioner did was not completely useless, at least at the moment when the evil ghost Okita's fist was about to hit his face. The two sickles were also placed on the evil ghost Okita's forearm wrapped in the Ryotsu layer. The sickle executioner tilted his head vigorously, and exerted force with both hands, trying to block the fist of the evil ghost Okita, but he still underestimated the power of the evil ghost Okita at this time. Even if his two sickles had reached the evil ghost Okita on Okita's forearm, but he couldn't shake the opponent's arm and fist at all. Of course, it wasn't completely useless, but it only slightly affected the stability of the evil ghost Okita's fist. In such a critical situation, the scythe executioner managed to avoid the fate of being hit in the face by the evil ghost Okita, but because he did not completely block the fist of the evil ghost Okita. The fist of the evil ghost Okita rubbed the right cheek of the executioner with the sickle. Just like that, the right cheek of the executioner with the sickle was also crushed by the huge fist and took away a large piece of flesh and blood. The evil ghost Okita saw that his inevitable punch was resolutely dodged, and he was also slightly taken aback. The scythe executioner also took this opportunity to immediately distance himself from the evil ghost Okita. Of course, the moment he retreated, with force in his hands, the two sickles formed a strangling attack on the purple Ryotsu layer on the arm of the evil ghost Okita. However, although the sickle executioner made a counterattack, because the Ryotsu layer wrapped around the body of the evil ghost Okita was too strong at this time, the two sides of the sickle executioner only drew two sparks on the surface of the Ryotsu layer, and there was nothing other results too. The scythe executioner retreated and felt the touch from the scythe just now, as well as the pain from his right cheek, and his face was a bit ugly. The reason why the sickle executioner can be called the three evils of the crypt, and the most representative of Yamamoto Shigekuni's many achievements, naturally has his unique place. Originally, among the three evils in the crypt, the crazy swordsman represented the horror of the sword, so the evil ghost Okita represented the horror of a different approach, and the scythe executioner can be as famous as them. Naturally, it will not be in vain. He represents combat experience and intuitive horror. Back then, when Yamamoto Shigekuni fought with the three of them, facing crazy swordsmen, the two had the most fun fighting, but consumed the most. When facing the evil ghost Okita, the fight was the most difficult, but the time was the shortest. When fighting with the scythe executioner, regardless of the hunting time, the battle between the two is the most disturbing thing for Yamamoto Shigekuni, mainly because of the sickle executioner's rich combat experience, or killing experience, and that, Wang Li's, horrible intuition. Often, in the cut that Yamamoto thought he was bound to hit, the scythe executioner would either dodge it, or block the cut at a very small cost. It can be seen that the frightening aspect of this scythe executioner, if not for Yamamoto's strength, crushed the scythe executioner at that time, otherwise it would be really difficult to take it down. But at this time, the experience and intuition that the scythe executioner is proud of have no effect on the evil ghost Okita, who unreasonably opened the third stage of heart death. It can be said that he is quite aggrieved. Even when he faced Yamamoto Shigekuni, he was not so aggrieved. Of course, this does not mean that the executioner with the scythe is too weak. Compared to him, Yamamoto Shigekuni was very uncomfortable when he faced the evil ghost Okita, who had not yet perfected Magic Fist, let alone him scythe executioner. Chapter 170, a battle doomed to be unfinished. Open black lens bracket for flowers for subscription. Close black lens bracket. Facing the unreasonable evil spirit Okita, the scythe executioner is also aggrieved and uncomfortable. He can't break through the opponent's defense, and he can't avoid the opponent's attack. It can be described as a dilemma. X's. So F*** G uncomfortable. How did that be ***** D Yamamoto Shigekuni get such strength? Looking at the evil ghost Okita covered in purple Ryotsu, the scythe executioner cursed said loudly. However, even in a low voice, the evil ghost Okita also heard it, and immediately responded with a terrifying smile, and then said at a very fast speed, "When I was fighting Yamamoto, I haven't perfected my boxing skills yet." After the words fell, the evil ghost Okita didn't say any more, and rushed towards the executioner with the sickle like thunder. The executioner with the sickle saw this scene, and his face became even darker. Damn. Fight. It was too late to say it, and the scythe executioner was already ready. Since Kamen's condition is not good, there is only one last resort, Bankai. Bankai. Scythe executioner began to burst out of his own Ryotsu as he backed away, preparing for Bankai. But at this moment, the barrier of fiery white in the distance suddenly disappeared, directly attracting the attention of the two of them. Because the disappearance of the blazing white barrier means that the winner may have been decided over there, and the two of them are naturally very closely related to the 030 movement over there. Here, Kuchiki-zan, who had just finished working hard with Crazy Swordsman, took back the blazing white barrier formed by jet lag Bankai, and then used the jet lag to turn it into a scalpel, preparing to perform a small operation on himself. Kuchiki-zan took a scalpel and gently cut open the healed skin of the wound. The pain during the process was naturally ignored by Kuchiki-zan. If you can't bear such a small pain after practicing for 1,000 years, then he really lived in vain. First cut open the wound on the severed arm under the shoulder, and then recut the wound on the broken arm placed on the leg, so that the muscle tissue and nerve tissue are exposed to the air, because only in this way can the severed arms grow back together better. Advertisement. After dealing with the wound, Kuchiki-zan quickly connected the two wounds together. Of course, Kuchiki-zan pressed on the wound after finding a good angle. When the two wounds were connected together in an instant, Kuchiki-zan felt like tens of thousands of ants crawling and biting on the originally painful wound, and a numbness came from the butt joint of the wound. Immediately afterwards, the left arm that felt empty at first, with the tingling sensation, Kuchiki-zan could gradually feel the existence of the left arm, which shows that this method is feasible. After discovering that his left arm was slowly regaining consciousness, Kuchiki-zan breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, I don't need to be a condor hero at last, I'm scared to death of lousy. As the intuition of the left arm became more and more familiar, Kuchiki-zan's heart was completely relaxed, and he moved his arm. After feeling the same as before, he restored the jet lag to the shape of the headband, and then put the loose hair tied up again. Kuchiki-Xuan stood up, tore off part of the tattered robe on his body, and hung Yanmo, who was stuck on the ground, on his waist again. Everything was tidied up. Kuchiki-Xuan raised his head and looked at the evil ghost Okita and the sickle, the location of the executioner. With a bang, the executioner who was punched with a scythe on his chest flew upside down, and the huge force emperor smashed some empty cages along the way to pieces. The moment the scythe executioner lost his mind, the evil ghost rushed to the opponent's opening in an instant, and a powerful straight punch hit the opponent's chest. As soon as Kuchiki-Xuan entered the arena, he saw his teacher wearing a armor, with a purple halo, chasing and beating the monkey-like executioner with a scythe. He immediately felt relieved and laughed out loud. Thinking of this, Kuchiki-zan exerted force on his feet, disappeared in place with a bang, and rushed towards the battle position where the evil ghost Okita and the scythe executioner were. Now the evil ghost Okita obviously doesn't want to give the sickle executioner this chance, so the sickle executioner can only be aggrieved by the evil ghost Okita. Of course, this was intentional by the evil ghost Okita. After all, he doesn't know how strong the scythe executioner Bankai is after all. Advertisement. Originally, before the arrival of Kuchiki-zan, the scythe executioner was preparing for Bankai, but the moment Kuchiki-zan removed the blazing white barrier, his mind was attracted by Kuchiki-zan, and the result was that the sickle execution the victim didn't have time to perform Bankai at all, so he was chased by the evil ghost Okita with his fast speed and fierce attack. Kuchiki-gen looked at the evil ghost Okita, whose face was flushed even though Purple's Ryotsu layer was blocking him, hesitant to speak. The sickle executioner is also aggrieved. He also thinks about Bankai, although Bankai is a very high weight ability, and Bankai's speed is actually very fast, but even if it is fast, it needs a process, right? To be continued. Although the battle between him and the crazy swordsman was very fast, he couldn't guarantee that the battle on that side would not be over. After all, in this broken place, his various perception methods were severely restricted. Of course, it's not that the evil ghost Okita doesn't want to take it back, but that after he activates the third stage of the death of the heart, this state will continue until the user's oil is exhausted and the lamp is dry, and it is no longer under the user's control, and even more so. Needless to say, take it back or something. Although he didn't know what his teacher's armor was, he had already seen what was going on. The fact was that his teacher was armed with a armor, and drove the scythe executioner so that even Bankai can let it out. Hope, the teacher hasn't finished fighting yet. Kuchiki-zan is not at ease about the state of the evil ghost Okita at this time. After all, Kuchiki-zan knows the situation of the evil ghost Okita clearly. What do you want to say? With the sensitivity of the evil ghost Okita at this time, he naturally noticed Kuchiki-zan's strangeness and asked. When Kuchiki-zan rushed to the battle location, he found that the evil spirit Okita was chasing the scythe executioner, forcing the scythe executioner to dodge left and right, and there was no effective way to deal with the evil spirit Okita's attack. Taking advantage of the scythe executioner being knocked into the air, the evil ghost gasped for breath, and then did not take advantage of the victory to pursue, but slowly retreated to Kuchiki-zan's side, but did not take back the Ryotsu layer armor on his body. And the moment the scythe executioner appeared in Kuchiki-zan, his heart skipped a beat, and he felt that his gaffe was developing in a bad direction. Chapter 171 The Grandmaster ends. Kuchiki-zan heard the hoarse voice of the evil ghost Okita, his face moved, and he glanced at the evil ghost Okita who looked like a god at this time with complicated eyes. Kuchiki-zan could naturally feel the terrifying oppression on the evil ghost Okita at this time, although the evil ghost Okita has tried his best to reduce his own sense of existence, but the Ryotsu armor of the third stage of the death of the heart is completely uncontrollable. Teacher. Kuchiki-zan said with a complicated expression, how much longer? Oh, hearing Kuchiki-zan's words, the evil ghost Okita was taken aback for a moment, his face softened. Haha, did you notice that too? Yes. Kuchiki-gen nodded. At this moment, neither of them looked at the sickle executioner who fell in the ruins, because they knew that at this moment, it was no longer important what the sickle executioner was. Well, I'm surprised and gratified that you can beat mad swordsmen. The evil ghost Okita didn't answer Kuchiki-zan's question before, but talked about another topic. Fortunately, crazy swordsman is indeed very strong. I also won by luck. Kuchiki-zan didn't care about your diversion from the evil ghost Okita, but replied honestly. Luck is also a part of strength. Evil ghost Okita nodded, encouraging Kuchiki-zan said. Your strength is already very strong, so I won't say much about other old men. In the future, you should take care of yourself. The evil ghost Okita looked at Kuchiki-zan with kindness in his eyes. Teacher. Kuchiki-zan shouted with an ugly face. Although he and the evil ghost Okita had only been together for 2 days, the other party was indeed right, he had no reservations. Therefore, Kuchiki-zan also really regards the other party as a teacher, and everyone can feel the reluctance at this time. It's no worse than sadness. Everyone has to go through this step. I just return to heaven and earth when the time comes. The evil ghost said lightly, well. In the last minute, do you need me to help you get rid of him? At this time, the evil ghost pointed to the scythe executioner who slowly emerged from the ruins and said in a panic. Advertisement. Yes, the scythe executioner was severely injured by the punch of the evil ghost before he rushed to Tien, and it took a long time before he struggled from the ruins of the cage. At this time, the scythe executioner not only had blood in his mouth, but also his chin. The most striking thing was the blood hole on his chest that was bigger than a fist, and blood was still gurgling out. Hey, old devil. Turn out to be. You can't do it either. The sickle executioner naturally heard the conversation between Kuchiki-zan and the evil ghost Okita. Ha ha ha. Up to you. No matter what. Powerful, also than me, die first. Shut up. Kuchiki-zan heard the gloating of the scythe executioner, and his anger rose suddenly, and then the terror of black as deep as hell. Ryotsu slammed down on the scythe executioner. The huge pressure made the sickle executioner shut his mouth in an instant. If the sickle executioner was intact, Kuchiki-zan's Ryotsu at this time would not have such an effect on him at all, but he was hit hard by the evil ghost Okita just now. He had already gone all out just to suppress the injury, and he didn't have any extra strength to fight against Kuchiki-zan at this time. Seeing the sickle executioner, shut up, Kuchiki-zan also no longer looked at him, but looked at the evil ghost Okita and said, Teacher, don't bother, you have done enough, leave the rest to me, that's it. That's good. Anyway, he was punched by me, and the injury is enough to bridge the gap between you. The evil ghost Okita nodded gratified. Teacher. Kuchiki-zan looked at the evil ghost Okita whose face turned pale and didn't know what to say. It's okay. The evil ghost Okita also felt his situation and said with a still terrifying smile, my life is enough. I have fought against nobles, I have fought against Yamamoto Shigekuni, and I have played against the wind in the crypt space. From the beginning of life, and most importantly, at the last moment of my life, I can receive a disciple like you to pass on my life's painstaking efforts. It is enough. The voice of the evil ghost Okita stopped here. When Kuchiki-zan looked at the evil ghost Okita again, the purple armor around the evil ghost Okita was also slowly dissipating at this time, and the light in the eyes of the evil ghost Okita who was still standing was also slowly disappearing. Dissipate. After one breath, all the Ryotsu armor around the evil ghost Okita disappeared, and the eyes of the evil ghost Okita were no longer full of energy, and became like the sky in the cave space, blurred without purpose. Advertisement, seeking flowers, 0, teacher. Kuchiki-zan took a deep breath and murmured 2 words. He knew that the evil ghost had left Okita, and after doing him a big favor, he left completely. Kuchiki-zan didn't know how he was feeling at this time. Let's talk about sadness, but in fact it was not, because the time he spent with the evil ghost Okita was really short, and he didn't have any emotional foundation at all, so it was not sad at all. Therefore, Kuchiki-zan knew very well that he was not sad, but Kuchiki-zan didn't know what it was like, and couldn't even describe it. However, Kuchiki-zan is a very pragmatic person, since he couldn't think of it, he simply didn't think about it. In the end, Kuchiki-zan bowed deeply to the body of the evil ghost Okita who had completely lost Ryotsu reaction. 0 After the scythe executioner on the side passed away with the help of the evil ghost Okita, Kuchiki-zan unconsciously put away Ryotsu's kung fu, and immediately mobilized most of the Ryotsu, suppressing the chest injury, and temporarily stopped the bleeding chest blood, because he knew very well that if he didn't, he would be killed by Kuchiki-zan soon, and he never thought that Kuchiki-zan would let him live. What he can do is to hurry up and heal his injuries, and then fight hard with Kuchiki-zan, which is the top priority. The reason why the executioner with the sickle designed by a cunning person still has such an idea at this time is actually very simple. Although the 3 evils in the crypt are not familiar with each other, they have been getting along in the crypt space for more than 1,000 years. It's still a little bit clear. Therefore, the sickle executioner is very aware of the strength of the mad swordsman. Although Kuchiki-zan released Ryatsu before, it made him palpitate, but he does not believe that after defeating the mad swordsman, Kuchiki-zan has no influence at all. Even if there is no superficial, the sickle executioner was sure of the injuries above, and Kuchiki-zan's condition at this time was definitely not good. Therefore, the executioner with the scythe knew that he still had a chance, but this was the only chance, and if he missed it, he would definitely die. Scythe executioner now seizes every minute and every second to suppress the injury, just to seize his own chance of life. At this moment, Kuchiki-zan, who had been bowing for a long time over there, finally stood up straight, then turned around slowly, and looked at the scythe executioner whose brain was running rapidly. To be continued until the end. Chapter 172 2 roads open black lens bracket for flowers please subscribe close black lens bracket. Scythe executioner, Feng, right? Kuchiki-zan looked at the monkey-like face of the scythe executioner and said lightly. Snort. What responded to Kuchiki-zan was the scythe executioner's cold snort, but the fact is that the scythe executioner was paying close attention to every minute and every second to recover from his injuries, so he would not respond to Kuchiki-zan at all. It doesn't matter if you don't answer, anyway, I know what you are doing now, Kuchiki-zan said flatly. As soon as these words came out, the face of the executioner with the sickle changed slightly, like a child who was caught stealing food, and the speed of the face change was a bit fast. You're healing, right? Kuchiki-zan smiled and said, it doesn't matter, I'll give you time. The bodies of people in Soul Society are composed of a large number of spirit particles. As long as there are spirit particles, their injuries will recover very quickly, although they cannot reach the level of Kuchiki-zan's healing speed. But it is also considered considerable. As for the sickle executioner, because he swallowed a large number of high-concentration spiritual particles before, not only did he improve his own strength, but also some spiritual particles were not digested into strength and were stored in his body for further transformation later. At this time, these spiritual seeds just came in handy, and they were temporarily transferred by him to recover from the injury, which can be regarded as an emergency. But now, after his mind was pierced by Kuchiki-zan, the face of the scythe executioner naturally became very exciting. Kuchiki-zan glanced at the scythe executioner with a changing face, and then continued, it's okay, you continue, I'll give you time to heal, because I'm going to bury the teacher's body now, so I don't have time to talk to you at the moment, but there is one thing, I want to make it clear first. Seeing Kuchiki-zan with a finger pointing at himself, the scythe executioner narrowed his eyes, ready to hear what Kuchiki-zan had to say. Listen well, sickle executioner Feng. I came to the crypt space this time to deal with the abnormality that occurred in the crypt space, and now I know that the abnormality was caused by you, that is to say, I have to deal with the target as you, so, I hope you will wait here honestly for my return, and then fight with me, because only in this way, you will have a chance. Kuchiki-zan said with a serious face, advertisement. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of the scythe executioner widened in an instant, and his eyes became erratic. Don't have other thoughts, because if you don't fight with me, you will be hunted down endlessly by me. Even if the hunt fails, when I return to Soul Society, it won't be me who comes next time. You have to understand this point. Only by fighting with me can you continue to live. I believe, you should be able to understand this point. Kuchiki-zan looked at the executioner with the sickle indifferently, as if stating a fact, he spoke his own words. But the truth is, even if the scythe executioner doesn't want to admit it, he can't refute what Kuchiki-general said. After all, it's the truth. As the source of the incident, he is very clear about what he has to face, just like what Kuchiki-zan said, there is only one way before him, and that is to kill Kuchiki-zan here. If you don't do this, when Kuchiki-zan returns to the Soul Society, then in a few days, he will definitely bring a group of powerful people to attack him, and then he will definitely die. He also thought about hiding in the depths of the space, but the spiritual particles he breathed out after absorbing the space did go a little deeper into the depths of the space, and since then, he never dared to go deep into the space easily. As for the reason, it is naturally because of the assimilation power that is more terrifying the more you are in the space. As for Kuchiki-zan, choosing to bury the corpse of the evil ghost Okita is not only to let the other party bury in the ground. In fact, to put it bluntly, there is no such thing as a person in the Soul Society. It is normal for the child to return to Soul Society. The reason is also very simple. If a person with Kuchiki-zan's strength dies in the space, first of all, the Soul Society will not send a second batch of people in a short time without knowing whether Kuchiki-zan is alive or not. Secondly, after a long time, even if people in the Soul Society confirm that Kuchiki-zan is dead, but considering that people with Kuchiki-zan's strength are lost into space, naturally they will not easily send people. Wow. This guy is so naive, everyone is dead, and buried. Just give me a chance, ha ha ha. There are actually many reasons for Kuchiki-zan to do this, one of which is naturally that he does not want the evil ghost Okita to stand there like that and eventually turn into spirit particles and dissipate. HMPH, don't provoke me. After thinking about it for a while, the executioner with the scythe finally responded, but I can't deny that what you say, kid, is right. Advertisement. After a certain amount of recovery, the scythe executioner was able to speak coherently at this time. This situation made Kuchiki-zan narrow his eyes slightly, and then Kuchiki-zan's face bloomed with a medical look. What? Have you figured it out? Kuchiki-zan looked at the changing face of the scythe executioner and asked with a sneer. So, do what you want to do as soon as possible, and me. Nature will be here waiting for your return. Then fight to the death. At that time, he will have plenty of time to scythe the executioner. he believes that as long as he absorbs a few more spit-out spirits, it will not be difficult to surpass Yamamoto Shigekuni. One of the more important points is that Kuchiki-zan wants to verify some ideas that have been generated when the evil ghost Okita taught him. On Kuchiki-zan's side, he had already said what he said, and after observation, the executioner with the scythe absolutely recognized his words, so he was not worried about the executioner with the sickle escaping. The sickle executioner watched Kuchiki-zan's departure with twitching corners of his eyes, and sneered when he couldn't see Kuchiki-zan's figure. Very good, since this is the case, then I can go to bury my teacher with peace of mind. Remember, wait for me here. We will never die. After finishing speaking, Kuchiki-zan turned around, and then coming to the side of the evil ghost Okita, he carried the softened corpse on his shoulders and walked towards the direction they had just come from. But even if he really misjudged him in the end, it's okay. The big deal is that the corpse 4.1 will just ask for help from the soul world, and the sickle executioner will still die alone. Kuchiki-zan doesn't think that the sickle executioner will choose this path, because obviously the scythe executioner is not an idiot, he knows which way to take is more advantageous. But now there is a hurdle he has to overcome, that is Kuchiki-zan's will to kill him. Chapter 173 The idea of splitting up Bankai open black lens bracket for flowers and subscription close black lens bracket. After the evil spirit taught Kuchiki-zan from the sky, Kuchiki-zan had a very special idea, which was to reanalyze his Bankai again, and then split his Bankai's ability to form a new Bankai. If this kind of thinking is heard by other people who have already comprehended Bankai, they will think that Kuchiki-zan has gone crazy. It is impossible to change things like Bankai, let alone stripping abilities and the like. But Kuchiki-zan is different. The Zanpakuto used by Kuchiki-zan so far is not his own Zanpakuto, but the Zanpakuto provided by the system. To put it bluntly, Zanpakuto is the creation of the system. Such a form of Zanpakuto's ability can naturally be deployed by the system host, Kuchiki-zan. Of course, this kind of deployment is based on Zanpakuto's own ability, and things beyond Zanpakuto's ability cannot be deployed by Kuchiki-zan. Therefore, although Kuchiki-gen's Bankai has been changing, it has never been separated from the Zanpakuto ability itself. Kuchiki-zan asked the system before if he could get his own Zanpakuto, and the system's answer was concise and clear. This system doesn't have 100,000, why roll 24? Then, Kuchiki-zan relied on more than 1,000 years of experience in the Soul Society, and then based on his own situation, he roughly analyzed that he can still get his own Zanpakuto. But he dare not, at present, although only Yamamoto Shigekuni knows that he owns 2 Zanpakuto, this also means that it is not a secret that he has 2 knives. But once he got his own Zanpakuto, unlike Jetlag, which can be turned into a headband to cover up the characteristics of a Zanpakuto, then Kuchiki-zan has no way to explain this matter, or after he got his own Zanpakuto, hide it. Then you need it for a fart use, why not use it, why bother to get it, favorite? Of course, these are not the key points. The key point now is that Kuchiki-zan took the opportunity to bury the body of the evil ghost Okita and began to test his conjecture. Advertisement. His idea is very simple. After coming to the crypt space, restricted by the environment, he dare not release his Bankai at all, because the evil ghost Okita told him, and he has personally experienced it. Once the current Bankai is released, the spiritual power he devours in an instant will cause him a huge assimilation rate, which is not what Kuchiki-zan wants to see. After understanding the nature of the crypt space, Kuchiki-zan decided to split his Bankai ability. Kuchiki-zan also adjusted Bankai's form change before. That time, it was because Kuchiki-zan hoped to have the ability of short-term teleportation within the range of Bankai. So Bankai developed a fake teleportation ability, that is, the ability to switch places with Black Flame instantly. But this is in Kuchiki-zan got the idea of Kuchiki-zan before Flying Thunder God, but with the appearance of Flying Thunder God, such ability seems extremely tasteless. Moreover, there is another point. Although this ability is based on Bankai's original ability, but it is not an advanced team developed on the basis of Bankai's own powerful ability. The emergence of such capabilities runs counter to the development of Bankai. If you want to develop Bankai to the final stage, it is absolutely undesirable to disperse too many capabilities along the way. So, now Kuchiki-zan hopes to take this opportunity to correct Bankai's ability, and at the same time develop a Bankai suitable for use in this space. Kuchiki-zan's idea is very simple. His Zanpakuto ability is the 2 powerful abilities of burning and swallowing. Now these 2 abilities are all concentrated in the Black Flame. What Kuchiki-zan wants to do is to use Bankai's powerful control power to split the 2 abilities and use burning and swallowing separately. In this way, Kuchiki-zan will not have to worry about devouring a large number of crypt space spirits when using Bankai. Of course, in this way, Bankai who only uses the ability of incineration will consume a lot of energy. Originally, Bankai of Kuchiki-zan consumes a lot of Ryotsu, with the help of devouring. Previous Kuchiki-gen's battery life has been improved to a certain extent. Now if Kuchiki-zan is successfully developed, it means that when Kuchiki-zan uses Bankai's burning ability, his Ryotsu will be consumed quickly without any supplement. The separate swallow is actually much simpler. After all, after being separated from burning, the attack ability of swallow alone will be weakened, but everything has advantages and disadvantages, and there can be no perfect things. Bankai is the same. Advertisement. Of course, unless Bankai reaches the final stage, which is the stage where Shigekuni Yamamoto develops Ryujin Jaka to the stage of Remnant Sword. In a narrow sense, it has reached perfection. The perfection here only refers to the perfection of ability development, and does not mean being able to maintain perfection when facing all enemies. In view of the particularity of the crypt space, Kuchiki-zan has already begun to dismantle Bankai. After a day of hard work, it has almost been dismantled. The reason why Kuchiki-zan has an excuse to leave now is that he is not afraid of the Scythe Executioner escaping and recovering from this point. The Scythe Executioner needs time, and he also needs time. The transformation of Bankai is not something that 630 thought of here, and the transformation can be completed there. It must be adapted from the inside of Zanpakuto to achieve the final result. After Kuchiki-zan calculated for a long time, he came to the conclusion that it was almost enough for him to go back and forth this time. Kuchiki-zan carried the body of the evil ghost Okita and returned to the cave where the evil ghost Okita had brought him before. After arriving at the cave, Kuchiki-zan put the body into the cave. Inside the cave, Kuchiki-gen placed the evil ghost Okita's body against the stone wall, stretched out his hand, and slowly closed the evil ghost Okita's eyes. "Teacher, let's go. I will definitely pass on your boxing skills. Don't worry, and I won't let your sacrifice be in vain," Kuchiki-zan promised to the body of the evil ghost Okita. After finishing speaking, Kuchiki-zan knelt down on both knees, kowtowed respectfully, stood up, and left the cave. After looking back at the cave again, Kuchiki-zan knew that it would not be long before the body of the evil ghost Okita would turn into spirit particles and be absorbed by the cave space. Although Kuchiki-zan was not very happy about this, he had nothing to do. After all, he still has work to do, and it's unlikely he'll be returning to the Soul Society with the remains of the demon Okita. "Farewell, Mr. Okita." After Kuchiki-zan said his last goodbye, he walked slowly towards the way he came, and left. Chapter 173. The updated Bankai Kuchiki-zan Yi walked slowly on the way back to the battlefield, while sinking his mind into the system, because Kuchiki-zan wanted to make sure that his Bankai had been reset. This is the benefit of the system. As a system for Kuchiki-zan's Zanpakuto, every update of Zanpakuto's ability will be displayed on the system panel at the first time. If it is Kuchiki-zan's self-understanding ability, it is like magic boxing. In this way, only when a certain level is reached, the system will show the progress or level. After seeing the system information, Kuchiki-zan felt relieved, because his Bankai has been successfully split. Although the original name has not changed in any way, the specific abilities have been split. The problem with the name, of course, is that Kuchiki-zan didn't change it himself. He doesn't think it's necessary to change the name of the current level of Bankai. In the new Bankai, there have been differences after the split, which are Great Destruction Space, Type 1, Swallowing the Sky, and Great Destruction Space, Type 2, Burning. Obviously, these two split moves represent Kuchiki-zan's Zanpakuto, Yanmo, Bankai's Swallowing ability and Burning ability. However, Kuchiki-zan didn't know that there was another item of information in the information given by the system, and the name of this item was Ryotsu Status. It's just that it doesn't matter whether the Scythe Executioner is intact or not now, because the moment Kuchiki-zan successfully split Bankai, he already has the chance to win. Now, after Kuchiki Xuanzai splits Bankai, he can already use his own Bankai in the crypt space without worrying about serious assimilation. Although the evil ghost Okita was worried about Kuchiki-gen being alone against the Executioner with the scythe, it was because he hadn't really understood Kuchiki-gen's strength. For one thing, Kuchiki-gen couldn't use Enma's Bankai at will in the crypt space, which made him Kuchiki-zan was at a disadvantage. This status item allows Kuchiki-zan to clearly know his Ryotsu status at this time. But don't think that this little difference seems to be no big deal. You must know that once a person in the Soul Society reaches the 7th rank or above, the gap in every small rank is very obvious. When the rank reaches the 8th rank, it will be even worse obviously. The difference in strength of each rank may be 5 times or even 10 times the difference, so don't underestimate the difference in this rank. It is a world of difference. Advertisement. Kuchiki Xuan looked at this item of information. How did he feel that the system was mocking him? Did he not know his own status? Does the system need to remind him? Seeing this situation, Kuchiki-zan sneered in his heart. He naturally knew that the Scythe Executioner's healing speed must be inseparable from the fact that he had swallowed a large number of high-concentration spirit particles before. Soon, Kuchiki-zan returned to the cage area where the evil ghost Okita and the Scythe Executioner fought. From a distance, Kuchiki-zan saw the figure of the Scythe Executioner sitting cross-legged, and Kuchiki-zan also saw the Scythe Executioner's chest at this time. The large wound on the wound has healed a lot. Although it is not as exaggerated as Kuchiki Xuan's healing speed, it is still much faster than ordinary people. Don't think that Kuchiki-zan is overconfident or boastful. In fact, it has been explained before that Kuchiki-zan's Bankai is a very bug ability. To be continued. Of course, this is not without advantages. At least Kuchiki-zan can monitor his own state at any time, and can accurately grasp his critical point. Therefore, the strength of the Executioner with the sickle is absolutely unable to resist the burning of the black flame of Kuchiki-zan. Once he cannot resist the black flame and quickly defeats Kuchiki-zan, then the only thing waiting for the Executioner with the sickle is failure. With Kuchiki-zan Yi's kung fu back and forth, the blood hole that was originally bigger than a fist has healed nearly half of it. However, it is still the same sentence. Everything has advantages and disadvantages, and the Scythe Executioner consumes a large amount of spiritual particles to heal his wounds, which will naturally reduce the reserve of spiritual particles in the body. In this way, for Kuchiki-zan it can be regarded as good news. Although Scythe Executioner is now a powerhouse of the 8th rank, he can only be regarded as the 8th rank pseudo-superior at most, while Kuchiki Zan is the real 8th rank. Kuchiki Gen's Bankai has an absolute advantage over opponents who are weaker or similar to him, as long as the opponent cannot use Ryotsu that is stronger than Kuchiki Gen's own to resist the burning of the black flame, then it means that the opponent must undoubtedly defeat it. After thinking about it, Kuchiki Zan told himself that it doesn't matter anyway, although he can feel his own state, but there is something more intuitive to show, which can be regarded as a help. But the situation is different now. Kuchiki Zan's strength is higher than that of the Sickle Executioner. Although the Sickle Executioner's comprehensive strength is much stronger because of the cave space, but in terms of basic strength, he not yet qualified to ignore the black flame unleashed by Kuchiki Gen Zanpakuto Yama. Chapter 174 Evil. After comprehensive analysis of all factors, Kuchiki Zan finally came to the conclusion that no matter what cards the Scythe Executioner has, as long as he has not really reached the 8th level of perfection, then the final winner will definitely be him. I am so confident in myself. Of course, this is not blind self-confidence, but confident self-confidence. In fact, since Kuchiki Zan came to the crypt space, because he is not familiar with the place of life, out of the carefulness of a traveler, he will naturally behave a little emboldened. Of course, this does not mean that Kuchiki Zan is really if he didn't have the confidence, he would have retreated and asked the Soul Society for help, and he would not have met the evil ghost Okita, became his disciple, and then fought with the crazy swordsman and finally killed the crazy swordsman, and the current series something happened. In fact, after thoroughly understanding the specific situation of the crypt space, Kuchiki Zan no longer has any scruples. Although the crypt space is still dangerous, these dangers are known. For Kuchiki Zan, it is already not a threat anymore. As Kuchiki Zan walked slowly, the executioner with the scythe also spotted him immediately. 390 quickly stood up, holding two scythes tightly in his hands, obviously the best preparation for the battle. Kuchiki Zan walked slowly, and when he was about to enter the battle circle, he stopped, and then said, "That's right, I didn't run away, it's still smart. HMPH, if I don't kill you, how can I escape?" The scythe executioner is in a much better state now, and naturally he will no longer remain silent, and begins to confront Kuchiki Zan. Having confidence is a good thing, but your blind self-confidence is not a good habit, thinking it will kill you soon. Kuchiki Zan smiled and said calmly, "Ha ha ha. Don't be ashamed, whoever will die is not sure." The Sickle Executioner naturally didn't know Kuchiki Zan's thoughts. In his opinion, his current state is much better, and after he devoured a large number of spiritual seeds, having reached the strength of the 8th level superior, false, he has nothing to fear at all. Forget it, no matter how much I tell you, you won't understand. Let's see the real chapter. Kuchiki smiled and shook his head, disdained to talk to the Sickle Executioner, and directly pulled out Yanmo from his waist. After hearing Kuchiki Zan's words, the Sickle Executioner naturally smiled coldly, and then began to spin the two short sickles in his hand. Advertisement, since that's the case, let's start. I was suppressed by the evil ghost before, so I couldn't even use Bankai. Now it's all right. The old guy is dead, so I will use you to sacrifice my sickle. It hasn't been full of blood for a long time. The Scythe Executioner stretched out his tongue and licked his lips, and said with an extremely cruel smile. Really? If that's the case, what are you waiting for? Kuchiki Zan looked at the Scythe Executioner with a hideous face, and pointed the long knife in his hand at the Scythe Executioner and said, "Hey, since you want to die quickly, I'll let you do it." Bankai. Scythe Executioner grinned maniacally as he pressed the sides of the two scythes against each other, and the brown Ryotsu went into a rage. Slaughtering souls. As the Scythe Executioner screamed, the brown Ryotsu on his body frantically flocked towards the two short sickles in his hands, and following that, the two short sickles began to emit a powerful light, and then the light flashed. The Ryotsu suddenly became larger, covering all the surrounding buildings in an instant, and directly made Kuchiki Zan unable to see the change of the Scythe Executioner. Hearing this half-spoken words, Kuchiki Zan also probably understood the reason. In fact, it is very simple, it is nothing more than this insidious guy. When facing Yamamoto's heavy pursuit, he never used Bankai at all, so naturally he would not be caught by Yamamoto. Chonguo was aware of his evil nature, so naturally he escaped with his life. To be continued. Why old man Yamamoto didn't kill you back then, can you tell me? Kuchiki Zan became even more curious about why Yamamoto Shigekuni didn't kill him after seeing the opponent's Bankai. However, Kuchiki Zan didn't care. Anyway, after Ryotsu's first wave of powerful eruption, it will ease down and stabilize, and then it will be clear what it has become. With Bankai, the two short sickles in the hands of the Sickle Executioner have become a long-handled sickle, and the blade of the sickle is very huge. On the back of the blade, there are many jagged barbs. People shudder. Kuchiki Zan narrowed his eyes slightly and murmured, "The scum is the scum." Advertisement, so that's it. It seems that you really deserve death. Kuchiki Zan had another reason to kill the Scythe Executioner. The entire sickle body has also changed from the dark brown of the short sickle to purple red, and the sickle is covered with purple red veins, just like the blood vessels of the human body, which makes people panic. The next moment, the long knife in his hand skipped the stage of Shikai and directly changed into a black knife, followed by a black and white barrier covering a large area of the cage. After finishing speaking, Kuchiki Zan didn't waste any more time, and directly raised the long knife in his hand, and said, "Bankai, Dayanmo Great Destruction Space, 2. Burning." Oops. Kuchiki Zan squinted at the scythe executioner who was carrying a terrifying sickle at this time. The blood radiating from the sickle made Kuchiki Zan look sideways slightly. The reason is precisely because the scythe after Bankai the scythe was full of blood and resentment, which made Kuchiki-gen immediately aware that the scythe was definitely killing a lot of people with his scythe. He, you don't understand this. In order to escape Yamamoto's pursuit, I ran away for 3 days and 3 days, and then I was caught up by him. Then, I showed that I was exhausted. Although he also resisted, he was easily defeated by Shigekuni Yamamoto. He. Speaking of the sickle, the executioner laughed sinisterly while carrying the sickle. The moment the enchantment appeared, the scythe executioner who was rushing forward immediately had a bad feeling, and this feeling tended to intensify. Soon, the tide brought by Ryotsu dissipated, and Kuchiki-zan naturally saw the scythe executioner after Bankai. The appearance of the scythe executioner himself did not change much, but his scythe, CEBB, changed very much. Then let's try it. The next moment, the scythe executioner didn't give Kuchiki-zan any chance to react, holding a huge sickle in both hands, and rushed towards Kuchiki-zan directly, waving it. The entire sickle blade looks to be at least 1 meter long, and the entire blade is very thick. The connection between the blade and the handle is an arc-shaped bend with an acute angle, which is conducive to the use of the entire sickle's force. At least it will save a lot of effort when using it. Chapter 175 The End. Of the 3 evils, the intuition of the sickle executioner is very accurate. This is his ability to seek good fortune and avoid evil, and it is also the reliance on which he has been able to get away with it for so many years. But with the appearance of the black and white enchantment, the intuition of the scythe executioner has been calling the police to him, and it is getting stronger and stronger. But even so, it was useless, because Kuchiki-zan would not give him any chance to escape. Of course, there is another point, because he just rushed over his head with his scythe, and rushed directly in front of Kuchiki-zan. This time, the scythe executioner didn't even have any room to retreat, and the expression on the scythe executioner's face was very exciting. Ha, it seems to be discovered, but it's too late, goodbye spicy chicken. Kuchiki-zan looked at the expression on the face of the scythe executioner, and laughed mockingly. After hearing Kuchiki-zan's words, the sickle executioner immediately had a stronger intuition warning, but even so, he couldn't do anything. Goodbye. Among the 3 evils, the real villain Mr. Kuchiki-zan said nonsense again, nothing more than wanting to hit the other party from the spiritual level before killing the scythe executioner, so that he can experience being killed by homicide, the pain of the lost. Burning final chapter. Vulcan. As Kuchiki-zan raised the enma in his hand above his head, then a black flame shining with golden light suddenly appeared from the sky and then fell, covering the entire black and white barrier space like rain. Advertisement with the black flames covering from top to bottom like pouring water. The executioner with the sickle was swallowed by the black flame in an instant. The strength of the executioner with the sickle, if it was the strength of Kuchiki-zan Bankai before, he could struggle a few times, but as Kuchiki-zan separated the abilities of black flame, although black flame's comprehensiveness was missing, a single ability was strengthened. The sickle executioner, who was as strong as the 8th level median, was burned to ashes after only 1 breath. Kuchiki-zan added Bankai's space to the 1 style at the moment before the last sickle executioner disappeared. Part of the ability of swallow the sky directly swallowed a large number of spiritual particles that escaped from the sickle executioner before his death. Of course, Kuchiki-zan took a great risk in doing so, because Kuchiki-zan swallowed a large number of crypt space spirits after only using it for a moment. In just a split second, Kuchiki-zan's originally slightly deficient spiritual power was greatly replenished. Of course, this is not all due to the spiritual particles in the crypt space, but also due to the death of the scythe executioner who released a large number of spiritual particles. Kuchiki-zan took Bankai back, frowned and glanced at his own information. He didn't pay attention to the others, but directly looked at the 3 items that had changed, and one of the 3 items had just appeared. The original 30% spiritual power level of the 8th level, now because of devouring the escaped energy of the sickle executioner after death, has reached a level of 37%, which shows how exaggerated the spiritual energy contained in the sickle executioner itself is. Then Ryotsu's state also recovered a lot. Originally, because of using Bankai, the remaining 56% of the spirit particle concentration dropped directly to less than 30, and with the death of the scythe executioner, it was directly replenished to 76. It can be seen that the opponent's energy is strong. It's just that the new, negative state, made Kuchiki-zan very upset. Not only did it increase by 2% in just a moment, but Kuchiki-zan also learned that if the degree of assimilation reaches 70%, then it was assimilated and absorbed by the crypt space, and Kuchiki-zan guessed that once the degree of assimilation reached about 50, he should not be able to return to Soul Society. This is not Kuchiki-zan's random guess, it was told by the evil ghost Okita before, that the evil ghost Okita could not return to the Soul Society a long time ago. The degree of assimilation near the limit should be almost 70%, so if you calculate it forward, the critical point of returning to the Soul Society should be about 50 or so. Asking for flowers. Advertisement Kuchiki-shuen is glad that he split Bankai's ability before using Bankai. If not, Kuchiki-shuen estimates that if Bankai has just killed the scythe executioner, he will have assimilated more than 19% of the time. Although 15% doesn't seem like a lot, the evil ghost Okita mentioned that the lower the degree of assimilation, the easier it is to expel. Once the degree exceeds a certain amount, it is difficult to expel. The higher the degree, the harder it is to expel. When a certain limit is reached, it will only increase the degree of assimilation, and it is impossible to eliminate the degree of assimilation. But after Kuchiki-zan thought about it, he thought it was fine, because it was his own choice anyway. After all, in terms of gain and loss, Kuchiki-zan still made a profit. Zero, his spiritual power level, which has not been seen for a long time, has increased by as much as 7%. You must know that at the current speed of Kuchiki-zan's cultivation, let alone 7%, the skill level will increase by 1% every few decades. In 100 years, it is not necessarily possible to make a move, so speaking of it, Kuchiki-Xuan still made a profit, and it was a huge profit. Kuchiki-zan turned off the system and looked in front of him, where the scythe executioner was before. At this time, the scythe executioner has been released with the Bankai space, and there is nothing left. See, Kuchiki-Xuanshin Bankai's single ability is there, how powerful it is. Overall, Kuchiki-zan is quite satisfied. Teacher, the sickle monkey is also sent to accompany you. You can go on the road with peace of mind. Kuchiki-zan whispered to himself. So far the three evils in the crypt have passed away, and the changes are too fast, which makes Kuchiki-zan feel a little uncomfortable. Adapt. Gah. Forgot something. Kuchiki-zan Yi slapped his forehead when he suddenly remembered something, and said angrily. Yes, he forgot one thing, because in the past 2 days, there was too much time. Kuchiki Gento forgot to ask Okita where his little brother Jashiro Buzang was locked up. Now it's all right. The three evils, they were all dead, and he didn't know who to ask. Chapter 176, Find and Return. Forget it. Let's look slowly. Anyway, it's much safer now, Kuchiki-zan said helplessly. However, with the passing of the three evils in the crypt, the problem of the crypt space has also been solved, and Kuchiki-zan only needs to leave the crypt space before his spirit particles are exhausted. As long as he doesn't continue to use Bankai to fight, Kuchiki-zan's remaining Ryotsu state at this time can be maintained for a long time, so there is no need to worry at all. Soon Kuchiki-zan began to search bit by bit along the cage area. As the evil ghost Okita and Kuchiki-zan mentioned before, the crypt space is a very different place. Where is the peculiarity? Mainly because of the terrain changes in the crypt space. In the crypt space, the large terrain range will not change much, so the map of Soul Society has not changed much since the discovery of the crypt space until now, but the terrain in a small area it will change irregularly. Just like the current cage area, it often changes. For example, a cage is close to the entrance and exit of the crypt space, but after a while, it may be moved to the depths of the cage area. Soul Society also knows the location of the crypt space. Therefore, every time I come here to detain a prisoner, I just find a random cage and put it in, and I don't care about where it is held. This method is convenient when locked up, but it is quite inconvenient to take people out, because there are no rules and references, and no one knows where the locked up people are. It's like, the current Kuchiki Gen, he forgot to ask Shishiro which area Buzang was locked in before, and now he can only search for it without thinking. Kuchiki-zan can only start from the combat zone, looking for one cage after another, which is also impossible. After searching for about half an hour, seeing many prisoners and empty cages on the way, in a remote place, Kuchiki Gen finally found Jashiro Buzang who was locked up. Zan. My lord, how could it be you? Jashiro Azu, who was obviously much thinner and emaciated than 100 years ago, was locked in a cage, and he looked at him standing outside the cage in astonishment. Yes, Kuchiki Gen, who was in tatters, asked in surprise. Advertisement Kuchiki-zan also looked at Jashiro Buzang, with a smile on his face and said, Nonsense, of course I came to pick you up, otherwise, what do you think I am doing here? Looking at the scenery or going out for an outing? Jashiro Azu didn't know what to say for a while. Okay, you've been here for a long time, don't talk nonsense, come out and talk about it first. After finishing speaking, Kuchiki Gen drew out the knife from his waist and signaled Jashiro Azu to step back a little. Kuchiki-zan tried the cage before, and it was still very strong. It is not easy for ordinary 7th level powerhouses to destroy the cage. Only powerhouses above the 8th level cannot be restricted by the cage and use Jashiro Ayuzo's own strength. It is basically impossible to escape with his own strength, unless he can advance to the 8th level before being completely assimilated. Of course, this is basically impossible. Expecting Jashiro Azu to be promoted to the 8th rank in such a short period of time, it is better to expect Kuchiki Gen to be promoted to the 9th rank. After Kuchiki-zan saw Jashiro move towards the cage, he slashed at the cage 3 times. Of course, he saw 3 swords and heard 3 swords. In fact, Kuchiki-zan cut 6 swords in an instant, but because the speed was too fast, the sound of 3 swords was synthesized. With a click, with the crisp sound of Kuchiki Gen retracting the knife into the sheath, the cage railing in front of Jashiro Buzo instantly disintegrated, forming a large rectangular hole, which could completely allow an adult to pass through. Jashiro Buzang looked at the broken cage railing and swallowed. When he was first locked in, he had tried the hardness of the cage. Even Bankai might not be able to break the hardness of the cage. Now Kuchiki-zan cut through directly with Zanpakuto in common form, seeing the gap in strength between the two. Jashiro Buzang remembers very clearly that when he was acting, he was easily knocked down by Kuchiki-zan. Although his injury was not as serious as what Kuchiki-zan said, he knew very well that even if he went all out, the result of Shang Kuchiki-zan is similar, although it is acting, but the result is real. Come out, what are you waiting for? Seeing that Jashiro Buzang did not move, Kuchiki-zan hurriedly urged. Oh, here we come. Jashiro Buzang was called by Kuchiki-zan Yi, and immediately withdrew his thoughts, and got out from the position that Kuchiki-zan broke open. Buzo, don't absorb the spirit particles in the crypt space at will, it's dangerous. Kuchiki-zan watched Jishiro Buzo walk out of the cage, and hurriedly reminded. Before, he had heard that the cage has the ability to decompose the special aura of the crypt space, and the people in it would not be assimilated very quickly after absorbing the spirit particles, but if they came out of the cage, it would be different, so Kuchiki-gen immediately reminded Jishiro Azu. Advertisement, Why? Jishiro Buzang didn't pay much attention to this aspect at first. After all, he has always stayed in the cage and never came out, so he doesn't know the inside story of the hidden space. Things are very complicated, let's talk as we go. Kuchiki-zan said, he has been in the crypt space for a long time, in his mind. He has been in the crypt space for 2 or 3 days, and he doesn't want to spend any more time here. Go down. Okay. Jishiro Buzang believed in Kuchiki-gen's words, so he didn't have any doubts. Let's go, the road is not short, Kuchiki-zan said, and then set foot on the way back. Jishiro followed immediately, waiting for Kuchiki-gen to explain to himself. Soul Society at this time. Your Excellency, just hide here for now, and wait for the teacher to come back to talk about other things. At this time, Kuchiki Xuan's disciple, Naomi, was about 1.6 meters tall, with a gray hair hanging loose. The boy with half-length white hair and only 2.8 gold eyes was settled in the old aristocratic area, Kuchiki General said in a courtyard. Did I bring any trouble to Kuchiki-zan? At this time, the boy was wearing a set of black clothes similar to the Seba outfit, and asked puzzled while sitting on a big rock. I can't tell for a while, but I hope that you will stop running around in the near future, because many people in Jingling Court are looking for you now, and if they find you, let's not talk about the troubles that will be caused, even for the teacher. It will have a big impact, Naomi said with a frown. Oh, I see, then I'll wait here for Kuchiki-zan to come back. The boy raised his head slowly and said. If Kuchiki-zan were here, he would definitely find that this young man is his acquaintance, and he is the kind who has known him for hundreds of years. Chapter 177 seems like an old friend came back in time. When Kuchiki-gen had just left Seirei and went to the crypt space, an uninvited guest was ushered in at the border between the Soul Society and the barren land. One is about 1.6 meters tall, with half-long gray hair hanging loosely, only one gold eye is exposed, the other eye is covered by a white eye patch, the upper body is not wearing clothes, and the lower body is a boy with ragged trousers passed through the barrier. The moment he passed through the barrier's alarm was triggered, followed by members of the 10th and 11th teams guarding the border. When the combined 10 members of the 10th and 11th teams reached the border, they saw the gray-haired boy with white hair who hadn't moved a single step after entering the Soul Society. When people saw the gray-haired boy, they were also surprised, because this place is located on the border, and generally few people come here, and the barrier is a one-way early warning, that is to say, only the Soul Society node can be entered from the outside. The world will issue a warning, and there will be no other time. Obviously, this boy came from somewhere other than Soul Society, and it goes without saying where the place other than Soul Society 24 is. At this moment, after the 10 team members glanced at each other, a leader who looked like an officer said, Hey, who are you? Why did you appear here? It also triggered an early warning, boundary. Me? My name is Kamui. Judging by your appearance, it should be the Shinigami that Kuchiki-zan said. Hurry up and tell Kuchiki-zan that Kamui is here to find him. The boy with gray and white hair, it should be said that Kamui spoke. That's right, this boy with gray and white hair is the Vasto Lord level Manos Grande whom Kuchiki-zan met and recruited to his side when he led the expedition against Hueco Mundo. But looking at the current situation, Kamui should have succeeded in independent Arankar, otherwise it would not have changed drastically. Except for the eyes on the face, you can vaguely see Kamui's original appearance. There is almost no other place that is the same as before. Kamui has similarities. Kuchiki General, Your Excellency? Master Captain? Advertisement. Everyone in the 10th and 11th teams looked at each other. They didn't expect that this person came to find Kuchiki-zan, but because the other party triggered the alarm barrier, no matter who it was at this time, they had to take the other party down first and escort him away. Returning to Jingling is the most important thing. HMPH, no matter who you are looking for, you have triggered the barrier now, so you must come with us, the leader Shinigami said with a frown. Huh? Kamui narrowed his eyes when he heard this. When was he ever treated like this by a weak guy? Instinctively, Kamui wanted to kill all the guys who were very obtrusive in front of him, but then he remembered that when Kuchiki-zan was leaving at that time, I reminded him that when you see these guys with knives, don't kill them indiscriminately, otherwise it will be very troublesome. Kamui's memory of this is still fresh, because Kuchiki-zan once said, Kamui, you must not underestimate people like us. Although there are not many people as strong as me, there are people who are stronger than me. His strength is indeed very strong, but facing that person, you will definitely die, so, when you see someone like us with a knife, don't make a deadly move. Back then, Kamui remembered Kuchiki-zan's strength very clearly. Kamui didn't really want to face someone who was stronger than Kuchiki-zan. Moreover, Kuchiki-zan also mentioned that the stronger person, seeing this kind of creature must be unforgiving. Kamui didn't want to die yet, so he suppressed the killing intent in his heart. Trouble, forget it and let you lie down first, Kamui said with a frown. This time he came from Hueco Mundo to find Kuchiki-zan. When Kuchiki-zan left, he told him the idea of Arankar. At the same time, he also told Kamui the method of independent Arrancar that Kuchiki-zan thought was right. Therefore, Kamui was thinking after hundreds of years, Arrancar was finally free. Seeing the group of Shinigami who were obviously not friendly with him, Kamui frowned, and then slowly pulled out his sword from the back waist. This is Kamui's Zanpakutō, formed by sealing the core of his power into a sword according to what Kuchiki General said. When all the Shinigami saw Kamui draw out his sword without saying a word, they immediately pulled out their Zanpakutō in fright. The leader was holding a knife in both hands and was about to say something. Crack. Kamui raised his sword eyebrows. Zanpakutō with a gold hilt in his hand swung towards the crowd from a super selected distance. Advertisement: a powerful sword pressure pressed towards a group of Shinigami, and in an instant, 10 Shinigami were blown away by the sword pressure, and then fell down and fainted, which shows the difference in strength between the two sides. How big is it? Kamui saw the effect brought by his sword pressure, and nodded in satisfaction. Yes. Kuchiki-zan said that after Arrancarization, although the strength may not be improved a lot, the control of one's own strength will be significantly improved. Sure enough, I didn't lie to me, and now I use my power much more easily than before. Yes, in Kuchiki-zan's view, the real meaning of Arrancarization of Shu is not only to break the boundary between Shu and Shinigami, but the most important change is actually the control of one's own abilities. As for Shu, whether it is Vasto Lord or Ajukas, the application of their own abilities is actually still at the most superficial level. Only after the Arrancarization, the essence of the soul is sublimated, can it be brought about by the 257 application of abilities and energy. Qualitative change. This is Kamui's first real shot after Arrancarization. With his explosive Ryatsu, no one dared to approach him in Hueco Mundo, so after Arrancarization, he didn't make a shot at all. Pass. Just when Kamui was feeling the changes in himself, he suddenly raised his head and looked into the distance. Oh, it's a little bit okay. I hope it's different from the group of hot chickens in front of me, otherwise where can I find Kuchiki-zan? Soon, a figure with two knives, one long and one short, came to the place where Kamui was located within a few blinks. When the figure stood still, looking at the scattered Shinigami guarding the border, and then at Kamui, the face of the visitor suddenly changed, and he pulled out White's short sword from his waist with a bang, and the other hand put it on the black long knife that was not sheathed at his waist. Who are you? Why did you attack members of Gode 13? The person who came here is Nami, who recently replaced Kuchiki-zan as the captain. Naomi happened to come to inspect the neighborhood before. After all, he is not Kuchiki-zan. If he wants to represent Kuchiki-zan, he has to do it himself. Because of this, she also just discovered that the powerful Ryatsu who just disappeared in a flash and the Ryatsu of the 10 guardians who were much weaker in an instant, rushed over quickly. Chapter 178. Naomi inherited Kuchiki-zan, and naturally inherited Kuchiki-zan's superb shunpo. It only took more than 10 seconds to come here from a distance, so it happened to be at the time when Kamui hadn't left yet. Who are you? Naomi asked eagerly. No wonder Naomi confronted Kamui impulsively, except for Ryatsu who just passed away. Kamui stood in front of Naomi like a common person at this time, so Naomi didn't know that she was how powerful is the enemy in front of you. Me? My name is Kamui. I'm here to find Kuchiki-zan. Can you take me to him? Kamui didn't attack Naomi immediately, but patiently repeated what he said just now. Hearing Kamui's words, Naomi was also surprised, and then blurted out, "Your name is Kamui? Kamui, please?" "Ah, yes, you know me." Kamui was a little shocked when he saw that the woman in front of him knew his name, and then asked a little happily. Are you here to find my teacher, Kuchiki-zan?" Naomi confirmed again, because Kuchiki-zan had mentioned to her before that there was already a member of the Seven Saints in their sanctuary organization. The identity is virtual, not a Shinigami guy, and his name is Kamui Cleese. But she never thought that she would meet Kamui in this way. For a moment, Naomi froze in place a little at a loss. "Hey, you just said that your teacher is Kuchiki-zan? Then can you take me to meet him? I want to tell him that I succeeded." Kamui looked at Naomi and shouted. Oh. Naomi came back to her senses after being shouted, and then looked at Shinigami who was lying on the ground. Ten twitched his forehead and said, "This is terrible. Let's talk about meeting the teacher later. Your Excellency, hurry up and leave here with me, or it will be bad if more people find out soon," Naomi said eagerly to Kamui. Advertisement. Seeing Naomi's eager expression, Kamui frowned slightly, but thinking that he might attract the guy Kuchiki-zan said was stronger than him, Kamui immediately thought from his heart, "Okay, get out of here." Seeing Kamui nodding in agreement, Naomi immediately motioned for Kamui to follow, and then spread shunpo towards another direction away from Jingling Court. Seeing Naomi leave, Kamui immediately moved behind Naomi and left the gate of the enchantment. While leading the way, Naomi began to calculate in her heart how long it would take for Sei Ling Ting to find the group of Shinigami who were knocked out. You must know that the defense mechanism of Sei Ling Ting at this time has been quite perfect, so Naomi is now racing against time to try to stay away from Jingling Court. "Your Excellency, did you say anything before knocking those people out?" Naomi asked Kamui behind her while leading the way. "Oh." Kamui told Naomi what she just said. Then Naomi's pretty face became even uglier, but she couldn't do anything about it. After all, things were already like this. All she could do was to hide Kamui first, otherwise the old man Shigekuni Yamamoto would find him. "It's over, but it's really over." "Hey, don't worry about other things for now, Your Excellency, come with me first," Naomi said speechlessly. Kamui didn't know why and followed Naomi, and began to rush aimlessly. On the other side, because Kamui did not hit hard, the 10 guards who were stunned by the sword pressure quickly woke up. When they found that they were not dead and the previous boy was gone, they immediately reported to the team, and then the team immediately reported Yamamoto Shigekuni. But Naomi, who was still on her way, heard the urgent assembly order from Jingling in the distance, and she knew that things were still a big deal, but she could only continue to run with Kamui, and now I can't manage that much anymore. The matter quickly spread throughout the Seirei, and without Yamamoto Shigekuni's permission, the news reached Central 46's ears, which made Central 46 very happy. Advertisement they saw that Kuchiki-zan was not happy for a day or two, and this incident happened to deal with Kuchiki-zan, so how could they be unhappy? As for the reason, it is very simple. After the guards reported it, Seirei came to check the situation on the border, and the Ryotsu left on the barrier was obtained by Seirei, and it was confirmed that it was Irankar's Ryotsu, also that is to say, it was a void Irankar, who invaded the Middle Soul world before. Originally, Yamamoto Shigekuni meant to suppress this matter until Kuchiki-zan came back from the crypt space, but somehow the matter reached the ears of Central 46, and they directly issued an order to arrest Kuchiki-zan on the grounds that Kuchiki-zan colluded with Manos Grande. With this order, Yamamoto has no choice but to wait for Kuchiki-zan to come back and find out the truth before doing anything. After all, the reasons given by Central 46 cannot be refuted at all. This is a matter of conclusive evidence. Of course, Shigekuni Yamamoto does not believe in such rhetoric. He believes in Kuchiki. General Yamamoto Shiguni scoffs at Central 46's so-called solid evidence. But now the superficial evidence is indeed the case. What can we do when Kuchiki-zan returns? At this time, Kuchiki-zan, who is still fighting wits and courage with people in the cave space, has no idea what the Soul Society is doing now. Time and camera back to Kuchiki. General Kuchiki-gen brought Jashiro Ozang almost to the entrance and exit of the crypt space. Through Kuchiki-gen's explanation along the way, Jashiro Ozang has also understood everything in the crypt space, and also knew that Kuchiki Ayuzo found him before he found him, experienced. Suddenly, Kuchiki-gen, who was leading the way, stopped in his tracks. Jashiro Ayuzo, who was taken aback by Kuchiki-gen's actions, looked at Kuchiki-gen and immediately asked, Master Zan, what's the matter? Dali Jiao. Kuchiki-gen looking at the passage that was already close at hand, he looked at Jashiro Buzang behind him, and then said, When I was looking for you before, I began to have a feeling that something was about to happen. As we get closer to the destination, the feeling got stronger and stronger now that we're here, it's getting to the point where I can't ignore it, so I stopped. How does it feel? Jashiro Buzang frowned. He also knew that what Kuchiki General said was definitely not aimless, and he also knew that some strong people would have a special feeling about what was about to happen. I don't know, I've never had it before, maybe it's an intuitive warning that appeared because of the recent increase in strength. Kuchiki-zan began to talk nonsense, of course. His own guess is that after getting the application of spiritual power, this so-called early warning ability, that's why I said such a sentence. Chapter 179 arrested Jashiro Buzang didn't respond to Kuchiki-gen's words, because he himself said that we don't understand the world of the boss, and we can't intervene. Kuchiki-zan saw that Jashiro Azu did not respond. Of course he did not expect any reaction from Jashiro Azu, and then continued to say, the feeling is actually secondary. The main problem is why the closer you get to the passage of the Soul Society, the feeling the more intense it is. I wonder if something has changed in the Soul Society, but I have only been here for more than 2 days, what could go wrong? When Jashiro Azu heard this, he also felt that it made sense. Master Zan, tell me. Could it be that something happened to the Soul Society just after you came here that you don't know about? It is possible. Kuchiki-zan nodded. Now, I wonder if there is something waiting for us behind this passage. Why do you say that? Jashiro was puzzled. Before I came, the Soul Society was calm, and I told you why I came here. Now the Soul Society still doesn't know what happened in the crypt space, so they dare not send people indirectly, but it doesn't mean they can't send someone to guard the entrance, Kuchiki-zan said. It is not without reason that Kuchiki Xuan guessed so. After all, this intuitive warning must be aimed at his own affairs, so Kuchiki Xuan is 100% sure that this matter is directed at him, but it is not yet known what 267 is because of. How about this? Kuchiki-zan thought for a while and said, You, wait here for a day, I will go out first. If there is really something waiting for me, it doesn't matter. I believe I can handle it by myself, and you just go first staying here, although it is very dangerous, I believe you will be fine for 1 day. Of course, if there is nothing wrong, I will come back and call you directly. If I don't come back, you must wait a day before going out. Be careful after going out, do things, go directly to XXX in the old aristocratic area, and wait for someone to contact you. If you don't see me, everything will be represented by my disciple Naomi, understand? Yes, Master Zan, I understand. At this time, Jashiro Buzang also realized the seriousness of the matter, so he didn't dare to slack off. Okay. Seeing Jashiro's expression, CEAA, Kuchiki nodded, thank you for your hard work, now you can hide first, I will go out first. After speaking, Kuchiki-gen nodded to Jashiro Ayuzo, and then walked towards the entrance of the passage. As Kuchiki Xuan got closer to the portal, the feeling became stronger. Now that Kuchiki Xuan has confirmed that there is definitely something waiting for him behind the portal, now he wants to see what is waiting for him. Kuchiki Xuan came to the world transmitting gate without delay, and stepped directly into the gate. The distance from Soul Society to the world transmitting gate in the crypt space is very short, only 7 or 8 steps away, which is shorter than the road to the present world. Much closer. Advertisement. As Kuchiki-zan crossed the distance of 7 or 8 steps, he had already returned to Soul Society. When Kuchiki-zan regained his sight and felt the familiar breath of Soul Society, the breath of a group of Shinigami also appeared in front of Kuchiki-zan. Kuchiki-zan, you are suspected of colluding with Hueco Mundo Menos Grande. Now, under the order of Central 46, you are arrested and escorted back to the underground conference hall for trial. I hope you will not resist. All the Shinigami guarding the entrance of the crypt space around were shocked the moment Kuchiki-zan appeared, and then the leading Shinigami, who was wearing a white haori, reacted quickly. Seeing that it was Kuchiki Xuan now, he immediately opened his mouth and said. Kuchiki-zan got used to the glare of the Soul Society's sunlight, and then looked at the speaker, the other person, Squad 3. The new captain. Your name. What is it? The speaker in the white cloak was embarrassed by Kuchiki-zan's words, and didn't know how to answer. This person is the captain of the 3rd Division, who was nominated by the 3rd Division 100 years ago, and trusted by the superior, Mogi Mamoru. Just when Moteji was embarrassed and didn't know what to say, another acquaintance of Kuchiki-gen who was wearing a white cloak spoke. Zan. My lord, this is Mogi Omi, the captain of the 3rd Squad. Kuchiki-zan heard a familiar voice, turned his head and saw that it was indeed an acquaintance. To be continued. So, old man Yamamoto agrees with Central 46? Kuchiki asked, tilting his head. Your Excellency Yamamoto means to let you go to the meeting room first. As for what happened, Your Excellency Yamamoto will return your innocence, and please don't embarrass us here. Your Excellency Zan. At this moment, a voice sounded, another voice from an acquaintance, interrupting Kuchiki-zan, who was about to get mad. Advertisement. Yes, again it was Kuchiki-gen's acquaintance Chojiro Sasaki who spoke again. Chojiro Sasaki said with a bow. Ching-nu? You came to catch me too? Kuchiki was surprised. Seeing that Kuchiki-zan's clothes were soft, Shiba Ching-nu breathed a sigh of relief. He was so embarrassed because of this matter. If Kuchiki Xuan made trouble, not to mention whether they could handle it, whether he dared to do it or not was a matter for Shiba Ching-nu. One question. That's enough, Captain Kuchiki-zan. Now you just need to go back to the big meeting hall with us for trial. Others, you are not qualified to ask more questions now. It seems that you have finally remembered what you are here for. The new captain of the 3rd team, Mao Shusho, interrupted the conversation between Kakimu Xuan and Shiba Qingjin. After that, Kuchiki-zan stopped talking nonsense, stretched out his hands directly, and signaled Shiba Ching what to do. 11. This. There is no way, Zan. My lord, the acquaintance on the side is the captain of the 10th squad, Shiba Ching. Saying that, Kuchiki-zan once again looked at the newly promoted team captain Moteji Mori and said coldly, You kid was pushed up by the Central 46 group? I remember you. Chojiro Sasaki, wearing a white haori, walked out from the crowd, and said slowly, Your Excellency Zan, it's me. I came here on the order of Your Excellency Yamamoto, in order to prevent you from asking questions on the spot. What happened? Kuchiki asked with a frown. Huh? Kuchiki snorted coldly. Okay, for the sake of old man Yamamoto, I will walk with you, but... Kuchiki-zan frowned and looked at the source of the voice, and said in surprise again. Sasaki? You're here too? Hey, who gave you the courage to talk to me like that? Kuchiki-zan looked at the newly promoted captain of the 3rd team in surprise, and asked with a sneer. Obviously at this time Kuchiki-zan was already angry. Hearing what Chojiro Sasaki said, Kuchiki frowned slightly. He felt that this time the matter should be very difficult, otherwise, with the relationship between Yamamoto Shigekuni and him, if it was a trivial matter, he would have already pressed it. Chapter 180. Tit for tat. Fortunately, with Chojiro Sasaki around, Kuchiki-zan did not make a fuss in the end, and Shiba Ching was also slightly relieved. After gesturing to the 10th Division members behind him to put the handcuffs on Kuchiki-gen to suppress Ryotsu, Shiba Ching said, Thank you for your cooperation, the captain. This is also a rule, and I can't help it. Shiba Ching still called out the names they used when they got along, and explained helplessly. It's okay, I know the rules. Kuchiki-zan said indifferently, Let's go, aren't you going to send me to interrogation? Why don't you go? The middle-aged man Mogi Mamoru with an ugly face on the side snorted coldly and ordered, Okay, close the team. As the overall person in charge of this operation, he can't help it. He is indeed what Kuchiki-zan said, and he is the captain pushed by Central 46, so he will do whatever Central 46 says. The scope of the fan team's responsibility, even if you want to catch Kuchiki-zan, it should be the 9th and 10 teams, plus 1 Muju team at most. However, due to Kuchiki-zan's identity, the Central 46 of the 6th Division cannot be manipulated at all, and then they can only be led by the captain they introduced, and the 10th Division, as a patrol team, is naturally within the rules. If they don't come, it's against the rules, so Shiba Ching had to come. As for Chojiro Sasaki, this was really sent by Yamamoto Shigekuni for fear of Kuchiki-zan causing trouble. Following Mogi Mamoru, the nominal leader, speaking, a joint team of about 100 people began to move forward in a mighty manner, heading towards the location of the underground meeting hall in Jingling. Along the way, Kuchiki-zan was in handcuffs and walked in the front of the line without paying attention at all, and the others didn't think there was anything wrong at all. As for Captain Mogi Mori of the Liberty 3rd Division, his face has always been grim. The reason is very simple. It can be said that he has offended Kuchiki-zan now, and he naturally knows who Kuchiki-zan is. He's praying all the way that Central 46 can actually deal with Kuchiki-gen, or his good days are really coming to an end. Soon the group approached the crowded area, and many people saw Kuchiki-zan, who was shirtless and torn in summer clothes in front of the line, but was wearing handcuffs. Seoul Society has a lot of people who know Kuchiki-gen, but more people don't know Kuchiki General. People began to talk about it. Advertisement, wow, what's going on here? You don't know that, do you? This is Go Day 13 arresting people. Then, who was arrested? This, I don't know. Kuchiki-zan also felt a black line in his head when he listened to everyone's discussion, not because of embarrassment, but because he was speechless. The people's discussion was really too funny. Some people speculate that Kuchiki-zan is a heinous villain, otherwise he would not have attracted so many Shinigami from Go Day 13 to arrest him. Some people speculated that Kuchiki General was some poor man who broke into Seirei, so he was caught by Go Day 13's 10th squad. Speaking of which, Kuchiki-gen also noticed Shiba Ching early. The costumes of Chojiro Sasaki and Moteji Mamoru, the captain of the third team, are the standard captain-level deadly costume, and the captain, vice-captain, cloak, Haori, and the team members have also put on Black's deadly costume at this time. Kuchiki-zan was quite surprised at this point. He didn't expect Yamamoto Shigekuni to be so fast. It took 2 days, no, it should have been 3 days. Kuchiki-zan thought about it. This is not right. When Kuchiki-zan and Yamamoto Shigekuni talked about things before, they had just started the royal body, and it was promoted so quickly. This speed is too exaggerated. Kuchiki-zan is going to ask Yamamoto Shigekuni what is going on after his matter is over. I forgot to mention, on the way before, Kuchiki-zan had already asked Shiba Chingyu what was going on, and Kuchiki-zan naturally knew who killed him now. But Kuchiki-zan doesn't care about what Central 46 wants to do. What he cares about is whether Kamui has been hidden at this time, but judging by the current state of Seoul Society, it should be that Kamui has not been caught, otherwise it will not. He guarded himself at the door of the crypt space. Kuchiki-zan is not worried about his situation at all, even if he is honest throughout the interrogation and trial process. Yamamoto Shigekuni will not let him go. This is where Kuchiki-zan's confidence lies. Advertisement. Kuchiki-zan also asked Shiba Ching about what his apprentice was doing now, and the answer he got was that Naomi Shadowblade went to deal with the problems in the old noble district 3 days ago. None of them are in Jingling Court. Ask for flowers. Hearing this news, Kuchiki-zan's heart was in his stomach. Based on his understanding of Naomi and the instructions he gave to Naomi before going to the crypt space, he understood that it was Naomi who brought her Kamui hid. As for the others, Kuchiki-zan was not sure. Soon, after being pointed out by many people, a group of people came to the location of the underground meeting hall. With the departure of the 3rd and 10th team members, Kuchiki-zan knew that he was about to be killed. The hot chickens at Central 46 are interrogated. However, Kuchiki-zan had already thought about it. No matter what he asked, he just didn't say anything. Anyway, they couldn't do anything to him anyway. Just based on Kamui's few words, if Central 46 dared to do anything to him, he dared to let Central 46 all substitutions. 0. While thinking about countermeasures, Kuchiki-zan was taken to the underground meeting hall. Kuchiki-zan discovered that not only the group of spicy chickens from Central 46 were present in the underground conference hall at this time, but also the captains headed by Yamamoto Shigekuni. There are quite a lot of people. Kuchiki-zan looked at the complete staff and said a word of ridicule. Shut up, you sinner. One of the 6 noblest of the 46 yelled at Kuchiki General. Pay attention to your words, no matter how rude you are, even if old man Yamamoto is here, I will teach you a lesson. Kuchiki Xuan said with a smile when he heard the other parties scolding. Before Central 46 could continue speaking, Yamamoto Shigekuni, who was sitting in the venue, said, That's enough, Azan, don't make a fuss. Okay, to save face, I won't talk. Kuchiki-zan glanced at Yamamoto Shigekuni and said helplessly. Yamamoto Shigekuni was very satisfied with Kuchiki-zan's behavior of saving face, and then said to the people in Central 46. Everyone in room 46, I hope that you also pay attention to your words. Now Kuchiki-zan is only assisting in the investigation, not a criminal. Moreover, if you convict a captain based on that sentence alone, if you think about it, you wouldn't do such an unwise thing. Chapter 181. Imprisoned. Hearing Yamamoto Shigekuni's words, the members of room 46, who were about to say something serious, immediately choked up, and then they all took back the words that had reached their lips and remained silent. Those present may not have good brains, but they still have certain attainments in deciphering other people's words, so they naturally understand the meaning of Yamamoto Shigekuni's words. The meaning of Yamamoto Shigekuni is very simple. Be careful what you say to the old man. Kuchiki-zan is only here to assist you in the investigation. Don't use the one-sided words of the intruder to accuse Kuchiki-zan of such a big crime in front of the old man. It's best not to use this trick, or don't blame the old man for being rude. With these words as a foundation, everyone in Central 46 is now thinking about their own words. If Yamamoto Shigekuni is also P****** off, they will definitely have nothing to eat. May 20th. So everyone fell into silence at this time, waiting for Yamamoto Shigekuni's follow-up words. Yamamoto Shigekuni naturally knew the reason for the silence, snorted slightly, and said, If you want to ask anything, just ask, interrogation is your right. Hearing what Yamamoto Shigekuni said, everyone in Central 46 glanced at each other, and then started with the one sitting in the center among the 6 people. Kuchiki-zan, the current acting captain of the 11th Division, do you know why you are being interrogated? This time, the people in Central 46 did not dare to call Kuchiki-zan directly as a criminal, obviously because they were afraid that Yamamoto would go crazy. I don't know. Kuchiki replied flatly. HMPH, sophistry. The adjudicator scolded directly. Aren't you brainless? Kuchiki-zan opened his mouth and cursed directly. The people in Central 46 were directly angered by Kuchiki-zan, and when they were about to attack, Kuchiki-zan cursed everyone and turned off the flames. What the hell do you have brains for? I was brought here by you just after I came back from the crypt space. Can I know why? A bunch of shit. Kuchiki Xuan rolled his eyes and cursed at everyone. Well, this? Suddenly, everyone in room 46 felt that what Kuchiki Xuanying said made sense. Advertisement. The captains sitting in the middle of the field, headed by Yamamoto Shigekuni, were also amused by Kuchiki-zan, because they all thought what Kuchiki-zan said was really right. Don't ask such stupid questions anymore, or I won't talk to you anymore. Kuchiki-zan raised his hands and said with his right little finger. HMPH, then I ask you, do you know a Manos Grande named Kamui? No. HMPH, that's enough. Enough Nima. What is enough? Lost your mind again. Kuchiki-zan cursed. What does it mean to know? Do I still know your grandpa? You haven't called me grandpa yet? This scolding once again confused everyone in Central 46. Okay, Kuchiki, don't make trouble out of no reason. Yamamoto Shigekuni couldn't stand it any longer and stopped him directly. No, these guys are talking nonsense. If you don't ask them well, I will naturally teach them. Kuchiki-zan shrugged and said. Forget it. Kuchiki-zan found that the people in Central 46 were about to speak again, and interrupted them directly. Let me just say it, I know Kamui, a Manos I met in Hueco Mundo hundreds of years ago Grande, because he is powerful, I can't do anything about him, and I don't know anything else, and you can think whatever you like about the rest. Let's just say, Kuchiki-zan didn't pay any attention to the people in Central 46, and just stood there straight, like a wooden sculpture. After being robbed by Kuchiki-zan, the people in Central 46 didn't know what to say. Finally, after the 6 people in the highest position glanced at each other, as if they had reached some kind of tacit agreement, the one in the middle finally spoke. Kuchiki-zan, as the captain of the 13th Division of the Serdii Court of the Soul Society, has misbehavior and is specially approved to be imprisoned in the Palace of Repentance for reflection. Wow! Advertisement. Hearing the announcement from the highest ranking person, all the captains sitting below were immediately startled. This is completely nonsense. Although the superficial evidence shows that it seems that Kuchiki-zan has something to do with the guy who invaded the Soul Society, but after Kuchiki-zan's explanation, it seems that it is not the same thing. And the so-called evidence is just the intruder's words, so what does that mean? After hearing the verdict, Yamamoto Shigekuni also frowned. His original intention was to let Kuchiki-zan come over for a cutscene, but he didn't expect that Central 46 didn't play cards according to the rules at all, and gave Kuchiki directly. Zan was charged with a crime and locked up. This made Yamamoto Shigekuni a little unhappy, but as a guardian of order, he could not directly refute the judgment issued by Central 46. For a while, Yamamoto was almost P***D off by himself. And the old guys at Central 46 naturally saw that Yamamoto Shiguni would not directly refute this point, and directly taught Kuchiki-zan a lesson. Prison. After hearing the verdict, Kuchiki-zan was also stunned. He didn't expect that these old things would not play cards according to the rules. The most annoying thing is that Kuchiki-zan still has nothing to do with them. After all, the superficial evidence now shows that Kamui has a relationship with him, so even if Central 46 sent him to jail, he would not have any temper. Because this matter is different from Kuchiki-zan's admonishment before. At that time, Kuchiki-zan could force the palace, but now, the problem is him. If he does something out of line, the problem will be serious. Interesting, you guys are good. Kuchiki-gen, who saw everything through, smiled and said this to the people present. Okay, if you go to jail, you will go to jail, let's go. After saying these words 2.1, Kuchiki-zan didn't wait to waste his saliva with those old things, and walked directly outside the meeting hall. Yamamoto Shigekuni was also slightly taken aback when he saw Kuchiki-zan's choice, then stood up and looked at he glanced at the 6 tallest people in Central 46, then turned coldly, and also walked towards the outside of the meeting hall. Shihuan, who was about to think about something, immediately stopped his thoughts and walked out of the conference hall after seeing that Kuchiki-gen did nothing and Yamamoto Shigekuni did nothing. After Kuchiki-zan and Yamamoto Shigekuni walked out of the meeting room side by side, Yamamoto Shigekuni asked, "You boy, what do you think?" "I didn't think much about it. It's just going to jail. It's no big deal. These old people are just looking for excuses to deal with me and let them get what they want," Kuchiki-zan said flatly. Chapter 182. Preparing for a rainy day. I think this is not your style of doing things. Yamamoto Shigekuni looked at Kuchiki-zan with strange eyes and said. Kuchiki-zan secretly rolled his eyes when he heard what Yamamoto Shigekuni said, and then said, "It's really not my style of doing things, but you are also very clear about the current situation, and it is clear that it is aimed at me. If I do something, it is not to stand. Is it the opposite of the entire Soul Society jingling? Then everything I did before, wouldn't it be in vain?" Hearing Kuchiki-zan's explanation, Yamamoto Shigekuni nodded. It is indeed the truth. No matter how extreme Kuchiki-zan does things and does not follow the rules, no one can deny what he has done to the Soul Society, so Kuchiki-zan compromise. Not Central 46, but Soul Society. For this, Shigekuni Yamamoto had already expected it, but Shigekuni Yamamoto still wanted to know what Kuchiki General was really thinking. After getting the answer, Shigekuni Yamamoto did not intend to discuss this issue further. According to what you said, are you really going to go to jail? What else can I do if I don't go to prison in the Repentance Palace? Kill all the garbage inside? Don't be ridiculous. Kuchiki Xuan said exaggeratedly, pointing to the underground meeting hall 24. The others watched the conversation between Kuchiki Gen and Yamamoto Shigekuni, and didn't dare to interrupt at all. They could only pretend that they didn't hear the conversation between the two at all. In this way, Kuchiki Zan and Yamamoto Shigekuni walked in front, and all the captains walked behind as if they did not exist. At this time, no one dared to look for existence in front of Kuchiki Zan. Soon, under the leading of Kuchiki Zan, a group of people came to the confession palace next to the main team. When everyone stopped, they were already under the tower. At this time, Kuchiki Zan suddenly turned around and looked at the crowd, then glanced at them with creepy eyes, and said, "You guys? Are you going to go to jail with me?" Well, the captains looked at me and I looked at you, then quickly shook their heads. "Then why are you following here?" Kuchiki Zan said, frowning. "Oh, I remembered, there is still something to do in the team, I'm leaving first." The captain of the fourth team immediately slapped his head and then quickly left. "Oh yes, I have something to do in my team, so let's go first." Advertisement, yes, there is something in the team that hasn't been dealt with, so let's go first. Go together. In an instant, except for the General Captain Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigekuni, the 2nd Division Captain Shihuan Huzo, the 5th Division Captain Makihara Genta, and the 10th Division Captain Shiba Ino, the other captains left with excuses. Seeing that there were no outsiders at this time, Kuchiki Zan said, "Okay, the old man locks me in." "Well, is there anything else that needs to be explained?" Old man Yamamoto stroked his beard and said. "It seems that there is nothing specific." Kuchiki Xuan rubbed his chin and said. Suddenly Kuchiki Xuan seemed to think of something, and said to Shihuan Husan recently sent more people to focus on Rukongai. But why the captain? Shihuan also habitually called Kuchiki Zan as the captain when there were no outsiders. Yamamoto Shigekuni on the side didn't care. He also knew the habits of these people brought out by Kuchiki Zan, and he didn't care about these small details. Kuchiki Zan glanced at Yamamoto Shigekuni, then at Shihuan Husan, and said helplessly, "It's not a big deal. I found out that there are more and more Rukongai's new souls, and there are some things that need your second team go pay attention." "I understand." Shihuan Husan, who also received the helpless signal from Kuchiki Zan, glanced at Yamamoto Shigekuni at the side in a daze, and instantly understood the meaning of Deadwood Core. "Okay, everyone else do their own thing. If Naomi comes back, let her come over. I have something to explain to her," Kuchiki Zan said to the others. "Understood." Everyone also nodded. Receiving a response, Kuchiki Zan looked at Chojiro Sasaki behind Yamamoto Shigekuni, and said, "Chojiro, you send me in, the old man don't go in." Hearing Kuchiki Gen's words, Chojiro Sasaki looked at Yamamoto Shigekuni in confusion, and found Yamamoto Shigekuni nodded, and said, "Okay, Your Excellency Kuchiki." "Okay, let the others leave, what should we do?" Shimushuen said, waving his hands still in handcuffs. "Well, wait a minute, when are you guys going to come out?" Yamamoto Shigekuni said at the moment when Kuchiki Zan was about to step into the confession palace. Advertisement Kuchiki Xuanyuan paused for a moment, and after hearing this question, he continued to walk towards the Repentance Palace, and said as he walked, "When it's time to come out, it will come out, old man, you can grasp it yourself. Chojiro is gone." After hearing Kuchiki Zan's words, Chojiro Sasaki bowed to Yamamoto Shigekuni, followed Kuchiki Zan's footsteps, and walked towards the depths of the Palace of Repentance. Kuchiki Xuan ignored the group of people who had been watching him, and walked towards the interior of the confession palace. When walking across the large suspension bridge, Kuchiki Xuan slowed down. After all, this is the scene that appeared in the original work. Kuchiki Zan still has some feelings, more or less. "Chojiro." Kuchiki Gen, who was walking slowly looking at the scenery, suddenly said. Chojiro Sasaki, who was walking behind Kuchiki Zan, was taken aback when he heard Kuchiki Zan's words, and then asked, "What's the matter, Your Excellency Kuchiki?" 660. "How long has it been since you fought in a serious way?" Kuchiki Zan said such a sentence without thinking. Huh? Chojiro Sasaki really didn't understand the meaning of Kuchiki Gen's words. Kuchiki rolled his eyes speechlessly, and then asked, "I said, how long has it been since you really fought with someone, and I'm talking about the kind of fighting with all your strength." "Oh. Chojiro Sasaki understood what Kuchiki Gen meant now, and I thought about it. It's been a long time mound. Is it because after you fought with old man Yamamoto, you never fought with all your strength again?" Kuchiki Zan guessed. "Probably so," Chojiro Sasaki replied uncertainly. Sure enough. Kuchiki Zan heard this answer, shook his head slightly and said, "As the deputy captain of the first team, as the deputy of Yamamoto Shigekuni, I haven't fought with anyone in a serious way for so long, do you think it's appropriate?" Huh? Chojiro Sasaki didn't know how to answer Kuchiki Zan for a while. After all, in his opinion, what's inappropriate about this? "Don't think there's any problem." Kuchiki Zan naturally knew what Sasaki was thinking at this time and asked back. Please advise me." Although Chojiro Sasaki didn't quite understand what Kuchiki Zan meant, but being humble and eager to learn is his advantage, so he asked. Chapter 183 Half a year and 3 years. You are just too rigid, just like old man Yamamoto, but you don't have the talent and strength of old man Yamamoto. Kuchiki-zan shook his head and said, let's put it this way, Team Ichiba is the face and representative of Gode 13. The captain of the first team is also the old man of the general captain. Once there is a situation where the other captains are not around, do you want the old man to take action himself? Hearing these words, Sasaki scratched his head and didn't know how to answer Kuchiki-zan. In his perception, it should be a matter of course for Yamamoto to make a major move, right? Why? Still don't understand. Kuchiki-zan looked at Chojiro Sasaki, who was still in a daze, and said, I love you, I'm convinced. Let's put it this way, today is different from the past, and now Yamamoto Shigekuni represents the whole Gode 13, is also the face of Jingling, and you let him take care of everything, don't you feel too ashamed? Huh? Hearing this, Sasaki finally showed his original expression, Your Excellency really makes sense. Nonsense. Kuchiki-zan rolled his eyes. Then, what should I do next? Chojiro Sasaki people are a little rigid, but they are by no means stupid. Since Kuchiki-zan asked these questions, there should be a solution, so everyone asked from now on. You. Kuchiki-zan was completely speechless. Do you need me to explain? Such a simple question? Kuchiki-zan almost made Sasaki faint from anger, but for such a person, Kuchiki-zan couldn't scold him. Please enlighten me, Sasaki asked with a deep bow. Huh, Kuchiki-zan took a deep breath, and silently persuaded himself that it's not worth getting angry with this kind of person. Afterwards, Kuchiki-zan said, the method is very simple. You have to constantly hone your strength. Although your talent may not reach the level of old man Yamamoto and me, it can still reach a good level. With your strength, although it is impossible to deal with enemies that are too strong, but you can always help old man Yamamoto stop some young people, are you right? Taught. Chojiro Sasaki was suddenly enlightened by Kuchiki-gen's words, and bowed again. Kuchiki received a big gift from Sasaki, but he was powerless in his heart. Alright, don't be too polite, advertisement. Having said that, Kuchiki-zan and Chojiro Sasaki have also come to the deepest part of the Confession Palace. The cells in the Confession Palace are exquisite, and the closer there to the cell, it means that the prisoner is powerful. Kuchiki-zan this, of course, must be shut down to the deepest point. Along the way, Kuchiki-zan noticed that in the past few hundred years, not many people were imprisoned in the Palace of Repentance, and most of them were Shinigami who had offended some minor things. This is inevitable, after all, once there are too many people, the problem of mixed good and bad will be exposed, which is something no one can do. Seirei was first established, and Gode 13 has just been established. When there is a shortage of manpower, it is natural not to be too picky. Okay, let's go. Kuchiki-zan walked to the lowest and deepest cell of the Repentance Palace by himself, and then broke the handcuffs on his hands with a bang, and said to Chojiro Sasaki outside the cell. Chojiro Sasaki bowed slightly, and then closed the door of the cell, and then the barrier formed by Kido automatically closed the door of the cell, which meant that the cell of the prison was approaching by itself. Your Excellency, I will leave first. Kuchiki-zan sat in the innermost part of the cage, then nodded, indicating that Sasaki could leave. After Sasaki left, Kuchiki-zan felt the power of the prison cell of the Penance Palace, and nodded slightly, as he recognized the restriction ability of the prison cell on the Shinigami. Not enough to watch. Huh, everything that should be arranged has been arranged, just wait for her to appear, Kuchiki-shuen said to himself. Before, Kuchiki-shuen arranged Shihuan-Husan to do things. Naturally, it was not a meaningless arrangement. Kuchiki-shuen remembered that in a few hundred years, he would fight to the death with some shameless things. As the main force in the death battle, this Yuji, should appear soon. Not only this, but the arrangements for his own people to inform Naomi, as well as the advice to Chojiro Sasaki, were all in preparation for a rainy day. In the blink of an eye, Kuchiki-zan has been imprisoned in the Penitence Palace for half a year. Advertisement in the past 6 months, nothing happened, and Kuchiki-shuen was happy to be at leisure, and he was able to temper his ryotsu in the Palace of Repentance combined with the influence of the murderous stone. Other things, except for a certain royal sister, everything else went according to Kuchiki-zan's expectations. On the 7th day of Kuchiki-zan's imprisonment, Naomi came to visit him at the Palace of Confession, and he also learned from Naomi that Kamui and Jashiro Buzang had been arranged. Kuchiki-zan has always trusted Naomi's ability to handle affairs. After knowing that Kamui and Jashiro Ayuzo are safe, Kuchiki-zan is also relieved. Naomi also returned to Jingling after making arrangements for Kamui and Jashiro Buzang. When she returned to Jingling and learned that Kuchiki General was imprisoned in the Palace of Repentance, she almost rushed to the underground courtyard with a knife. The meeting hall went to chop up the 46 old turtle eggs, but was stopped by Shihuan-Husan and the others. In the end, Naomi decided to come to see Kuchiki-zan first after careful consideration. After being comforted by Kuchiki-zan, Naomi gave up the idea of killing those 46 old bastards. Afterwards, Kuchiki-zan arranged some things and let Naomi leave. Immediately afterwards, every month, Shihuan-Husan would personally come to the Repentance Palace to report to Kuchiki-zan about his intelligence work on Rukongai. With more and more souls entering the Soul Society, Rukongai has been forced to expand. At this time, Rukongai has only 46 districts, compared with the 80 districts in later generations. There is simply no comparison. With the level of chaos in Rukongai at this time, Yamamoto Shigekuni will definitely take action to govern. Of course, these Kuchiki-zan don't worry at all. After all, he has already begun to change history, and it is not surprising what Yamamoto Shigekuni does now. Except for this point, Rukongai is the same as usual, there is no difference, and the person Kuchiki-zan wants to see should not have appeared yet. However, Kuchiki asks Shihuan Husan not to relax his control over Rukongai, because it is very important for certain things in the future. Shihuan Husan naturally knew that Kuchiki-zan would never be indiscriminate, and naturally he would not neglect this matter, and still maintained the frequency of once a month. Until the time inadvertently passed another 3 years. Chapter 184 changes in 3 years. Time flies, 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye. 3 years have passed, and Kuchiki-zan still hasn't found the person he was waiting for. Kuchiki-zan can't help but doubt whether his information is wrong. Because there was no one to wait for, Kuchiki-zan also continued to sit in prison for 3 years in the confession palace. During this period, Shihuan Husan visited Kuchiki-zan without interruption and reported some things by the way. Of course, in 3 years, Kuchiki-zan is not without gains. In 3 years, Kuchiki-zan's spiritual power has increased by 1%, which is already a big gain. This is all due to the combination of the inhibitory effect of the murderous stone on Ryotsu, and Kuchiki-zan's own passive abilities. If you increase by 1%, otherwise you can increase by 1% in 30 years, even if the speed is fast. In 3 years, Kuchiki-zan also reduced the degree of assimilation in the crypt space from 2% to 1%, which can be regarded as a gain. For 3 years, Jingling was considered to be calm, no moths appeared, no trace of Kamui was found, and the matter of Kuchiki-zan began to be forgotten by people. Meanwhile, Shigekuni Yamamoto came to visit Kuchi 143 Mu-zan once, and asked Zankuchiki again when he was going to go out. A white cloak with 11 written on the back was given to Kuchiki General. Through understanding, in 3 years, Shigekuni Yamamoto has completely set the rule of using the death costume as the permanent uniform of Gode 13, which means that the death costume has become the specific equipment of Shinigami, and will no longer be used in the future. Replace. Kuchiki-zan naturally has no opinion, history has already changed. Kuchiki-zan's confrontation with history is against himself, unless he is stupid, he will oppose this and that. Advertisement, it's kind of boring. At this time, Kuchiki-zan was leaning on his bed, looking at the small window in the cell, and said boredly, although Kuchiki-zan admitted that he was a salted fish, but salted fish also need entertainment. To be honest, in fact, after staying here for 3.5 years, Kuchiki-zan has been unprecedented. Oh yes, I forgot to mention, Kuchiki-zan's original cell had no beds, but when Naomi learned that her teacher was not going to come out, she forced a bed into it, which made Kuchiki-zan quite speechless. Being in prison and squatting at home are not the same thing. You can do whatever you want while squatting at home, but you can't do whatever you want in jail. For more than 3 years, Kuchiki-zan had fought against the murderous Aura Stone, otherwise Kuchiki-zan's spiritual power would not have increased by that 1%. Today is the end of another month, and it is also the day when Shihuan Husan came to report. After Shihuan Husan lived in Kuchiki-shuen, he would come to report some progress to him at the end of every month. It has not been more than 3 years change. To be honest, these old guys who have lived and died with Kuchiki-zan in Hueco Mundo can do this, and if they are other people, they have long been impatient. In the 100 years of Hueco Mundo, those who have trained there have a will of steel. It's not that Kuchiki-zan boasted. Maybe the people he brought out are not very strong, but in terms of will, there is absolutely no siege, said. Da da da. The sound of noble shoes stamping on the ground came from a very high place, and Kuchiki-zan knew that it was Shihuan Husan who had come. Sure enough, it didn't take long. Shihuan Hu Wang Nafeng and the captain of the Tufan team, Yu Shihaori, appeared at the door of the cell. Advertisement. Kuchiki-zan didn't hold much hope for this meeting. If he hadn't calculated the age of that Unohana royal sister, he wouldn't let Shihuan Husan pay attention to Rukongai aimlessly at this time. Captain. Shihuan Husan, whose temples had turned white, stood outside the cell and shouted respectfully. Kuchiki-zan looked at Shihuan Husan, and he realized that the other party has been with him for hundreds of years. He has a heaven-defying constitution piled up by a lot of abilities, and he can't see the traces of time left on him at all. But so many people who have passed away, and the old Shihuan Husan in front of him, are reminding Kuchiki-zan that time is real. Hosen. Kuchiki-zan looked at Shihuan and shouted. Captain, there's news. Shihuan Husan didn't care about Kuchiki-zan's strange tone, but said this. Is there any news? Kuchiki-zan was immediately dispelled by the news, which had slightly touched him before. Yes. Shihuan Hu nodded 3 times. An interesting person appeared in Rukongai recently. Tell me in detail. Kuchiki-zan suppressed the excitement in his heart and began to ask Shihuan Husan. Yes. Shihuan Hu nodded 3 times. Things came back 3 days ago. The people who sent out before found out that from the 40th district, there was a person who started to challenge Rukongai's various masters. He fought from the 40th district to the 20th district before being discovered by my people and attracted attention. Shihuan Husan said, the most important thing is, according to the intelligence, this guy seems to be a woman. Chapter 185 appear. Woman? Kuchiki asked in confirmation. Yes, according to the news, it should be a woman, Shihuan Husan replied. Okay, very good, very good. After getting the confirmation, Kuchiki-zan finally showed a smile on his face and then praised. Then, Captain, what should I do? Shihuan didn't know why Kuchiki-zan was so excited when he heard the news. In his mind, Kuchiki-zan asked him to act at the beginning, maybe he was waiting for this news, but as for why, Shihuan is not interested in knowing, he only knows that it is enough for him to do his own thing well. As for why, this kind of thing is not necessary. You don't need to do anything, just keep following and keep paying attention. Kuchiki-zan waved his hands and said with a smile. Do nothing? Shihuan frowned in surprise. Yes, there is nothing to do. Kuchiki-zan nodded. Okay, I understand. Shihuan nodded. Remember, don't do anything, as long as it's not too outrageous, or something that affects Jingling. You don't care about it. Kuchiki-Xuan was still not at ease, and continued to warn. Yes. Shihuan replied, although he didn't understand Kuchiki-zan's intention, but as a competent executor, Shihuan never asked too much. After sending Shihuan away, Kuchiki sat on the bed and began to think about the stubble on his chin. In the previous life, there were different opinions about the information of Unohana, at least Kuchiki-gen himself knew several versions, but one thing is certain is that Unohana Retsu, oh no, Unohana Yachiryu, is definitely the first time would destroy the divisions to fight, the main force of the main force. Advertisement, first generation. Oh Kenpachi, Kuchiki-zan muttered in his mouth, you finally appeared. For so many years, Kuchiki-zan Yi has been waiting for this person to appear. The reason why he promised Yamamoto Shigekuni to take over the 11th team temporarily is that Kuchiki-zan believed that, except Unohana Yachiryu, no one has eligible to become a first-generation Kenpachi. Over the years, Kuchiki-zan has met people who want to be the captain of the 11th team, or even the first-generation Kenpachi, but without exception, they are all suppressed by Kuchiki-zan. These people, not to mention hard power, it's just that the level of kendo is not up to standard, so after all these years, Kuchiki-zan still exists as the acting captain of the 11th team. Kuchiki-zan wants to train her, not only because Unohana is the main force in the battle, but of course there are other factors. When I first read the original novel, Kuchiki-zan was only a young man, so although there were not many plots in the original work, as an ignorant young man, I naturally had a different feeling for this very brilliant Yuji. Well, don't laugh, it's true. In addition, Kuchiki-zan also has some ideas of his own. In the original book, the beautiful, intellectual, Wajia sacrificed herself to make Kenpachi go further. Kuchiki-zan's idea is actually very simple, to let Sister Wa survive. As for what can happen between him and Sister Wa, he has not thought deeply about it, and everything, let's go with the flow. Before that, Kuchiki-zan wants to review the information of Unohana Retsu again. Unohana Retsu, formerly known as Unohana Yachiryu, is the first Shinigami to have the title of Kenpachi. The founder of the 11th team and the concept of the 11th team, the former captain of Godei 13 4th team died during the battle in order to train Zaraki Kenpachi in the Millennium Bloody Battle. Unohana Retsu used to be the captain of Godei 13's 4th division and one of the 4 captains with the longest serving time. Good at Kaido, before joining Godei 13, Unohana Retsu was known as the unprecedented villain in the history of Soul Society. Later, he was recruited by Yamamoto Yuan Liusai Shigekuni and became the captain of the 11th team in 1st generation Godei 13. Later transferred to the captain of the 4th division. Also serves as the director of the Women's Shinigami Association. Died while teaching Zaraki Kenpachi the way of Kenpachi in the Millennium Blood War. Advertisement. The appearance is gentle and peaceful, with black long hair parted in the middle. Because she has a scar left by fighting Zaraki Kenpachi in her youth just below her collarbone, her hair is usually tied into a braid and hangs to the front. Often wears a siege suit, and the color of the haori lining is gray sakura. A light-colored belt fastened around the waist with a red drawstring. If there is a battle, the braids on the chest will be untied, and the expression and momentum will become completely different. Asking for flowers. Thousands of years ago, when it was called Unohana Yachiryu, it killed people like hemp and was very warlike. After becoming the captain, Unikana has a gentle personality and a calm personality. Always calm and composed, she is a talented woman with both talent and color. It can bring a sense of security to subordinates. A talented woman who can always make accurate judgments, can still deal with it calmly, and stand at the forefront to command when the invasion of travel disasters causes chaos. The above is what Kuchiki-gen knows. All Unohana Retsu's information, some other information is yet to be verified, and some of the information Kuchiki-gen does not know whether it is true or not, including some things about Unohana and Zaraki Kenpachi. As to whether it is true or false, Kuchiki-zan is not sure. However, it doesn't matter whether it's true or not. History has changed. If the next war goes well, Zaraki Kenpachi and the like will be released later. If it doesn't go well, Kuchiki-zan himself will be in trouble, not to mention taking care of others. Don't think that Kuchiki-zan is thinking too much. The truth is actually very simple, because this world is no longer the world where Kuchiki-zan used to read comics. Now this world, with the existence of Kuchiki-zan, the world has changed. The so-called butterfly effect, that is this means. The world has its own trajectory of discovery. Since the variable Kuchiki-gen has appeared, that means that other things may also have variables, and such things as variables are all related. As long as something is not an absolute definite number, it is a variable. Once it becomes a variable, then this matter will already develop in an unpredictable direction. As the biggest variable in the world at present, Kuchiki-zan himself is still very vigilant. Kuchiki-zan, who seems to be dawdling every day, has been carefully managing his own things, for fear of taking too many steps and causing bad things. Influence. As for the establishment of Go Day 13 in advance, although it seems to have a big impact, the impact is actually within the normal range. As long as Kuchiki Gen does not change Go Day 13 to Go Day 23, there will be no major problems. Because, in terms of metaphysics, the emergence of Go Day 13 is inevitable. Chapter 186. Will, and, determined, the emergence of Go Day 13 is inevitable. Although the time is much earlier, the appearance of Go Day 13 is an unshakable existence on the established timeline of the world. Although it is early, the impact on this timeline is not very great, and it cannot reach the level of destruction. However, if Kuchiki Gen changed Go Day 13 to 23 teams, it would be devastating for this entire timeline. Because of the disappearance of Go Day 13 and the new appearance of either 23 teams or 3 teams, the 13 teams have all changed the established facts of this world, and their impact on the development of the entire world is destructive. As for the others, Kuchiki Zan is not a specialist in the study of metaphysics, so he can only understand it at this stage. Therefore, what Kuchiki Zan does is based on the established fact that 807 affects things, rather than directly affecting everything beyond recognition. The development of each world has its own trajectory. For Kuchiki Zan, it is the limit of his work not to seriously affect the development trajectory of the world. Why do you say that? In fact, it is very simple. According to Kuchiki Zan, every world has its own will, and this will plays a vital role in the operation of the world. Apart from other things, at least one world's protagonist has helped the protagonist's supporting roles, all of which are selected and cultivated by the so-called will of the world. 70% of what happens in the world revolves around the protagonist, so some things cannot be changed. Once the things that affect the protagonist are changed, Kuchiki Zan can't guarantee the will of the world what will happen. Of course, Kuchiki Zan is not sure that this world really has the so-called will, but in light of Kuchiki Zan's experience, any world with a protagonist exists. They all have their will, because the protagonist can only be formed if he is loved by the will, otherwise this protagonist cannot be called a protagonist. Advertisement in the world of Shinigami, the protagonist is naturally Kurosaki Ichigo, and therefore, Kuchiki Zan deduces that this world should have the so-called will of the world. Regarding this conclusion, whether Kuchiki Zan Ning can believe it or not, Kuchiki Zan has always been cautious in doing things. From the beginning of the Noble Civil War, it seems that Kuchiki Zan has been doing things unscrupulously, but it is not the case. The result of the Noble Civil War must be the Yamamoto and Kuchiki families as the victors. On the basis of the known established event, Kuchiki Zan added his own actions, which is not considered to have changed the established facts, but Kuchiki Zan changed a little bit in the original performance of the result of losing both sides. A large amount of the Soul Society's combat power, which was originally out of 10, has been preserved, and it is an established fact that the old nobles headed by the Onitsuka family will be wiped out. Therefore, even if Kuchiki Zan seems to be acting too much, he is actually in something within the bottom line. Because Kuchiki combined all kinds of experience in the previous world, he felt that the so-called will may only pursue a result, and will doesn't care much about the process. In the many things before, the reason why Kuchiki Zan did more recklessly was just to try to see if his guess was correct. However, after several trials, Kuchiki Zan has determined that his conjecture should be correct. Will only pursues the result of the things it arranges and the process. Therefore, in Kuchiki Zan's view, whether Zaraki Kenpachi meets Unohana Retsu or not is not important to this world at all. What matters is whether Zaraki Kenpachi is strong enough or not. Thoughts are a little far away, but in fact, what Kuchiki Zan thinks is not useless. Thinking of so many things, in fact, in general, Kuchiki Zan hopes to distinguish some things that can be changed from things that cannot be changed. Be more careful. The purpose of the will is very simple. In fact, it is the same as what Shigekuni Yamamoto hopes to see in 0.7. No matter what method is used, the Soul Society is safe and sound. This is the ultimate goal. This is the result of Kuchiki Zan's probing. As for what kind of things will be paid attention to by will, Kuchiki Zan has his own detection method. Why do you say that? In fact, Kuchiki Zan was thinking a long time ago, what is the basis for the system to judge and reward? Advertisement, and what Kuchiki Zan did is consistent with this established fact, but with his help, some details of this established fact have changed. Regarding this point, Will doesn't seem to care. To be continued. For another example, the crusade against Hueco Mundo, the establishment of an expedition team, etc. These, in view of the world will, although early, but also established facts, the system naturally gives sign and rewards. In terms of the urine nature of the will of the world, Zaraki Kenpachi, who has an important supporting role, what is his established fact? It is at the end of the original work that his strength was pushed to an extremely high level through the sacrifice of Unohana Point, and go save the Soul Society. Of course, Kuchiki Genya never thought about letting Unohana Retsu and Zaraki Kenpachi not meet. The result he wanted from the beginning to the end was to let Unohana Retsu survive. Since the goal itself does not conflict, the maneuverability of things is much stronger than when there is a conflict. For example, Unohana Retsu may meet Zaraki Kenpachi later, and then be defeated by Zaraki Kenpachi. This kind of thing, Kuchiki Zan can completely change. This method is actually very simple, as long as the people, things, and things that are concerned by the will. That is, all kinds of historical events, no matter how big or small, as long as they are concerned by the will. Kuchiki-zan will participate. You will be rewarded with the sign and system. Kuchiki-zan, who has been in the Soul Society for 1,000 years, has now mastered the property of doing things. As long as he does things, not too much, then a small change in history is actually nothing. For example, the aristocratic civil war. This is an event established by the will, and the established fact is that after the civil war, the old aristocrats were destroyed and the new aristocrats came to power. It wasn't until Kuchiki-zan began to associate things with the will of the world, and after combining many analyses, Kuchiki-zan came to the conclusion that only things that are concerned by the will of the world, the system will give corresponding things. For example, the noble civil war Kuchiki-zan participated, and the system naturally gave a sign in reward. The point of this fact is not Unohana Retsu's life or death, nor is it how Zaraki Kenpachi became stronger. The point is how to save the Soul Society. As long as it's not overdone, it doesn't pay attention. Chapter 187 Kuchiki-zan's obsession. Unohana Retsu is very important in Kuchiki-zan's heart, and it is also very important for war. In the original work, Yuhabok listed Unohana Retsu among the highest uncertain combat forces that need to be highly valued, and he proposed that the 5 special combat forces mentioned above belong to the personnel who need to be paid close attention to. Of course, this kind of priority is not as high as the 5 special combat powers, but it is not low. And who are the so-called 5 special combat powers? They are the most difficult to deal with in Soul Society people. The 5 special combat forces are unknowns that are not under his control, proposed by the king of the Invisible Empire, Juhabok. The 5 are Kurosaki Ichigo, Zaraki Kenpachi, Ichibei Hayasabi, Aizen Sosuke, and Urahara Kazuki. Among them, Kurosaki Ichigo is the special force that must be dealt with the highest priority. Among them, Kurosaki Ichigo, needless to say, there is no comparison at all for the 24 main characters who have been hooked up properly. The remaining Zaraki Kenpachi can be said to be the god of death urged by Unohana. Ichibei Hayasabi, the monk whose real name is called, has such a strange ability that he has to be feared by Yuhabok. Aizen Sosuke, Ryatsu level is too strong, and Hogyoku has been fused. This kind of combat power makes Yuhabok feel very tricky. The last one, Urahara Kazuki, this guy's brain is too scary. Even if he just fights his brain, Aizen, the boss, may not be Urahara Kazuki's opponent. The above 5, even Kuchiki-zan, a traveler, would have a headache when he meets them, not to mention Yuhabok, who didn't know them very well. Further down, there are Yamamoto Shigekuni, Unohana Retsu, and others who participated in the bloody battle with the Quincy for the first time. Needless to say, Yamamoto Shigekuni, Yuhabok personally set traps. Even if he sacrifices his own people, he must. If it wasn't for the drama killer, with the strength of an old man like Yamamoto Genryusai, no one would be able to destroy the Soul Society. The Soul Society can't even handle it, let alone do anything else. However, there is no way. The old man's strength at that time, it is no problem to say that he is a half-god. If such a demigod-like character is not killed by the plot, Kuchiki-zan will not find a way to deal with this old man. Advertisement in Soul Society. Kuchiki-zan is the least like the person who saw them die. The first one is Yamamoto Genryusai, and the second one is Flower Sister, Unohana Retsu. Of course, at the age of Kuchiki-zan, Unohana Retsu can only be called Little Sister. Granddaughter is fine, and there is no need to say Sister Wa. Kuchiki-zan put his hands behind his head and thought about it for a long time, but he couldn't think of anything substantial in the end. However, there is one thing Kuchiki-zan can be sure of, that is, the one who caused the commotion this time must be Unohana, who did not run away. Although Shihu and Husan's subordinates did not give specific information, but based on time calculations, it should be Unohana now. Oh, it should be said that it is the time when Unohana Yachiryu rose. Kuchiki-zan doesn't think that without cultivating and accumulating for hundreds of years, Unohana can become the main force against the Quincy. Kuchiki-zan is enough to cheat. Although it is not a cheat that comes with this world, it is for ordinary Shinigami. He can be regarded as a cheater person. However, this thing really can't be rushed for a while. If it is done step by step, Kuchiki-zan calculated that before the start of the plot, he should be able to reach the level that Yamamoto Shigekuni is now. The more Kuchiki-zan cultivates, the more he feels that Yamamoto Shigekuni is indeed a pervert. He is a person with various auxiliary cultivation abilities. He has only reached the 8th level in 1,000 years, and there is still a long way to go before reaching the 8th level, not to mention the level of the 8th level of perfection. As strong as Yamamoto, didn't it take 3,000 or 4,000 years to enter the 9th level of the realm of God? Who dares to say that his talent can surpass Yamamoto Shigekuni? Yuhabok is known as all-knowing and omnipotent, and his name is scary, but against Yamamoto Shigekuni, he is just as cowardly as an ostrich, letting his men sacrifice their lives to plunder Yamamoto's Bankai, otherwise, Yamamoto's remnant fire. I believe anyone with a brain can see the incomprehensibility of Tai Dao. Anyway, Kuchiki-zan didn't dare to say such big words. Even with the system on his back, he never thought of comparing himself with Yamamoto Shigekuni. If you only use achievements to compare, the level of 990 Kurosaki Ichigo in the original book seems to be heaven-defying, but in fact it is really not as good as Yamamoto's, down to earth. Advertisement: when the aristocrats were in the civil war, Yamamoto Shigekuni was naturally at the level of the 8th level and was about to reach the level of perfection. With the end of the civil war, Yamamoto's idea of the country was also mastered, and he was naturally promoted to the level of the 8th level of perfection. Therefore, to what extent it can be achieved, Kuchiki-zan is not sure. As for the time required for the accumulation of spiritual power, Kuchiki-zan is very clear about the calculation, but Kuchiki-zan is not sure about the time it takes to break through the ranks. From the upper rank of the 8th rank to the completion of the 8th rank, Yamamoto Shigekuni has been stuck for a long time, and he still relies on the civil war. It is only achieved after the victory of the mind. There is simply no comparison. At this time, Yamamoto Shigekuni has already reached the 8th level consummation, and he only needs to take one more step to reach the dream 9th level, which shows Yamamoto Shigekuni's terrifying cultivation talent. From the moment Yamamoto became famous in the country to his death, no one can be called his opponent, not even Yuhabak, who finally killed him with tricks. As a person who has followed Yamamoto Shigekuni for 1,000 years, Kuchiki-gen has always been very clear about Yamamoto Shigekuni's strength. At his speed, it took so long to grow to the 8th level. No matter how talented Unoka is, the problem of time for Shinigami to advance to the next level is also a hurdle she can't get around. Thinking of this, Kuchiki-zan suddenly discovered that he hadn't competed with the old man Yamamoto for a long time, and he naturally rejected the competition with Yamamoto. For such a situation, Kuchiki-zan hadn't thought about the reason before, but thinking about it now, it may be directly related to the faint, god-like aura on Yamamoto Shigekuni. To be continued. Afterwards, it took Yamamoto Shigekuni less than 1,000 years to reach the level of Zochin, the peak of consummation, from the beginning. This speed makes Kuchiki feel that it should be Yamamoto Shigekuni, instead of him Kuchiki-zan. As soon as I got in touch with these, Kuchiki-zan wanted to stand on the stage after the 8th stage to have a look. Not to mention anything else, at least, as a person who traveled to this world and carried a system on his back, he didn't want to stand at the highest place. It is a bit unreasonable. Chapter 188 Action. Kuchiki-shuen thought about it, and then thought farther away. As for the future, Kuchiki-shuen didn't know what direction it would develop. It is really unnecessary to start thinking about what is there or not now. At the moment, what Kuchiki-zan has to do is to let Shihuan-hu-san continue to pay attention to the development of the matter. As for the rest, he did not let Shihuan-hu-san do anything, because he has other candidates to do more detailed work. The reason for not allowing Shihuan-hu-san to do things directly is very simple. It is not that Kuchiki-zan believes in Shihuan-hu-san, but because Shihuan-hu-san's current identity is very sensitive. As the captain of the second team, he can arrange the second team members and the secret mobile team to get the information of Rukongai, but he can't do other things. After all, Seirei follows the rules of Seirei. As the captain of Gode 13, it is a big taboo to act privately without the order of the captain. Therefore, Kuchiki-zan did not ask Shihuan-hu-san to do anything. As for the person to do things, Kuchiki-zan had already had a candidate. As Kuchiki-zan's disciple, as Kuchiki-zan's most trusted disciple, Naomi is the most suitable, of course. In other words, no one is more suitable than Naomi. Half a month later, Kuchiki-zan knew that the time was almost up. It was time for Naomi to go out. As for how to notify Naomi, Kuchiki-zan naturally had his own method. Now that he had decided to do something, Kuchiki-zan would not waste any more time and just stand up from the bed and stand in the middle of the cell. Then, Kuchiki-zan began to upgrade his own Ryotsu regardless, because Kuchiki-zan did not hold his own Zanpakuto, Yanmo, in his hand at this time, and the color of the Ryotsu rising from his body was light blue, the most basic Ryotsu color. In the world of Shinigami, any Shinigami who has his own Zanpakuto, before liberating his own Zanpakuto, the color of Ryotsu, which is the basic Ryotsu color, is light blue. Of course, this refers to Shinigami, and only after freeing your own Zanpo Dao, the round pressure will appear in different colors. Advertisement: for example, after liberation, Kuchiki-gen's Ryotsu will show a pure black color with the liberation of Yanmo, and Yamamoto Shigekuni will show a fiery red Ryotsu with the liberation of Ryujin Jaka, and other Shinigami are all the same. At this time, before entering the Repentance Palace, Kuchiki-zan gave his Zanpakuto to Yamamoto Shiguni for safekeeping, and his Yan demon was still in Yamamoto Shiguni's bedroom at this time, so Kuchiki-zan the released Ryotsu is light blue. Of course, some people may say, what about Kuchiki-gen's second knife? Yes, Kuchiki-zan's head is still tied with his second sword at this time, but Shikai's ability of jet lag is to imitate, and imitate. With such a basic ability, there is naturally a way to conceal himself. As a hidden type, Zanpakuto, being able to make it invisible to others is naturally ranked first in ability. Don't think that Zanpakuto are all dead things. In fact, Zanpakuto are all Tien. Zanpakuto was born from the soul of Shinigami. After birth, it is a kind of soul body independent of the soul of Shinigami. Therefore, as a separate soul body, it naturally has Ryotsu. Generally, people with some strength, if they have keen perception, if so, you will naturally be able to find the Ryotsu on the Zanpakutō. As for the time difference, it hides its own Ryotsu well, and usually does not affect Kuchiki-zan's own Ryotsu. Therefore, the Ryotsu rising up on Kuchiki-zan at this time is the basic color of Ryotsu blue. It is worth mentioning that Yamamoto Shigekuni knew that Kuchiki-gen had a second Zanpakuto, but when Kuchiki General was imprisoned, Yamamoto Shigekuni only took over the Zanpakuto that Kuchiki-gen handed over, and did not mention the other Zanpakuto at all. Things. Of course, Kuchiki-zan also understands Chushan's idea of Shigekuni, one of which is because Yamamoto Shigekuni doesn't want to show Kuchiki-gen's whole card, and another point is that it doesn't matter at all whether he accepts Kuchiki-gen's sword or not, anyway. The crime palace can't stop Kuchiki-zan, and the knife handing is just something on the scene, just to respect the rules, it doesn't mean anything. With the rise of Kuchiki-zan Ryotsu, soon the entire confession palace was surrounded by huge Ryotsu, imprisoning Kuchiki-zan's prison cell built by murderous stones, and Kuchiki-zan's huge and terrifying Ryotsu could not be stopped at all. After resisting Kuchiki-zan Ryotsu's 2 breaths, Kuchiki-zan's huge Ryotsu broke through the blockade of the murderous stone and surrounded the entire confession palace. Soon, the Ryotsu surrounding the Repentance Palace began to slowly form a huge sky-swallowing ghost head, which began to show its ferocity above the Repentance Palace. Advertisement soon. Shigekuni Yamamoto in the team building closest to the Penance Palace discovered this situation. He stood in front of the window of the large meeting hall and looked in the direction of the Penitence Palace. Strangely, behind him it is rare not to see Chojiro Sasaki. This brat, is he finally ready to come out? While talking to himself, he glanced at the long wooden knife on the table behind him, and then withdrew his gaze. Whatever you want, it's a good thing to come out. If you don't worry about it, he will destroy the confession palace. As Kuchiki-gen's Ryotsu rises like a gigantic evil spirit devouring the heaven and earth, soon everyone in Jingling also felt Kuchiki-gen's huge Ryotsu. Those who were not familiar with Kuchiki-zan looked in the direction of the Repentance Palace in amazement for a while, and at this time they really realized the gap between Kuchiki-zan and them. They have all been to places like the Repentance Palace. After entering, although the murderous aura stone did not directly affect the body, there will be some influence leaked out. Therefore, these people are very concerned about the suppression of Ryotsu by the Repentance Palace. I know it well. Now, it is obvious that Kuchiki-zan's Ryotsu came from the depths of the Repentance Palace, that is, the place where the suppression ability is strongest. Wang Nuahao is still so arrogant and terrifying, which shows how terrifying Kuchiki-zan's Ryotsu is up. And those who are familiar with Kuchiki-zan, such as Shihuan Husan, Makihara Motoda, and Shiba Ching, all know that this is the captain of his own team and he is looking for his disciples for something, so these people don't have much reaction. And after the huge Ryotsu of her teacher was lifted into the air, Naomi, who was handling team affairs in the captain's room of the 11th team, raised her pretty face, pushed the frameless sunglasses on the bridge of her nose, and looked at the direction of the Penance Palace. Master. Is this calling me? Knowing about Kuchiki-zan, Naomi drew such a conclusion directly from Kuchiki-zan's Ryotsu, and then without saying a word, Naomi directly dropped the work at hand and hung her 2 knives on her waist, exit the door of the captain's room, used Shunpo directly, and galloped towards the Repentance Palace to delete it. Chapter 189 Mysterious Steps and Arrangements. Naomi's Shunpo is passed from Kuchiki-zan, and Kuchiki-zan created his own set of steps after combining Shunpo and Body Flicker Technique. The Body Flicker Technique that comes with Flying Thunder God Full Solution. The name of this set of steps was named Xuanbu by Kuchiki-zan. Mysterious steps can be divided into 6 forms in total. The first form, Tianya. The second form, Golden Cicada. The third form, White Horse. The fourth form, Afterimage. The fifth form, Continuous Flash. The third form 6 forms, No God. These 6 forms, Tianya in the first form, is a long-distance moving Shunpo created by Kuchiki-zan by combining Shunpo and Flying Thunder God's basic ability Body Flicker Technique. The distance that can be traveled at one time is quite far, much farther than ordinary Shunpo many. The second type of Golden Cicada is naturally created by combining the third secret step of the Shihuan family, the Empty Cicada, which is a bit like the body replacement technique in the Hokage Ninja. The third form, Baiju, was created by Kuchiki-zan. Among the 6 forms of Xuanbu, the short distance speed is the fastest. However, the disadvantage of this form is also obvious, that is, it cannot be used continuously in a short period of time, but the advantage is true. Quick. The fourth type of Afterimage is naturally a kind of gate that flashes around in a small area and is used to confuse the opponent at the same time. It can be said to be the most agile and weirdest kind of gate. The fifth form of Continuous Flash was created by Kuchiki-zan. It is used for Shunpo, which moves rapidly multiple times in a short period of time. As the fifth form of the 553 Xuanbu 6 forms, it is naturally a very difficult step to master. At the same time, it affects the body and Ryotsu. The load is quite heavy, even Kuchiki himself would not easily use this pose many times. The last pose, which is Wushin in the 6th pose, is the last pose and the most difficult one. For Kuchiki-zan, it is naturally usable, but because the load and consumption are too huge, Kuchiki-zan Ning wishes directly use Flying Thunder God, and I am not willing to use this style. Of course, this does not mean that this style is not worth using, and it does not lose the ribs of this style. Since Kuchiki-zan created this style, and it is the strongest of the 6 styles, naturally has its advantages. As a common movement method, no matter whether it is familiar or not, or the ring rotation used by Rankar, or the flying feet of Quincy, there are fluctuations and movement tracks of Ryotsu and Lingzi. As long as the perception is strong, you can catch this moving. The trajectory is not difficult at all. Advertisement. The pose created by Kuchiki-gen is aimed at this point. This pose, Wu Shen, will not be found in the moving track during the movement process, and there will also be no fluctuations of Ryotsu and Lingzi. CEDJ. In this way, its stealth and strong mobility are directly determined. As long as such a step is made, basically the goal has been achieved. This is a gate created by Kuchiki Gen, which is used for lore. In the overshoot of admonishment, Kuchiki Gen used Wu Shen when he knocked down Jashiro, who was blocking the way, with a quick step. It not only surprised Jashiro Abuzo, but also shocked people from various families who came with Kuchiki Zanyi, and also shocked Yamamoto Shigekuni, who also followed him. Well, exercising one's abilities is naturally a good thing, but it should be done in moderation. Squeezing oneself too harshly is actually a kind of harm to one's own potential. Just do it step by step. Kuchiki Zan commented a few words casually. To be continued. The deepest part of the Repentance Palace is where Kuchiki Zan is located. Kuchiki Zan has already sensed Naomi's arrival. After all, the murderous stone can only conditionally suppress a part of Ryotsu and perception. Kuchiki Zan's spiritual detection, and it is not within the suppression range of the murderous stone. As for Naomi, as Kuchiki Zan's founding disciple, she naturally has to pass on all the things of Kuchiki Zan, which naturally includes the Zan step, created by Kuchiki Zan himself. Of course, with Naomi's strength at this time, she only comprehended the first two moves of the 6 Xuanbu moves, Tianya and Golden Cicada. Although they are only 2 moves, they are enough for Naomi to use. It can be seen that the powerful maneuverability and concealment of the Wu Shen formula, of course, everything in the world is in balance. With such a powerful ability, it is natural to pay a very high price for such a formula. Kuchiki Zan generally I don't want to use it lightly, it is too exhausting of physical strength and Ryotsu. Yes, teacher, Nana remembered. Naomi said. Teacher, Naomi shouted cutely while standing in front of Kuchiki Zan's cage. Advertisement, yes, this is not to exercise your ability, Naomi said with a slight smile. Nana is Naomi's nickname, which was also given by her mother. Her father Indoro would call her that in private. As for Kuchiki Zan, of course he also called her Chong, but rarely I. At this time, Naomi used the Tianya in the 6th form of Xuanbu, and galloped towards the location of the Confession Palace with a very far shunpo. Of course, with Naomi's physical fitness, she recovered in a short while. When Naomi stepped into the prison area, the previous exhaustion could not be seen at all. Well, it came quite quickly, and you were using Tianya, I taught you again? Kuchiki Xuanzi knew exactly how long it would take to get there from the 11th Squadron to the Confession Palace with Naomi's strength. Now the time is obviously much earlier, so Kuchiki Zan guessed that Naomi used the Zan step. Well, I called you here this time because I have something to ask you to do. Kuchiki Zan didn't care too much about Naomi's coquettishness, but stated his purpose. Soon, following Naomi's footsteps, Naomi's aura completely calmed down. Originally, with Naomi's strength, even if she used Shunpo to come here from the 11th team's base, she shouldn't be out of breath. That's right, but Naomi has been using the Xuanbu, created by Kuchiki Zan intensively. Although the ability is indeed superior to the average Shunpo, the consumption is indeed much greater, so Naomi who rushed all the way, although it saved 2/3 of the time, it also caused a high load of physical strength in a short period of time, resulting in the result of panting. Hearing this, Naomi immediately put away her playful expression and became serious. Things are actually not complicated. Husan came here just now. Rukongai, whom I have been paying attention to for the past few years, finally has something I want to see happen. Regarding this matter, I have some ideas of my own. What about this idea? Only you can do it, no one else can do it. Kuchiki Zan gave a vague outline of the matter, then looked at Naomi and continued. I hope you can do it without being disturbed by anyone. Come on, go and do this for me. Not long after, Naomi came to the foot of the Palace of Confessions, calmed down her panting breath, and began to walk towards the interior of the Palace of Confessions step by step. Chapter 190 Trends and Release from Prison. Okay, teacher, what is it specifically? Naomi never asked the reason for the things arranged by Kuchiki Zan, because she knew that what his teacher did must be correct and for everyone, his teacher is the most perfect. Kuchiki Zan nodded, and then told Naomi what Shihu and Husan reported, and then continued. I hope you secretly go to find out everything about this person, and then follow her. Just following her? Naomi was surprised. Yes, just follow her. Kuchiki Zan nodded. Where are you, teacher? Naomi asked uncertainly. After all, it doesn't matter if she follows the target, but if there is anything, how can she report to Kuchiki Zan? And if there is something wrong with Kuchiki Zan, how can she contact her? This is her concerns. It doesn't matter, I should be out soon. Kuchiki Zan waved his hand indifferently and said. Teacher, you are finally coming out. Great. Naomi was already full of dissatisfaction with Kuchiki Zan who had been in jail, and now that she heard that Kuchiki Zan was going to come out, she was naturally very happy. Well, I'm ready to go out. I've been here for a long time. It's time for activities. There are many things waiting for the poor group to do. It's been long enough to be lazy here. Kuchiki Zan nodded noncommittally. Oh, by the way, what about you, Nana? This time in the past, you need to record all the characteristics of the target and everything the other party does in detail, and then send it back as soon as possible. Give it to me, understand? Understood, teacher. Although Naomi was puzzled, she still nodded and answered. That's good, don't worry, teacher. Kuchiki Zan nodded. Go, I'm ready to go out. You're here, it's not convenient for me to do anything. Okay teacher, I'll leave now. Naomi nodded, took 2 steps back, bowed slightly, then turned her head and left quickly. Advertisement. Kuchiki-san looked at Naomi, who was walking away, and squinted his eyes slightly. He is not sure that the target is Unohana, but he has a feeling that this person is definitely Unohana. After Kuchiki-Xuan awakened his spiritual power, his senses and intuitions are much sharper, and sometimes, these intuitions or feelings are good, and the information conveyed is quite accurate. More than 3 years ago, when Kuchiki-Gen brought Jashiro Ayuzo out of the crypt space, he had a premonition that something was going to happen to him. As expected, he was arrested as soon as he left the crypt space. The next step is to go to jail, so Kuchiki-san has carefully studied his own passive ability during the 3 years of his time in prison. After research, Kuchiki-san discovered that this seemingly passive ability, when he has a strong sense of receiving, some things he receives will be more accurate and stronger. Therefore, after discovering this situation, Kuchiki-san immediately began to exercise the possibility of this ability of his own. In the end, although the results after 3 years are not overly exaggerated, the things received by Kuchiki-san are closer to the facts and expectations. Therefore, Kuchiki-san is very confident that the target that appears this time will definitely be Unohana Retsu, not other lunatics. Why is it called a lunatic? This is inseparable from what Unohana Yachiryu did when he was young. If Zaraki Kenpachi in the original book is a fighting madman, then Unohana Yachiryu has just appeared. At that time, she was not only a fighting maniac, but also a killing maniac. She not only liked to fight, but also liked to kill. Kuchiki-san, on the other hand, hopes that Unohana Retsu will not create too many murders in the early stage, thinking that everything in the world has a fixed number, and you have to pay back as much as you take. Kuchiki-san also saw a sentence elsewhere: if you do everything too hard, your fate will end sooner. The meaning is the same as the conservation of all things in the world. Although Zaraki Kenpachi is also a madman, he also likes to fight, but he doesn't like to kill, he just simply enjoys the feeling of fighting. Unohana Retsu is different. When he was young, Unohana was simply an executioner, and he didn't even blink when he killed people. So, sometimes Kuchiki-san wonders whether Unohana's death in the end is also a certainty. Similarly, Yamamoto Shigekuni, who killed tens of thousands of creatures, did not end well in the end, so there are some things, Kuchiki-san thinks, avoid it if you can. Advertisement. Asking for flowers. Of course, compared to the death of Unohana, Yamamoto Shigekuni's death is more like the arrangement of the will of the world. Although there are many people killed by Yamamoto Shigekuni, they are all the ones that threaten the safety of the Soul Society. It's different, she just killed for the sake of killing in the early stage, and in the end, Yamamoto, who couldn't stand it, took it under her command and became the main force in the battle. But, no matter what, those who come out to mess around have to pay back, and every bit of the debt to be paid is indispensable. Kuchiki-san's idea is very simple. In the early stage of Unohana's killing, he should immediately stop the opponent, and then find a way to let him join Jingling Court's command, and then become the captain of the 11th team and become the leader of the first generation. Kenpachi, allowing Kuchiki-gen to take the burden off his shoulders. Zero thinking that a good life is about to come. Kuchiki-san is full of urgency, and even the original monotonous cell is not so unpleasant. But no matter how pleasing the things here, Kuchiki-san is about to go out. The Kido passing one way at the gate of the cell can't stop Kuchiki-san at all. Kuchiki-gen can easily get in and out of the cell, and Hinamori Momo, the captain of the 5th team in the original book, can easily escape from prison, not to mention Kuchi General I. I saw Kuchiki-san was in his right hand, sticking the palm of his right hand on the transparent light film formed by Kido. Following the fluctuation of Ryotsu on Kuchiki-san's palm, ripples appeared in the air one after another, and after a few seconds, the ripples completely disappeared, and then the enchantment showed a milky white barrier, and a door for people to enter and exit appeared in the center of the barrier, and Kuchiki-san stepped out of this door. Then, Kuchiki-san turned around and closed the open door again. As the barrier became transparent again and disappeared, Kuchiki-san knew that Kido's function started to work again. Kuchiki-san looked at his application of Kido's ability with satisfaction, nodded slightly, and then walked towards the gate of the Palace of Repentance. Walking from the bottom of the tower to the top of the tower, standing on the suspension bridge at the end of the Palace of Confessions, Kuchiki-san looked up at the sky, stretched his waist, and walked towards the direction of leaving the Palace of Confessions. Chapter 191 Return to the original owner and discovery. Kuchiki-san appeared outside the Repentance Palace, far away from the team building of the first team. At this time, Yamamoto Shigekuni, who was kneeling on a futon and meditating, found out. Yamamoto Shigekuni, who had his eyes closed, opened them the moment Kuchiki-gen stepped out of the Penitent Palace. Huh? This brat came out of the Repentance Palace at this time? So the conscious release of Ryotsu before was to inform the little girl Naomi to come over? It has to be said that Captain Yamamoto knows Kuchiki-san best in Jingling. Whenever Kuchiki-san makes a move, he will know exactly what Kuchiki-san is going to do. Before this brat made the third son of Shihuan's family pay attention to Rukongai. Now Rukongai has indeed experienced a little bit of trouble. Could it be because of this incident? Interesting. Let the old man take a look. What are you going to do? 797. Thinking of this, Yamamoto said, "Know the ministry." Responding to Yamamoto Shigekuni was the voice of Ramen, and the next moment, the figure of Chojiro Sasaki appeared in front of Yamamoto Shigekuni. At this time, Chojiro Sasaki was very different from the Chojiro Sasaki whom Kuchiki-gen had met 3 years ago. Although the appearance of Chojiro Sasaki has not changed at this time, the aura on his body has changed from the elegant and easygoing before to become more sturdy and bloody. For more than 3 years, Yamamoto Shigekuni has also gotten used to the changes of Chojiro Sasaki. At the beginning, Yamamoto Shigekuni asked about it, but Chojiro Sasaki said that he made this change because he wanted to serve Yamamoto Shigekuni better. After finishing the matter, Shigekuni Yamamoto stopped paying attention. In the final analysis, the change of Sasaki comes from Kuchiki Gen's words at the beginning. The original Sasaki did follow behind Yamamoto Shigekuni every day, like a shadow, but after being instructed by Kuchiki Gen, Sasaki figured it out. It is true that Yamamoto's strength does not require him to do anything at all, but to put it bluntly, as Yamamoto Shigekuni's deputy, it is really embarrassing for Yamamoto, the captain, to do everything by himself. Therefore, in more than 3 years, as long as there is a gap, Chojiro Sasaki will train himself, improve his strength and improve, hoping that one day, be able to become the first gate in front of the Yamamoto country. The specific reasons are unknown to Yamamoto Shigekuni, and Chojiro Sasaki has never mentioned it, but Yamamoto Shigekuni believes in Sasaki, and Sasaki is also wholeheartedly for Yamamoto Shigekuni. These are enough, and there is no need to say anything else. Sasaki, Kuchiki has come out, send the sword over. Yamamoto Shigekuni said simply. Advertisement Chojiro Sasaki was taken aback for a moment, and then suddenly understood what Yamamoto Shigekuni meant. It's the captain, I'll send it to His Excellency Kuchiki-zan. Having said that, Chojiro Sasaki immediately came to the place where the Kuchiki-zan long knife was placed, took the long knife from the knife holder, held it in both hands, bowed slightly to Yamamoto's siege, and went out. This is why Yamamoto Shigekuni appreciates Chojiro Sasaki very much, just like Shihuan Kozan for Kuchiki-zan Yi, who can let the other party know what he means with one sentence, who doesn't like such a subordinate. Soon, Chojiro Sasaki intercepted Kuchiki-zan on the way to the Palace of Confession. When Kuchiki-zan saw Chojiro Sasaki holding his enma in both hands, he understood the whole story. Old man Yamamoto asked you to bring me a knife? Kuchiki asked with a smile. Yes, the captain said, Your Excellency has come out, and I asked you to bring the sword to you. Chojiro Sasaki nodded. He didn't care why Kuchiki-zan came out at all, and he didn't care why Yamamoto Shigekuni was in the team building, just knew Kuchiki-yun came out, because none of that mattered to him. For Chojiro Sasaki, there is only one thing that matters, and that is Yamamoto's needs, and that is the most important thing. Okay, I'm sorry. Kuchiki-zan nodded. He also noticed the change of Chojiro Sasaki. Kuchiki-zan was very pleased that this guy listened to his opinion. After all, Kuchiki-zan, one of the 2 most loyal and selfless people in the original book, still doesn't want the other party's end to be too miserable. Your Majesty Kuchiki, Chojiro Sasaki said respectfully, handing the knife to Kuchiki-zan while speaking. Kuchiki-zan took it, then checked his waist, and nodded again. Since the sword has been delivered, I will take my leave, Chojiro Sasaki said after seeing Kuchiki-zan nodded and bowed slightly. Advertisement, okay. Goodbye. Chojiro Sasaki left. Kuchiki-zan held the handle of the knife, feeling an old friend whom he hadn't seen for more than 3 years, and felt a lot more at ease. For more than 3 years, Kuchiki-zan has learned to communicate with Zanpakuto in his soul, and the results are naturally remarkable, but after the communication, Kuchiki-zan quickly gave up continuing to communicate with Zanpakuto in his own soul, because the more he communicates, the more his heart becomes. Shock. There is an unwritten saying about the Zanpakuto that communicates with oneself, that is, the more difficult the Zanpakuto to communicate, the more powerful it is, and the stronger it will be after obtaining it. With Kuchiki-zan's current strength, it is reasonable to say that it is easy to communicate with his own Zanpakuto, but with the deepening of communication, Kuchiki-zan found that he took it for granted. In his own soul space, he met his own Zanpakuto once, and that meeting made Kuchiki-zan shudder directly, not because of anything else, but because his Zanpo Dao was too shocking, so he didn't even have a name without daring to ask the other party. He exited the soul space in a panic. The realization of his Zanpakuto has a very vivid image, with a human head and a dragon body, and the whole body is red. This image, Kuchiki-zan only thinks of a fabricated guy in Huxia mythology. Candle Juyin. The Zujuyin that Kuchiki thinks of here is not the Zujuyin of Zhulong, one of the 4 great ancestor dragons, but some 0.0 blood essence that was promoted after Pangu opened the sky in some myths. 12 ancestral shamans differentiated from body and body, among them the ancestral shaman of time, Zhu Juyin. When Kuchiki-zan was alive as Ouyang Xuan, he liked reading novels and comics very much, so it can be said that he has dabbled in both ancient and modern Huxia and foreign novels and comics. The most famous 12 ancestral witches in this prehistoric novel, Kuchiki-zan, knows it all too well. Seeing such a familiar body, Kuchiki-zan immediately thought of the existence in Legendary. Since then, Kuchiki-zan has never contacted his own Zanpakuto. I don't know why. Anyway, Kuchiki-zan is afraid of his own sword from the bottom of his heart. He doesn't know why his Zanpakuto is like this, and he doesn't dare to understand why. Holding it in my hand, I thought again about this not so pleasant communication. Chapter 192 Self-Zanpakuto. In fact, logically speaking, as a member of the time-traveling group, the stronger one's own strength, the better, but in the face of Zanpakuto, which was born by oneself, Kuchiki retreated. In the eyes of outsiders, such an approach is simply an incomprehensible performance, and Kuchiki-zan himself has no way to understand it. In that communication at the beginning, Kuchiki-zan just entered the soul space, saw the image of Zanpakutō with the human head and dragon body that was still sleeping, and Kuchiki-zan was afraid. As for what he was afraid of, he himself didn't know, but Kuchiki-zan had a feeling that unless his strength reached the 9th level, it would be better not to wake up this sleeping guy easily. As I said before, Kuchiki-zan's intuition is now very accurate. Now that this feeling has appeared, Kuchiki-zan naturally retreated from the soul space 24, and even woke up Zanpakutō to ask the other party's name. Nothing. Although Kuchiki-gen guessed that his Zanpakuto probably also inherited the name of the existence in Legendary, but before learning the name directly from Zanpakuto, Kuchi-gen is not considered to have his own Zanpakuto. Before, Kuchiki-zan had met with the real monk Ichibei Hayasubi at close range. At that time, Kuchiki-zan and he could find that the other party looked at him a little strangely. At that time, Kuchiki-zan didn't care. He thought that the other party saw something, but it affected it's not big, so the other party didn't say anything, but thinking about it now, Kuchiki-zan felt that the other party should have really seen something. But Kuchiki-zan didn't know what it was, so he could only guess that the other party must have seen something that he didn't understand, so he had such a strange look in his eyes. Of course, Kuchiki-gen doesn't know exactly why, but Zanpakuto, its shape, state, and ability, are modeled after Shinigami's own soul. Gain strength through the dialogue of the heart. This is Zanpakuto. Kuchiki-zan still remembers this sentence very clearly. What made Kuchiki-zan more concerned was what was displayed in the system after that communication. Advertisement Ryatsu state. Ryatsu concentration, 80%, slightly saturated. Slightly in just over half a month, the system data changed again, which made Kuchiki-zan more or less uncomfortable, and the new things that appeared made Kuchiki-zan feel uneasy. Originally, Kuchiki-zan just experimented on a whim. The previous few times were shallow communication. Half a month after Shihun Husan came, Kuchiki-zan once again communicated with his own Zanpakuto, and then the previous scene appeared. Kuchiki-zan is also quite helpless. Well now, although Kuchiki-zan retreated from the soul space in time, Zanpakuto, who was sleeping, was not awakened at all, nor did he learn the name from the other party. Although strictly speaking, this is not Kuchiki-zan's mastery. I got my own Zanpakuto, but what the system displayed made Kuchiki-zan really uneasy. In connection with the prediction given by intuition, Kuchiki-zan felt that his Zanpakuto was definitely not simple. To be on the safe side, Kuchiki-zan planned to not communicate with his Zanpakuto easily until he reached the 9th level, in order to avoid any accidents. Don't think that Kuchiki-zan is really cowardly. You know, he is not an indigenous of the Soul Society. As a time traveler, he has not figured out what happened to him until now. He also does not know what the system is. Even if there is any change in one's soul, it is not a rare thing. In the spirit of being careful and making no big mistakes, Kuchiki Xuanzi 310 will not easily emphasize things that he is not sure about, so the matter of Zanpakuto is put on hold for the time being. Anyway, the huge exaggeration of Zanpakuto makes Kuchiki-zan tremble with fear. It is also sleeping. Let it fall asleep. There is no need to wake people up now. Rubbing Yanmo on his waist again, Kuchiki-zan shook his head slightly. He still felt that the Zanpakuto given by the system was really easy to use, and he didn't have to worry about not being able to control it, and he didn't have to worry about any problems. It's like the Zanpakuto rebellion plot in the original anime, because Zanpakuto is manufactured by the system. Naturally there will be no rebellion, although Kuchiki-zan doesn't know whether such a plot will appear at that time. Anyway, Kuchiki-zan feels that the system gives the two Zanpakuto released are really practical and easy to use, and they are quite reassuring. Chapter 193 Guess and Madman Kuchiki-zan shook his head, throwing out the messy thoughts. The self-Zanpakuto is not what Kuchiki-zan has to worry about now, because judging from the previous communication situation, in a short time, Kuchiki-zan's Zanpakuto should be won't wake up and make trouble. Moreover, Kuchiki-zan's intuition also told him before that as long as he didn't take the initiative to hook his terrifying Zanpakuto, his Zanpakuto would not wake up naturally. Kuchiki-zan quickly returned to his home. He didn't inform anyone that he was back, because there was no need at all. Before more than 3 years, without him in the 11th team under Naomi's agency, there was no problem. Now that Kuchiki-zan has come out, it is natural to arrange some things for him to do. After returning home, Kuchiki-zan changed the clothes on his body, changed the clothes inside and out, and then put on the captain's cloak representing the captain of the 11th team. What he was going to do was not suitable for too much. It's better not to wear something as obvious as the high-profile captain's cloak. On the other side, Naomi, who had already left the range of Jingling Court, came to Rukongai, looked at the information in her hand, and began to analyze it. The target is a woman, about 100 years old, probably looks like a girl, and has a strong combat power, Naomi murmured intermittently. In fact, Naomi also has some thoughts in her heart. After all, as a die-hard fan, and brainless fan, of Kuchiki-zan, she is extremely sensitive to things related to Kuchiki-zan. Of course, she is also sensitive to people who are interested in Kuchiki-zan, yes, especially women. He couldn't refuse the task Kuchiki-zan gave her, but this didn't prevent her from thinking about other things, for example, how to prevent Kuchiki-zan from becoming interested in others. For now, Naomi is at ease. After getting along for many years, Naomi also has a general understanding of what kind of person Kuchiki-zan is. As for whether Kuchiki-zan is interested in something, she can be said to have a clear grasp of it. Shoo. Now, Kuchiki-zan is obviously very concerned about this goal, and the degree of caring is very high. It can be seen from Kuchiki-san asking her to send back accurate and timely information, but this kind of caring is not interested that kind of caring, therefore, Naomi does not reject such letting down. Of course, even if there is another possibility of cheating, Naomi will faithfully complete the task assigned by Kuchiki-san. After all, it was assigned by Kuchiki-san, but it is hard to say if Naomi wants to do something else. Well, anyway, it is to do some other things without violating the task assigned by Kuchiki-san. For Naomi, it couldn't be easier. Advertisement. After analyzing the target's information, Naomi also knew the target's action pattern this time. Hey, it's really amazing, from the 40th district of Rukongai to the 20th district, the footsteps are still going on. Naomi was born as a commoner, so she is no stranger to Rukongai. He also knows that although Rukongai is a place where commoners and poor people live, there are also some hidden strong men in Rukongai. Weak. Of course, Naomi is not worried about this. It is a fact that the opponent's strength is not weak, but Naomi knows that it is absolutely impossible for the opponent to master Zanpakuto, because among the common people and the poor, there is absolutely no way to obtain Zanpakuto people exist. At the same time, the current way to obtain the sealed state can only be through Gode 13 and Shino Academy of Spiritual Art. Apart from these two ways, there is no way to obtain the sealed state. Therefore, Naomi has 70% confidence that the other party has not mastered the liberation of Zanpakuto. As for the remaining 30%, it is unavoidable that there will be those who were born soon, because their spiritual power is too strong, and they can obtain the existence of Zanpakuto by themselves. Although this situation is 1 in a million, the so-called 10,000 is the 10,000 among every 10,000 Shinigami who get the name of Zanpakuto, it is not impossible. For example, in the original work that Kuchiki-san knows very well, Hitsugaya Dashiro, the captain of the 10th division, was awakened by Zanpakuto because of his strong spiritual power. The probability of this is too small, but it doesn't mean it's impossible, so out of caution, Naomi decided to find out the other party's details before considering how to monitor the other party. According to the current news, the opponent has already entered the range of the 19th district and has started a carpet-style challenge. Basically, the opponent who is defeated by him is either seriously injured or dead. Moreover, according to the information in the world, the strength of the opponent is still getting stronger. In this regard, Naomi dare not underestimate the opponent too much. Asking for flowers. Advertisement. Naomi, who has lived in Rukongai, is very clear about the minimum requirement for doing well in Rukongai. At least she must have the strength of 3 or 4 seats in order to be able to play well. Can do whatever you want. Based on the strength shown by the target at this time, even if the opponent does not have Zanpakuto, the hard power should almost reach or even reach the threshold of the vice-captain. As Kuchiki-san's disciple, Naomi naturally and faithfully implements Kuchiki-san's ultimate esoteric meaning. Be careful and make no big mistakes. When facing any opponent, you must be careful and never be complacent. This is what Naomi has always done. The principles of dealing with things learned from Kuchiki-san. 0 at this time, the area where Naomi is located is the 5th district of Rukongai. If you want to go to the 19th district, you should continue to go to the outside. There are only 5 districts closest to Jingling, and the other districts meet in the form of radiation. The Jingling Court is surrounded, so the 19th district, where Naomi is going, is within the next encirclement. Soon after Naomi identified the location, she set off again. With her footsteps, half an hour was enough to reach the 19th district. Naomi didn't waste time. Although she didn't use the Tianya passed down by Kuchiki-san along the way, she was also rushing at the fastest speed along the way. After half an hour, she came to the sparsely populated houses and the soul on the road. There are not many 19th districts. District 19, as a relatively front Rukongai block, most of the souls living here are commoners, and a few are poor. Because there are not many poor people, naturally there are not many souls wandering on the street. The common people are the common souls that exist as the aborigines of the Soul Society. They have their own residences and territories, while the poor are mostly the souls of dead human beings in this world. Therefore, after they came to the Soul Society, they became refugees, that is, poor people. Generally seldom have a fixed residence. When Naomi stepped into the 19th district, everyone shrank their necks when they saw 2 Zanpakuto, one long and one short, around Naomi's waist. At this time, the Shinigami of Jingling has created a strong and unattainable impression in the hearts of the people of Rukongai Common. Chapter 194. Approach and meet those who saw Naomi either hid in their homes, or buried their heads very low, for fear of being seen by Naomi. Naomi has become accustomed to the behavior of the people in common. The lower the Rukongai block, the higher the awe of the people for Shinigami, and the higher the number, the better. The most normal behavior is the people in the first 10 blocks. In the blocks after the 10th, they basically hide when they see Shinigami. The further back, the more intense the reaction. The situation in the 19th district is not bad, at least until the time when people in the deadly costumes are covered in cold sweat, and they avoid them tremblingly. Naomi doesn't care about the reactions of these people, she has to find the target as soon as possible. Generally, the strong people in each block will be in the most prosperous place in the block, and the most prosperous area in each block is naturally in the center of the block. 670. Naomi left the edge of the 19th district with a few ups and downs. Some souls saw Naomi's departure, and the big cloth in their hearts fell. The Jingling Court at this time is not exactly the same as the Jingling Court in the later original works. The former and present Shinigami still represent the noble crowd, and it has not been popularized to all civilians and poor people, so it will naturally appear very mysterious and scary. This situation will probably continue for hundreds of years. If this situation is to be improved, at least it will be after the Jingling Court and the Quincy Division start a full-scale war. These are not things that Naomi needs to worry about, because she has already found the target she is looking for. From a distance, Naomi sensed the Ryotsu collision in the central area of the 19th district. Obviously, at that place at this time, there is the strong are fighting. The one who will be fighting in Rukongai at this time is naturally the target that the second team has been staring at before. Kuchiki-zan reminded Naomi before that she must not let others know of her existence, so after Naomi sensed some strong or weak Ryotsu, she smiled slightly and disappeared from everyone's sight. Advertisement Naomi's disappearance here is naturally not so fast that people's eyes can't react to the disappearance, but disappears in people's eyes in a real sense. This is why Kuchiki-gen chose Naomi to spy on the target. Naomi has the unique ability to disappear before people's eyes. This is part of the ability of Obsidian, in Naomi's pair of Zanpakuto, Obsidian, and White String. At first, Naomi thought that her black sword, Obsidian, had only one ability to attack, but with the control of Zanpakuto, Naomi found that her Obsidian was not only particularly strong in attack ability, but also strong in attack ability. Instead, there are other abilities to assist offense. For example, the current disappearance is one of the abilities of the Odachi, Black Yao, and this ability, after Kuchiki-gen's analysis, is an ability to control light. The biggest function of this ability is to assist the offense. Obsidian can twist the bent light line and refract light, which means that Obsidian can affect the sight of the place, and can also help Naomi, invisible. At this time, Naomi activated Obsidian's ability to refract light, directly making her figure disappear from everyone's eyes, but in fact, she didn't leave or disappear at all. It was just because of the refraction of light. No one can see her just. This ability is extremely practical whether in combat or surveillance. Of course, if Naomi's control over Ryotsu is not perfect, it is easy for the opponent to detect her existence, so since then, Kuchiki Gento has suggested that Naomi maintains Zanpakuto's Shikai form. On the one hand, it is to exercise Naomi's Ryotsu and mastery of Zanpakuto, and on the other hand, it is to exercise Naomi's mastery of Ryotsu. The control of Ryotsu, in fact, is a compulsory course for the Shinigami of the Soul Society, especially for the Shinigami who graduated from the Mao Academy of Spiritual Art. Except for Zaraki Kenpachi, who is a reckless person, the other's control over Ryotsu is pretty good. Naomi learned from Kuchiki-gen, and Kuchiki-zan taught Yamamoto Shigekuni. For such details, both Yamamoto Shiguni and Kuchiki-gen are extremely strict, because they know very well that if you want to become a strong person, the basic things are indispensable, and only by perfectly mastering the basic things can it be possible to reach a higher and stronger position. Naomi, as the disciple of Yamamoto Shigekuni and Kuchiki-gen's founding disciple, the foundation is naturally extremely reliable, so people who are not particularly keen on Ryotsu's control will not be able to discover it at all. Advertisement following Naomi's invisibility, she soon came near the point where Ryotsu collided. When she saw a man and a woman fighting clangingly, she knew that the goal of this trip had been found. On the other side, after Kuchiki-zan changed his clothes, he used the mental scan to sense that there was no one watching around him, and then directly activated his ability that he hadn't used for a long time. God. With a whoosh, he went directly from his courtyard in Jingling Court to his own small courtyard in the old aristocratic district. Kuchiki-zan had set up a permanent space coordinate of Flying Thunder God in his own small courtyard before, so between Seirei and the old noble district, Kuchiki-zan's actions were unimpeded and extremely fast. Kuchiki-zan came out this time, not only for the appearance of Unohana Retsu, there are other things that Kuchiki-zan needs to deal with. More than 3 years ago, Kamui came to Soul Society, and because of this matter, he was caught by Central 46 and then imprisoned. Although there was no follow-up, Kuchiki-zan went to jail because of Kamui. It is also true. Secondly, there is the problem of Jashiro Azu, because he stayed in the crypt space for a long time before. Although Jashiro Azu has improved his strength a little bit after honing, his own degree of assimilation has already reached a certain level. For more than 2.9 years, Kuchiki-zan didn't arrange anything for him, just to let his degree of assimilation wear off naturally. More than 3 years later, Kuchiki-zan knew that it was time for him to do something serious, and it happened to coincide with the appearance of Unohana, which gave Kuchiki-zan the reason to start acting. Soon, Kuchiki-zan walked out of his house, and after observing that there was no one around, a shunpo left his yard. The location where Naomi placed Kamui and Jashiro Buzang before is still quite far away from the clans of the great nobles. The big migration before Jinglingting, otherwise there would be quite a lot of people in the old aristocratic area at this time. Chapter 195 Kamui's Mission, Part 1. After Kuchiki-zan ran extremely fast for an extremely long distance, he stopped at the edge of the old aristocratic area, which is the area where some lower-level nobles lived. Because of the great migration after the establishment of Jingling Court, the large nobles and high-ranking nobles have a large population and can be divided into two parts. However, some lower-level nobles and common nobles do not have many people in their families, so many lower-level nobles and common nobles the area where the common nobles are located has already been vacant. This also brought a lot of convenience to Kuchiki-zan. Before, the old aristocratic district was overcrowded, and there was no corner that could accommodate Kuchiki-zan's sanctuary site. Now, Kuchiki-zan doesn't worry about the land issue at all. At this time, the area where Kamui and Jashiro Buzang are located, within tens of miles of Fangyuan, There is no other family, so Kamui and Jashiro Buzang can live safely. It's here. This is another stronghold of the sanctuary arranged by Kuchiki-zan. Naturally, Kuchiki-zan will not only prepare one stronghold for the sanctuary. He has prepared 3 places, all of which are very secret courtyards. At this time, a large courtyard where Kamui and Jashiro Buzang are located is one of the 3 strongholds. The other 2 are 24. One is used as a shelter for orphans, and the other is still vacant at this time, and it will be useful in the future. It's not too late to activate. When approaching the huge courtyard prepared by Kuchiki-zan released his own mental power scan, and immediately found Kamui, who was in a daze in the courtyard like a boy, and Jashiro Ayuzo, who was practicing something. With the arrival of Kuchiki-zan, Kamui, who was in a daze, immediately sensed something, and then his face showed joy, looking in the direction of Kuchiki-zan. The next moment, Kamui saw Kuchiki-zan galloping towards him, and immediately stood up, looking a little excited. This is also unavoidable. Anyone who travels thousands of miles to find a friend will get upset if the friend gets into a fight before being found, and then hides in Tibet for several years. Advertisement Kuchiki came to Kamui after a few dodges, and then looked at Kamui, who had changed greatly, and said in surprise, "Kamui? This is your Arrancar-like craftsman?" "That's right." Kamui nodded happily, and then said, "After you left, I worked hard for hundreds of years, and finally Arrancar succeeded. I found that after Arrancarization, although my strength has not improved much, but for my own strength his control is indeed much stronger than before." Of course. Kamui's words, of course, confirmed Kuchiki-zan's previous speculation about Arrancarization. According to Kuchiki-zan's interpretation of the original work, those Vasto Lord level Manos Grande were killed so easily after Arrancarization, Kuchiki-zan had already felt that something was wrong. Maybe those Jillians and Ajukas will indeed feel themselves stronger after being transformed into Arrancar. In fact, in Kuchiki-zan's view, it is an illusion, a kind of self that can better control the power and increase the destructive power. A stronger illusion. In fact, it's not wrong to say that it has become stronger, it's just a different understanding. In the perception of Kuchiki-zan, Kamui has indeed become stronger, but most of the reason is that Kamui's own strength is indeed true after hundreds of years have passed. The reason for the promotion. But to insist on the effects of Arrancarization, the most important thing is to let Kamui get rid of the Shu body. Although Arrancar and Shu belong to the category of evil souls, they're indeed 2 different creatures. Already, at least Kuchiki-gen thinks so. However, Kamui, the biggest advantages brought to you by Arrancarization are not these. After affirming Kamui's answer, Kuchiki-zan said such a sentence. Oh, what exactly is that? Kamui felt that his own control and the application of his abilities were greatly enhanced, which is the biggest benefit after Arrancar. No, Kuchiki-zan shook his head, and then said, first of all, you after Arrancarization, and you before Kamui Vasto Lord Manos Grande are already 2 species. Oh, Kamui felt very novel about this, but he didn't think what Kuchiki-zan said was wrong, because after his complete Arrancarization, he could feel that he was the same as the previous Kamui Vasto Lord level Manos Grande at that time. The gap between myself was not that big, but some things were indeed completely different. Yes, after Arrancar, you have already got rid of the vicious circle constitution that can only swallow the evolution of the same kind. At this time, you can practice like Shinigami, which means that you after Arrancar have broken the barrier of life. Boundary. This is the essential difference, Kuchiki-zan explained roughly. Advertisement. So that's the case. Kamui nodded. He had noticed the difference before, but he was not sure where the difference was. Now, after Kuchiki-zan's point, he naturally understood the difference. Moreover, there is another point that Kamui did not say. When he was Manos Grande before, Kamui's understanding of his own power was only at the stage of knowing and using it. He felt that he could deeply understand his own ability and power, and it was no longer just a simple application like before. As for how to produce such ability, he didn't know anything. This is exactly what Kuchiki-zan said before. After Manos Grande Arrancar, it evolved from a creature that can only devour to a creature that can cultivate. This is the essential gap of 677. Oh, by the way, when I came to your world, it seemed to have caused you some trouble. Kamui scratched his head shyly. Well, it's a little troublesome, but it's just a small matter, I've taken care of it. Kuchiki-zan didn't intend to make too many comments on Kamui's rash appearance in Soul Society. After all, he was the one who said that if Arrancar if so, remember to contact him. Kuchiki-zan naturally understands, at this time Hueco Mundo, the members of the expedition team have already changed. As for the people Kuchiki-zan took before, there are almost no people at this time, and Kamui can't find anyone to send a message to. Naturally, he could only come to Soul Society in person, and he didn't know that his appearance would bring such trouble to Kuchiki-zan. Well, it's fine if it's resolved. Kamui nodded. Since Kuchiki-zan said it was resolved, he naturally wouldn't continue to struggle with it. How is it? I have lived in Soul Society for more than 3 years. How do you feel? Kuchiki asked with a smirk. It feels like it's too peaceful here, and Lingzi is pitifully peaceful. Kamui pursed her lips and replied. Haha, I knew you would feel this way. Soul Society is different from Hueco Mundo. It's really too peaceful here. Kuchiki echoed with a mysterious smile. 6GP Chapter 196 Kamui's Mission, Part 2. It's not good to have such a peaceful world. Kamui nodded. Hearing this, Kuchiki-zan nodded noncommittally and said, peace and nature are not good, and of course a world that is too violent is also not good. You're right, it would be great if Hueco Mundo could neutralize Soul Society. Kamui also had his own opinion. There is no perfect thing in the world. Even if you have got rid of the false identity now, don't you still have various flaws? Kuchiki asked with a mysterious smile. You have a point. Kamui was at a loss for words for a while. Well, the pursuit of perfection is a mistake in itself, you have to remember this sentence well. Kuchiki said with a smile. Okay, let's get down to business. You've been idle for so long, and you probably can't be idle anymore. Kuchiki-zan said with a straight face. Well, you're right. Kamui really couldn't be idle anymore, so he wasn't disgusted with Kuchiki-zan's words, only excited. Seeing Kamui's appearance, Kuchiki-zan shook his head secretly. Although Kamui has changed from Manos Grande Arankar to Arankar, things in his bones are difficult to change. As for me, the idea is very simple. I just hope you go back to Hueco Mundo. Because of what I told you before, I have a hunch that it will come soon, Kuchiki-zan said solemnly. Understood. Kamui nodded. He naturally knew what Kuchiki-zan meant. Kuchiki-zan mentioned Quincy before, and Kamui certainly remembered it in his heart, so what Kuchiki-zan said at this time, Kamui it also seemed very solemn. I wish. It would never happen. Kuchiki-zan shook his head seriously and said, but unfortunately. Sometimes it is difficult for people to change the world. So what I can do, just trying to keep myself in this kind of thing. I don't have any other great ideas, I just want to live, stand on a higher place and look at the scenery. Advertisement. Hearing Kuchiki's touching words, Kamui frowned slightly, and then asked, Kuchiki, actually, I've always wanted to ask you, why are you so sure that what you said will happen? You just think I have the ability to predict the future. Kuchiki-zan shook his head and replied vaguely. Okay, let's think so. Hearing Kuchiki-gen's answer, Kamui also shrugged noncommittally. Seeing that Kamui didn't ask, Kuchiki-zan continued. I actually really hope that this won't happen. Unfortunately. Forget it, let's get down to business. I hope you go back to Hueco Mundo and start looking for your among the same kind. Those Vasto lords who are about to be Arankarized, after analyzing their character, see if they can win over to our side. Well, this matter is not too difficult. Kamui nodded. As a person who also wanted to stand on a higher ground, he naturally hoped that his side's strength would be as strong as possible. Oh, by the way, especially look for a Vasto lord named Lilinet or Stark. Oh, you still have a place you don't step into easily. Kuchiki-zan reminded, and then Kuchiki-zan took some of Stark's the characteristics told Kamui, and at the same time, it also divided the approximate area where Baragan may appear, so that Kamui should be very careful about this area. After all, Baragan's decaying ability is a bit difficult to deal with. Kuchiki-zan didn't want unnecessary damage after Kamui and Baragan had some intersection. Taking his example Heli Bell and Ulquiorra, Kuchiki-gen didn't make any special mentions. After all, in terms of their level, they should not have been born at this time. Other Manos Grande suspected of Vasto Lord, Kuchiki-zan did not pay special attention to. After all, only Stark and Ulquiorra can make Kuchiki-zan admire. The others are nothing more than chickens and dogs. Of course, if Baragan's character is not so bad, Kuchiki-zan also thought about recruiting him. Of course, this is only limited to thinking about it. As for Ajuka's level Arankar or Manos Grande, in fact, it has little impact on the battle situation. Without a strong combat force in the front, Ajuka's level Manos Grande or Arankar is not worth mentioning at all, so Kuchiki-zan is not worth mentioning at this time. Considering these guys, of course, there is also the factor that Kuchiki-zan didn't understand Hueco Mundo at this time. Okay, I understand, I will try my best to find the person you are looking for. Kamui knew that Kuchiki-zan's order was not a joke, so he patted his chest and promised. Well, just be careful yourself. Whether you find it or not is the second thing. You protect yourself, and then continue to strengthen yourself. This is my most basic requirement. Kuchiki Xuan repeatedly urged. Advertisement, don't worry. Kamui nodded. When shall I leave? It's all right, just start as soon as possible. Of course, I have to make sure that no one will stop you on the way back to Hueco Mundo. Kuchiki-zan said, well, I'll meet my people later. Is the kid who lives here with you, and then you and I act together? Oh, yes. Kamui nodded. I've seen that kid before. He has a strange aura about him, and his strength is not bad. Well, I'll make an arrangement with him, and then we'll go. Kuchiki-gen didn't say much about the crypt space, and walked directly to where Jashiro Ayuzo was, while Kamui stayed where he was and waited for Kuchiki-zan's return. After several shunpo, Kuchiki-zan came to the yard where Jashiro Azu was. Before Jashiro Azu learned about Kamui's identity from Naomi, in order not to disturb the other party, Jashiro Azu chose a yard quite far away from Kamui. After living here for 3 years, he hardly had a few face-to-face encounters with Kamui. With Kuchiki Gengo's undisguised arrival, Jashiro Ayuzo, who was meditating, immediately opened his eyes. Of course, seeing that the person, good Li Hao, was Kuchiki Genhao, he immediately stood up excitedly from the futon. Master Zan, you are finally out. Regarding Kuchiki-gen's imprisonment, Jashiro Ayuzo naturally knew about it later, and Jashiro Ayuzo was also worried about this matter, and he was even more convinced that Kuchiki-gen had done nothing to Central 46's 4 meals before Suwei, excluding dissidents, and doing nothing according to the evaluation. Jashiro Ayuzo is even more proud of his early refuge in Kuchiki General. Well, you just came out. It seems that you have had a good life in recent years. Kuchiki-zan looked at Jashiro Ayuzo, who was looking pretty good at this time, and said with a smile. It's all thanks to you, my lord. Although the cave space was a bit difficult before, after I came out, I found that my cultivation speed is much faster than before. Jashiro Buzang said excitedly. It can be seen, and the degree of assimilation on your body has also decreased a lot. Chapter 197 Departure. Yes, based on what you taught me, my lord, I have also explored a way to get rid of the assimilation level. After these 3 years, I feel that the strange assimilation atmosphere in my body has been reduced a lot. Jashiro Ayuzo nodded. Well, that's good, you're in good shape now, it's time to do something. Kuchiki-zan said straightforwardly without talking nonsense. Please tell me, my lord, I must be obliged to cut mountains and fires, Jashiro Buzang said respectfully. It's not that exaggerated. Kuchiki-zan waved his hand. What you need to do now is actually not a serious matter. It's just the orphanage. I hope you can help. 17. No problem, my lord, as long as it is what you tell me, I will do it. Jashiro Ayuzo nodded. One more question, your family. Kuchiki-zan didn't continue to talk. He actually respects those who follow him. If they choose any path, Kuchiki-zan will not interfere, and Kuchiki-zan will also give them the chance to choose. How are you going to deal with the problems in your family? Hearing Kuchiki-gen's words, Jashiro Buzang was slightly taken aback, and then there was a little struggle on his face, but it disappeared quickly. 273 Immediately, Jashiro Buzang raised his head and said with a firm expression, My lord, since I chose to follow my lord at the beginning, I have already let go of everything in the family. Even if I am sorry for the family, but I think that for the small family's problem, it's not as important as the whole soul society, or even the whole world, so. If you have a chance, I hope you will tell my family. Just say that I am dead. Really? Kuchiki-gen looked at Jashiro Ayuzo with a firm expression, and asked again. After all, it takes a lot of determination to make such a decision. Yes. Jashiro nodded firmly. Seeing this, Kuchiki-zan didn't say any more, nodded slightly and said, Don't worry, I will pass the news back. As for your affairs, don't worry, I will arrange Kamui's affairs first. How about you? Just continue here and wait for me to come back. Yes, my lord. Jashiro Buzo nodded, and any arrangements he made for Kuchiki-gen were unconditionally implemented. Kuchiki-gen nodded, patted Jashiro on the shoulder with relief, and walked out of the room where Jashiro was. After leaving the room, Kuchiki Xuan, CEAB, felt a little melancholy, not because of anything else, but because of these people who supported him without hesitation. He still vividly remembered what he said to them and the reaction of these people. Your name is Jashiro Ayuzo? Advertisement? Yes. Are you interested in doing things with me? What can I do with you? Protect the homeland, protect Jingling, protect the Soul Society, protect the world. Wow, great responsibility. I agreed. Apart from Jashiro Buzang, of course there are other people, including Kamui, who were fooled by Kuchiki-gen with something vague, but Kuchiki-gen has no choice. He can't say, what about him? It is a time traveler. I know that after many years there will be disasters in the Soul Society, in this world, in the whole world, right? Besides, even if he said it, others had to believe it. To be honest, Kuchiki-zan really has no experience in being a person who ignores Hiroto. When he was still in common, Kuchiki-zan was a straightforward person without any flamboyance. However, as the environment changed, Kuchiki-zan had to learn to be more tactful, more thoughtful, and more ignorant of Hiroto. This was not his intention, but he had no choice. The melancholy passed away in a flash. Kuchiki-zan knew that it was okay to be melancholy or emotional occasionally, but not for a long time, because there are still many things he needs to do. Shaking his head, throwing some unnecessary emotions out of his mind, Kuchiki-zan immediately walked towards where Kamui was. Soon, Kuchiki-zan returned to Kamui's location, and Kamui asked when seeing Kuchiki-zan returned. Have you dealt with the matter over there? Well, we've made arrangements for now, and we'll talk about the rest after sending you back to Hueco Mundo safely. Then shall we leave now? Kuchiki-zan nodded. Let's leave now, the sooner the better. Now I know that there are not many people coming out, and their eyes are not focused on me, so there is much more room for maneuvering. It's not a good thing. Advertisement, okay, got it. How do we go? Kamui asked, nodding. It's very simple, I'll take you back to Seirei, and then drive directly to the border, Kuchiki-zan said. Go directly? How? Kamui was a little puzzled. After all, he had learned a lot about Soul Society in more than 3 years, such as Jingling, Gode 13, and other general information, so he naturally knew that how remote is the place where I live now. I have the ability to teleport in an instant. I can fly over or fly back directly to the place I marked, which is very convenient. Kuchiki-zan said with a smile. Zan has never thought of hiding from his own people. As for the people of Gode 13, if they don't know, they don't know. After all, they are not their own people, who can know what they are thinking? Fang is definitely as spies. Although the possibility of spies is very small, it would not be a good thing for Kuchiki-zan if they were captured by someone with the ability to detect. Is there such an ability? Kamui said in shock. I still have a lot of things, Kuchiki-zan said proudly. Kamui was a little hesitant about Kuchiki-zan's showing off. Okay, don't waste any more time, get ready to go. Kuchiki-zan knew how to joke in moderation. What do I need to do? Kamui asked. You don't need to do anything, just relax your body, and I will do the rest, Kuchiki-zan said. Good. After speaking, Kamui stood up, and then stood in front of Kuchiki-zan with a relaxed body, ready to see what Kuchiki-zan was going to do. I saw Kuchiki-zan stretched out a hand with a faint smile, and put it on Kamui's shoulder. After Kamui saw Kuchiki-zan's movements, he was about to speak. The next moment he found that there was a pulling force around his body. The next moment, with a bang, they disappeared in the place where the two were before. When Kamui came back to his senses, he found himself in another place. This is that kind of ability of yours? Kamui looked at the surrounding situation in shock, and then asked Kuchiki-zan. Chapter 198 The Sage of Libra. Is this your ability? Kamui asked in shock. That's right, I call it, Flying Thunder God, Kuchiki replied with a smirk. It's shocking ability, Kamui replied in admiration. It's pretty good, Kuchiki-zan didn't continue to show off. Where are we now? This is the boundary of Jingling, and it is also the place where it meets Rukongai. From here, the distance to Hueco Mundo and Hueco Mundo is relatively short, Kuchiki-zan explained. This is a small courtyard that was built after Jingling was established. At the same time, it was marked by Kuchiki-zan, so that it would be more convenient to go to Hueco Mundo someday. Now it is convenient for Kuchiki-zan and Kamui. Then let's go now, Kamui asked. Because of the trouble he caused Kuchiki-zan before, Kamui didn't dare to act carelessly now. No hurry, I'll go to the road to see first. If there are guards, I'll find a way to transfer the guards away, otherwise it's hard to explain when they see you, Kuchiki-zan said. Okay, listen to you. Kamui nodded. Kuchiki-zan turned around, released his mental power, and then left in a flash. Not long after, Kuchiki-zan returned to Kamui's hiding place again, and then said, Okay, I have cleared all the obstacles on the way, follow my steps, just don't release Ryotsu. Kamui nodded, signaling understanding. Kuchiki-zan waved his hand and went out of the small courtyard again. The difference was that he was alone just now, and now he was followed by Kamui. As Kuchiki-zan cleared the way, Kuchiki-zan and Kamui soon came to that familiar border. Looking at the enchantment in front of him, Kuchiki-zan said, This enchantment will have an alarm from the outside to the inside, but there will be no alarm from the inside to the outside. As long as no one sees you, there is no problem, so now, you hurry over bar. Okay. Kamui nodded. Advertisement, back to Hueco Mundo, when looking for someone, don't forget to improve your own strength. That bad feeling is getting stronger and stronger. Kuchiki Xuan urged again. Don't worry. Kamui nodded, then waved his hands, let's go, take care. Take care. Kuchiki-zan nodded heavily. In the next second, Kamui set off, passed through the translucent barrier, and went to a place outside the Soul Society. The place connected here is a barren land, and behind it is the false trouble. Kuchiki looked at Kamui's disappearing figure, and prayed silently in his heart, hoping that Kamui could find the guy. As Kamui's figure disappeared, Kuchiki stopped watching. The next moment, with a bang, Kuchiki-zan also disappeared in front of the barrier, as if he had never appeared before. Kuchiki-zan activated the Flying Thunder God technique again and returned to the yard where Jashiro Buzo was hiding. When Kuchiki-zan left before, he set a space coordinate of Flying Thunder God, so he can naturally fly between 2 points. Fly. Jashiro Ayuzo, who was startled by the sudden appearance of Kuchiki-gen, didn't know how Kuchiki-gen appeared, and was shocked directly. My lord, what is this? Jashiro Buzang asked uncertainly. Oh, I sent Kamui back to Hueco Mundo just now, and now I am coming back to take you to another base. Kuchiki-zan said disapprovingly. Is that too fast? Obviously Jashiro Ayuzo was taken aback by Kuchiki-gen's speed. Seeing Jashiro's surprised expression, Kuchiki was taken aback for a moment, and then suddenly said, Oh, don't be surprised. I have the ability to fly directly between 2 coordinates. Just now Kamui used this method to send you near the barrier, and this method will be used to send you to another stronghold later, you will know in a while. Hearing Kuchiki-gen's explanation, Jashiro Buzo understood what was going on. How are you ready? Kuchiki-zan asked directly. Well, there is nothing to prepare, ready to go at any time, Jashiro Buzang replied. Then let's go straight away. Kuchiki-zan nodded. Okay. Advertisement. Kuchiki-gen motioned for Jashiro to stand over, meaning he was ready to leave. I don't need to do anything, Jashiro Buzang asked a little nervously. Even a powerful person would feel uneasy about something he didn't understand. Well, relax your body, don't resist, leave the rest to me, Kuchiki-zan relieved. Oh. Jashiro adjusted his mentality, then relaxed his body, waiting for Kuchiki-gen's action. The next moment, Kuchiki-gen stretched out his right hand again, in the same motion as Kamui, and put it on Jashiro Ayuzo's shoulder. Ask for flowers. The next moment, Jashiro, who felt exactly the same as Kamui, found himself in another place. Wow. Jashiro Buzang looked at the completely different environment and exclaimed in shock. Don't be shocked. The situation here is similar to the place where you were hiding before, but this place is different from the previous stronghold. I have already arranged a person here. He belongs to the sage in our sanctuary, like you. The difference is that you are a Gemini, and he is a Libra. Kuchiki patted Jashiro on the shoulder and said, Oh? Jashiro Buzo's eyes lit up when he heard Kuchiki-zan said that he could meet his companions in the new organization this time. After all, although he knew his identity as the 12 sages of the sanctuary, he was not alone at all. They didn't even know each other. The fact is that there were very few people, and after Kuchiki-zan was imprisoned, Naomi contacted him, and then he came to Kamui's hiding place. Although he said he knew each other, he didn't dare to talk to him easily. Let's talk, it's all right now. As one of the 12 sages, Jashiro Buzang believes that the two of them will definitely become good partners. 0. Okay, I'll take you to get to know each other. Kuchiki-zan waved his hand and said, and then took the lead in throwing it towards the door of the small courtyard they were in. Jashiro Ayuzo withdrew his thoughts, and hurriedly followed Kuchiki-zan's footsteps. As the two walked out of the small yard, Jashiro Ayuzo suddenly found that there were many faint but very energetic Ryotsu in the small yard. My lord, is this place? Jashiro asked in surprise. This stronghold was used by me to take in orphans before. As you know, orphans with spiritual power often appear in places like Rukongai. If no one adopts and takes care of such orphans, the probability of death will be very high. Hi. Kuchiki-zan explained lightly, therefore, I asked Mai Kazuki to start looking for such orphans, and then brought them back here. After training, they became the outermost members of the sanctuary. That's why I said that this stronghold is different, reason. My lord. After hearing Kuchiki-gen's explanation, Jashiro looked at Kuchiki-gen in shock. He used to know that Kuchiki-general was a person with ideas, but he never knew that Kuchiki-gen had such a side. For a moment he didn't know what to say. Chapter 199 Mai Kazuki and Takuyoshiki. What? Shocked. Kuchiki said with a smile. Yes, Jashiro Ayuzo nodded. There's nothing you can't figure out. You and I both came from childhood. If you don't pay attention to the cultivation of the next generation, whether it's the Soul Society or the Jingling Court, there will be a phenomenon of failure. You must know that the strong appearance is not inevitable, it is a probabilistic phenomenon that occurs under a large base, so this is why, for so many years, the Soul Society has only one Yamamoto heavy country. Kuchiki-zan said quite meaningfully. My lord, so you think so far, Jashiro Ayuzo said with admiration, then paused and said. There is not only one Lord Yamamoto in the Soul Society, you are also the chosen one, my lord. Me? The chosen one? He. Kuchiki-zan heard the words of 347 Takebuzo, and was ready to laugh it off, but suddenly, he thought of his own situation, and generally agreed with Jashiro Ayumuzang's words, maybe I'm the same, who knows. Let's not talk about this, now this stronghold, more and more orphans are being taken back, if there is only Libra, Kazuki Mai, it is already stretched, so this time, I hope you can stay here and help Mai. Do you have any problems training these kids? No problem at all, Jashiro said, patting his chest. It's fine if there is no problem. Kuchiki-zan nodded. For his own people, Kuchiki-zan never liked to force the other party to do things. Soon, Kuchiki-zan took Jashiro Buso through several courtyards, and then came to a martial arts arena. At this time, more than 20 children of different sizes gathered in this martial arts arena. Young man in colored samurai suit. The young man is about 1.8 meters tall, with fluffy hair, a little handsome, wearing a decent samurai uniform, and a Zanpakuto with a light purple handle hanging on his waist. A child is explaining something. Jashiro Ayuzo thought that the only adult man should be Mai Kuchiki, the sage of Libra, that Kuchiki general said. Seeing the sudden appearance of Kuchiki-gen and Jashiro Ayuzo, the young man was taken aback for a moment, and then a smile appeared on his young face. Master Kuchiki, why are you here? Kuchiki Mai signaled the children beside him to be quiet, then immediately bowed respectfully to Kuchiki-zan and said. Isn't this knowing your hard work, so I found a helper for you? Kuchiki-gen also said with a smile to Kong Yu Mai. Ah, this is great. These children are very smart. Sometimes I can't teach them alone, Kong Yu Mai said in surprise. Oh. Kong Delong, take your little brother with you. Everyone, go to your room and meditate. Advertisement Kong Yu Mai said to the tallest and obviously oldest child beside her. Yes, Mai sensei. The tall boy Soritaro bowed and led a group of children, while peeking at Kuchiki-gen and Jashiro Abuzo, and left the arena. Who is this? As the children left, Mai Kazuki also set his sights on Jashiro Buzang and asked. He is the partner I found for you. He is also one of the 12 sages in the sanctuary, the twin sages Jashiro Buzang. Kuchiki-zan introduced. Please advise, Jashiro Ayuzo said with a serious face and bowed to Mai Sorazuki. Seeing Jashiro Ozang walking first, Mai Kazuki also quickly saluted, please give me your advice. Okay, don't be too polite, the two of you. From now on, you two will be mainly responsible for gathering and teaching the orphans. As for the rest, I will make arrangements later, Kuchiki-zan said. Yes, my lord. Yes, my lord, Kuchiki-gen nodded, and then asked Kuchiki Mai, how are these children? After the adults ordered me, I went to various places to search for the children. I originally gathered more than 30 children who had self-awakened spiritual power, but on the way to adapt to Ryotsu, a few died. Now there are 26 people left, among them there are 11 people with high talents, and the others can be regarded as mediocre. Mai Kazuki replied respectfully. 26 people. Not bad, and 11 of them are high-ranking. Not bad, Kuchiki-zan said, talking about the data. The high-level aptitude here is worth a child with a spiritual power potential of level 5 or above, while the medium level is above level 4, and the lower level can only be the most common Shinigami, the kind that may not even be able to awaken Zanpakuto, so this kind of orphan who has no need to be cultivated, and with this kind of qualification, basically will not survive to be discovered by Kuchiki-zan and the others. Is there anyone above level 6? Kuchiki-zan asked tentatively. Kuchiki-zan didn't quite believe whether there could be children with potential above level 6 among this group of children. Yes. Kazuki Mai nodded and said, advertisement, really? Kuchiki asked unsurely. Really? Mai Kazuki nodded again. What's it called? What's the potential? It's a very small guy named Kiyashiki, said Kazuki Mai. Kuwu-wan. The name is so strange. Wait, he called Kuwu-wan? Originally, Kuchiki-zan was still muttering the name, but soon, he remembered why he found this name so strange and familiar. Kuwu-wan is a surname that is very famous in the Shinigami non-original manga. His full name is Kiwu Shen Kenpachi. Yes, that's right, Kenpachi. Kuwu-wan Kenpachi, hundreds of years before Aizen was sealed, defeated the 6th generation Kenpachi single-handedly, became the 7th generation Kenpachi, and was extremely popular among Gode 13. He killed the Vasto Lord level Manos Grande alone, and was recruited by Team Zero. He is Asido's old friend. This guy has never appeared in 2.1 in manga or animation, so Kuchiki-zan has only heard about his deeds, but has no exact information about this guy. But one thing is for sure, this guy is definitely very strong, and a guy who is not strong cannot be a Kenpachi. However, Kuchiki-zan did not expect that at such a time point, he would meet Takuyashiki, who would become the captain of the 11th squad after 1,000 years. Of course, Kuchiki-zan also had doubts. He wondered if this guy was the Kenpachi. After all, the time difference was too much. Thinking of this, Kuchiki-zan continued to ask, what are the characteristics of this Takuyashiki? Characteristics? Kong Yu Mai scratched his head and said, is being able to eat particularly a characteristic? Is the speed of ingesting spiritual seeds a characteristic? Calculate. Chapter 200 Talent and Worries. Okay, of course, Kuchiki-zan said, frowning. Kuchiki-gen is even more convinced of the characteristics that Kuchiki Mai said, that this Kayashiki is the Kayashiki. It may be a bit of a mouthful, but the fact is that it is gluttonous and absorbs spiritual seeds very quickly. From these 2 points, it has the same characteristics as the Kayashiki that Kuchiki-gen knows. Basically, the ability of Zanpakutō is a reflection of the characteristics or traits of the owner himself, so some of his own characteristics will be displayed on Zanpakutō. Kayashiki Kenpachi, although the information on this person is not complete, but in the information that Kuchiki-zan knows, among the past Kenpachi, his strength can be ranked first. It can be seen that Kiyashiki is definitely not simple, and according to the information Kuchiki-gen knows, Kiyashiki's performance in Seirei can be described as quite powerful, and was even used to compare with Yamamoto Shigekuni at one time. It can be seen how highly people rate Kenpachi Soyoshiki. According to the data, hundreds of years before Aizen was sealed, Kenpachi defeated the 6th generation Kenpachi single-handedly and became the 7th generation Kenpachi. In a later battle, he beheaded a Wa-24 Stad who was still calling Master Baragan when he was dying, so it is guessed that Baragan is admiral in Hueco Mundo. Afterwards, Asido, who was acquainted with Kiyashiki, led the Shinigami to conquer Hueco Mundo. Although they have never met since then, both Kiyashiki and Jingle Shunsui firmly believe that Asido is still alive. 250 years before Aizen was sealed, Kiyashiki participated in the test of Bankai's strength in the Broken World, and was warned by Central 46 that Bankai should not be near Seirei anyway, and received an invitation from the Zero team. But he said that he couldn't bear the lonely and boring guard work, and thought that as a Kenpachi, he should stay in the 11th team, so he rejected the recruitment of the Zero team. To sum up, it can be seen how terrifying the strength of Kayashiki is. With such terrifying strength, Kayashiki naturally has not weak talent. Koritsuki, how is the performance of this execution house? Kuchiki-gen asked purposefully again. Hearing Kuchiki-gen's question, Mai Kuchiki pinched his chin and thought for a while, then said, well, Kiyashiki, he was the last one I brought back. From the performance point of view, he should not be really old, and he is also one of the children. The youngest of them all, but, though the youngest, he already showed talent that the others didn't. Advertisement, tell me more specifically. Kuchiki-gen looked at Mai Soritsuki and raised his chin. To be more specific, based on my current analysis, this kid has at least level 7 potential. Mai Kongyue said, more than that, he learns everything very quickly. Although he is young, he has already mastered it. It is a stable way to absorb spiritual particles, so I would say that his absorption of spiritual particles was exaggerated. Oh, it's really powerful. Kuchiki-zan nodded. Indeed, with such a talent, future achievements can be expected. Jashiro Buzang also nodded. As a genius, he naturally knew how strong the talent displayed by Takuyashiki was at this time. As the saying goes, seeing the works of micro-knowledge, what you showed when you were young, often determines the future achievements of a person in the Soul Society. At the beginning, Jashiro's talent was rated as the 7th level upper class, so now Jashiro Buzang's strength has stabilized at the 7th level of perfection. Although it has not yet reached the real peak, I believe it is not difficult, but the threshold of the 8th level is a bit difficult. An easy problem to overcome. Moreover, due to some relationship, Mole City Shuang is not friendly to Soul Society. Although he has indeed become the captain of the 11th team, this Kenpachi's idea is quite good. Kuchiki-zan had to admit that this Mole City Shuangyo was indeed one of the few guys who could be admired by Kuchiki-zan, not because of anything else, but because of his strength. Don't worry, my lord, I will try my best to teach him, Kazuki Mai said with a smile. Because of the appearance of Katsuyashiki, Kuchiki imagined another guy who has a deep connection with Katsuyashiki, Mole City Kenpachi. What Kuchiki General was worried about was not Kiyoshiki himself, nor was he worried that the two of them could not teach Kiyoshiki well, but he was worried about the appearance of Kiyoshiki, another person who appeared at the same time. Jashiro Azu, who has perfect strength at the 7th level, is already considered very strong in the captain class at this time. Even some old people who have followed Kuchiki Gen may not be as strong as Jashiro Azu at this time. They performed very well at the beginning. Weakness is nothing but the result of Jashiro Ayuzo's cover-up. Advertisement, I trust both of you, Kuchiki-zan said with the same smile, but Kuchiki-zan still has something to worry about. Without special talents, Kuchiki-zan will basically not consider taking them under his command, because what they are going to do is more dangerous than those guys in the Hudding 13th team. With few brushes, Kuchiki-zan doesn't want them to die. Kuchiki-gen is actually not worried about what kind of achievements Kiyoshiki can achieve, but Kuchiki-gen is worried about another person. Mole City Kenpachi, its full name is Mole City Xuangye. The 8th generation Kenpachi is an elegant man with a black ponytail and 2 long bangs parted in the middle. Yes, my lord, I will try my best to cooperate with Kong Yu, Jashiro Buzo also assured. To be honest, at this time Kuchiki-zan is still a little confused about which side of the world he is in, which side of the original book. This is equally important to Kuchiki-zan. Although, in terms of hard power, Mojojo Su may not be comparable to Takuyoshiki, but Mojojo Soya Zanpakuto's ability makes Kuchiki-zan quite fearful even if he has only read some materials that are not true or false. Originally, according to the Katsuyashiki information that Kuchiki-gen knew, Tsubaki Yoshiki was from Nokiko, and he was able to achieve such an achievement even if he was from Nokiko. It is conceivable that with Kuchiki-gen's intervention, what Tsubaki Yoshiki can achieve degree. 290 more than 200 years before the start of the plot, the ex-captain of the 11th Division of the Jingling Combat Force defeated the former 7th generation Kenpachi and became the 8th generation Kenpachi. According to Jingle Chunshui, captain of the 8th team, we have never seen that knife. Although he has been carrying it all the time, we really can't see it. According to the captain's memory of more than 200 years, it is extremely powerful. To be continued. After thinking for a while, Kuchiki-zan said to Kong Yu Mai, Kong Yu, since this kid is so talented, you should try your best to teach him. I believe that he will shine in the future. To be honest, Kuchiki-zan didn't really hope that there would be some characters in the world who are not even considered outside stories, which would have unimaginable obstacles to his plan. Chapter 201 The Crazy Woman. While Kuchiki-zan is having a headache about something, Naomi has been following the target for a while. The more time she spent with her, the more Naomi felt that this woman, or this girl, was simply a lunatic. Naomi asked herself that she was a person who did things unscrupulously, even a little bit as she wanted, but when she saw the target, she knew that her unscrupulousness was really not a problem. As the tracking time increases, Naomi already knows the target's name, Uno Flower. Yes, the person who was reported to Kuchiki-gen by Shihuan earlier was indeed Unohana, of course the Unohana when he was young. At this time, Unoka's superficial age is about 15 or 16 years old, and his real age is about 1 or 200 years old. However, Naomi has a question, why the 100 to 200-year-old Unohana was not discovered before, but appeared in the eyes of Gode 13 in this form at this time. Naomi is very puzzled. At this time, Gode 13, as a security organization, violent organization, that has just started to get on the right track, will naturally not sit back and watch Rukongai, which they regard as their place, fall into chaos. At this time, what Unohana did was clearly against Gode 13, how could Gode 13 just sit back and do nothing? Of course, Naomi would definitely not understand. If Kuchiki-zan was here and knew Naomi's question, he might laugh out loud. Kuchiki-zan naturally understands why Unohana is so crazy at this point in time, because in the original book, at this point in time, the Soul Society does not have Gode 13, and there is no so-called security organization in Seirei, so, at this point in the original book, the Soul Society is still quite chaotic. After all, it has not managed to centralize power and concentrate force. Chaos is inevitable. Now, because of the appearance of Kuchiki-gen, Gode 13 appeared earlier in this world, and Naomi, a disciple of Kuchiki-gen, would naturally think that what Unohana did was very unwise. Advertisement, however, the reason why Unoka did this was nothing more than the inertia of the world. To put it a bit more mysteriously, it was the will of the world that made her do this, and she couldn't resist at all. It can be said that Naomi's sense of Unohana at this time is very bad, because Unohana is too murderous. From the time when she just started tracking, Naomi discovered that no matter whether Unohana was fighting against a strong person or encountering a provocative weak person, she would kill the opponent without hesitation. This approach seemed to Naomi, is simply synonymous with cruelty. Moreover, the killing of Unohana does not ask the reason at all. Compared with what Unohana did, Naomi really thinks that Unohana is truly doing whatever she wants. But fortunately, although Unoka kills and kills, Unoka will not attack the powerless civilians and poor people. Unless someone who does not have long eyes provokes her, Naomi will not ignore it. Now Unohana kills people who have various reasons to fight her. Naomi remembers Kuchiki-gen's words, if it is not necessary, never show up, and don't care about the target's actions that are not excessive. From Naomi's point of view, Unohana's way of not attacking civilians is just a non-excessive move. As for killing people in battle, it is understandable, after all, it is a battle. It's just that the battles of Unohana were too frequent, and too many people died because of it. Once again, Naomi witnessed with her own eyes that after Unoka beheaded an opponent, she edited the information monitored during this period of time into a special code that only she and Kuchiki Xueni could understand with special spiritual power fluctuations. The special Kido specially developed by Zan before was passed on to Kuchiki Zan. Currently, only she and Kuchiki Zan know how to use this kind of Kido. As for why Kuchiki Zan is not popularized in Jingling, the reason is very simple: the development is too advanced. Sometimes, if you are a little ahead, you can be said to be a genius, but if you are too far ahead, people will not accept you. Moreover, the current Jingling Court does not need such a contact method, and the unique Kido, Kuchiki Zan, can only transmit simple spiritual power fluctuations, which is not only inefficient, but also requires memorizing the meaning of each fluctuation. It takes a very long time, which is one of the reasons why Kuchiki Zan does not recommend this method. Advertisement in general, this Kido is not as easy to use as imagined. It takes time and effort to learn, and the things that can be passed on are also very limited. Just after Naomi sneaked out the news, she suddenly found that Unohana, who had been challenging non-stop, stopped at this moment. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that the position of Unohana at this time is the position where Naomi is hiding. When Naomi discovered this situation, she felt a sudden, "Hey, Xuan," in her heart. She realized that Unoka would never do such a hasty move, and she felt that she might be discovered. Naomi is very clear that the invisibility effect brought by obsidian, one of her Zanpakuto, has great limitations. It is not a perfect invisibility effect, and it is easy to be discovered by people if she is not careful. As such, her stealth ability may be very useful in a sudden attack in battle, but if used for a long time, not to mention the consumption of Ryotsu, even her own sense of existence will be leaked. Come out, I've felt you before, but I've never been sure if someone is really following me. The fluctuations that just appeared, let me confirm your existence. While Naomi was thinking, Unohana, oh, the version of Sister Wa who is 20 years younger, was talking to Air, with an indifferent expression. At this time, Sister Wa is really young, excellent, and she is very different from the Sister Wa in the original book. Although Sister Wa at this time still has long black hair, but at this time Sister Wa, or should be called Unohana Yuchenlu, but she didn't wear big braids, and she didn't put her hair together in front of her chest. At this time, Sister Wa, her beautiful hair was loose, which is also why it proved from the side that Sister Hua's crazy and unruly behavior style at this time. After hearing Unoka's words, Naomi narrowed her eyes slightly, feeling very upset, but she couldn't help it, because she knew very well that Unoka definitely didn't cheat her, but really felt her existence. Her invisibility, in fact, after the opponent has some information, it will be very easy to find her existence, and this is the case of Unohana at this time. So after thinking for a moment, Naomi directly showed her figure. Two women meet officially for the first time, Chapter 202, an unpleasant meeting. The two women finally officially met for the first time. Who are you? Unoka saw Naomi who suddenly appeared, her eyes flashed murderously, the hand holding the handle of the knife began to exert force, and then asked. After asking, Unohana began to look at Naomi carefully. She first stared at the two Zanpakuto on Naomi's waist, narrowed her eyes slightly, and then shifted her gaze to Naomi's whole body. When she saw Naomi's face, she was also shocked by Naomi's delicate and beautiful face. Unohana knew very well that she herself was a beauty, but she had to admit that Naomi's beauty lies in her. The above, of course, is just a little surprise. After all, it is Unohana at this time, and the only thing in his mind is to become stronger and stronger. Naturally, Naomi already knew the basic information of Unohana very well. Seeing the guarded appearance of Unohana, she pushed the sunglasses with her hand, and then said, "Me? I'm the vice captain of Gode 13's 11th team, Shadowblade Naomi. Master Kuchiki Zan." Huh? Hearing Naomi's self-introduction, Unohana frowned slightly. Obviously he had never heard of Naomi's name, but she had heard of Kuchiki's 770's name. Kuchiki Gen. Are you talking about the Kuchiki Gen from the Kuchiki family who is known as the strongest talent in the Millennium? Unohana asked. Do you know my teacher? Naomi immediately became sensitive when she heard Unohana's question, and asked with a frown. Kuchiki Zan's name is no longer so loud. Why can't I know him? Unohana sneered and asked Naomi back. HMPH. Seeing that the other party didn't say anything, Naomi could only snort coldly. What are you following me for? Ujiwa looked at Naomi and asked again in a cold voice. She had already felt Naomi's not easy to mess with before, so she was able to restrain herself so much at this time, but after Naomi declared her identity, she became more cautious. Unohana even knows Kuchiki Gen. She knows what kind of organization Gode 13 is. Naturally it is not impossible. Obviously Unohana still knows a lot about Jingling. Otherwise with her bloodthirsty temperament, even if Naomi is very strong, she will definitely do it directly. Advertisement. What are you following you for? Of course I'm watching you, Naomi said with a sneer. Spy on me. It seems that I didn't offend you Gode 13, did I? Unohana said with a frown, obviously restraining her desire to do it herself. HMPH, didn't you provoke me? Naomi shook her head and smiled. Did you misunderstand something? Gode 13's duty is to maintain the stability and order of the Soul Society. What you have done has become a hidden danger to Rukongai's instability. One of them, so, is it strange that you are our target? Hearing Naomi's explanation, Unohana frowned even more. After all, she never expected that she would be targeted by Gode 13 for such a reason, and She still remembered what her teacher had warned her before he died. Her teacher's original words are, "Gode 13 can't be messed with if he can't be messed with. If he really messed up, it doesn't matter, as long as he doesn't mess with two of them." The so-called two people are Kuchiki-gen and Yamamoto Shigekuni, so Hana knew that Kuchiki-gen learned about it from her teacher. She was an orphan brought up by her teacher. If it wasn't for her teacher, she might have died a long time ago. She wouldn't have the strength and everything she has today, so she has remembered what her teacher said until now. In her memory, her teacher was very gentle and strong, but she was used to seeing Hana, who preyed on the weak and the strong, and developed her current personality. Her teacher was afraid that her personality would cause trouble, so she never let her. She went out to see the outside world, and she didn't have the chance to come to the outside world until her teacher died. Thinking of this, the CEFC expression on Unoka's face became even colder. "For your teacher's sake, retreat quickly, or don't blame me for being ruthless." As Hana spoke, she pulled out the samurai sword at her waist. Although she was quite strong at this time, she hadn't mastered Zanpakuto at all. It wasn't that she had poor aptitude, but that her teacher didn't want her to get her own Zanpakuto. Her teacher had discovered his aggressive and crazy character a long time ago, and she was afraid that after she got Zanpakuto, it would get worse, so she never taught her how to get Zanpakuto, and her teacher didn't even teach her the knowledge of Zanpakuto. Therefore, at this time, Hana has never known what Zanpakuto is, and has always fought with hard power. Naomi has discovered this a long time ago, and this is where she has the confidence to continue to follow. After seeing Hana pull out her sword, Naomi suddenly became angry. As Gode 13, the most beautiful Saw's deputy captain, as Kuchiki-zan's disciple, when did she receive such treatment? Advertisement immediately, with a bang, he pulled out the white string of the short sword around his waist, while his other hand continued to press on the black yao, ready to use both swords at any time. "You are really arrogant, but your arrogance is misplaced. It is undeniable that your strength is very strong, and you can be said to be on par with me, but your fault is that you don't have Zanpakuto, and I have," Naomi said with a sneer, and the next moment, Ryatsu mixed with black and white began to rise from her body. With the rise of Naomi Ryatsu, Unoka's face also changed. The Naomi's Ryatsu she felt before is definitely not like this. As if thinking of something, Unoka suddenly looked at Naomi's two knives, because she felt that the change in Naomi's Ryatsu at this time came from the two knives in her hand and waist. "What is Zanpakuto?" Apparently thinking of the key Unoka, he asked again. You don't even know what Zanpakutō is. I really don't understand how you cultivated to such strength," Naomi said with a sneer. "Is it the kind of knife in your hand?" Hana ignored Naomi's words and continued to ask. Naomi found that Unoka ignored her words, and said angrily, "Don't talk nonsense, hit me if you want." At this moment, Naomi, who was halfway through the sentence, suddenly looked startled and stopped, because she received a reply letter from Kuchiki-zan. Oh, for Naomi, nothing is more important than Kuchiki-gen, not even the upcoming battle. Naomi hurriedly received the message, and when she interpreted Kuchiki-zan's message, her expression became rather strange. The next moment, with a clang, Naomi put the white string back into its sheath, and then said with a rather displeased face, "HMPH, you're lucky, I always want to see you." Chapter 203 Invitation and Trouble. What? Unoka thought she had heard wrong, and asked again. "Are you really deaf or fake deaf?" I said, "I always want to see you, don't you understand?" Naomi said angrily, because the message from Kuchiki-zan made her very upset. Kuchiki-zan's message is actually very simple, just one sentence, meaning, "It's almost done, bring her back, and say I want to see her." Just such a sentence, although Naomi is upset, but if she wants to carry it out. "Your teacher Kuchiki-gen wants to see me?" Unikana asked again with uncertainty. "That's right, it's my teacher Kuchiki-zan. I warn you, don't think about anything else. It's the best choice for you to follow me honestly to see my teacher, although my teacher is kind, but if you disobey his words." Naomi said with a sneer. Although Naomi's tone was not very good, Unikana felt that what the other party said was very reasonable, because in her understanding and cognition, Kuchiki-zan's reputation was earned by the real fight, so she believed in the law of the jungle. She naturally knows the consequences of disobeying the other party. Unoka exhaled, retracted the knife in her hand into the scabbard, and said, "Let's go, I'll go with you." "HMPH, you're smart," Naomi said with a sneer. "Follow, the teacher is waiting in the 11th team now." After all, Naomi turned around and jumped up in the direction of Husei Lingting. She has seen Hana's strength these days, so she is naturally not afraid that the other party will not be able to keep up. Unikana looked at Naomi, who was leading the way, and felt a little uneasy. After all, she didn't know what happened when she went to see Kuchiki-zan this time. Advertisement on the other hand, after Kuchiki-gen had a headache about Tsuneyashiki and Soyamojojo, he began to ask Mai Soritsuki and Ayuzo Jashiro to teach these children well, and then returned to Seirei with Flying Thunder God. After not appearing in the Jingling Court for so long, Kuchiki-zan returned to his long-lost captain's room. After greeting many people along the way, the entire Gode 13 soon knew that Kuchiki-zan had come out of the Repentance Palace. After returning to the captain's room of the 11th team, Kuchiki-zan was quite relieved to find that Naomi handled the matter well, and then he waited for Naomi to send back the message with peace of mind. A few days passed quickly. After Kuchiki-zan waited and waited, Naomi finally sent back the message, and Kuchiki-zan immediately began to receive the message. After some interpretation, Kuchiki-zan confirmed that the person who appeared was Unikana Hana-san, and at the same time, he also knew the crazy behavior of the other party. After realizing that the time was almost up, Kuchiki-zan immediately sent a message to Naomi. Kuchiki-zan knew that Naomi was at ease in handling affairs, so he naturally didn't think about other things, and he naturally didn't think that his information actually stopped a fight. But the reality of Kuchiki-gen is different. At this time, Gode 13 has just entered the right track, and Yamamoto has Kuchiki-gen's fighting power beside him, so naturally he will not be too thirsty for talent. Flowers are definitely due to the huge pressure. Kuchiki-zan has nothing to do about it, but the thoughts of the commoners are also correct. The Soul Society itself is where the descendants of the Soul King lived first. The nobles are the blood of the descendants of the Soul King. It is said that the entire Soul Society is the nobles. There is nothing wrong with that. Soon, Naomi sent back a brief message, the content of which was only one sentence, not even a single sentence. Okay, teacher. As for the captain Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni, Kuchiki-gen believes that if he knows that there is such a good seedling, he will definitely be moved. Of course, Kuchiki-gen's original intention is to let Yamamoto Shigekuni teach Unohana. Kuchiki-zan no longer cares about what is going on in the middle, he focuses on the present. Because Kuchiki-zan believes that only Yamamoto Shigekuni has the ability to teach Unohana well. There is no doubt about Unohana's talent. First-generation Kenpachi is still a character who experienced the Quincy War at the same time as Yamamoto Shigekuni, although his early resume is not very good. After all, in that era, life was shaped by the environment, and Unoka had no choice. Advertisement of course, the problem now is that Kuchiki-gen is still not sure what attitude Unohana has towards Seirei or Gode 13 at this time. Kuchiki-zan knows that it will take some time for Naomi to bring Unohana back. During this time, Ouyang Xuan has to think about how to persuade Yamamoto Shigekuni to teach Unohana. In reality, Yamamoto Shigekuni is actually a person who hates evil like a hatred, so the old man must be quite disgusted with what Unohana did, so persuading Yamamoto Shigekuni is also a brain job. To be continued 3 times. Needless to say, people who were born as commoners, even families that have fallen from the nobility, also have dissatisfaction with the nobility. The Shiba family in the original book is the best example. This is a situation that Kuchiki-gen has no way to change. Kuchiki-zan has already notified Naomi that he has returned to the 11th team, and it will be good to bring him directly to the 11th team when the time comes. As for the others, we will talk about it after he meets the person. In the original book, when Unohana had already entered the site of Yamamoto Shigekuni, Unohana had already become famous, and Yamamoto Shiguni had just started recruiting at that stage. A little dissatisfied in my heart, and Unohana also showed a sense of current affairs. It took no effort for Yamamoto to take it under his command, so everything came naturally. Kuchiki-zan knows that the only thing he can do is to protect Jingling and Soul Society as much as possible, and give common people hope and environment to live. Only in this way can some things be subtly changed. Now, with the addition of Kuchiki-gen, it is natural that Unohana will not take so many detours. But reason is reason, emotion is emotion, no one likes to be ruled in precarious life, so it is inevitable for people from Rukongai to have feelings for nobles. But troubles are troubles, it doesn't mean that you don't do things that are difficult, so after waiting for a long time, Kuchiki-zan was quite excited after receiving the news from Naomi that they were close to Jingling. Seeking flowers 0, Kuchiki-gen knows very well that in the eyes of most commoners from Rukongai, Gode 13 is the running dog of the nobles, and this is not their fault. Gode 13 first protects the order of Seirei, and Seirei is, for commoners, in fact, they are under the rule of the nobles. Although they are also the subjects of Jingling in name, in general, people's inherent thinking believes that the nobles are the real beneficiaries of order. Chapter 204 Unohana and Kuchiki-gen. Naomi and Unikana hurried on the road with all their strength, and within half a day, they returned from the 14th district of Rukongai to the range of Seirei. After stepping into Jingling, Naomi briefly sent a message to Kuchiki-zan, and then continued to rush towards the 11th team's team building with Unohana. While on the road, Naomi also told Unohana some precautions. Let me tell you, you have now entered the scope of Jingling, that is to say, you have entered the law enforcement area of Gode 13. This place is different from Rukongai, it doesn't matter if the place is a bit messy. Gode 13 will sometimes open your eyes. Close your eyes, but here is different, this is the center of power, even if Gode 13 doesn't want to do anything to you, but once the matter is known to those garbage in Central 46, even if we want to pretend that we can't see it, it's impossible. 7. Although Naomi's sense of Unohana is not good, since Kuchiki-zan asked her to bring it back, she naturally didn't want any problems on the way, so she told her. Because Unoka had heard some news about Jingling from her old place, she naturally knew the difference between Jingling and other places. Although she and Naomi really had something wrong, she also listened to what the other said. Understood, you don't need to worry about this, Unoka said lightly. HMPH, it's good to know. Follow up quickly. Although Naomi was not happy with Unikana's attitude, but she had a task, and she didn't want to make trouble, so she could only say softly. Along the way, the two encountered many patrolling members, some from the 10th Division and some from the 9th Division. Naomi didn't pay too much attention to it. Anyway, other team members would know who she was when they saw her, and no one would stop her. After all, Seirei has long light pink hair, wearing sunglasses and a black and one white Zanpakuto on her waist. A beautiful woman in a deadly costume, that is, Kuchiki-zan's disciple Naomi did not run away. Soon the two came to the team building of the 11th team. Under the leadership of Naomi, the two arrived at the captain's room where Kuchiki-zan was located. Boom boom boom. Because of the presence of outsiders, Naomi's etiquette is still in place, because she knew that Kuchiki-zan was in the captain's room, so Naomi knocked on the door. Come in. Kuchiki-zan's deep voice sounded, and after hearing Kuchiki-zan's voice, Unohana outside the door immediately had his pupils dilated and the hairs on his body stood on end. Before Kuchiki-gen didn't make a sound, Unohana didn't realize that there was anyone in the house at all, but after Kuchiki-gen made a sound, Unohana suddenly felt that there was an ancient giant beast in the house. Jawa had never felt it before, and she finally understood what the fear that penetrated into the soul when her teacher said that Kuchiki-gen and Yamamoto Jikuni was all about. Advertisement. This is the Millennium. The strength possessed by the strongest genius? Unoka's forehead shed a drop of cold sweat, and she muttered silently in her heart. On the other hand, Naomi doesn't feel anything. Of course, it doesn't mean that Naomi can't feel the terror of Kuchiki-zan, but over the years, she has gotten used to Kuchiki-zan's incomparable sense of presence. Of course, many times, Kuchiki-zan Schwandu restrained his sense of existence. Naomi opened the door, and saw Kuchiki-gen sitting at the desk at a glance, and Kuchiki-zan also saw Unohana standing behind Naomi at this time. Teacher, we have brought you here, Naomi said respectfully standing outside the door, and did not enter the room immediately. Kuchiki-zan looked at the vaguely familiar face, and after a moment of stunned, he smiled and said, Naomi, come in with her. Yes. Naomi bowed slightly, and then signaled Unohana and herself to go in. Unohana's eyes were focused on Kuchiki-gen, and she ignored Naomi's gesture. Naomi saw that Unohana didn't respond, and touched him with her elbow, which woke Unohana up. How? Go in, Naomi said angrily, and then walked into the room first, and Unohana immediately followed after seeing this. After entering the room, Naomi turned around and closed the door, and then brought Unohana to the desk where Kuchiki-gen was. At this time, Kuchiki-gen began to carefully collect a large number of unoka. At this time, the unoka was really young, and the unoka in Kuchiki-gen's memory was much more mature than the current unoka. Slightly putting aside the mess in his mind, Kuchiki-zan smiled and said, It's the first time we meet, I'm Kuchiki-zan. I believe you already know it. Welcome to the 10th Division. Your teacher, can you tell me your name? Ouyang Xuan continued to ask. After this transition, Unohana's tension eased a little, and then she said, Unohana is my surname, I don't have a name yet. Don't worry, I just want to know what kind of person it is that can cultivate such an outstanding disciple as you. Advertisement, ahem. Is your name Unohana? Last name or first name? Kuchiki-zan obviously had nothing to say, but he was on point. This is not nonsense. Unohana is very clear about the meaning of the name Kuchiki in the Soul Society, the leader of the great nobles. Such an identity cannot be underestimated by others. Then, Kuchiki-gen, Naomi and Unohana are all embarrassed. Oh, interesting, Kuchiki-zan said with a slight smile when he heard Unohana's words. Well, please take care of me, Kuchiki-zan nodded. After being embarrassed for a moment, Kuchiki-zan took a deep breath, and then Kuchiki-zan coughed twice. I am an orphan of Rukongai. I was adopted and brought up by my teacher. She also got the surname Unohana, but she didn't take the name for me. My teacher said, when I defeated the genre of Soul Society, I will be able to call Yachiryu. Unoka returned to her previous indifference. In fact, when Kuchiki-zan read Unohana's materials before, he thought that she definitely didn't just appear out of thin air, so it seems that her teacher is not a simple role. At this time, Unoka looked at Kuchiki-zan a little nervously, so she didn't hear what Kuchiki-zan said very clearly, so she didn't hear Kuchiki-zan's words. Oh why? Kuchiki-zan asked deliberately. In fact, Kuchiki-zan knew the reason why Unohana had no name, but he couldn't show that he knew, so he could only continue to ask. My teacher? Unoka was taken aback for a moment, then frowned slightly, but did not answer right away. Through Kuchiki-zan's opening, Unohana also reacted, squeezed the corner of her clothes in embarrassment, and then said, Your Excellency Kuchiki-zan, please take care of me when we meet for the first time. Through these few words, Unohana found that Kuchiki-gen, although terrifying, was much easier to get along with than the noble lord he generally imagined. 1.5. Chapter 205. The past. Don't worry, I just want to know your teacher's information, nothing else, Kuchiki said with a faint smile. Unohana looked at Kuchiki-gen with a faint smile on her face, and began to think about Kuchiki-gen's purpose. In fact, she believed that Kuchiki-gen had no other intentions, and even if she had other ideas, her teacher had passed away. Doing nothing will help. My teacher, she told me that my name is Unohana Inari. My surname follows my teacher, Unohana said after considering it. Unohana Inari. Kuchiki-zan frowned slightly when he heard this name. It wasn't that he had never heard of it, but it seemed that there was such a person, but her surname was not Unohana. Your Excellency Kuchiki, do you know your teacher? Seeing Kuchiki-gen's expression, Unohana asked in her heart. Kuchiki-zan heard the question of Unohana, and after taking a look at the young sister Wa, he said honestly, if her name is really Unohana Inari, I don't know her. When Unohana heard this, she obviously knew that Kuchiki-gen's 24th chapter hadn't been finished yet, so she continued to ask, and then? Kuchiki General was a little surprised by Unohana's sensitivity, and said with a slight smile, "If it's called Yamada Inari, I know it." Yamada Inari? Unohana was taken aback for a moment, and then his face became weird. Obviously, Unohana should know about the surname Yamada. At this time, the Soul Society had only one family with the surname Yamada, but a long time ago, there were two families with the surname Yamada in the Soul Society, one of which was a common aristocrat, and the other one is the Yamada family of the great noble. That's right, it was the Yamada family, one of the three noble families that ruled the Soul Society before the nobles' civil war. Kuchiki-zan knew that there used to be such a person in the Yamada family. Yamada Inari was the youngest daughter of the original head of the Yamada family, and Yamada Inari was very talented, much stronger than her big brother. Originally, the head of the Yamada family was I hope that Yamada Inari can support the Yamada family. Advertisement however, it is clear that the head of the Yamada family is thinking too much. It is true that Yamada Inari is very talented, but she has a quiet and gentle personality. At the same time, she has a lot of opinions on the Yamada family following the Onitsuka family to poison the Soul Society. After many negotiations, Yamada Inari and her father also quarreled many times, but the final result was that Yamada Inari ended in failure. Gradually, Yamada Inari was disappointed with her father and her family, and Yamada Inari became the first clan powerhouse among the great nobles to run away from home. What Yamada Inari did cast a shadow over the entire Yamada family at that time, and was ridiculed by the Onitsuka family, who were also great nobles. The Yamada family also sent people to find Yamada Inari, but in the end all ended in failure. Of course, these things happened before the civil war broke out completely. In terms of age, Yamada Inari is several hundred years older than Kuchiki General. When Yamada Inari became famous, it was the time when the three nobles were in full bloom, so the Yamada family and even the other two great nobles didn't quite understand the path Yamada Inari chose. In their view, Yamada Inari was simply out of his mind. However, the final facts proved that Yamada Inari was far-sighted. As the saying goes, things must be reversed. The three nobles poisoned the Soul Society like that, and they would inevitably suffer backlash. In the end, the high-ranking nobles headed by the Kuchiki family began to declare war on the three nobles, and finally defeated the three nobles. The three nobles are proof. Of course, the appearance of Kuchiki-zan is just an interlude, and it cannot be said that it has no influence, but to be honest, Kuchiki-zan cannot be counted among the inevitable events. Yamada Inari had already left Yamada's house before Kuchiki-gen's complete rise, and then disappeared. These things are what Kuchiki-gen heard from others, and Kuchiki-gen didn't ask about two specific things, after all, are irrelevant people. In line with the idea that more things are worse than less things, since Yamada Inari has left, there is no need to harass the other party in terms of the situation at that time. Therefore, Kuchiki-zan believes that this Unohana Inari is Yamada Inari. Noble? Unikana glanced at Naomi, and then asked the same question, "It's actually a great nobleman? Then how do you prove that my teacher is Yamada Inari?" Unohana nodded after listening to Kuchiki-gen's words. To be continued. Advertisement apart from other things, the fact that Unohana dared to defeat all the genres of Soul Society is that it has sufficient confidence in the foundation. Hiss, great nobleman? This was Naomi's exclamation. Obviously, Unohana grasped the key point of Kuchiki-gen's words and then asked suspiciously, "Can you tell me about this Yamada Inari?" Unohana didn't know whether the Yamada Inari Kuchiki General said was her teacher, but she wanted to know the truth, so she asked Kuchiki General. Yes, the surname Yamada represents one of the great nobles of the time, the Yamada family, and the Yamada family of the common nobles in the Jingling Garden. It has nothing to do with it. Kuchiki-zan said, Yamada Inari is thousands of years ago. The daughter of the Yamada family was very talented and became famous much earlier than me, but she had a conflict with the ideas of the Yamada family, which was one of the great nobles, and finally disappeared in the Soul Society. What Kuchiki-zan said is the truth, comparing a strong man of noble origin and a strong man of Rukongai. Rukongai, commoner, poor, background. Even if there is not much difference in strength, there is a lot of difference in basics. Secondly, there is another point. What Kuchiki-gen knows is that there are many genres that Yamada Inari has studied, among them are the Wuryu that surrounded Yamamoto's siege and other noble families' own genres. Yes, it's Yamada Inari. Kuchiki-zan's mind turned quickly, so many ideas appeared, and it was only a matter of a moment. That's right, it's a nobleman, to be precise, a great nobleman, Kuchiki-zan nodded and said. However, what Kuchiki-gen didn't expect was that Unohana's teacher might be Yamada Inari, a legacy character who had disappeared for thousands of years. Kuchiki-zan gave an overview of what he knew, and the rest was not important to Unohana at all. The name is just one aspect. On the other hand, your teacher can cultivate a person like you. Kuchiki Xuan pointed to Unohana and said, you have to be clear, it's not that strong people can't be produced in places like Rukongai, but he is strong in strength and strong in teaching disciples. Not to say that I personally despise Rukongai, but the difference between people from that place and those from the aristocratic circle is too great. It's too specific, and I don't know it myself, because before I was born, Yamada Inari had already disappeared in the noble circle of the Soul Society. Kuchiki-zan spread his hands and said. Chapter 206 Purpose. Now Kuchiki-gen has sufficient evidence that Unohana Inari is Yamada Inari. Unohana, you can have such a solid foundation. I'm sure that your teacher, that Unohana Inari, has an 80% probability of being Yamada Inari. Kuchiki Zan continued. Can it be determined from the basics? Unoka really had a lot of doubts about such rhetoric. Yes, it can be seen from the process of your fighting with others that although you are from Rukongai, every move and every style reveals a solid foundation. This is the evidence. You were taught by your teacher. All your fighting abilities, they were all taught by your teacher, which is the greatest proof of your teacher's identity. People from Rukongai will never have such a solid genre foundation. Kuchiki Zan explained. I see. After Kuchiki Zan's explanation, Hana finally believed in Kuchiki Zan's words. After all, she also discovered through the battle that although there are strong people in Rukongai, from the details of the battle, there is indeed a big gap with the comparison. Although Hana still has many doubts in her heart, it is clear that the facts are the same as what Kuchiki General said. Your teacher now? Kuchiki asked speculatively. The teacher has passed away, Anajiwa said without concealing it. It's a pity, I still want to compete with the teacher. Kuchiki Zan said regretfully, his own foundation is actually not as solid as Yamada Inari's, so Kuchiki Zan still admires those who have a solid foundation of. The teacher mentioned you, Anajiwa said suddenly. Oh, your teacher actually mentioned me? Interesting, let's hear it, Kuchiki said with a smile. Hana looked at the young Kuchiki Zan who was a bit too much, took a deep breath, and said. The teacher said that she once watched you fight from a distance, and through the state you showed during the battle, she told me that Soul Society, Jingling Court, Gode 13, you can mess with anyone, don't heat up your Kuchiki Zan. After finishing speaking, Hana added in her heart that there is another, Yamamoto Shigekuni. Advertisement, it's kind of interesting, Kuchiki Zan smiled. He laughed not because of Yamada Inari's words, but because Yamada Inari had actually observed him from a distance, and it seemed that he had observed him not only once, otherwise he would not have said that kind of favor. So, how do you feel? Kuchiki Gen asked Hana. I have also felt the strength of the teacher. Although it was very powerful, it made me very desperate at the time, but I can't compare with you, Hana said with a serious face. The perception is good. Kuchiki Zan nodded, and then said with a straight face. Okay, I won't gossip. I asked Naomi to bring you here this time. In addition to meeting you, I also want to point you to a way out. Do you want to hear it? After hearing Kuchiki Gen's words, Hana knew that the meeting was finally getting to the point, and immediately responded, I would like to hear more about it. Very good. Seeing Hana's attitude, Kuchiki Zan knew that the matter was half over. Of course he would not know that the reason why Unoka's attitude is so good is because in Hana's perception, Kuchiki Yun is scary. Hey, it's like this. As for you, although you were a little extreme, ugly, and bloodthirsty before, I think you are a man who can be made, and you just waste time in unnecessary killings. It is indeed a waste of your talent. So, I thought, would you like to recruit you to Gode 13 and find you a teacher? Kuchiki Zan directly stated his purpose and reasons, and how to choose is up to Hana himself. And Kuchiki Zan looked at Unoka's expression and knew that she must not be able to guess, so he simply smiled and said, Okay, don't guess, if there is anyone else in Jinglington who can be your teacher, then only that old man Yamamoto. Kuchiki said with a faint smile. These words directly dispelled Naomi's worries, and made Naomi change from her previous worries to her current curiosity. Yamamoto. Genryusai Shigekuni. Originally, she thought that what she had done had been targeted by Gode 13, which meant that she had entered Gode 13's blacklist, so she didn't think she would be recruited or anything else. As for following Naomi came to see Kuchiki Zan, because of Kuchiki Zan's impressive name, she didn't dare to resist, that's all. Advertisement now. After hearing Kuchiki Gen's words, Hana was indeed a little confused, but the strong psychological quality cultivated by so many years of killing still forced her to calm down, and then asked. Unikana didn't think of going to Yamamoto Shigekuni for a while. After all, she also knew from her teacher that Yamamoto Shiguni is not a common. Although Kuchiki Gen is already a legendary, Yamamoto Shiguni is definitely a Soul Society historically, legendary within legendary, therefore, she did not dare to think about Yamamoto Shigekuni at all. On the other hand, Naomi immediately became nervous when she heard Unoka's question. She was not very good with Unoka, but now that she found out that the other party might become her teacher's disciple, how could she not be nervous? Me? I can't be your teacher. Indeed, my strength is not bad, but for someone like you, it's actually a waste of your talent for me to be your teacher. Recruit me? Find me a teacher? Unoka had thought about many possibilities before, but she hadn't thought about these two possibilities. She was also very curious. Her teacher said that she could not be the teacher of Hana, and she really wanted to know who was qualified to be the teacher of Hana. Yamamoto. Unoka was stunned for a moment, then a shocked expression appeared on his still slightly immature face. It's not you. Who is that? Not only Naomi, Unikana also wanted to know who was her teacher. To be continued. Besides me in Soul Society, who else is more suitable to teach you? Kuchiki Zan smiled slightly, and instead of answering the question, he asked a question instead. Looking for a teacher? Are you going to be my teacher? Hana asked with a little expectation. After all, her teacher admitted that she was not as good as Kuchiki Gen, and she would not let go of the opportunity to become stronger. But before Naomi raised any objections, Kuchiki Zan spoke first. That's right, teacher. You mean? Naomi naturally followed Kuchiki Zan for a long time, and guessed some answers in a short time, but she still asked uncertainly, meaning that the person hadn't received it for a long time. Disciple. Chapter 207 Pilgrimage. That's right, that old man Yamamoto Genryusai. Kuchiki General said with a smile. Huh. Unoka's breathing became rapid. She really never thought that one day she might become a disciple of Yamamoto Shikuni, not to mention Yamamoto Shikuni, but Kuchiki-zan she never thought about it. Is what your excellency said true? Unoka still couldn't believe it. Teacher, is what you said true? Naomi asked in the same shock. Kuchiki-zan looked at the two of them, spread his hands and said, do I seem to be joking? But, why? Not only Unikana wanted to know this question, but even Naomi also wanted to know why Unikana was qualified to become Yamamoto Shigekuni's disciple. Unohana really can't imagine why she is qualified for Kuchiki-gen to recommend herself to Yamamoto Shigekuni as a disciple. A good teacher, Unoka, naturally understands the meaning of Chushimoto's disciples. It is different from his students who only taught the basics. The relationship between disciples is much closer, just like Kuchiki-zan and Naomi master and apprentice mean the same thing. Why? Kuchiki-zan was suddenly stumped by such a question. He couldn't say it, because I know that you will be a strong person at 700 in the future, and I know that you will be the main combat force in a certain event in the future, right? Therefore, Kuchiki-zan began to use his brain speed to make up some reasons, but it has to be said that he is a traveler who has experienced the baptism of the civilized world, and soon Kuchiki-zan made up the reasons. The real reason, of course, is that I am optimistic about you. Kuchiki-zan made up a lie with a red face. I have seen your essence through your battles these days, although I have not witnessed your battles with my own eyes, but I think you are very suitable for a name. What is it? Unoka was taken aback by Kuchiki-zan. Advertisement, naturally, Kenpachi, Kuchiki said with a grin. What? Teacher, are you going to recommend her to be Kenpachi of first generation, to be the captain of the 11th team? Naomi immediately exploded after hearing Kuchiki-zan's words. After all, Unohana may not know, but Naomi knew the meaning of Kenpachi very well. Be safe and don't be impatient. Kuchiki-zan looked helplessly at his beautiful apprentice. How is it possible, teacher, for so many years, you have guarded the title of Kenpachi instead of using it yourself, but now you want to give it to her? Why? Naomi said angrily. After all, she saw, come on, in this world, no one is qualified to be a first-generation Kenpachi except her teacher. Don't make trouble, Kuchiki-zan said with a stern face. You don't understand, it's not that I gave it to her, nor anything else, but I think she has the potential to become a first-generation Kenpachi. Do you understand? Because I think that Uji in some respects, Wa said that she is more pure and purer than me on swords. Although I have good strength, I am not a pure swordsman, let alone a sword hero, or a sword master. Like old man Yamamoto, he is purer than me, so I just learned the basics from him, not became his disciple, do you understand? But, Naomi heard Kuchiki-zan's explanation. She didn't expect that there were so many reasons, but she still wanted to refute. Okay, without further ado, come with me to see old man Yamamoto. Kuchiki-zan stood up from the chair. Let's go now. Unoka was also stunned. She didn't know that Kuchiki-zan was so resolute in doing things. Me? Unikana was stunned, and then suddenly said, I have no objection, after all, whether it is a disciple of His Excellency Yamamoto or a Kenpachi, it is what I desire. Okay, I won't say much about the rest. After all, I have said everything that needs to be said. Tell me what you think, Kuchiki-zan said to Unohana. I have no opinion on this, Shaw. Very good, since you agree, it's the best, Kuchiki-zan said with a happy smile. He was not only happy for Unikana's choice, but also happy that he was about to get out of the sea of suffering. Advertisement, okay, teacher, Naomi nodded. She really didn't like to see Yamamoto Shigekuni, because every time she went to see Yamamoto Shigekuni, she felt a lot of pressure. To be continued. Don't be so, although I don't require you to understand all my ideas, but I want you to believe that everything your teacher does has his reasons. After finishing speaking, Kuchiki looked at Nao with burning eyes. Rice. Yeah, why don't you go now? Kuchiki walked out from behind the desk with a smile, and then said to Naomi, Nana, you should stay here first, go to old man Yamamoto, then you don't need to follow. Anyway, you don't like to see old man Yamamoto. Okay, teacher, you can make the decision, Naomi said angrily with her head down. Kuchiki-zan looked at his disciple and shook his head. This disciple is good at everything, and his talent is no worse than Unohana, but he worships himself too blindly, which is really not advisable. In the end, Naomi, who was full of unwillingness, was defeated by Kuchiki-zan's gaze. Of course, if Kuchiki-zan knew what Unohana was thinking at this time, he would definitely laugh out loud. After all, Kuchiki-zan is not really that lofty, but what he thinks he should do and what he should not do shouldn't be Kenpachi, so he doesn't want that title. It's as simple as that. Unohana on the side watched for a long time and finally figured out what was going on. Kuchiki-zan not only wanted her to be Yamamoto Shigekuni's disciple, but also made her the real captain of the 11th team, that is, first generation Kenpachi. However, she did not expect that Kuchiki-zan has always been stubborn and only acted as the captain of the 11th team, and at the same time did not take the title of Kenpachi as his own. In addition to the worship of the gods, there is another reverence in principle. To be honest, Unohana has always wanted to be a member of Gode 13, to be precise, she wanted to be a member of the 11th team, because the responsibilities and even the purpose of the 11th team are different from some of her ideas. Coincidentally, as a fighting maniac, how could he refuse the temptation of the 11th team, let alone the temptation of Kenpachi? For the title of Kenpachi, she only heard her teacher mention it, and then heard some legendary As for the 11th squad, before her teacher passed away, she also praised the comprehensiveness of the 13th squad. And foresight, naturally she has heard from her teacher about the respective duties of the Godei 13th Division. Chapter 208 The Old Man Who Loves Talent. Let's go. Kuchiki Gen stood in front of Unohana, beckoning him to follow, and then walked towards the door on his own. Unoka hadn't adapted to Kuchiki Gen's behavior style for a while, so he was in a daze for a moment, walked to the door and Kuchiki-zan found that Unoka didn't move, turned his head to look at Unoka, saw that the other party was in a daze, a little speechless, then he said, "Don't be dazed, hurry up and meet Yamamoto with me." Oh, Unoka was called, "Wake up," by Kuchiki-zan, and immediately reacted and followed Kuchiki-zan's footsteps. Naomi watched the two leave, sat down angrily on the seat where Kuchiki-zan was sitting before, and then comforted herself. It's okay, she didn't become the teacher's disciple, she's lucky. On the other side, Kuchiki Gen took Unohana out of the range of the 11th team building. Kuchiki Xuan walked in front, Unohana followed behind. Kuchiki Xuan was secretly observing Unohana with mental power, and Unohana Jawa is also secretly observing Kuchiki-zan. To be honest, Kuchiki-zan really thinks that there is really a big gap between the current Unohana and the Unohana Retsu seen in the original work. Although the sister Hana in the original work has a dark belly, she feels like an intellectual and beautiful royal sister. At this time, Unohana gave Kuchiki-zan the feeling, like a sharp-edged but fledgling feeling. Of course, Kuchiki-zan also knows the reason for this gap. It is nothing more than a matter of experience and experience. What is the personality of Unohana Retsu? It is the kind of woman who speaks the most gentle words and fights the most ruthless. If it wasn't like this, if there wasn't such a contrast, Sister Wa wouldn't be liked by so many people. At this time, even people like Kuchiki-zan have to sigh, how nice to be young. It's not that Kuchiki-zan is moaning here, it's that Kuchiki-zan really feels that he is getting old, not because of anything else, but because he feels that he is getting more and more salty now. When he first came to this world, he knew what he was going to face back then. Kuchiki-zan was full of energy, but now, where it really saves trouble, it will definitely save trouble. Of course, it is precisely because of Kuchiki-zan's indisputable approach that Shigekuni Yamamoto trusts him more and more. There is an old saying in Daxia which is called strength without desire. Although Kuchiki-zan can't reach this level, it can be said that he has reached the same goal by different routes. With Kuchiki-zan's current state of old salty fish who doesn't want anything, he can hold some power in his hands giving up, in exchange for the unconditional trust of Yamamoto Shigekuni. Even he himself does not know whether he is only making a profit or a loss. Just when Kuchiki-zan was thinking about this and that, he looked up and found that he had already arrived at the gate of the first team. The two guards at the gate saw that it was Kuchiki-zan coming, even if he brought a strange, undressed woman pretending to be domineering came, and the two of them acted as if they hadn't seen it. They let them in without asking or saying anything. Advertisement for this kind of situation. Kuchiki-zan has long been used to it. After all, everyone in the Soul Society knows that the person who will not harm Yamamoto in this world should be Kuchiki-zan. Unohana swaggered behind Kuchiki Gen, and arrived at the door of the most important and strictest captain's room in Godei 13. Stopping in front of Yamamoto Shigekuni's room, Kuchiki Gen already knew that Yamamoto Shiguni was inside, and there was another familiar guy among them, but it didn't affect it. It was normal for Sasaki to be in Yamamoto's room. Of course, this was not the reason why he stopped. The reason was that he still had something to tell Unohana, so he stopped his steps. Go in later, don't talk nonsense. Yamamoto is not as good-tempered as I am. If he asks you anything, you can answer whatever you want. Kuchiki Xuan exhorted in a low voice. Yes, I got it. Unoka was also very nervous at this time, although she killed people without blinking an eye, and although he did things in his own way, what she was about to face was Yamamoto Shigekuni. As long as she was not a fool, she would know Kuchiki what Zan said meant. Kuchiki Gen nodded, and then directly opened the door and walked in, which caught Unikana by surprise. In her cognition, she should knock on the door or something. Of course she didn't know what kind of relationship between Kuchiki Gen and Yamamoto Shigekuni, so she was stunned outside the door for a while. After Kuchiki walked in, he shouted at Shigekuni Yamamoto who was working. Hey, old man Yamamoto, I brought someone to meet you. Look, where is he? Just as Kuchiki-zan was about to introduce him, he found that there was no Unohana beside him. Looking back, he found that the other party was still outside the door. Kuchiki-zan shouted in embarrassment. Come in, what are you doing outside? Oh, Anajiwa hurried in. Unohana was so embarrassed when she walked in that she didn't even go to see Soul Society's legendary, Yamamoto Genryusai for the first time. Kuchiki shook his head speechlessly. He didn't realize that Unohana had such a cute side when he was young. It's really better to meet people than to be famous. Advertisement in Yamamoto Shigekuni was confused by Kuchiki-zan's operation, frowned and said, What are you doing, boy? It's nothing, I brought you a man who can be made, and inherit your mantle, Kuchiki-zan said naturally. 0. Didn't the old man stop accepting disciples a long time ago? What are you messing around here? Yamamoto frowned and scolded. It's not to make trouble, but she is really suitable to be your disciple, Kuchiki-zan said. Do you know the guy who challenged all the way in Rukongai recently? Of course I know, is this little girl? Yamamoto repeated. That's right, it's her, Kuchiki-zan said with a smile. After my observation and analysis, I found that she is definitely the most suitable person to be your disciple. HMPH. Interesting. Yamamoto Shigekuni shook his head and said, "What characteristics does she have that deserve your recommendation?" "It's very simple, she is more passionate about swords than I am." Kuchiki-zan said, "Her concentration and thoughts are the closest to yours I have ever seen. Don't worry, I will definitely not recommend it to you indiscriminately. And I'm still waiting for her to succeed in her cultivation and take over my class as the captain of the 11th squad and first generation Kenpachi." Huh? Hearing Kuchiki-zan's words, Yamamoto Shigekuni finally began to pay attention to the girls around Kuchiki-zan, because he knew very well that over the years, many people coveted the name of Kenpachi and the 11th team. The captain's position, but without exception, was taught a bad lesson by Kuchiki-zan. Now Kuchiki-zan actually brought a little girl himself and told him that this little girl can become the captain of first generation Kenpachi and the 11th team. Chapter 209 done. Are you sure you're not talking nonsense? Yamamoto Shigekuni asked, although he knew that Kuchiki-zan couldn't be joking, but he still confirmed it. Hearing Yamamoto's question about heavy country, Kuchiki-zan rolled his eyes directly, and then said, "Old man, when did I ever joke about this kind of thing?" "Well." Yamamoto Shigekuni nodded, and then said, "In that case, let her stay. If you have nothing to do, get out, and don't interfere with the old man's work here." "Okay, let's go now," Kuchiki-zan said with a smile on his face when he heard this. "Hey, study hard, learn as soon as possible, and then take over my class. I've been waiting for this day for a long time, come on, I'm optimistic about you." He patted the other person on the shoulder and walked out of the room. Now the 683 Flower of Mao is even more confused. It's as simple as a joke conversation and then it's over. Is it that simple? Is it so simple to accept a disciple under Yamamoto's siege? Kuchiki-zan, who walked out of the team building of the first team, was whistling in a very good mood at this time. Everything went so smoothly, and even Kuchiki-zan felt comfortable when it went so smoothly. However, happiness is happiness, but Kuchiki-zan has already begun to be vigilant in his heart, because the appearance of Unohana means that there is a high probability that the Quincy group with problematic brains has begun to appear. It can be said that the Quincy Master has become the biggest scruple in Kuchiki-zan's heart. Aizen Sosuke, or any other villain in the original book, is fine. Neither has the pressure that the Invisible Empire brings to Kuchiki-zan. The reason is simple, this is not a manga, everything that is about to happen will not have the so-called dramatic constraints. What will happen, Kuchiki-zan has not been able to determine for a long time. Of course, a large part of the reason is because of Kuchiki-zan himself. This issue has already been said, so I am no longer confused here. Advertisement in short, Kuchiki-zan seems to be relaxed now, but it is not the case. Unohana has returned to his place, but the problem is that the organization, Sanctuary, he founded by himself looks huge, but the real situation is that there are 2 or 3 big cats and kittens. In fact, there are only 6 people in his own position. You know, there are 7 great sages in the Sanctuary, and there are 12 sages who add up to 20. Including Kuchiki-zan, the position of the leader of his own Sanctuary, there are only 6 now, which shows how big the gap is. It's not that Kuchiki-zan doesn't want to look for it, but that there are really no good seeds or good targets to pull him into the Sanctuary. There are only 2 of the 7 great sages, the great sage overturning the sea, Naomi Shadowblade, and the great sage hunting sky, Kamui Cleese. And the 12 sages, there are only 3, Aries sage, Shiba Hongshou, Gemini sage, Jashiro Abuzo, Libra sage, Kazuki Mai 3. Well, be careful when doing things. Also, if you have any uncertainties, you can go to the real world to investigate, but remember, no matter what the problem is, you can only investigate at most. Once you find something wrong, you must immediately notify me. Kuchiki-zan told Naomi with a serious face. He didn't want to have any problems with such a cute apprentice. After all, the relationship between master and apprentice who has been together for a long time is still very unusual. As for Shiba Hongshou himself, Kuchiki-zan has never worried about it. Among the people who followed Kuchiki-zan in Hueco Mundo before, Kuchiki-zan is most assured of Shiba Hongshou, although he is not the most outstanding in handling affairs, nor is he the most talented in combat. Outstanding, but in terms of character, Shiba Hongshou is the most stable one. What I'm referring to here is that the Aries sage who hasn't been introduced before is the Shiba Red Owl of the Shiba family. What he does has always been low-key and secretive. His main responsibility is to regularly deliver supplies to the nursery, in charge of Mai Kongyue, so that Kongyang Mai will not rush around for other things. Of course, since Kuchiki-zan wanted to live a better life, he would definitely not just make such a small amount of preparation. He naturally had other preparations, but at present, there are no other preparations yet. When it reaches maturity, it is not yet able to start functioning. Seeing her teacher came back, Naomi immediately stood up and asked Kuchiki-zan, "Teacher, is the Unohana matter settled?" "Yes, it's settled. Old man Yamamoto has accepted her as his disciple." Kuchiki-zan nodded, and then came to the chair to sit down, and Naomi naturally gave way to Kuchiki-zan. To be continued. Advertisement, okay, in the near future, you can just pay attention to the things over there. If there are other things, I will notify you. Kuchiki-zan nodded and said. Currently, Kuchiki-zan is so involved in the affairs of the 11th team. There are many things that require him to do it himself. Only when someone takes over the position of captain of the 11th team, can he completely let go of his hands and feet to do his own thing. As for Shiba Hongshou's identity, only Kuchiki-zan, Naomi, and Kazuki Mai know. After all, Shiba Hongshao's background is more sensitive, and the less people know his identity, the better. In this world? Okay, I understand. Although Naomi 0.7 doesn't quite understand the significance of Kuchiki-zan's actions, as an executor, she doesn't need to know too much about the decision-maker's thoughts. Of course this is the minimum. What about you? Send someone to monitor the situation in the present world. If necessary, you can go to the 13th team to get some information. The development in the present world is getting faster and faster now, and there are more and more people. In order to avoid accidents necessary trouble, it's better to keep an eye on it. Kuchiki-zan didn't say the reason for staring at the real world, mainly because he couldn't explain the Quincy's problem, so he just said staring at the possible problems, that's why enough. Yes, then I'll go out teacher. Naomi nodded. Not long after, Kuchiki-zan returned to the 11th team's team building. Although Kuchiki-zan is very salty, but when he has no special matters, he doesn't like to push things to Naomi. This is the minimum sense of responsibility. Kuchiki-zan has always been either not agreeing, let alone doing the best, at least it is definitely not as simple as messing around. Then teacher, what are you going to do next? Naomi asked. She is different from Kuchiki-zan, she is a restless person, she will feel uncomfortable when she has nothing to do. What Kuchiki-zan can do is to plan for a rainy day, and there is no other way for him to do more. After all, if you do more, you will make more mistakes. This is also an unchanging truth. As for when it will really be put into operation, Kuchiki-zan has calculated it before, at least it will be possible after Unohana has completely taken over the burden in his hands. Chapter 210. Yes, disciple understands. Seeing Kuchiki-zan's serious face, Naomi immediately replied seriously. After so many years of getting along, she knows very well when to joke with Kuchiki-zan and when not to. After all, although Kuchiki-zan sometimes behaves a bit foolishly, but when he is serious, he is really serious, and at this time Kuchiki-zan didn't like people joking with him. Well, go ahead, remember what I said, don't act rashly if you have anything to do. Send the news back first and then talk about other things. Kuchiki-zan nodded, and then signaled Naomi to do things. After Naomi bowed, she went out from the captain's room. Kuchiki-zan looked at the back of her apprentice leaving, and sighed on the back of the chair. Sometimes he really feels that he is quite tired, and he has so much to worry about. He has to worry about 3 times when others worry about it. It is strange that he is not tired. However, this path was chosen by Kuchiki-zan himself, so he never complained. He was very clear that he never really did it for the Soul Society, and everything he did was just for himself from the beginning to the end. Whether it's for the Soul Society or for the world, it's all for 24 others to hear. If you don't say that, who would believe that there is no reason for him to do so many things, so I can only say that. With Naomi's departure, Kuchiki-zan found that his affairs not only did not change, but also became more leisurely. This once made him wonder whether Naomi was also so leisurely during the years he was in prison. Of course, it is impossible for Kuchiki-zan to ask Naomi like this is just thinking about it. Kuchiki-zan will not really be so idle. When Kuchiki-zan lamented that he had nothing to do, other team captains and team members of Gode 13 also knew of Kuchiki-zan's return. For those who are familiar with Kuchiki-gen, this is not surprising at all. Of course they still pay close attention to Kuchiki-gen, not for other reasons, just simply want to see what Kuchiki-gen is going to do. Kuchiki-genji is confessing they all know that Kuchiki-zan can come out anytime he wants, but he hasn't come out for more than 3 years, so there must be some reason for him to come out now. Advertisement. As for those who are not familiar with Kuchiki-zan, they have no other ideas except to lament the great energy of Kuchiki-zan. There is only one person who felt scared when Kuchiki-zan was released from prison without warning. Mamoru Motegi, the new captain of the 3rd Division who captured Kuchiki General. No wonder he was afraid. Before arresting Kuchiki-zan, he was forced by Central 46 to be the captain of the 3rd team, in order to have a member of their Central 46 in Gode 13. But with the incident of arresting Kuchiki-zan, Mogi Mamoru finally fully understood what kind of person Kuchiki-zan is, so he couldn't help but not be afraid. Of course, Kuchiki-zan has never forgotten the captain of the 3rd team. The reason is also very simple, he is a member of Central 46. When selecting the first batch of captains, Kuchiki-zan and Yamamoto Shigekuni had a tacit agreement that no one from Central 46 should be the captain of the first generation. As time went by, Central 46 made their personnel successfully pass the challenge rules and become the captain of the 3rd team through hard work. Yamamoto Shigekuni can't say anything, after all, he came in through procedures. Regarding this, Kuchiki-zan is of course very dissatisfied, but the other party has become the captain through a proper way. Even if Kuchiki-zan is dissatisfied, there is nothing he can do for a while. But the people under Kuchiki-zan's hands couldn't find anyone who could challenge him for a while. It's not that the strength of his subordinates is not enough, but that his subordinates already have their own tasks to do, and the others are not enough to take on this important task, so Kuchiki-zan did not take corresponding actions for a while. Kuchiki-zan's mind is actually very small. He remembered this guy named Mogi Mamoru before. Now that he is free, he naturally has to deal with this guy's problem. Kuchiki-zan thought for a long time, and after rejecting many plans, he thought of a character who could meet his conditions. However, the identity of this person is really a little sensitive, because he is a prisoner locked in the endless hell. Advertisement. The Infernal Hell is one of the 2 prisons of the Soul Society, and it is also called the 2 Hells of the Soul Society together with the large underground prison in the crypt space. The Infernal Hell is naturally, infinitely, while the underground prison is great burning heat. the two prisons have their own advantages and disadvantages, and the prisoners held are also different. In the infernal hell, the prisoners held by the Soul Society are the most heinous prisoners who have been sentenced to extremely serious crimes and cannot be killed immediately. This person's name is Kuchiki Motoko, who was an orphan adopted by the head of the Kuchiki family's Kuno branch house. As an adopted son of the Kuchiki family, he can naturally have the Kuchiki family's surname, but it is true that he does not have the Kuchiki family's blood. Kuchiki Genshi is a little younger than Kuchiki Zan, but not too young. He was a child adopted by the Kuno branch house after the war. As the adopted son of the owner, he also has the right to inherit. Something happened that made him a felon and was imprisoned in the infernal hell. In fact, these things are nothing to Kuchiki Zan, but the things that Kuchiki really committed happened to be on the knife edge of Central 46, which gave them an excuse to deal with Kuchiki's family, and Kuchiki really did it was for this reason that he was imprisoned in the infernal hell, and his sentence was 2,000 years. Regarding this matter, Kuchiki Zan was quite angry at first, but no matter how angry he was, it is irrefutable that Kuchiki committed the crime at the real time. Although Central 46 turned a small matter into a big one, with the acquiescence of Yamamoto Shigekuni, Kuchiki Zan was also absolutely innocent. Method. It's not that Kuchiki Zan can't make trouble, it's just that the result after the trouble will be even worse, not to mention that Kuchiki's family doesn't take advantage of it, so Kuchiki Xuanzong can watch Kuchiki really being locked in. As for why Kuchiki thinks of Kuchiki Motoki now, the reason is that Kuchiki Motoki has been imprisoned for hundreds of years, and the guy from Central 46 who was offended before is no longer there, and the matter of Kuchiki Motoki has long been downplayed. Kuchiki Zan believes that no one remembers who Kuchiki really was. Kuchiki Zan wants to continue this incident, release Kuchiki in real time, and at the same time attack the forces of Central 46. It can be said to kill two birds with one stone. Chapter 211 Problems. Of course, Kuchiki Zan is very clear that things are not as simple as he said. First of all, people don't remember what happened when Kuchiki really happened, but it doesn't mean they really don't remember. Instead, everyone chose not to make a fuss about this matter, so that Kuchiki's family can have a step down, and they won't offend him, Kuchiki Zan. But if Kuchiki Zan really wants Kuchiki to come out of hell in real time, it is actually very difficult, not to mention anything else. As long as the application is submitted, it will definitely be rejected. The sentence given by Central 46 cannot be changed, and since they can pass the sentence, it means that they will never change it. Therefore, on the issue of Kuchiki Zan before, Central 46 gave Kuchiki Zan Yi a strong hand, but they didn't give Kuchiki Zan a sentence at all, and they just put Kuchiki Zan in the Palace of Repentance, not hell. Obviously, Central 46 can't help but want to offend Kuchiki Zan to death. Kuchiki Zan is not an ordinary cat or dog, and can be manipulated by them at will. If nothing else, Central 46 needs to see if Yamamoto Shigekuni agrees to deal with Kuchiki Zan agree. Therefore, Kuchiki Zan is very clear that regarding the issue of Kuchiki's real time, it is completely impossible to achieve the goal through formal channels, so Kuchiki Zan is not prepared to follow formal procedures at all. Of course, even if it is in a regular way, Kuchiki Zan has to get the approval of Yamamoto Shigekuni, otherwise there is no way to do things. If you want to get someone out of the endless hell, it is not like touching your upper lip to your lower lip and moving your lips. Simple. Of course, apart from Kuchiki Mashi's route, Kuchiki Zan also thought of another route, but Kuchiki Zan hadn't touched this other route for a long time, and he didn't know whether that route was safe or not. On Kuchiki Mashi's side, Kuchiki Zan knew very well that at least he would not be weaker than the current Moteji, but on the other side Kuchiki Zan was not sure. The other way, in fact, can be regarded as Kuchiki Zan's other preparation, but that preparation is not prepared to be used at this time. The identity of the opponent is that he once went to Hueco Mundo with Kuchiki Zan, but now the younger brother of a retired warrior. That warrior's strength is not very strong, but it's not too weak either. With the strength of tier 6, it's okay to find any team to be the vice captain. He passed away after many years, leaving only a younger brother who was more talented than him. Advertisement. Because of Kuchiki Xuanian's merits in the opponent's Hueco Mundo, Kuchiki Zan secretly trained his younger brother, not only allowing his younger brother to live without worry, but also taught him some basics of fighting. It has been hundreds of years since Kuchiki Zan saw this younger brother for the last time, and Kuchiki Zan is not sure how far the other party has grown, so the safest thing to do is or take the road of Kuchiki real time. However, now that he has thought of this, Kuchiki Zan is still going to get in touch with the warrior's younger brother. After Kuchiki Zan thought about it, he remembered the name of the other party, Azuki Shaoji, a very talented kid who hasn't seen him for hundreds of years. See, Kuchiki Zan doesn't know the specific situation of the other party at this time. Azuki Kojira and his big brother were both of civilian origin, so they lived in Rukongai, and they hadn't been in touch for hundreds of years. Kuchiki Gen didn't quite know where Azuki Kojira was at this time, before he completely left each other. I once told the other party that if you want to become stronger, go out, because the strong are never cultivated at home. Kuchiki Zan believes that the other party will definitely listen to his words, so Kuchiki Zan really does not know the other party's whereabouts at this time. Don't look, Kuchiki Zan is busy in Jingling Court every day, but he really doesn't know many things about many people. Besides, Kuchiki Zan is not deliberately trying to overthrow the regime of the Soul Society. To be a Soul Society the local emperor, he did not cultivate his own intelligence system in his hands, so it is naturally impossible to keep an eye on everyone all the time. Although Kuchiki Zan now knows the difficulty of not having intelligence in his hands, he has never had the idea of forming an intelligence department. The reason is very simple, because it is very tiring. Yes, building an intelligence system is not only tiring, but also very cumbersome. Once there is an intelligence system, then Kuchiki-zan will no longer have leisure time. Except for some intelligence when he needs it, other times, he doesn't need information systems at all. After thinking and thinking, Kuchiki-zan resolutely gave up the idea of looking for Azuki Kojira now, and turned around and started thinking about how to get Kuchiki out of Wujin more reliably. As for Azuki Kojira, let Naomi pay attention to it later. Advertisement. In order for Kuchiki to successfully squeeze out Mogi Mamoru, the captain of the third team, there are two difficulties. The first difficulty is how to get out from Wujin Vice Admiral Kuchiki. Wujin is not like a large underground prison in the crypt space. In another dimension, Wujin is actually a special prison in the Soul Society, where there are many guards. It is really difficult for Kuchiki to quietly extract someone from Wujin. As for the second difficulty, it is how to disguise Kuchiki as real time. After all, Central 46 is still there. How could it be possible to watch you let a prisoner kill the captain you worked so hard to push up? So Kuchiki's real-time identity, it becomes difficult. The first difficulty, Kuchiki-zan must rely on the power of Yamamoto Shigekuni. Without the help of Yamamoto Shigekuni, it is completely impossible for him to get Kuchiki out of Wujin. So no matter what, Yamamoto Shigekuni cannot get around it. Kuchiki-gen also can't do anything about it. As for the second problem, Kuchiki-zan thinks that this problem needs to be considered only after Zhao Zhao has overcome the first difficulty. The first problem cannot be solved, and it is nonsense to think about the second problem. Thinking of this, Kuchiki-zan sighed speechlessly. He had just returned from Yamamoto Shigekuni, and it was obviously inappropriate to see old man Yamamoto again, so Kuchiki-zan decided. Give yourself a vacation first. Anyway, I have just been released from prison, so it is normal to take a break. So, Kuchiki-zan directly gave himself a 7-day vacation. 7 days later, publish. During the 7 days of rest, Kuchiki-zan had already thought about what he would say to Yamamoto Shigekuni, and at the same time, he also went to see the progress of Unohana at Yamamoto Shigekuni, so he had a good idea. Early in the morning, Kuchiki-zan was fully dressed, and set off from the team building of the 11th team, and the destination was naturally the team building of the first team.